Introduction asterisk. When Chen Mo, a 28-year-old graduate student in history, perished while burning the midnight oil revising his thesis, he opened his eyes once more to discover that the black bread he was gnawing on bore the rusty taste of the frozen northern soil. He had become Karren, an obscure figure in the Mormont family of Bear Island, a brother of Lyanna Mormont whose soul he now complimented after his untimely demise. Without the blessing of dragon blood or the aid of system, armed solely with the intricate plots of Game of Thrones and a smattering of modern knowledge, Karren faced the bone-chilling winter, scant provisions that barely lasted until spring, and the looming threat of White Walkers and sanguine conspiracies. Gripping the rusted hunting knife left by the original owner, he vowed, "Since I have become a Mormont, I cannot allow the banner of Bear Island to falter in the winter." He aspired to bid farewell to the days of gnawing on black bread until his teeth ached, to tell Arya that survival is more important than winning a sword, to attempt to rewrite the tragedy of the Prime Minister, and to ensure that Robb would spare the Northern Army from annihilation during the Red Wedding. While some mocked him for defying the common sense of the North, others questioned his audacity as a side-branch lad meddling in grand affairs. He witnessed Sansa transform from a naive girl into the Lady of Winterfell, stood with Jon during the coldest nights at the Wall, listened to Ygritte speak of the stars beyond the Wall, and fought alongside Daenerys and her dragons against the waves of death. This is the tale of a time traveler in the world of Game of Thrones, who, armed with modern wisdom, seeks to strengthen his family, rewrite tragedies, and ultimately becomes the Bear Lord of the North. There are no instant gratifications, only gradual warmth and an unwavering backbone of the North. Chapter 1. The Soul of a Stranger on Frozen Soil. Agonizing pain surged through his ribcage, as if a rusty file were rasping against his bones. Each breath tugged at his chest, bringing with it a dull, tearing ache. Chen Mo abruptly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a hazy, yellow light. Not the flickering LED lamp of his rented apartment, but a rough earthen lamp burning animal fat in the corner, its tiny flame dancing anxiously and casting distorted shadows upon the wooden walls. The air was thick with unfamiliar, complex scents, pungent herbal ointment, decaying wood, damp animal hides, and a crisp, invigorating freshness that belonged to snow, seeping through the gaps in the doors and windows. Cough, cough. He attempted to prop himself up, but a sharp pain shot through his left arm. Glancing down, he saw that his forearm was crudely wrapped in coarse burlap bandages, blood seeping through and drying into dark clumps, mingling with the potent aroma of herbs that assaulted his nostrils. This scent was strange and primal, a stark contrast to the antiseptic sterility of hospitals he remembered, let alone the sweet, comforting aroma of the hot milk tea with double cream that had been by his side the previous night while he toiled over his thesis. Milk tea. As this thought surfaced, a violent explosion of noise erupted in the depths of his mind, as though another soul were being forcibly crammed into his confined skull. A torrent of fragmented images surged uncontrollably. The computer screen crowded with scholarly articles, the WeChat notifications from his advisor urging him to hasten his progress, the takeout app displaying the braised chicken rice icon at 3 in the morning, and the Game of Thrones montage video he had clicked on to unwind before bed, featuring Jon Snow standing atop the wall, snow and wind swirling around his black attire. Yet in the next moment, these memories belonging to Chen Mo were violently swept away and shattered by an even colder, more painful, and unfamiliar torrent. The sheer, icy cliffside, the clear sensation of weightlessness as the hunting knife slipped from his frozen grasp, and the urgent, muffled cries in the howling northern wind. Young Master Karren. Hold on. There were also more distant, hazy memories. A weary woman clad in a faded animal skin skirt. A wave of sorrow, stemming from bloodlines, made him realize it was Mother, quietly mending his clothing under dim light, softly admonishing him to behave and not anger Lord Jor. A little girl with crooked braids, the name stuck in his throat, carrying a childish lil, perhaps Lyanna, secretly pressing a frozen wild fruit into his hand and whispering, "Brother, this is sweet. Eat it." Damn. Chen Mo, or rather the mixed soul occupying the body of the youth named Karren, clutched his splitting head, the throbbing at his temples relentless. Two entirely different lives, two sets of conflicting memories, were fiercely battling for dominance in his consciousness, like two incompatible currents colliding. He was Chen Mo, 28 years old, a graduate student in history who had been desperately struggling with his thesis on survival strategies of European nobility in the Middle Ages just yesterday. How could he suddenly be lying in this place? He forced himself to calm down, using the pain to jolt his muddled brain into clarity, carefully surveying his surroundings. The drafty wooden window, barely secured with animal hides, the rough animal skin beneath him reeking of blood, and the coarse, faded burlap clothing he wore. All of this pointed to a dismal early medieval period of low productivity he had studied in his thesis, particularly the most impoverished and arduous kind. With a creaking sound, the wooden door was pushed open, allowing a gust of even colder wind mixed with snow to rush in, causing the lamp's flame to flicker violently. Chen Mo shivered uncontrollably. Entering was an exceptionally burly old man, his face etched with deep lines from the harsh northern winds, clad in worn yet sturdy leather armor, a hunting knife strapped to his waist. He held a chipped wooden bowl containing two dark, hard-looking morsels that resembled stones. "Young Master Karren, you have finally awakened?" The old man's voice was gravelly and dry, emphasizing the name Karren with a palpable scrutiny. "You have lain for 3 days. I thought you might end up like your father, who perished in the snow of Bear Island while hunting." Karren. This name struck like a key, forcefully unlocking further memories belonging to the original owner of this body in Chen Mo's chaotic mind. Those fragments quickly coalesced into clarity. Karren Mormont, the orphan nephew of Lord Jor Mormont, his mother deceased, raised in the main household. A somewhat timid, socially awkward boy of frail constitution. And Bear Island, the remote, impoverished territory of House Mormont, known for its loyalty and valor in Game of Thrones. Chen Mo opened his mouth, his throat parched as if it were glued together, producing only a hoarse, broken whisper. "Water." The old man, recalling his memory, placed the wooden bowl atop a low stump beside the bed and turned to retrieve a leather water pouch from the corner, uncorking it and offering it to him. Chen Mo accepted it, the icy liquid sliding down his scorched throat, carrying a faint earthy taste and the chill of snow. Nothing like the familiar bleach-flavored tap water or purified water. Yet this sip revived his muddled mind somewhat. His gaze involuntarily fell back upon the wooden bowl on the stump. The two dark morsels appeared rough, with unrefined bran visible on their surfaces, and the edges were dotted with conspicuous green mold. "Don't be picky," the old man grumbled, noticing his gaze, impatience evident in his tone. "Winter on Bear Island is like this. Having black bread to eat is already fortunate. The larder at the Lord's house is tightly stocked. If we keep wasting it, there won't even be moldy scraps left to gnaw on." Black bread. Mold that in an instant. A tempest stirred within Chen Mo's stomach. He vividly recalled the tuna sandwich he purchased from the school cafeteria yesterday, the soft whole grain bread cradling a generous filling. He reminisced about the strawberry cream cake he indulged in during his sleepless nights, its sweet, smooth texture. Yet the bowl before him was so unappetizing that merely gazing at it felt like coarse bran was scraping painfully at his throat. Ugh! He could not contain himself, abruptly turning aside to dry heave over the edge of the bed. His stomach was empty. Nothing emerged. Only the searing gastric acid surged back up, scorching his esophagus and throat. Old Ivan furrowed his brow, the deep crevices on his face deepening. He said nothing, merely handed over a rough sackcloth that could abrade the skin, his tone thick with impatience. "What's this? Falling off a cliff has made your stomach delicate? The old you would have devoured even a mud-cake flatbread when starving." The old him? Gripping the sackcloth, Chen Mo's knuckles whitened from the strain. He was compelled to confront the absurd yet chilling reality, pieced together from every detail. He was likely not dreaming, nor was he merely in some immersive role-playing scenario. He had traversed dimensions. He found himself in a world reminiscent of A Song of Ice and Fire, inhabiting the frail body of a sickly boy named Karren Mormont on the desolate Bear Island, a place where even a clean, warm meal was a rarity. He glanced down at his youthful hands, slightly misshapen from years of labor, the palms calloused with the remnants of wielding knives and chopping wood. They were a stark contrast to the hands that had tapped on a keyboard for a decade, which had only ever held test tubes in a laboratory. The pain in his body, the unfamiliar memories flooding his mind, and the elder's words, Bear Island, young Master Karren, Lord Jor. All these clues were like icy chains, binding him firmly to this identity in this time. Chen Mo attempted to speak, but his tongue felt knotted, his throat hoarse. "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. Old Ivan leaned against the doorframe, his gaze piercing like a hawk's as it scrutinized his face, as if appraising a damaged commodity. "The hunting party found you at the cliff's base, nearly frozen solid. It was the old scholar who painstakingly brought you back to life with his rudimentary methods and herbs. The Lord has ordered that you report to him the moment you awaken." "The Lord? Heir Mormont? The future Lord Commander of the Night's Watch?" Chen Mo's heart constricted sharply. He fought through the pain, struggling to lift his gaze towards the window. Through the cracks in the wooden frame, he could see the snowflakes continuing to fall. The leaden sky, so oppressive it seemed it might crush the earth beneath it, and in the distance, the blurred outlines of barren trees hung with icicles. There were no towering buildings adorned with neon lights, no bustling traffic, no smartphones or networks, not even a drop of potable hot water. Was this to be the world in which he must survive? Was this to be his future life? The stark contrast pierced his heart like a dagger tempered in ice. He longed for the cramped yet warm rental apartment, the convenience store downstairs that operated 24 hours providing hot meals, and the mentor who, though stern, would always offer him a cup of invigorating coffee during his late-night studies. Those once ordinary routines now felt like a distant paradise. Young Master Karren? Old Ivan, noting his vacant gaze fixed on the window, prodded again, his tone softened yet still devoid of warmth. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to eat something? If you don't, your wounds won't heal, and I'll have no explanation for the Lord. Chen Mo's gaze returned to the bowl of black bread, his stomach reflexively twisting once more. Yet he understood that old Ivan spoke the truth. Regardless of this wretched place, regardless of the identity he had assumed, the only thing of importance, the only course of action available, was to survive. At the very least, he could not meet the same fate as the original owner of this body, dying in obscurity on this frigid ground. He extended his uninjured right hand, fingertips brushing against the cold, hard surface of the black bread, prompting a shiver. He broke off a small piece, closed his eyes as if performing a ritual, and then bit down forcefully. The coarse bran and hard grains immediately assaulted his gums and the inner walls of his mouth. An explosion of moldy, sour, and indescribably rough flavors erupted within, so repugnant that he nearly vomited it back up. But he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to chew with sheer willpower. Then, mixed with the saliva stimulated by the taste, he painstakingly swallowed it bit by bit. Watching him consume the bread as if undergoing a trial, old Ivan's impatience waned somewhat, replaced by a deeper perplexity. This fall, it appears to have knocked something out of you, as if your spirit has been dislodged. The former you would have recoiled from this black bread, as if it were poison. Chen Mo lacked the strength to respond, merely bowing his head, each bite a monumental task as he gnawed on the bread that could serve as a weapon. He was uncertain what the previous Karren had been like, perhaps delicate, perhaps timid. But now, beneath the skin of Karren resided a soul named Chen Mo, hailing from the modern world. Despair and fear swirled like the ice and snow outside, yet deep within him, a spark of analytical resilience, characteristic of a graduate student, began to awaken. After finishing a small piece of bread, he felt utterly drained, leaning against the cold animal hide pillow, gasping for breath. Old Ivan cleaned the wooden bowl, casting a glance in his direction. Rest easy. I shall inform the Lord of your awakening. Remember, do not move around, where you risk reopening your wounds. There are not enough herbs to waste on you. The wooden door clicked shut behind old Ivan, leaving him alone once more in the dim light of the flickering lamp. On the wall hung a rusted hunting knife, its sheath engraved with a simple yet powerful bear head emblem, the symbol of House Mormont. Chen Mo, as Karren closed his eyes, fragments of memory still flickering in his mind. His mother's last words, Lyanna's innocent smile as she offered him wild fruits, the bone-chilling wind and terror as he fell from the cliff, and the sweeping, merciless, snowy world depicted in the opening credits of Game of Thrones. He had truly arrived here, in this world destined to be ravaged by war, betrayal, White Walkers, and dragons. Confusion and fear rose like a cold tide, nearly submerging him entirely. He did not know what to do, how to survive in a realm where human life was regarded as insignificant, nor did he know if there was any possibility of returning. Yet as his gaze swept over the empty wooden bowl once more, considering old Ivan's mention of scarce provisions, remembering that this body had a younger sister, Lyanna, in need of care, and thinking of the unfamiliar kin struggling to survive in the bitter cold. A faint yet tenacious resolve, like a sprout striving for life through a crack in the stone, began to emerge from the depths of his heart. No matter what lay ahead, no matter who he was, first and foremost, he must live. He opened his eyes again, gazing out at the swirling snowflakes, the confusion and fear still lingering but now accompanied by a hint of cold determination, one he had not even realized he possessed. His journey through this world of Game of Thrones may not have begun with an epic flourish, but with this bowl of unpalatable black bread, this drafty wooden cabin, and this merciless, frozen earth. Yet it had begun. Chapter 2. The Lord's examination, the door of the wooden cabin continued to let in the wind, like invisible ice blades slicing through the already scarce warmth within. The recently swallowed black bread felt like a cold, hard stone settling in his stomach, mingling with the astringent taste of melted snow, leaving Karren with an uncomfortable sensation of constriction in his throat. Leaning against the coarse animal hide pillow, he struggled to piece together the fragmented and chaotic memories of the original owner, mostly concerning the rugged terrain of Bear Island, a few indistinct faces of familiar tribesmen, and sporadic, unpleasant hunting experiences. At that moment, a heavy and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside. It was not the sluggish tread of old Ivan. This sound was steadier and more weighty, each step seemingly deliberate, as if crushing the snow beneath it, carrying an unspoken authority that could render the air itself stagnant. It resembled the most biting winter wind of Bear Island. Its presence felt even before its form could be seen. Karren's heart tightened abruptly, nearly ceasing to beat. Instinctively, he realized it was Karren Mormont, the Lord of Bear Island, the master of life and death in this frozen land. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open by a steady force, and the cold wind, far more brutal than old Ivan's, rushed in, causing the flames of the oil lamp to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing them. A tall and robust figure filled the doorway, resembling a moving snow-capped mountain. He wore a heavy cloak of dark bear fur, the edges still speckled with untouched snowflakes, and beneath it, the cold iron of chainmail was visible at the collar. His hair and beard had turned white, but were meticulously groomed, and his weathered face was most striking for his eyes, which resembled the surface of a frozen lake, sharp and cold, as if they could pierce through flesh to gaze into the hidden depths of the soul. This was Karren Mormont, the future Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Although Karren had seen this figure countless times on the screen, when those real eyes, imbued with the spirit of the North, fell upon him, the pressure stemming from the apex of the food chain caused every muscle in his body to tense, even suppressing the pain in his ribs. Karren spoke, his voice deeper and more gravelly than old Ivan's, bearing the roughness wrought by time and the northern winds. He did not step inside, but remained at the threshold, his gaze like two icy probes, scanning the bandaged left arm and pallid face of Karren. Now that you are awake, sit up straight. Mormont's kin, even in death, should hold their backs high, not slump like a pile of mud. Gritting his teeth, Karren endured the sharp pain radiating from his left arm and chest, using his uninjured right hand to brace against the bed, slowly and painfully shifting his upper body to sit against the cold wooden wall. He dared not meet those lake-like eyes, his gaze instinctively falling upon the broad longsword suspended at Karren's waist, its ancient hilt engraved with the Mormont bear sigil. Though it remained sheathed, an aura of lethal intent, born of blood and fire, radiated from it. In the fragments of the original owner's memories, Karren had once wielded this sword to behead 3 tribal warriors during an insurrection. My lord, Karren's voice trembled with dryness, half from pain and half from a deep-seated reverence for this absolute authority. He had yet to fully inhabit the identity of Karren, a student from a modern society, and the subconscious fear of facing such a medieval lord, especially one as formidable as Karren, was not easily dispelled. Finally, Karren moved. He stepped into the room, each footfall causing the modest wooden floorboards to groan under the weight. Approaching the bedside, he loomed over Karren, his gaze unabashedly scrutinizing, as if evaluating a newly repaired weapon, uncertain if its core had rotted away. The hunting party reported that you fell from Eagle's Beak while pursuing a white fox. Karren's tone was flat and devoid of emotion, yet was far more unsettling than a direct interrogation. Karren's heart jolted. In the original owner's memories, there was indeed a fragment of chasing a white fox, intended to craft a warm scarf for Lyanna. However, he was uncertain whether the fall was purely accidental or if there were other reasons. He dared not fabricate, replying cautiously based on the clearest memories. Yes, my lord. At the time, the snow was too thick covering the ice and I didn't see where I stepped. He made an effort to sound weak, an endeavor that required no pretense. Karren did not respond immediately, merely maintaining his penetrating gaze on Karren's eyes. That look was so penetrating that Karren felt as if all his disguises were stripped away. Every subtle expression, every quickening heartbeat could be detected and analyzed by Karren. Cold sweat soaked his thin undergarment, and he fought to suppress the rising fear, forcing himself to remain composed. He knew that before a clever fox like Karren, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, any hint of deliberate deceit could spell disaster. After a long, tense silence, Gior seemingly shifted his focus from the cause of the fall to another matter, leaning slightly forward, intensifying the pressure. Old Ivan said that upon waking, you actually consumed the black bread he provided without throwing it away in disgust, as you used to. Karren paused, quickly realizing this was another probing trap. He immediately followed Gior's lead, recalling the original owner's perception of being delicate and inconsiderate, and responded in a low voice, imbued with a perfect blend of post-traumatic haze and a touch of remorse. In winter, food is scarce. It must not be wasted. The tribesmen are all eating this. I should too. As he spoke, he keenly observed the slightest flicker in Gior's gaze. In the original owner's memories, Karren, having lost his mother early and raised by the stern Jor, had always been sensitive, spoiled, and had never touched such basic sustenance as black bread, let alone mention tribesmen and waste. Suddenly, Gior squatted down, bringing himself to nearly eye level with Karren. This movement allowed Karren to see more clearly the long, jagged scar at the corner of the old lord's eye, extending from the brow bone to the cheekbone, a remnant from a bygone battle with Iron Man pirates. You fell from the cliff. Gior's voice lowered further, like a cold wind sweeping across frozen earth. It appears you may have knocked out all the useless thoughts in your head. When I previously urged you to learn survival skills with a hunting party, you always claimed the cold hurt your bones. When I suggested you assist the old scholar with accounts and learn a few letters, you said it made you dizzy. Now, you seem to care about food and think of the tribesmen? Karren's heart raced like a drum. This was a blatant test of the root of his transformation. He could not exhibit any traits associated with Chen Mo and must attribute all changes to the accident of the fall. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to summon the most profound and resonant emotional fragments from the original owner's memories, his voice laced with a deliberately suppressed quaver and hoarseness. When I fell, I thought I was going to die before I closed my eyes. The last thing I remembered was my mother's words as she held my hand in her dying moments. She said, "To live well, to help you, my lord, to care for Lyanna, to safeguard Bear Island." By mentioning Mother and Lyanna, two names of great significance in the original owner's life, he discerned a barely perceptible softening in Gior's frozen gaze. The original owner's mother was a distant cousin of Jor, gentle in nature, and before her untimely death, she had entrusted both Karren and young Lyanna to Gior with great solemnity. Deep within, the old lord harbored a sense of responsibility and care for these two children, though his habitual sternness and lack of mirth had concealed this sentiment. Lyanna, just yesterday, she secretly came to ask me when you would awaken. Gior's voice seemed to lose some of its chilling coldness. That child said, "If brother wakes up, can he help me build a snowman?" A warmth flickered in Karren's heart. The hazy image of the little girl with horned braids from the first chapter became vividly clear. Lyanna Mormont, the little bear who, despite her youth, exuded an aura of strength in the original story, was now merely a child in need of her brother's companionship, one who felt fear at the thought of leaving. In this bone-chilling world, there existed a blood-related sister, akin to a flickering yet resolute flame igniting in the darkness. "Wait for me, until I am a bit better." Karren raised his head, attempting for the first time to meet Gior's gaze, infusing his eyes with sincerity. "I will go and help her build a snowman." Gior fixed his gaze upon Karren's eyes, remaining silent for an extended moment, as if weighing the authenticity of his words. Suddenly, he extended his rough, calloused hand and pressed it heavily upon Karren's uninjured right shoulder. The force was substantial, embodying a scrutiny from an elder towards a younger, mingled with a certain expectation. "The winters of Bear Island have never been easy." The old lord spoke slowly, each word striking Karren's heart like stones. "Last winter, 7 of our kin perished from freezing and starvation. This year's snowfall appears even more formidable than last. The supplies in our granaries, even if rationed, may not last until the thaw in spring. The Mormonts cannot rely solely on fortune for survival. We must depend on our own hands and intellect." Karren understood the underlying message. Gior was not merely engaging in idle chatter. He was observing and assessing whether this changed nephew had truly shed his past fragility and ineptitude, whether he possessed the worth to become a part of the family and share the burdens of Bear Island, even as a distant branch. He recalled old Ivan's seemingly complaining yet cautionary words about the dwindling supplies, the numb expressions of kin gnawing on black bread, and the image of Lyanna possibly trembling from hunger and cold. The comforts and abundance of modern society were mere illusions. At this moment, he was Karren Mormont, and to survive in this harsh north, he must demonstrate his worth. He must aid this family in weathering the storm. My lord, Karren inhaled deeply, suppressing the dryness in his throat and the pain in his body. Raising his gaze once more, his resolve firmer than before. I understand the difficulties of Bear Island. After I recover, I wish to try to do something. For instance, to see if I can find some, particularly frost-resistant vegetable seeds, or think of ways to make the hunting traps more effective. He dared not mention modern greenhouses or specific improvement plans, instead opting for vague terms like frost-resistant vegetables and more effective traps, both a test of waters and befitting a youth who had just undergone life and death, yearning for change. A flicker of faint surprise crossed Gio's eyes, only to be replaced by his usual composed demeanor. He released his hand from Karren's shoulder, stood up, and adjusted his heavy bear fur cloak. Your willingness is commendable. However, the winter of the north is a decree of the gods. Even the hardiest of wild grasses wither. To find vegetables that can survive the winter, do not hold too high hopes, lest you expend effort in vain, wasting the already scarce firewood. His tone exuded pure northern pragmatism, devoid of belief in any fanciful notions that defied logic and experience, lacking both ridicule and encouragement. Karren offered no retort. He understood that in this world, words held no power. Only results could speak. Much like in modern academia, no matter how sophisticated the theory, without supporting data and experiments, it remained mere rhetoric. Gio approached the door, his substantial figure blocking most of the light once more. He paused, not turning around, his voice clear. Take good care of your injury. Old Ivan will deliver medicine and food to you on schedule. If you require anything essential, have him inform me. With that, he strode out, the heavy sound of his footsteps fading into the wind and snow. The wooden door closed behind him, shutting out much of the cold wind and alleviating the oppressive weight of his presence. Karren leaned back against the fur pillow, realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat and his right palm was clammy with perspiration. That brief exchange had been 100 times more nerve-wracking than facing the most rigorous thesis defense. Failing the latter could be remedied, while here, should any sign of a fractured soul be detected, he might well face the pyre or the executioner's axe. Yet, he also felt a quiet relief. Though Gio harbored complete skepticism towards his vague, vegetable-growing idea, he did not outright dismiss him. Rather, he tacitly allowed old Ivan to continue providing basic medical care and sustenance. This at least indicated that the old lord recognized the changes in attitude he exhibited and was willing to grant him a limited period of observation and opportunity. He gazed out the window again. The snowfall seemed to have lessened somewhat, and a faint glimmer of light emerged from behind the leaden clouds. Gio's mention of Lyanna had added a layer of concern in his heart, while the old lord's words about survival and responsibility struck him like a whip, clarifying his current situation and the direction he must pursue. Confusion still lingered, but no longer dominated his emotions. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to safeguard his secret while utilizing Chen Mo's knowledge to procure a foothold in this world. Assessing the feasibility of greenhouses, discovering frost-resistant crops, and contemplating improvements to the traps. These fragments of modern knowledge were his only support. He must recover swiftly. He must produce tangible results. He must demonstrate to Gio and the people of Bear Island that this Karren who fell from Eagle's Nest was no longer a burdensome liability, but rather someone who might aid them in their struggle for survival in this relentless winter. Karren lifted his hand, gently touching the rough bandages on his left arm. The pain persisted, yet deep within his heart, something seemed to be breaking through the surface. He closed his eyes, beginning to meticulously search through his chaotic memories for any knowledge of survival that might save him in this moment. The winter of Bear Island was bitterly cold, yet the flicker of defiance and resilience belonging to the modern soul within him was ignited by the harsh reality, a fragile flame wavering in the cold wind, yet stubbornly refusing to be extinguished. Chapter 3. Lyanna's braids. The snow had ceased for 2 days, yet the winds of Bear Island howled with an even greater ferocity, slicing through the air like countless icy daggers against the wooden walls of the cabin, producing a persistent, mournful sound. Karren's left arm had shown signs of improvement. He was now able to engage in slight movements. The old scholar, while changing the dressing, had removed a layer of bandaging to reveal the gruesome, yet beginning to scab wound beneath. The pungent aroma of the herbs lingered in the air, serving as a stark reminder to Karren that his body was healing with a tenacity that transcended his modern understanding. Seated on the edge of the bed, he occupied himself with an old wooden box left behind by the original owner. Inside, there were no valuables, only a few smooth pebbles. Likely collected during childhood under the watchful eye of the original owner's mother, a yellowed sketch, with naive strokes depicting a little girl with braids, presumably Lyanna, and a small pouch carefully wrapped in coarse cloth, containing what old Ivan had previously glimpsed and remarked was a remnant from last autumn, brassica seeds that the original owner had cherished, though much of it had succumbed to mold. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door was gently rapped upon, the sound delicate, imbued with a hesitation and restraint that seemed at odds with his impressions of the northern temperament. Unlike old Ivan, who would have barged in unceremoniously, Karren lifted his gaze, suppressing the subtle ripples of emotion within, and replied, "Come in." The door creaked open slightly, revealing a small figure swathed in an ill-fitting, heavy fur coat. Two carefully braided yet slightly disheveled horns framed her face, followed by a small visage, slightly flushed from the cold. Her cheeks were childlike in their roundness, yet her eyes mirrored those of Geo, sharp and bright, now veiled by a layer of cautious scrutiny that belied her tender age. She stood 3 paces from the bed, neither advancing nor retreating, maintaining a safe distance that allowed for a quick retreat. It was Lyanna. Karren's heart skipped a beat. In the memories of the original owner, this sister had once trailed behind him like a little shadow, calling out brother with a sweet, ringing voice. However, as they grew older, the original owner's own sensitivity and timidity had rendered him uncertain on how to engage with this sister, who had also lost their parents and needed care. At times, he even distanced himself from her due to the whispers of others. Now, standing before him, she appeared smaller than the fragmented memories, yet more resolute, like a bramble struggling to survive amidst the frozen earth and rocky crevices, seemingly fragile, but with roots firmly gripping the cold ground. "You, Lyanna," she began, her voice thin and devoid of warmth, as if fulfilling an assigned task or validating a suspicion. "Are you feeling better?" Karren set aside the pouch of spoiled seeds, striving to relax his facial muscles and muster a smile as gentle as possible. "Much better. I can sit up now. And you? Haven't you been too cold these past few days?" He endeavored to infuse his tone with a naturalness befitting a true brother. Lyanna pressed her lips together, refraining from answering his attempt at closeness. Her keen gaze fell upon the seeds he had just set down, her small brows knitting together imperceptibly. "What do you intend to do with that?" "This is last year's turnip seed. Grandfather Ivan remarked that it has long been unusable and can only be fed to the chickens." Her keen observational skills were astonishing, as she could discern even the condition of the seeds with clarity. Karren silently lamented the precociousness of the child, which tugged at his heartstrings. He gently pushed the seed pouch towards her and spoke in a calm tone, "I wish to give it a try. Perhaps there are a few viable ones." Lyanna stepped forward, not out of affection, but to observe more closely. She picked up the seed pouch, opened the coarse cloth bag, and pinched a shriveled, withered seed between her fingertips, scrutinizing it intently before raising her gaze to Karren, her expression rife with skepticism. "How can one plant in winter? In the north? The earth is harder than stone in winter, even moss succumbs." Her tone mirrored that of Gior, imbued with the pragmatic nature and reverence for natural laws that were deeply ingrained in the northern folk, or perhaps a submission to them. Karren remained unfazed by her skepticism. Instead, he patiently elucidated while gesturing with his fingers in the air. "I intend to construct a shelter, with a wooden frame covered in animal hides to shield from the wind, allowing sunlight to penetrate from just one side. Perhaps then the soil within will not freeze as solidly." He simplified the principles of the greenhouse, using the most unadorned language, avoiding any terms beyond her comprehension. Lyanna's brow furrowed even tighter, her pigtails swaying gently as she tilted her head. "A shelter? Will it be effective?" Last year, the old scholar attempted to place the pots in the warmest corner of the house, and the seeds still did not germinate. She presented a counterexample with clear logic. "It's different," Karren continued to explain, speaking slowly. "The shelter I plan to build will always face the sun. At noon, I can slightly lift the animal hide to let warmth in. At night, I will seal it tightly to retain the heat. Moreover, I will break the soil into fine particles, mixing it with hay, akin to creating a cozy nest for your doll, making it loose and soft." He attempted to draw an analogy in a manner she could grasp. Lyanna listened quietly, refraining from further rebuttal, yet the skepticism in her eyes remained largely unchanged. She silently placed the seed pouch back on the low stump, her small frame still maintaining a distance. Karren understood that words were futile at this moment. He propped himself up, enduring discomfort to rise from the bed, and slowly made his way to the door, pushing it open just a crack. The cold wind rushed in like a predator that had found its opening, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck, the movement aggravating his wound and drawing a sharp intake of breath. I plan to seek out Grandfather Ivan today for some useless old timber and tattered animal hides. I'll start with a small trial. Lyanna followed him, standing by his side, gazing up at the corner of his mouth twitching slightly in pain, and suddenly asked, "Your injury hasn't healed. How will you build?" "Let us take it slow. There's no rush," Karren smiled, and as he looked down, he noticed her ears, reddened and even somewhat cracked from the cold, reminiscent of last winter's severe frostbite that had caused her to run a fever and nearly succumb. A wave of guilt and responsibility washed over him, and he instinctively reached out his hand, wishing to warm her icy ears. However, as he extended his hand, Lyanna recoiled abruptly like a startled fawn, nimbly evading his touch. Her delicate face bore little expression, yet the fleeting glimmer of wariness and detachment in her eyes pierced through him like a slender shard of ice. His hand froze in midair, and an indescribable pang of bitterness welled up within him. The gulf left by the original owner was not something that could be bridged in a day. He nonchalantly withdrew his hand, adjusted the thin collar of his garment, and spoke softly, "It is cold outside. Do not linger at the door in the wind. Please step inside and wait. I shall return shortly." Lyanna remained still, her gaze fixed upon his eyes for an extended moment, as if weighing the veracity of his words. Ultimately, with a tone of resolute determination, she quietly yet clearly declared, "I will accompany you." Old Ivan's wooden cabin stood to the west of the Lord's manor, even more dilapidated than the one where Karren resided. The entrance was cluttered with neatly split and uncut firewood, alongside several half-tanned hides exuding a pungent odor. Old Ivan was seated on the threshold, sharpening his hunting knife against a whetstone in the dim light. Upon noticing Karren and the following Lyanna, he lifted his gaze, his murky eyes revealing unabashed confusion and impatience. "Young Master Karren? Why are you out here in the wind instead of resting indoors?" His gaze swept over Karren's still-slinged left arm. "Grandfather Ivan," Karren approached him, his tone both courteous and resolute. "I wish to request some items from you. A few discarded pieces of wood, a torn and unusable hide, and some turnip seeds from last year. I wish to attempt constructing a small shelter and see if I can cultivate something." Old Ivan halted his sharpening, staring at Karren for several seconds before glancing at the silent Lyanna, who was pursing her lips. Suddenly, he emitted a short, hoarse laugh from his throat. "A shelter? Cultivate something? Young Master Karren, it seems you have not only injured your arm, but perhaps your wits as well. In the winter of the north, do you think that flimsy shelter can withstand the wind and the biting cold from the ground? If you plant those seeds, within 3 days, both the sprouts and seeds will freeze into icy clumps." His voice was loud, immediately drawing the attention of several passers-by from the nearby tribe. A burly hunter with a full beard, whom Karren recalled as God, shouldered his hunting spear and laughed heartily. "Young Master Karren, if you are so idle that you are growing fur, why not join me in the woods to set some traps and stretch your limbs? Farming is a task for women and the elderly. What is there to fuss about?" Another woman carrying a water bucket stopped as well, echoing with a sense of superiority born from experience. "Exactly. Last winter, I, against all odds, tried to keep some beans warm by the stove, and they all rotted. What a waste of firewood." The mocking and unabashed discussions rained down upon Karren like hail. Lyanna stood beside him, her small hand quietly gripping the frayed edge of the tattered beast-skin coat. She cast a swift glance at Colin, noting his expression was devoid of anger or shame. With her head bowed, she focused intently on the tips of her toes, her petite frame rigid yet unmoving. Colin remained calm, choosing not to argue. He understood that these people bore no malice. They had been shaped by the prolonged and cruel winter into harsh realists. Deeply convinced that actions defying ancestral wisdom and natural laws were destined to be futile jokes, he simply gazed steadily at old Ivan, reiterating his request with a hint of earnestness in his tone. "Grandfather Ivan, I do not require fine timber. I will make do with the old, smoke-heavy wood piled over there. The beast skins can be worn and tattered. Even fragments will suffice. Even if they fail to thrive, they would not waste much. But should they prove even slightly useful, perhaps we could have a bit more to eat during winter, and Lyanna might savor something novel." Old Ivan scrutinized him for a considerable time, his weathered eyes darting between him and Lyanna. Ultimately, he let out a heavy sigh, as if surrendering to a stubborn fool's argument. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laden with indifference. "Very well, if you wish to be foolish, so be it. The old wood is in that corner, and the torn beast skins are piled in the room. Go fetch them yourself. There's still half a bag of seeds in the grain store corner. They were meant to be discarded for the chickens anyway. But let me make this clear. If they do not grow, do not come crying to me, and do not expect me to provide you with a second chance." "Thank you, Grandfather Ivan." Colin replied immediately, a sincere smile of relief breaking across his face. He spoke no further, turning towards the pile of crooked, snow-buried wood. The timber was somewhat heavy, and unable to exert strength with his left arm, he could only drag one out with his right hand, causing his form to sway unsteadily as he walked. At that moment, Lyanna suddenly jogged over, extending her frostbitten red hands to quietly support the other end of the wood. Karren paused, looking down at her. The little girl's face remained taut, devoid of expression, yet her eyes, reminiscent of Jiao's, sparkled with undeniable determination. "I can lift it," she stated softly but resolutely. Karren did not refuse again. Instead, he adjusted his stance to make it easier for her. Together, they silently labored, dragging the old piece of wood toward the southern, wind-sheltered patch of ground by Karren's cabin that he had already deemed suitable. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to mock, began to murmur less, their complex curiosity toward the odd pair, a large and small, one injured and one weak, growing. Yet, no one approached to deride them further. The entire afternoon, Karren busied himself in the clearing. He clumsily constructed a framework, barely half his height, with the old wood, then painstakingly bound the mismatched beast skins to it with coarse jute rope, leaving one side facing south as a light aperture. Lyanna consistently stood by, silently assisting him by handing over shorter wooden sticks, untangling the twisted hemp ropes, or bracing the swaying frame with her petite body while he secured the animal skins. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the snow-covered ground in a soft golden hue, a rudimentary structure, bordering on unsightly, finally trembled into existence. It was small, barely large enough to accommodate a complete wooden basin, and the animal skins bore several irreparable holes through which the cold wind could easily infiltrate. Yet, at the very least, it could shield against most of the wind, and the opening facing south welcomed the last warmth of the sunset. Karren rummaged through a corner of the grain cellar to find a half bag of forgotten turnip seeds, seeking out 2 chipped clay pots. He filled them with crushed, frost-laden soil mixed with hay, delicately burying the few seeds that appeared somewhat plump, positioning them as close to the light as possible within the makeshift shelter. Lyanna squatted beside him, hugging her knees, gazing at the lifeless surface of the soil in the pots. After a moment, she softly inquired, almost to herself, "Will they truly sprout?" Karren crouched beside her, contemplating this humble ground of hope they had laboriously crafted together. Though primarily his endeavor, her presence had never wavered. He offered no affirmative response, merely gazing at the last warm streaks on the horizon, whispering, "I do not know, but we must try." Lyanna lifted her head, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon her face, softening the typically stern expression she bore. She neither nodded nor spoke further, instead silently redirecting her gaze toward the 2 clay pots. That evening, when old Ivan brought dinner, he observed the small shelter standing against the biting wind, then glanced at Karren and Lyanna, who were seated beside it, using the fading light to remove splinters from their hands. Ultimately, he said nothing, simply placing down a wooden bowl filled with dark bread and thin meat broth, letting out an almost imperceptible sigh as he turned to leave. As night deepened, the winds of Bear Island continued to roar outside. Karren lay in bed, listening to the howling wind, pondering the drafty shelter, the silent yet resolute figure of Lyanna, and the doubtful gazes of his kin. The road ahead seemed long and hope appeared dim. Yet, at the very least, he had taken the first step. And this initial step had not been taken alone. Chapter 4. The first plank of the shelter on a morning in Bear Island. The sea mist, laden with chill, seeped into the bones. Karren was roused by the incessant, mocking chatter outside his window. He creaked open the wooden door to find several early risers from his tribe gathered around the makeshift shelter he had erected the day before, pointing and whispering. "Look at its crooked form. A gust of wind could easily carry it away. With this ramshackle wood and tattered animal skins, does he truly believe he can cultivate anything in winter? It seems Master Karren has lost his wits. Miss Lyanna is foolishly following suit." As their whispers quieted upon noticing his emergence, the unmasked glances of skepticism and disdain pierced through him like needles. Lyanna was already beside the shelter, diligently attempting to straighten a wooden stick that had been dislodged by the night's wind, her small face taut as she remained oblivious to the disparaging remarks. Karren chose to disregard their gazes. He approached the greenhouse, scrutinizing it with care. Indeed, the fierce winds of the night had torn several openings in the beast hides, and after the snow melted in the southern light, a thin layer of ice had formed. The soil in the wooden basin was frozen solid. The harshness of the north exceeded his wildest imaginings. "I must first patch these holes," he murmured to himself, surveying the surroundings for usable materials. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a corner where dried hay and several pieces of failed tanned hides were stacked, intended for firewood. Just as he was about to retrieve them, A coarse voice interrupted him. Save your energy, young Master Karren. Instead of wasting time, it would be more practical to chop more firewood. It was the hunter Grum, a robust man renowned for his bluntness, perhaps even cruelty. He hoisted a bundle of freshly chopped wood, a smirk of derision plastered on his face. Karren paused his actions and calmly replied, "It never hurts to try. If it succeeds, we might have more food to share this winter." Grum scoffed and turned away, leaving a few tribesmen nearby chuckling quietly. Karren fell silent, resuming his task of gathering hay and scraps of hide. Lyanna observed him, glanced at Grum's retreating figure, pressed her lips together, and began to assist him in collecting the relatively soft hay. The repair work progressed slowly and laboriously. Karren could only exert force with one hand, making the binding appear exceedingly clumsy. Lyanna endeavored to help, but her strength was insufficient, struggling even to tighten the coarse hemp rope. At that moment, a stifled cry of pain echoed from a distance. Karren raised his head to see a young hunter crouched on the ground, clutching his hand, blood seeping through his fingers. Nearby lay a hunting knife and a chunk of frozen jerky. He had evidently slipped while attempting to cut the food and injured himself. That was Torrent, a reticent young man. The onlookers cast a glance but seemed unperturbed, as such minor injuries occurred almost daily in the north. Karren felt a surge of concern. He set aside his task and hurried over. "Don't move. Let me see," he said, crouching before Torrent. The young man regarded him warily but gradually relaxed his grip. A long but shallow cut marred his palm, blood flowing profusely. Karren recalled the herbs old Ivan had used on his wounds, which possessed antiseptic and anti-inflammatory properties. The memories of the original owner stirred vaguely, while Chen Mo's modern knowledge provided a clearer understanding of their principles. He scanned the vicinity and soon found a few clumps of dark green grass, which had not entirely withered even in winter, nestled in the sheltered crevices of the stones. He gathered some, chewed it to a pulp. This was the quickest method of disinfection he could devise, albeit primitive. The bitter juice filled his mouth. He then applied the chewed herbs to Torrent's wound, tearing a relatively clean corner from his own undergarment, and, using one hand and his teeth in a clumsy yet determined manner, he bandaged the injury. "Press down here," Karren instructed, "when you return. Find a way to heat some water and clean the area around the wound. Do not use snow to wipe it. If you find more of this grass, crush it and apply it again." Torrent gazed at him in astonishment, the pain in his hand seemingly alleviated. He had never witnessed a young master act in such a manner. The surrounding clansmen fell silent, observing Karren's unexpected gesture. "How do you understand this?" Torrent could not help but inquire, his voice hoarse. Karren lowered his eyelids, and, drawing from the fragmented memories of the original owner, replied ambiguously, "I was injured before. I have seen the old scholar do this." He paused, adding a remark more reminiscent of Chen Mo, "The wound is unclean and prone to festering. At that point, he may lose the entire hand." Torrent's countenance shifted, instinctively tightening his bandaged hand. Karren chose not to elaborate further, rising to continue mending his greenhouse. This time, the murmurs around them diminished significantly, the gazes now imbued with complexity. After a while, Torrent approached silently, grasping a length of rope that Karren had previously struggled to tighten. With his robust hands and strength, he effortlessly secured it. "Thank you," he whispered, hastily departing as if fearing Karren might utter more words. Lyanna looked up at Karren, her large eyes shimmering with a new, ineffable brilliance. When old Ivan arrived at noon with the meal, he noticed the reinforced greenhouse, still humble but no longer drafty, and heard about the events of the morning. He handed Karren a wooden bowl containing dark bread and the usual thin meat broth, his gaze lingering on the greenhouse for a moment before shifting to Karren's bandage, now stained with fresh blood from his labor. "That lad Torrent, his hand is fine now." Old Ivan spoke abruptly, his tone still rigid, yet seemingly less dismissive than before. "Your peculiar methods with herbs are not entirely without merit." Karren accepted the wooden bowl, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Old Ivan observed his calm demeanor, glanced at Lyanna beside him, nibbling on bread while her gaze remained fixated on the greenhouse, and ultimately said nothing further before turning to leave. Yet, as he departed, his footsteps seemed lighter than usual. In the afternoon, Karren continued to refine his greenhouse. He noted that Grum, who had previously mocked him, though still keeping his distance, had ceased his jeering. When Karren needed a larger stone to secure the corner of the structure, another woman who had been watching silently kicked a suitable stone toward him from her feet. Progress remained slow, and resistance was ever present. No one believed that this ramshackle structure could yield anything substantial. However, a subtle, ineffable transformation was quietly unfolding. Karren was no longer merely a young master with a damaged mind. He exhibited certain qualities that could perhaps be deemed useful. As dusk fell, Karren placed the pot of seeds back into the greenhouse, using every scrap of cloth and hay he could find to seal every possible draft. Lyanna stood beside him, softly asking, "Brother, will Tyrindal's hand be all right? If he follows my advice, it should be." Karren gazed at the solitary warmth of the greenhouse, which appeared even more desolate in the twilight, and softly replied, "Like this shed, it may seem futile, yet one must endeavor." The winds of the north remained piercingly cold. However, Karren understood that his harvest today encompassed not only the greenhouse, whose prospects remained dim, but also the soil that had shifted ever so slightly from yesterday. In this frigid, frozen earth, any change was hard-earned. He required greater patience and more tangible actions, like those of today, to gradually chip away at this frozen world, rather than relying on empty words. Chapter 5. The resonance of the bastard. The chilling winds of Bear Island seemed endless, yet miraculously, after several days, Karren's humble greenhouse had not been blown down. Although belief in its potential to create miracles remained scarce, the overt mockery had diminished significantly. Occasionally, the provisions sent by old Ivan included an extra piece of dried salted fish or a richer broth. Karren realized this was not an endorsement, but rather a feeble gesture of acknowledgement for his efforts, or perhaps an indirect response to his assistance with Torrent. That morning, Lord Gior summoned him to the Lord's Hall. The heavy bearskin carpet could not dispel the chill within the stone structure, where the old lord stood before a rough map of the north, his brow furrowed. "Karren." Gior did not turn, his voice low. "How is your injury?" "It has improved, my lord," Karren replied cautiously, pondering the purpose of this summons. "There is unrest beyond the stony shore. A few young brutes believe King Robert's laws do not apply to them." Gior's finger pointed to a location on the map. "Winterfell needs to be informed of the details and must reaffirm House Stark's authority. We of Bear Island must also declare our stance." He turned, his gaze as frigid as a glacial lake, resting on Karren. "Send a shipment of prime bear pelts and pickled fish to Winterfell as tribute from Bear Island, and to signify our support for Lord Eddard in handling this matter. Old Ivan is aging, and the hunting party cannot do without Got. You have traveled to Winterfell on my behalf before, and you know the way." Karren's heart raced at the thought of going to Winterfell. This would afford him the opportunity to encounter the Stark family and those pivotal figures whose fates were fraught with adversity in the original tale. Yet, he swiftly quelled the tumult within, merely bowing slightly. "Yes, my lord. I shall see to it." "Remember," Gior's tone bore an unmistakable warning, "you represent House Mormont. Even if only a cadet branch. Speak little, observe much. Keep your impractical thoughts to yourself. Do not embarrass Bear Island before Eddard Stark." "I understand," Karren replied softly. On the day of departure, Lyanna accompanied him to the dock. The sea breeze was strong, causing her petite figure to sway slightly. She pressed a small, smooth white pebble, her cherished possession, into Karren's hand, whispering, "Brother, take this. Winterfell is vast. Do not lose your way." Karren clutched the stone, warmed by her palm, and felt a surge of tenderness. "Wait for me to return." He gently ruffled her hair, and this time, she did not flinch. The voyage proved more arduous than he remembered. The frigid sea, the turbulent vessel, and the meager sustenance all served as stark reminders of the world's backwardness and hardships. Upon once more beholding the imposing silhouette of Winterfell, constructed from gray stones and rendered even more majestic against the clear winter sky, an unusual sense of belonging surged within him. At least here, civilization seemed a notch above Bear Island. He was announced, guided through the heavy gates and snow-laden courtyards. Winterfell remained bustling, with servants and guards perpetually in motion. He was led to a side chamber of the great hall to await Lord Ned Stark, who was occupied with affairs of state. As he waited in silence, a tense argument echoed from behind a nearby column. "Why can't I go? I am also my father's son." A youthful voice, stubborn and filled with grievance, protested. "Mind your place, Jon Snow," retorted another, a slightly arrogant young man's voice. "That gathering is for lords and knights from across the realm, not for you." Colin felt a stirring within him and quietly shifted his position, peering through the stone column's gaps to catch sight of a familiar figure, much younger than he remembered, with dark hair and gray eyes. His face still bearing the remnants of youthful innocence, yet those eyes were filled with a depth of endurance and discontent that belied his years. He was clad in simple gray attire, a stark contrast to the well-dressed, haughty young attendant, likely the offspring of some minor noble. Jon Snow, the future Night's Watch Ranger, the resurrected one, the king in the north. At this moment, he was merely a boy ostracized from the core social circles of his family due to his status as a bastard. After the young attendant finished speaking, he disdainfully scoffed and turned to leave. Jon stood alone, fists clenched, his body trembling slightly, like a wounded wolf licking its own wounds. Colin observed in silence, recalling his own position on Bear Island, the Mormont cadet branch, a status that similarly bore an intangible veil of separation. He was not central, his presence mattered little to many. This sense of marginalization allowed him to resonate with Jon's current state of mind on a level that transcended mere narrative comprehension. He did not approach immediately. Only when Jon appeared somewhat steadied, preparing to depart quietly, did Colin emerge from behind the column, feigning a recent arrival. Upon seeing him, Jon paused, particularly alert when he spotted the bare sigil of House Mormont on Colin's fur coat, an expression of caution and distance flickering in his gray eyes. He was evidently accustomed to being looked down upon. "Lost your way?" Colin inquired, his tone calm, devoid of pity or obsequiousness, akin to speaking to an ordinary wayward soul. "Lord Ned should be in the great hall over there." Jon regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, as if assessing whether he was akin to the earlier attendant. "I know," he replied, his voice low and guarded. Colin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, simply passing by. Yet, in the fleeting moment they brushed past each other. He whispered in a tone only they could hear, as if speaking to himself. "A pack of wolves does not abandon its brother for the color of his fur. What matters is whether you possess the teeth and claws of a wolf." The words fell upon Jon's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of contemplation through his mind. He abruptly raised his gaze toward Karren's retreating figure. This unfamiliar young man from Bear Island, devoid of sympathy and moralizing, articulated the intrinsic value of what Jon yearned to prove deep within himself, transcending mere lineage. Karren did not look back. He strode directly toward the great hall, aware that the seed had been sown. Excessive attention and deliberate camaraderie would yield counterproductive results. In the sensitive heart of a youth, a chance remark, free from condescension, often wields more power than lengthy discourses. During the brief encounter with Ned Stark, where he presented the bare skin, Karren maintained a demeanor of quiet dignity, entirely befitting a cadet of a cadet house escorting a tribute. Ned offered him only perfunctory encouragement, his gaze lingering on the bare skin longer than on Karren's face. Upon exiting, Karren encountered Jon once more in the courtyard. This time, Jon did not shy away from meeting his gaze. "You are from Bear Island?" Jon ventured, his voice still soft. "Karren Mormont," he replied, omitting any titles. "Jon Snow." Jon introduced himself in turn. After a fleeting silence, as if summoning great resolve, he inquired, "What did you mean by what you said earlier?" Karren met his earnest gaze, sensing that a preliminary trust had been established. Rather than answering directly, he posed a question. "Did Ser Roderick teach you swordsmanship?" Jon nodded. "Did he ever instruct you on how to anticipate your opponent's next move when visibility is poor?" Karren shared insights derived from his synthesis of modern combat theory and fragmentary memories, emphasizing the importance of feeling the opponent's shifts in weight and listening to the sound of their footsteps. This topic evidently piqued Jon's interest. The shadows in his eyes dissipated, replaced by focus and curiosity. The two stood in the cold courtyard, engaging in a low, earnest conversation. Karren refrained from imparting profound theories, opting instead to share practical tips on enhancing observation and reaction speed. He deliberately sidestepped any sensitive topics regarding identity or the future. When their discussion concluded and they parted ways, Jon's expression had transformed entirely. The initial wariness and detachment had given way to a glimmer of recognition, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Karren understood that this was not friendship, at least not yet. Rather, it was a connection forged from shared circumstances and limited understanding, a fragile resonance quietly established between two marginalized souls amid a harsh reality. As he retraced his steps to the docks, Karren clutched the smooth stone Lyanna had given him, feeling its weight in his pocket. This visit to Winterfell had not only fulfilled his task, more importantly, he had discovered a potential ally who might truly comprehend this world. Though the path ahead remained fraught with thorns, he was no longer traversing this cold land in utter solitude. Chapter 6. Ned's caution. The study in Winterfell's main castle was more austere, yet imposing than Karren had envisioned. On the heavy stone walls hung several worn tapestries and a vast map of the north. A sizable wooden desk was cluttered with scrolls and letters, while flames roared in the fireplace, dispelling the eternal chill of the north, yet failing to alleviate the weighty atmosphere that lingered in the air. Eddard Stark sat behind the desk, not clad in resplendent lordly attire, but rather in practical dark leather armor, as if ready to mount a steed at any moment. His countenance appeared younger than what Karren had witnessed on screen, yet bore a deeper melancholy, with an indelible weight of responsibility and toil etched upon his brow. Those renowned gray eyes now regarded Karren with a calm intensity, Devoid of the overt sharpness of Gior, they possessed a profound depth, akin to the hot springs buried deep beneath Winterfell, tranquil on the surface, yet brimming with latent power and enigma. Karren Mormont, Eddard began, his voice steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lord Gior mentioned you in his letter. The bear pelts and salted fish have been accounted for, and the matters concerning the stony shore will be managed from Winterfell. His words were succinct and direct, devoid of superfluous pleasantries. Thank you, my Lord Stark, Karren replied, inclining slightly, his demeanor respectful yet not overly humble. He presented a small wooden box wrapped in plain linen, stating, "This is a message entrusted to me by Lord Gior. Not a tribute, but rather a compilation of observations regarding the winter game trails gathered by the Bear Island hunting party. The Lord believes it may serve as a reference for the hunting teams of Winterfell." This was his meticulously prepared key to the door of opportunity. He refrained from presenting an avant-garde prediction of animal migrations, instead compiling fragmented hunting experiences from the memories of the original owner, blended with his rudimentary understanding of animal behavior, into a more systematic and detail-oriented set of notes. Observations focusing on aspects like the depth of tracks in relation to time and the condition of droppings concerning the health of prey. The content remained within the realm of the northern hunter's comprehension, yet offered a more nuanced perspective with meticulous documentation. Eddard accepted the wooden box, but did not open it immediately. He merely set it upon the desk, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rough edges of the box. Gior mentioned in his letter that you have changed quite a bit since your fall, he remarked, his gray eyes locking onto Karren S. His tone plain yet imbued with an invisible pressure. You have become more attuned to the livelihoods of your kin, and more inclined to think critically. A slight tension gripped Karren S. heart. He understood that this was the true test. Lowering his gaze to the cold crevices of the stone floor, he responded with the prepared words that conveyed just the right amount of youthful trepidation and enlightenment. Indeed, my Lord Stark, the proximity to death during the fall awakened me. I found much of what I previously valued to be rather absurd. Witnessing my kin suffer from hunger and cold during the winter made me realize that I ought to do something, even if it is merely to document what the seasoned hunters already know yet have not taken the time to record. He refrained from mentioning grandiose plans, instead emphasizing the transformation brought about by his near-death experience and his responsibility towards his kin, aligning with the potential introspection of a youth and the northern values that cherish family and duty. Eddard remained silent for a moment, his gaze still fixed on Karren, seemingly assessing the sincerity behind his words. The only sound in the study was the crackling of burning firewood in the hearth. At last, he reached out to open the wooden box, retrieving the rough parchment within. As he unfurled it, his gaze swiftly swept across the simple diagrams drawn with charcoal and the neatly inscribed annotations, thanks to Chen Mo's meticulous writing habits. Initially, his expression remained unchanged, yet as he delved deeper into the text, his brow ever so slightly furrowed. The details recorded within, such as inferring the time of animal passage through the thickness of the snow's icy crust, and determining the age structure of the deer herd by the height of the bark stripped away and the marks left by their teeth, were indeed more intricate and organized than the customary reports from the hunting team of Winterfell. This was not a groundbreaking revelation, but rather a testament to a rare, almost scholarly habit of induction and analysis. Did you compile this? Ned raised his head, directing a less scrutinizing, more inquisitive gaze towards Karren. Most of it comes from the oral accounts of the elders from the hunting team. I merely recorded their scattered words and attempted to illustrate them cohesively, Karren answered cautiously, attributing the credit to the hunters of Bear Island while downplaying his own role. I believe this presentation offers greater clarity. Ned nodded, gently placing the parchment back upon the table. He displayed neither surprise nor admiration, merely stating in a tone of factual observation, "It is quite detailed. The hunters of the North survive by their experience, yet to document such experience is no trivial task." He paused, shifting his focus slightly. Maester Luwin may find this intriguing. He has long wished to systematically compile knowledge of the flora and fauna of the North. Karren felt a wave of relief wash over him, aware that he had taken a step in the right direction. He had piqued the other's interest without inciting undue suspicion. During your visit, did Lord Gior have any other instructions besides delivering these items? Ned inquired, bringing the conversation about the parchment to a close. None, my Lord Stark. The Lord merely instructed me to attend to my duties and return to Bear Island promptly. Karren replied respectfully. Very well. Ned rose, signaling the impending conclusion of their meeting. Winterfell shall remember Bear Island's loyalty. Travel safely and convey my regards to Lord Gior. Yes, my Lord Stark. Karren bowed once more, then exited the study under the weight of that steady gaze. Only upon stepping out of the keep and feeling the cold air fill his lungs did Karren sense the intangible pressure somewhat lift. He understood that this meeting had not yet earned him the trust of Ned Stark. The Northern Guardian had simply marked him as a potentially different, yet watchful scion of House Mormont. There was no appreciation, no favoritism, only a limited attention grounded in responsibility and caution. But this was sufficient for him at this moment. Avoiding animosity and suspicion while leaving behind a trace of meticulous, useful impression was the best possible start. Trust, much like the walls of Winterfell, must be built stone by stone, enduring trials and tribulations, slowly erected. Later that day, Karren encountered Maester Luwin in the courtyard. The kindly elder smiled at him and said, "Young Master Karren, Lord Ned has asked me to review your records regarding the traces of prey. They are quite insightful. Should you have similar observations in the future, do not hesitate to bring them to Winterfell." Karren humbly expressed his gratitude. He was aware that the path to the heart of House Stark was long and arduous. Yet he had discovered the first, perhaps the most solid, foothold to showcase his worth, rather than merely indulging in ambitious rhetoric. As he stepped aboard the vessel bound for Bear Island, casting a glance back at the imposing gray castle, the trepidation and excitement he once felt had been supplanted by a tranquil resolve. The seeds he had sown, be they the faint hopes within the warm greenhouse of Bear Island or the slight attention garnered in Winterfell, required time and patience to nurture. The North harbors no belief in miracles, only in the fruits of labor and the passage of time. And what he possessed in abundance was the patience gleaned from another world. Chapter 7. The journey home and the cornerstone. The voyage back to Bear Island seemed more tumultuous than the journey there. Leaden clouds hung low, threatening to descend at any moment, while the biting wind whipped up the briny spray of the sea, relentlessly battering the frail wooden vessel. Calen tightened the grip on his slightly oversized, tattered bear cloak, a parting gift from old Ivansay, who had cautioned him against freezing to death en route, thus bringing shame upon House Mormont. Clutched in his arms were two items: a small scroll of rudimentary illustrations of common herbs from the north, a gift from Maester Luwin. Though crude, it was preferable to nothing, and the details of his brief encounter with Ned Stark, which replayed incessantly in his mind. There were no promises, no accolades, only a meticulously detailed assessment and the subsequent goodwill extended by Maester Luwin. This seemingly trivial acknowledgement, in Calen's eyes at that moment, was more precious than any gold or silver. It represented the first cornerstone he had acquired in this world, belonging to him, Calen, rather than the Mormont name. As the familiar yet desolate silhouette of Bear Island emerged from the mist, an odd sense of belonging welled up within Calen. By the dock, old Ivansay and several clansmen awaited him, their expressions embodying the stoic indifference characteristic of the Northmen. "The cargo has arrived?" Ivansay inquired, taking the rope with a straightforward demeanor. "It has. Lord Ned accepted the tribute and asked me to convey his regards to Lord Jor," Calen replied, feeling his stomach, which had been unsettled for days, finally find stability upon stepping onto solid ground. He intentionally omitted his observations and conversations with Maester Luwin. Ivansay nodded, refraining from further questions, merely appraising him. "No missing limbs. You seem well enough. The Lord is awaiting your report in the hall." Within the Lord's hall, Karren Mormont stood before the map, as if he had not shifted from his position during Calen's absence. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his gaze piercing. How did the matter unfold? Calen succinctly recounted the events, placing particular emphasis on Ned's commendation regarding the quality of the bear pelts, which pertained to the family's honor, and his resolve concerning the incident at the Iron Islands. Finally, he casually mentioned, "Additionally, I compiled some scattered insights on winter tracking that I recalled from conversations with the seasoned hunters and presented them to Lord Ned." Maester Luwin remarked that they held some value for reference. He did not embellish his words. His tone was as unassuming as one discussing the pleasantness of the weather. Gior's eyebrows flickered imperceptibly. "Maester Luwin? He truly said that?" "Indeed, my lord. Sir Bachelor has provided me with a compendium of herbs, suggesting it may prove useful." Karren retrieved the rough parchment from his bosom and offered it with both hands. Gio accepted it, swiftly perusing the contents before raising his gaze to Karren. His scrutiny had lessened, replaced by an ineffable depth of understanding. After a brief silence, he returned the compendium to Karren. "Put it away. Since the Bachelor bestowed it upon you, take the time to familiarize yourself with it. Bear Island is in dire need of remedies. Knowing more about herbs can only be advantageous." He paused, his tone still somber, yet somehow less frigid. "This time, you didn't cause any trouble. You may rest now." "Yes, my lord." Karren bowed and withdrew. He understood that this seemingly insignificant acknowledgement from the Bachelor of Winterfell had quietly shifted his standing in the Lord's eyes. He had transformed from a troublesome subject of scrutiny into a potentially valuable member of the household. Upon exiting the Lord's Hall, Karren did not return immediately to his wooden abode, but instead made his way to the open space. His humble greenhouse still stood there, appearing even more dilapidated after the relentless onslaught of wind and snow. The animal skins draped over it were torn in several places, resembling a dying patient. When tribesmen passed by, they still cast glances his way, but no longer were they merely mocking. There was an amalgamation of curiosity, observation, and perhaps a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. He crouched down, inspecting the soil within the ceramic pot inside the greenhouse, which remained frozen solid, devoid of any signs of life. "I told you it wouldn't work." A voice emerged from beside him. It was the hunter, Gloom, who bore a freshly caught snow hare. His tone was still direct, yet lacked the previous sharpness. If this could yield vegetables, even wild men would be clothed in silk. Karren refrained from rebuttal, instead gesturing towards the snow hare resting on Gloom's shoulder. "This hare has sustained an injury to its left foreleg. It hasn't healed properly, causing it to veer to the right when it runs. When setting traps, place an additional one in the direction it instinctively avoids. Your chances of success will increase." Gloom paused, instinctively glancing at the hare's leg before looking back at Karren with surprise. The perspective embedded within those words starkly contrasted with his usual approach of relying solely on brute strength and experience in hunting. "How did you discern that?" "Just a guess," Karren replied, rising and brushing the snow from his hands. "I once overheard an elder from the hunting team mention it, and took note." He said no more and began to repair the damaged greenhouse. This time, he did not struggle alone as he had previously. He sought out some pliable vines and attempted to reinforce the structure using the knot techniques he remembered. As he strained to pull a vine taut, a coarse hand reached out to steady the swaying framework. It was Torlund, the young hunter he had assisted with his wounds. The makeshift bandage had been removed, and the injury appeared to have healed well. Torlund remained silent, merely supporting the wooden frame until Karren secured the vine. "Is your hand healed?" Karren inquired. "Yes," Torlund replied quietly, releasing his grip and swiftly departing, much like he had done before. However, this time, Karren gazed at his retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. He noticed that several of his kin, who had previously regarded him with disdain, exchanged furtive glances when Torlund approached to offer assistance, before silently averting their eyes. In the evening, when old Ivan delivered dinner, alongside the customary dark bread and meat soup, there was an additional small piece of visibly fatty cured meat in the bowl. As commanded by the Lord, it was a gesture acknowledging his arduous journey to Winterfell. Old Ivan set down the bowl, casting a sweeping glance over the refurbished greenhouse. Grunting softly, seemingly impressed by the transformation, Karren accepted the bowl, murmuring his thanks. He regarded the piece of cured meat, then glanced outside at the greenhouse, which appeared even more desolate in the twilight. Hope remained elusive, and obstacles still loomed large. Yet he could sense the frozen earth beginning to yield ever so slightly. What he brought back was not merely the herbal compendium from Bachelor Ruin, but more importantly, a glimmer of possibility. This young Master Karren, who had plummeted from the cliff, might not be entirely without merit. He could speak in Winterfell, even if only to the scholar. He could tend to wounds, and he seemed to grasp some unique insights. This prospect, akin to a faint firefly in the darkness, was insufficient to illuminate the path ahead. But it was enough to prompt those accustomed to the shadows to instinctively adjust their positions and attitudes, slowly savoring the salty yet rich cured meat. Karren felt warmth spreading through his cold body. He understood that the journey towards true recognition and trust was still long. However, he had successfully transformed the intangible capital gained from his expedition to Winterfell into a solid foundation upon which to establish himself on Bear Island. Moving forward, he needed to construct something genuinely convincing upon this foundation, whether it be a greenhouse capable of sprouting life or a more effective trap to be validated in the next hunt. The path must be traversed step by step. Chapter 8. The glimmer of the greenhouse the morning on Bear Island was still chilled by the biting wind. Yet there seemed to be a barely perceptible hint of life, as moisture in the air. As Karren pushed open the wooden door, his first instinct was to check on his greenhouse. After several days of repairs and reinforcements, coupled with a slight warming trend, much of the snow atop the roof had melted, and fine droplets of water clung to the animal hides, letting light in from the southern side. Lyanna was already there, meticulously clearing the icicles from the eaves with a small shovel, fearful that they might fall and damage the structure. Upon seeing Karren, her eyes sparkled momentarily, though she did not rush over as she had before. Instead, she softly remarked, "Brother, Look, the roof is dripping. Karren approached, extending his hand into the greenhouse. A gentle warmth, distinctly different from the bone-chilling cold outside, enveloped his fingers. A stirring sensation coursed through him as he examined the soil in the earthen pot. The surface frost seemed to have softened somewhat, no longer as hard as iron. There is hope, he whispered, almost as if to himself. Really? Lyanna looked up, her small face a mixture of skepticism and anticipation. The soil is not as hard, which means it has indeed warmed up a bit inside, Karren explained. But for the seeds to sprout, it must be warmer still, and sunlight is essential. At that moment, Aunt Martha hurriedly approached with a small ceramic pot in hand. Her face etched with concern. Mr. Colin, she began, somewhat hesitantly, the wound on young Torlin's hand has healed, but in recent days it has started to redden and itch again. Do you still have that herbal remedy you provided? Or is there an alternative solution? Colin understood immediately. It was common for wounds to itch during the healing process, yet in such unsanitary conditions, scratching could easily lead to reinfection. He recalled the herbal compendium given to him by Bachelor Ruin. Aunt Martha, do not fret. Please follow me, he urged, guiding her back to the wooden cabin. He retrieved the coarse sheepskin parchment and, using the light streaming through the window, meticulously examined it. Soon, he identified a common plant, mugwort, noted for its anti-itch and anti-inflammatory properties, with a brief illustration depicting its appearance among the barren branches after snowfall. This herb may still be found in sheltered spots on the hillside, among the stones, Colin explained, pointing to the illustration. Search for it, brew it into a warm infusion, and use it to cleanse Torlin's wound. It should alleviate the itching. Remember, do not apply snow or cold water directly. Martha, filled with gratitude, hurriedly noted the appearance of mugwort and left in haste. Lyanna had been quietly observing, and after Martha departed, she softly inquired, Brother, do you recognize those illustrations? Indeed, Colin replied, shaking the compendium in his hand. Bachelor Ruin provided this. It is wise to familiarize oneself with various herbs, as they may prove useful in the future. He stated it plainly, without any boastfulness. This incident swiftly spread like a gentle breeze throughout the small settlement. Mr. Colin was not only adept at tending to wounds, but was also knowledgeable about the Bachelor's herbal illustrations, capable of specifying particular herbs and their applications. This was far more convincing than the previous serendipitous assistance he had offered. In the afternoon, as Colin continued to enhance his greenhouse, attempting to reinforce the interior roof with denser hay for better insulation, Grum passed by once more. This time, he remained silent for a while, merely observing. Before suddenly speaking, I tried your method regarding the rabbit's leg injury. Colin paused his work, turning to him. The extra snare you mentioned caught one, Grum admitted awkwardly, as if acknowledging this fact made him uncomfortable. Consider yourself correct. Without waiting for Colin's response, he strode away, spear slung over his shoulder. Colin watched his retreating figure, aware that this was likely the highest form of recognition the rugged hunter could bestow. In the following days, Colin's life became more structured. He tended to the greenhouse in the mornings and studied Bachelor Ruin's herbal compendium in the afternoons. He combined it with the vague memories of the previous owner, identifying and collecting the remaining dried roots and stems on the nearby hillside, preparing them for future use. He no longer felt the urgency to prove himself to anyone, simply engaging in these tasks in silence. The gaze of the tribespeople towards him gradually transformed. The initial mockery and disdain faded, replaced by a watchful curiosity, and perhaps even a hint of reliance. Some would gesture towards their children as frostbite as he passed by, hesitating to speak. Others would lean in, intrigued, as he organized herbs, asking a question or two. As old Ivan delivered meals, he remained his usual reticent self. Yet he would occasionally mention that the Lord had inquired about the state of the shed or that the firewood in the kitchen was running low, suggesting that once he had fully recovered, he should chop some more. These seemingly mundane directives, in truth, signified his gradual reintegration into the daily operations of Bear Island. One evening, as was his custom, Karren inspected the greenhouse, gently parting the slightly damp soil atop a clay pot. His fingertips unexpectedly brushed against an exceedingly minute object, firm yet yielding. A sudden thrill surged through him as he carefully excavated the surrounding earth. Bathed in the final golden red rays of the setting sun, he beheld a slender, delicate shoot, finer than a needle, defiantly breaking through its shell and emerging into the world. Success. Although it was but a single, insignificant sprout, it was undeniably alive, a testament to life nurtured within the confines of his humble greenhouse amidst the harsh winter of the north. Suppressing his mounting excitement, Karren gently covered the soil once more, as if cradling the most precious treasure in existence. He remained silent, standing there quietly, feeling the surging warmth within his chest. Hope was no longer an ephemeral fantasy. It had taken on a tangible form, embodied in that minuscule, tender shoot. As he turned to head back inside, he noticed Lyanna standing behind him, her wide eyes fixed upon him with an eager intensity. "Brother," she whispered, her voice imbued with an instinctive sharpness. "Has the seed sprouted?" Karren gazed at her, unable to contain himself any longer, allowing a genuine smile to grace his lips. He crouched down to meet her bright eyes, nodding affirmatively. "Really?" Lyanna's small face instantly radiated joy, and she instinctively reached out to peek into the greenhouse, only to retract her hand quickly, fearing she might damage something. "Yes, truly," Karren replied softly, yet his words carried an unprecedented strength, albeit still fragile and delicate. "We must keep this a secret and protect it well. Once it grows a bit more, we can share the news with others, all right?" Lyanna nodded vigorously, her tiny hands pressed tightly over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. As night fell, Bear Island succumbed to silence. Karren lay upon the cold animal hide, yet his heart burned with warmth. That tiny, pale glimmer not only illuminated the corners of the greenhouse, but also brightened the path ahead of him. He understood that this was merely the beginning. To transform this flicker into a flame capable of warming Bear Island, a long journey lay ahead. Yet at that moment, he felt an unprecedented confidence. He had discovered that survival in this world was not reliant on prophetic foresight, but rather on knowledge, patience, and the tenacity of life breaking through the frozen earth beneath his feet. Chapter 9. The Lord's Consideration. That delicate white shoot, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sent ripples of hope swirling through Karren's heart. Yet he was acutely aware that in this harsh frozen terrain, even the tiniest glimmer of hope was profoundly fragile. He kept this knowledge close, safeguarding the secret with Lyanna with even greater care. Every morning, he would clear the frost and snow from the roof before dawn, ensuring that the first rays of sunlight could penetrate unobstructed. At noon, he would cautiously lift a corner of the southern hide to allow fresh air to flow in, yet he was careful not to linger too long, fearing the loss of that precious warmth. As evening approached, he would wrap the warm shed tightly with every scrap of cloth and hay he could find, shielding it from the bitter cold of the long night. Lyanna had become his most capable assistant. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of how to work quietly and diligently. She would hold her breath while watering and move gracefully while clearing the snow. She no longer asked if success was possible, but began to inquire why things needed to be done in such a manner. Karren would explain, in the simplest of terms, the importance of sunlight, air, and temperature to the seeds. The girl listened, her understanding wavering, yet her eyes, reminiscent of Jao's, sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. Days later, the solitary seedling had grown a little taller, its tips splitting to reveal two minuscule, tender green cotyledons. The tenacity of life appeared striking amidst the frigid landscape. It was at this juncture that Lord Jao sent for Karren. This time, the summons was not in the vast Lord's hall, but within his modest study. A space more intimate, suggesting that the conversation might bear greater substance. The study was imbued with the mingling scents of leather, ink, and a faint trace of tobacco. Jao sat behind a sturdy wooden desk, several sheets of parchment sprawled before him. He did not glance at the map, but fixed his gaze directly upon Karren as he entered. "Sit." Jao gestured towards the stool in front of him, his tone more tranquil than usual. Karren complied, his heart racing with caution, uncertain of the purpose of this summons. "Old Ivan mentioned your shed. Are you still experimenting?" Jao broached the subject directly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk's surface. "Yes, my lord. I am still trying," Karren replied cautiously. "I have heard you used the illustrations provided by Scholar Reuven to assist Martha in finding the itch remedy." Jao shifted the topic, his gray eyes scrutinizing Karren. "It was merely a fortunate recognition, a trivial effort," Karren replied. Jao fell silent for a moment, the room resonating with the crackling of the fire and the soft rhythm of his fingers against the desk. Eventually, he spoke again, his voice low. "Gloom recently caught an extra snow hare using the method you suggested." Karren felt a stir within him. He had not anticipated that Gloom would speak of it. He maintained his silence, awaiting further discourse. "Karren," Jao leaned forward slightly, imparting an invisible weight of pressure. "You have indeed changed since your fall. You no longer fixate solely on your grievances. You've begun to consider the hardships of your kin and to think critically. This is commendable." His tone shifted, becoming graver. "However, Bear Island is small and impoverished. Every decision could determine how many survive the winter. I cannot place the hopes of my people upon a child's experimentation. Do you understand?" "I understand, my lord." Karren met his gaze, responding with composure. He recognized this was a moment of reckoning. He needed to demonstrate his worth. "I never dared to rely on mere words. That shed, and those observations, are simply attempts I believe may hold value. Success or failure requires both time and validation. Geo fixed his gaze upon him, seemingly evaluating the sincerity and determination behind his words. After a prolonged silence, he leaned back in his chair and retrieved a parchment resembling a list from the table. Before spring arrives, the final supply ship is to come from White Harbor. The items available for trade from Bear Island are scarce, primarily consisting of furs and cured fish. He pushed the parchment towards Karren, stating, "Examine this list. It details what Winterfell and White Harbor may require, as well as what we can offer." Old Ivan's expression soured. "You are meticulous. Assist him in verifying this, ensuring nothing is overlooked, and do not let anyone deceive you with inferior goods. This is a signal, a clear signal. Geo has begun to involve him in the family's actual affairs, even if it is merely the rudimentary task of checking a list. This bears far greater significance than mere verbal commendation." Suppressing his excitement, Karren accepted the parchment with both hands and scrutinized it. It enumerated the quantities and grades of bear pelts, wolf pelts, and snowfox pelts, alongside various cured fish and dried fish specifications. His historical knowledge and logical reasoning swiftly kicked into gear, rapidly assessing the approximate value of these items and potential pitfalls. "My lord," he pointed to one item. "The notation for the premium bear pelts is somewhat ambiguous. Is it the whole pelt of an adult male bear, or the winter hibernation pelt with claws? The value of both differs significantly. Also, regarding this cured fish, is the salinity consistent? If the salinity varies, long-distance transport may lead to spoilage, impacting the entire batch's price." A flicker of mild surprise crossed Geo's eyes before he regained his composure. He evidently did not expect Karren to immediately grasp these details. "You observe with great attention." Geo nodded. "And these are precisely what you and old Ivan need to verify. Do not merely regard the surface numbers." "Indeed, I understand." Karren carefully tucked away the parchment. "Additionally," Geo added, his tone casual yet laden with implication, "since your shed is still under trial, you will require materials. If you need any minor, inconsequential supplies, feel free to speak with old Ivan. But remember, only minor, inconsequential ones. Every resource from Bear Island must be utilized judiciously." This exceeded Karren's expectations for support. It signified he had gained permission to utilize a limited portion of family resources for his experiments. "Thank you, my lord." Karren's gratitude this time bore a deeper sincerity. As he exited the study, Karren felt a lightness in his step. He had successfully elevated himself from the position of an observation subject to that of a family member who might be cultivated and granted limited access to resources. Geo's considerations were pragmatic. He recognized the potential Karren exhibited, meticulous, organized, capable of addressing practical issues, and decided to invest a small amount of resources. When Karren sought out old Ivan, presenting the Lord's instructions and highlighting a few ambiguities on the list, the steward's expression remained largely impassive, yet the hostility in his gaze had noticeably diminished. "Kid, your eyes are quite keen," old Ivan muttered, a semblance of acknowledgement. "Tomorrow, accompany me to the warehouse for an inventory check." That evening, Karren returned to his warm shed. Beneath the hazy moonlight, the diminutive turnip seedling unfurled its tender leaves, resembling a silent proclamation. It had garnered the preliminary acknowledgement of its lord, receiving limited resources and support. More significantly, it had discovered that the foundation for survival in this world was not built upon the nebulous prophecies, but rather on the tangible abilities of observation, learning, and problem-solving. The journey ahead remained long, yet in its grasp was the inaugural pickaxe capable of breaking the frozen earth. It understood that every subsequent action must validate the considerations of Lord Geomer today, rendering them worthwhile. Chapter 10. The silent proclamation. The frail turnip seedling stood quietly in the humble greenhouse. Its cotyledons, no larger than a fingernail, shimmered with a near-transparent green hue under the feeble sunlight filtering through the gaps in the animal hide. It was remarkably minuscule, so delicate that even a moderate breeze could shatter it. Yet in the eyes of Kaelin and Lyanna, it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Lyanna had nearly adopted the greenhouse as her second home. Each day, she would rush over, cautiously peering inside through the hide, never daring to lift it. She had learned to gauge whether hay needed to be added by the warmth or chill of the wooden frame outside, and to observe the clouds to determine if the noon hour permitted a brief ventilation. This silent guardianship became Kaelin's greatest solace. Kaelin, on the other hand, was more occupied than ever. He not only had to nurture this solitary beacon of hope, but also fulfill the tasks assigned by Lord Geomer, meticulously checking the supply list. This endeavor proved far more intricate than he had anticipated. Although old Ivan was experienced, His age had rendered him somewhat forgetful regarding numbers and specifications. Karren found himself spending considerable time in the damp, cold warehouse, counting the dimensions of furs by the dim light of an oil lamp, inspecting the salinity of the pickled fish, and meticulously marking any defective goods. This bare skin bore an old scar on its abdomen, poorly treated, and thus could not be considered top quality. This batch of pickled fish had noticeably insufficient salt at the bottom of the barrel and had begun to soften. It must be discarded. His voice echoed in the empty warehouse, calm and objective. Initially, old Ivan would offer a few rebuttals, but in the face of Karren's pointed facts, he ultimately accepted in silence. After several such encounters, the old steward's gaze toward Karren shifted, shedding much of its previous disdain, replaced by a complex, almost resigned reliance. Once the list was completed and submitted for Lord Jimmer's review, the Lord examined the clear and orderly annotations and suggestions, merely nodding without further comment. However, when he waved him off, his tone was notably gentler than before. Karren understood he had successfully passed yet another small trial. While he busied himself with these affairs, the solitary seedling in the greenhouse once again brought forth a delightful surprise. Amidst the cotyledons, a pair of even smaller true leaves, adorned with serrated edges, had emerged. It was growing. Though the progress was slow, it was resolute. This development did not escape Lyanna's keen eyes. She excitedly tugged at Karren's sleeve. Her little face flushed with enthusiasm, yet she remained mindful of their vow to keep secrets, merely conveying her silent jubilation through her gaze. However, secrets, after all, are difficult to uphold for long. That afternoon, as Karren was finalizing the details of the list with old Ivan at the entrance of the warehouse, Gloom passed by, shouldering a freshly hunted goat. His gaze inadvertently swept over the nearby greenhouse, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. The striking shade of tender green against the pale snow and dark fur backdrop captivated his attention like a magnet. "What is that?" Gloom's voice, thick with disbelief, faltered as he set down the goat and strode over, roughly lifting a corner of the fur draped southward over the greenhouse. Karren's heart raced, yet he did not intervene. He understood that this moment was inevitable. Inside the greenhouse, a small yet vibrant green plant emerged as a miraculous sight in the dim enclosure. Gloom's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing otherworldly beings dancing. He abruptly turned to Karren, then back to the seedling, emitting a series of guttural sounds, unable to form words. Old Ivan, leaning on his cane, hurried over. Upon seeing the scene within the greenhouse, his murky old eyes widened in astonishment, and his cane struck the frozen ground with a decisive thud. "Is it truly growing?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Attracted by the commotion, several tribesmen gathered around. Gasps of astonishment, skeptical remarks, and incredulous whispers erupted as they beheld the green shoot. "By the gods, something has sprouted in winter? Is it a seedling? Could it truly be a turnip sprout? That decrepit greenhouse actually works?" No one dared to mock any longer. All eyes were fixated on the young plant, then swiftly turned toward Karren. In those gazes, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a nascent glimmer of hope shimmered. Karren stood firm, bearing the weight of their collective scrutiny. He remained silent, devoid of any sense of triumph. He knew that this was merely a seedling, a far cry from solving the food crisis. Yet, this seedling represented a declaration, a silent yet potent proclamation that, even in the winter of Bear Island, life could still find a way. Gloom was the first to regain his composure. He hastily closed the fur, as if fearing to disturb the treasure within, then turned to face Karren. His customary sardonic expression replaced by an almost reverent solemnity. "Master Karren," he stammered, his tone unprecedentedly formal, "this thing is precious. I will have my boy keep an eye on it, ensuring no idle hands come near." This was not merely a promise, but a profound shift in attitude. Old Ivan inhaled several deep breaths of the frigid air, striving to steady his exhilarated heart. He looked at Karren, his gaze complex and inscrutable, finally stating emphatically, "Take good care of it." The news spread like wildfire across Bear Island. When Karren returned to his wooden cabin that evening, he found a small bundle of freshly split, exceptionally dry firewood at his doorstep, along with a piece of richly fatty cured meat wrapped in clean leaves. No name accompanied the gifts. Yet this silent offering spoke volumes beyond any words could convey. The gaze of his kin had completely transformed, no longer filled with doubt and scrutiny. It now radiated a subtle expectation and respect. He even noticed that several women had begun to emulate his greenhouse, constructing rudimentary experimental plots in the sheltered corners of their homes using scrap wood and old mats, despite their uncertainty about the precise methods involved. One evening, Lyanna rushed over, her eyes sparkling. "Brother, everyone knows now. Aunt Martha even asked me how it was grown. Karren gently ruffled her hair, aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. A successful seedling is but a flicker of hope. Yet, if it cannot be propagated or yield actual produce, that flame of hope would soon extinguish. Seated beneath the flickering oil lamp, he unfurled the herbal compendium of Bachelor Reuven once more, though his thoughts wandered far afield. He needed to distill the lessons from this initial success, contemplating how to simplify the process and leverage limited resources so that more of his kin could replicate this method. Meanwhile, a supply ship was approaching, and he must ensure that this trade would secure the maximum benefit for Bear Island, perhaps even acquiring useful items for the greenhouse, such as more translucent linen or different seeds. The silent seedling not only proclaimed the resilience of life, but also pried open the tightly sealed gate of Bear Island for Karren. Now, he needed to ponder how to widen that opening, allowing the faint light outside to illuminate the lives of those struggling in the bitter winter. Chapter 11. The weight of expectation. The news of green shoots sprouting in the greenhouse created ripples across Bear Island, akin to a boulder cast into a frozen lake, far beyond what Karren had anticipated. Overnight, the once neglected patch of land in front of his cabin had become the most scrutinized locale on the island. As dawn's first light broke, Karren opened his door and was taken aback by the sight before him. Surrounding the greenhouse was a makeshift perimeter loosely marked by sharpened sticks and coarse twine. Young Jim, Groom's son, barely over 10 and stout as a little warrior, stood guard beside it, clutching a stick almost as tall as himself, sternly shooing away any curious fowl and children who dared to approach. Master Karren. Upon seeing him, young Jim stood straighter and announced loudly, "As per my father's orders, no unauthorized individuals are allowed near." Karren found himself both amused and warmed by the display. This rugged form of protection signified Groom's, and indeed the broader recognition of many hunter families like his, most direct acknowledgement in return. Approaching the greenhouse, he gently lifted a corner of the hide. The scene within took his breath away. Not only was the initial solitary seedling thriving, but beside it, 2 or 3 inconspicuous mounds were subtly rising, revealing tender white tips striving to break through the dark soil. Hope was no longer solitary. However, as he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the gathered kin, the buoyancy of joy was swiftly replaced by a heavy weight of expectation. Those gazes were no longer merely filled with astonishment. They brimmed with fervent anticipation, as if he were not merely a boy who had managed to cultivate a few seedlings, but a sorcerer capable of conjuring sustenance from thin air. Master Karren, when will these seedlings grow? Will they be enough to eat? A gaunt woman timidly inquired, cradling a constantly coughing infant in her arms. My husband also wishes to erect a shelter. What do you suggest we do? Another man, rubbing his frostbitten hands, eagerly asked. Questions poured forth, laden with the most immediate anxieties and desires for survival. Karren gazed at the faces etched with the marks of winter and hunger, and for the first time, he felt the suffocating weight of the hope he bore. He took a deep breath of the frigid air, forcing himself to remain composed. He understood that any impractical promises made at this moment could prove fatal. Listen to me, he said, his voice not loud but clear enough for all to hear. These seedlings are merely at their inception. They are fragile, and whether they will thrive or how large they may grow remains uncertain. The shelter can be built, but it requires not just luck, but also meticulous care. He refrained from exaggerating the potential outcomes, instead emphasizing the difficulties and uncertainties. This, in turn, calmed the restless crowd somewhat. Desiring to build a shelter is a positive endeavor, he continued, scanning the eager faces. However, it requires suitable timber, animal hides, and a location sheltered from the wind and bathed in sunlight. More importantly, it necessitates daily attention. Furthermore, not all seeds will sprout, and not all seedlings will survive to maturity. He paused briefly to offer a pragmatic suggestion. If you genuinely wish to experiment, perhaps start by finding a small corner, using old planks and tattered mats to shield against the wind, and plant a small pot of soil to see how it fares. Once my seedlings have matured, and I have discerned the proper methods for watering and frost protection, I will share specific instructions to prevent unnecessary waste of effort and seeds. His words were reasonable, neither shutting the door on hope nor inviting chaos and resource depletion from the eager crowd. The tribespeople listened, nodding in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions, their blind fervor replaced by a more grounded resolve to take action. At that moment, old Ivan approached, leaning on his cane, and the crowd instinctively parted to let him through. What are you all gathered here for? The old steward chided, though his tone was less severe than usual. He turned to Karren. The Lord wishes to see you. Karren understood that the true test was upon him. While the hopes of the tribespeople might be temporarily assuaged, what Lord Geo required was something far more persuasive. Upon re-entering the Lord's study, the atmosphere was markedly different from before. Geo stood by the window, gazing out at the overcast sky, rather than sitting behind his desk. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned, his gaze landing directly on Karren, filled with scrutiny and a hint of unmasked curiosity. "It is quite lively outside," Geo stated bluntly, his tone betraying no sign of elation or discontent. "They are merely curious," Karren replied cautiously. "Curious?" Geo scoffed. "What they see is the hope of survival. You have given them this hope, even if just a glimmer." He approached the table and picked up the supply list that Karren had previously verified. "I have reviewed the list. It is quite well done. Far clearer than what old Ivan could manage alone." He set down the list, his gray eyes fixed intently on Karren. "Now, tell me, what is the true nature of that shed? Was it mere luck, or have you genuinely discovered a method for cultivating the land during winter?" Karren understood that there could be no further concealment or modesty. He organized his thoughts and explained in the simplest terms. "It is not luck, my lord. The principle is quite straightforward, using the shed to shield against the cold wind, allowing the sun's warmth to enter while minimizing its escape. It is akin to how one must wear thick clothing in winter. The difficulty lies in the details. The wood must be buried deep for stability. The seams of the animal skins must be sealed tightly, knowing when to allow ventilation and when to retain heat. And how to mix the soil. All of these require repeated experimentation." He refrained from mentioning any modern terminology. All explanations were grounded in common knowledge comprehensible to the Northerners. Jiao listened quietly, his fingers still habitually tapping the table. "So, do you believe this method can be adopted? Can it enable more people to grow something during winter?" "It can be attempted, but success cannot be guaranteed, and it will require investment." Karren spoke candidly, noting the need for labor, suitable materials, and, most importantly, time to discover the most appropriate practices for Bear Island. As of now, only turnips have been successfully cultivated. The viability of other crops remains uncertain. His honesty seemed to earn him some favor with Jiao. The Lord nodded, not boasting. "Very good." He pondered for a moment and made a decision. "Since there is a beginning, one must not stop. Whatever miscellaneous materials you require, speak directly to old Ivan, and he will do his utmost to accommodate you. Furthermore," Jiao's gaze sharpened, "when the supply ship returns, aside from what is on the list, see if you can exchange for some different seeds, particularly cold-resistant vegetable seeds. Since we are to experiment, let us try several varieties. Consider what you may exchange," reported to old Ivan. The scope of authority has expanded once again. From utilizing miscellaneous materials to having the autonomy to decide on exchanging some family resources for experimental seeds. This signifies that Jiao has regarded his experiment as a long-term project worthy of investment. "I will do my utmost, my lord," Karren replied, suppressing his excitement and speaking earnestly. "Remember, Karren," Jiao concluded gravely, "you have ignited a torch. Many now follow in your wake. Do not let this torch burn too quickly and extinguish, nor allow it to be easily snuffed out by the wind." With the Lord's new charge and heightened expectations weighing heavily upon him, Karren departed the study. He felt an unprecedented burden on his shoulders. The joy of success had long been supplanted by a profound sense of responsibility and urgency. He returned to the warm shed, where young Jim remained faithfully on guard. Lyanna had also arrived, carefully spraying warm water on the newly sprouted tender shoots with a small wooden bowl. "Brother," she said softly upon seeing Karren, "Aunt Martha and 2 other aunts are already setting up a small shed over there." She pointed to a few corners of the nearby houses. Karren looked over and saw several women diligently and awkwardly busying themselves with broken planks and old fishing nets. Upon seeing him, they exchanged shy smiles, their eyes brimming with a courageous spirit of exploration. The seeds of hope had been sown and began to spread autonomously. Now, he found himself not only tasked with safeguarding his initial nursery, but also contemplating how to nurture this flickering flame, allowing it to eventually blaze forth across this frigid expanse, forming a formidable warmth to withstand the protracted winter. The path ahead remained arduous, yet he could neither turn back nor wish to. Chapter 12. Cured meat and seedlings. When Karren concluded her conversation with Lord Geo and returned to her wooden cabin, she discovered not only the diligent figure of little Jim, guarding the warm shed, but also a wooden bowl unlike any she had seen before. It was the same chipped wooden bowl, yet its contents were strikingly different. The portion of dark bread seemed more substantial, and, more significantly, beside it lay a slab of cured meat thicker and more sumptuous than any she had previously encountered, its fat glistening enticingly in the dim light. This was no longer merely a token of gratitude for her labor. It was a definitive acknowledgement of her worth. Old Ivan then approached, his expression inscrutable as he stated, "The Lord has commanded that while you attend to the shed, you must also assist me with the accounts." You need to think, and your sustenance must not be lacking. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the cured meat before adding, do your work well. Karren silently lifted the wooden bowl, feeling its weight. This was not just a piece of meat. It represented a portion of Geo Molman's investment. Each morsel she consumed signified an additional burden of responsibility resting upon her shoulders. When Lyanna visited that evening and beheld the cured meat, her eyes widened in astonishment. Karren generously shared over half of it with her. The girl cradled the portion delicately, savoring it in small bites, her face radiating a near blissful satisfaction. In this food-scarce Bear Island, a piece of fine meat was the truest form of joy. Brother, she said, swallowing her mouth full. Several people came today, asking me how to set up a shed. I told them, as you instructed, to first find a sheltered spot and to try using the broken planks. Karren nodded. The dissemination of hope was occurring at a pace swifter than he had anticipated, presenting both promise and peril. Should subsequent efforts falter, the backlash of disappointment could be even more severe. He no longer devoted all his energy solely to the warm shed. By day, he continued to assist old Ivan with the warehouse affairs, seizing the opportunity to observe which materials could be utilized to construct additional, more standardized warm sheds. He noted those too small to serve as beams but suitable for support, as well as inferior hides that had failed in tanning yet remained usable despite some damage. He categorized these scraps separately and meticulously recorded them. Simultaneously, he began to consciously document his experiences caring for the warm shed. Using a charred stick, he sketched simple diagrams on the smooth wooden boards, marking critical points, the optimal angle of the shed frame to maximize sunlight exposure, the duration of ventilation under varying weather conditions, and methods for assessing soil moisture. He refrained from employing any complex terminology. All records were grounded in nearly a month's worth of practical observation and operation. Old Ivan observed these actions with keen interest. Once, while Karren was recording the variations in temperature within the greenhouse after the midday ventilation, the old steward suddenly interjected, questioning the utility of such notes, remarking that few in the clan could read, and those who could only grasp the general idea. Without lifting her gaze, Karren replied, for those who cannot read, I can narrate it to them. With this knowledge, even in my absence, others will be able to follow suit and avoid unnecessary detours. Old Ivan fell silent for a moment and scoffed, you think far ahead. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to Karren's utilization of the categorized waste materials. A few days later, within Karren's greenhouse, the new sprouts began to unfurl their cotyledons, forming a small cluster of verdant life alongside the original seedling. Although still fragile, this vibrant scene greatly encouraged the onlooking and imitative clan members. Aunt Martha and several other women, in their makeshift greenhouses, also began to report the discovery of tiny green specks. Despite the low success rate, each successful instance acted as a potent tonic. When the clan members encountered Karren, they continued to address him as before, but the respect in their tone was palpably heightened. They would approach him with their queries. Young Master Karren, the corner of my greenhouse always leaks. How should I seal it? I've crushed the soil as you advised, yet it remains rock hard. What could be the issue? Karren endeavored to respond to each query, sharing his experiences while candidly admitting those matters he himself had yet to fully comprehend. This pragmatic and honest approach garnered him even greater trust. He realized, almost unconsciously, that he was becoming a technical cornerstone, not through any deliberate pursuit, but rather due to the circumstances and demands around him. At night, beneath the flickering oil lamp, two wooden boards lay before Karren, one chronicling the key points for constructing and maintaining the greenhouse, and the other, a special procurement list he had drafted for the forthcoming supply ship. In addition to the cold-resistant vegetable seeds mentioned by Geo, he had, based on his own judgments, added several items. A thicker linen that was denser and potentially more translucent, perhaps to substitute for some animal hides, thereby reducing weight and cost. A selection of superior quality hemp rope to reinforce the framework, and even a small jar of honey, not for indulgence, but considering that someone might fall ill and require a swift energy boost. He knew that upon presenting this list, old Ivan would surely frown, and Geo might deem his request excessive. Yet, he felt compelled to make the attempt. To transform this spark into a blazing inferno, more suitable fuel was necessary. He meticulously revised the list, ensuring that each item had a seemingly reasonable justification, marking their priorities, with the core seeds listed first and others as negotiable alternatives. Once this was accomplished, he extinguished the oil lamp and lay down upon the cold animal hides. Outside, the northern winds howled, yet within him, a small flame quietly burned. The warmth from the substantial cured meat had long dissipated, but the sense of being acknowledged and anticipated along with the weighty responsibility that accompanied it, was indelibly etched into his consciousness. He was no longer the bewildered foreigner, nor merely a wounded soul struggling for survival. He became Karren Mormont, a pioneer attempting to carve a new path for his people amidst the harsh winter of Bear Island. The journey ahead remained uncertain, shrouded in snow and wind. Yet in his grasp lay a pickaxe, directing him towards the first necessary excavation. The supply ship would serve as his next pivotal stage. There, he must secure vital provisions for Bear Island and for the nascent endeavors he was embarking upon. Chapter 13. The waves from White Harbor. On the day the supply ship arrived, the island's solitary small dock transformed into the liveliest spot on Bear Island. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, mingling with the aromas of tar and unfamiliar cargo, a stark contrast to the usual stillness. The weather-beaten single-masted ship, the Seal, awkwardly moored beside the rudimentary pier, while the sailors' raucous shouts intermingled with the heavy sounds of cargo being unloaded. Old Ivan, dressed more neatly than usual and leaning on his cane, stood at the forefront of the dock, his face displaying the complex expression of a northerner confronting outsiders, a blend of wariness and necessity. Karren stood slightly behind him, experiencing this as his inaugural formal engagement in an activity crucial to the family's livelihood, his palms slightly perspiring with anxiety. He could sense the sailors' assessing and somewhat disdainful gazes directed at Bear Island, which appeared to those from beyond the north as a remote, barren land. The shipowner was a portly man wrapped in a thick oilcloth cloak, introducing himself as Harold. He bore the characteristic smooth smile of a merchant, yet his small, deep-set eyes betrayed a keen shrewdness. Old Ivan, my dear friend, this winter has been quite a trial, Harold greeted warmly, his eyes scanning Karren with a hint of curiosity behind Ivan. Enough chit-chat, Harold, Ivan interrupted impatiently. Where's the cargo? Is everything on the list accounted for? Of course. Of course. Harold gestured for his men to lower several large wooden crates. Prime grains, essential salt and iron, and the needles, threads, and dyes you requested. All in order. He pounded his chest in assurance. Ivan beckoned Karren forward. According to their prior rehearsals, Karren avoided the polished samples atop the crates and instead approached the unopened large boxes and burlap bags stacked at the back. Open this bag, Karren instructed, pointing to a sack labeled as premium rye, his voice calm. A sailor glanced at Harold, who gave a barely perceptible nod, and the sailor sliced open the bag with a knife. Karren reached inside, not grasping the surface grains, but delving deeper to extract a handful. The grains in his palm appeared noticeably duller than those on the surface, mixed with unseparated bran and small stones. Mr. Harold, Karren raised his gaze to the shipowner. Is this indeed the premium rye you mentioned? Or perhaps the standards of White Harbor differ from those of Bear Island? Harold's smile faltered momentarily before he adopted an even more enthusiastic demeanor. Ah, young master, you must understand, the tumult of the sea inevitably causes some imperfections. A few flaws do not overshadow the essence. Karren refrained from engaging in further debate and proceeded to the next crate, which promised the ironware. He grasped an axe, his fingers meticulously tracing the blade in the junction with the wooden handle. The edge bore subtle nicks, as though it had been refurbished after years of use. The tenon was also somewhat loose. His voice, though soft, struck Harold's heart like a hammer. Old Ivan observed from the side, a glimmer of insight flashing in his murky eyes, choosing to remain silent and cede the stage entirely to Karren. Beads of sweat began to form on Harold's forehead. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous youth possessed such a keen eye. Perhaps this was damaged during transport. Allow me to replace it. Certainly, I shall. Karren refrained from pressuring further, understanding the virtue of restraint. He turned toward the carefully selected goods prepared for trade from Bear Island, meticulously processed furs and salted fish. Our wares are all right here, Karren indicated, presenting 3 pristine bear pelts, 5 winter wolf skins, and 10 snow fox furs, all intact and expertly tanned. 50 barrels of salted fish were also offered, evenly salted and devoid of any spoilage. Mr. Harold is welcome to inspect them personally. Harold quickly approached, scrutinizing the items with growing astonishment. The quality of these goods far exceeded his expectations, particularly the furs, which had been treated with exceptional care and held considerable value. His initial plan to pass off inferior goods in exchange for something of worth crumbled completely. The ensuing haggling evolved into a genuine tug-of-war. Harold attempted to diminish the price of Bear Island's goods while inflating the value of his own offerings. Karren, however, stood firm, relying not only on the inventory list but also on his prior assessments of the market value of various items, drawing from the original owner's vague memories and Chen Mo's logical inferences. He neither roared nor threatened but calmly enumerated the facts, highlighting the flaws in the opponent's goods and emphasizing the superiority of his own. When Harold sought to deflect with excuses about shipping difficulties and high costs, Karren deftly interjected with a couple of seemingly knowledgeable questions regarding maritime winds and common loss rates, rendering Harold hesitant to speak carelessly. Old Ivan occasionally interjected at critical junctures, his tone authoritative, lending support to Karren. The onlookers from Bear Island, though unable to grasp all the details, could discern Harold's increasingly grim demeanor and Karren's unwavering composure, stirring within them a sense of pride in their heritage. Ultimately, the transaction concluded in a delicate balance, where Harold absorbed a discreet loss, yet found it acceptable. Bear Island secured high-quality goods in exchange for adequate and satisfactory basic supplies, even managing to negotiate an additional small barrel of honey wine as compensation for Harold's previous subpar offerings. As the sailors began loading the exchanged goods onto the ship, Harold observed Karren quietly confirming the final list with Old Ivan and could not resist leaning closer to the old steward, whispering, "Old Ivan, who is this young master?" Ivan glanced at him, a trace of barely perceptible pride on his face, and snorted, "Young Master Karren of House Mormont." "What?" Harold, feeling unaccustomed to doing business on Bear Island? Harold chuckled awkwardly, falling silent, yet stealing a few more glances at Karren, as if to engrave his image firmly in his memory. As the transaction concluded, the dock gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Old Ivan patted Karren on the shoulder, applying a firm pressure. "Well done, lad. You've upheld the honor of Mormont." This was a remarkable commendation. Karren exhaled with relief, feeling the fabric of his shirt completely soaked with perspiration. This contest, devoid of swords and blades, bore a perilous intensity comparable to confronting a wild beast. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, he promptly inspected the greenhouse. A few seedlings swayed gently in the chilling breeze, still delicate yet resilient. From his pocket, he retrieved a small cloth pouch containing a modest quantity of winter turnip seeds, reputed to be more frost-resistant, which he had secured through the authority granted by Lord Geo. Along with a piece of sturdy linen fabric sample that he had insisted upon, he placed the seeds and linen carefully aside. In this transaction, he not only secured tangible benefits for Bear Island, but, more importantly, he demonstrated his worth beyond mere agricultural skills and herbal knowledge. He exhibited an aptitude for safeguarding his family's interests within complex circumstances. The waves from White Harbor had receded, yet the ripples they created were slowly spreading around Bear Island, particularly enveloping the name of Karren Mormont. He understood that when the seal returned, its captain Harold would no longer perceive him merely as a youth to be trifled with. Consequently, his path on Bear Island had expanded by an inch. Chapter 14. The spark of sharing the supplies brought by the White Harbor supply ship acted like a potent tonic for a bleeding patient, temporarily alleviating the urgent needs of Bear Island. Yet, Karren was acutely aware that the true challenge lay in transforming the fragile greenery within that greenhouse into substantial food for the wider community. The eyes of expectation grew increasingly fervent. He could no longer confine himself to safeguarding his modest experimental plot. His first course of action was to seek out Old Ivan. This time, he approached not as a supplicant, but with a clear plan. "Grandfather Ivan." He spread out a wooden board that documented the essential points of constructing and maintaining the greenhouse before the steward. "Even if I were to build numerous structures on my own, I could not maintain them all. I wish to teach these methods to those willing to learn." Old Ivan squinted at the simple yet clear illustrations and markings on the board, pausing in contemplation. "How do you intend to teach?" "There are few in the clan who can read," Karren replied. "We won't rely on writing, but on demonstration and practice. I propose, with the Lord's permission, to construct a larger and more organized greenhouse on the sheltered plot beside the warehouse, accompanied by a few individuals. As we build, I will instruct, allowing those eager to learn to observe and participate. The harvest will be shared collectively." This was a shrewd proposal, transforming personal expertise into a communal endeavor, aligning with the Lord's expectations for public benefit while providing a direct means of instruction. Furthermore, a shared harvest would silence those who might accuse him of hoarding. Lord Geo consented without hesitation, understanding better than anyone that a technique lacking in dissemination held limited significance for Bear Island. He allocated additional supplies, originally intended for roof repairs, including neatly cut timber and several usable hides, for the construction of this demonstration greenhouse. The news spread swiftly, igniting a greater response among the clansmen. This time, it was not merely a matter of discreet imitation, but rather an official impartation of knowledge supported by the Lord. On the day of commencement, the open ground beside the warehouse was thronged with people. Aunt Martha, Torland, and several other early adopters of the small shelters formed the innermost circle, while a multitude of curious and expectant faces surrounded them. Gloom even pushed his son, young Jim, to the forefront, gruffly instructing him to observe and learn diligently, admonishing him to refrain from aimless running about. In the center of the open space stood Karren, with an assortment of materials before him. He did not immediately set to work. Instead, he first raised a wooden board bearing key points of reference. Although most could not decipher the text, the simple illustrations were sufficient to pique their interest. "Look here," his voice resonated clearly, imbued with an unexpected gravitas for one of his years. When constructing a shelter, the paramount consideration is not the timber or hides, but the location. He gestured toward the chosen site, behind which the warehouse shielded from the northern winds, and before which lay an expanse that enjoyed the sun's embrace for the longest duration throughout the day. A poor choice of location could yield disproportionate efforts. He then picked up a length of wood, elucidating how to anchor it securely and how to frame it to bear weight while conserving materials. He refrained from employing any concepts beyond their comprehension, focusing solely on the fundamental objectives of wind protection, light acquisition, and thermal insulation. In his practical demonstration, he deliberately slowed his movements, ensuring each step was distinctly visible. When it came to securing the hides, he showcased 3 different knot techniques and explained which would prove more secure or labor-saving under various circumstances. He even illustrated how to utilize the classified scrap wood in the warehouse corners to weave linings for enhanced insulation, and how to cut broken hides into strips to seal gaps. The onlookers, particularly those within the inner circle, were captivated. They had previously relied on intuition for imitation, but now comprehended the myriad intricacies involved. Questions arose intermittently, and Karren patiently addressed each one. When confronted with uncertainties of his own, he candidly acknowledged, "I am exploring this too. We can experiment together." Torland and 2 other young men, possessing the greatest dexterity, quickly engaged in assisting. Aunt Martha and the other women, more meticulous in nature, took on the responsibility of inspecting the seams of the hides for tightness and ensuring the even distribution of straw. A spirit of collaboration began to permeate the open space. However, challenges soon emerged. As Karren began to allocate the relatively superior pieces of wood and hides, dissenting voices arose from the crowd. Why does his family receive the straighter piece of wood? That hide is clearly larger. Why is it not used in a more critical area? The scarcity of resources immediately incited human calculations. Karren halted his work, directing his gaze toward the dissenters, his tone calm, yet resolute. "The materials for the demonstration shelter are public property, distributed by the Lord. How they are utilized is at my discretion. The goal is to ensure the success of the shelter and allow everyone to learn, not to favor any particular family with better materials." He cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and continued, "If anyone feels that this is unjust or believes they possess a superior method, they are welcome to voice their thoughts. However, if your sole intention is to secure more for yourself, then I kindly ask you to leave. The winter on Bear Island requires individuals who can unite for warmth, not those who are solely preoccupied with adding another piece of meat to their own bowl." His words resonated with authority, imbued with a wisdom that transcended his years. Under his gaze, the few individuals present lowered their heads in embarrassment, silenced. Old Ivan, having arrived at some point, stood at the periphery with his cane, nodding slightly in affirmation without intervening, yet silently lending support to Karren's authority. In the ensuing days, the construction of the demonstration shelter became the focal point of Bear Island. Karren almost resided on the worksite, guiding the efforts while meticulously documenting the new challenges and solutions that arose during the actual operations. Lyanna became his young messenger, responsible for delivering tools or fetching miscellaneous items from the warehouse. When the demonstration shelter finally stood completed, it was far more orderly and robust than Karren's own rudimentary structure. More importantly, at least a dozen individuals had actively participated in the construction process, fully aware of how to operate each segment and the rationale behind it. Karren left the wooden board containing the key points of the records in the warehouse and said to old Ivan, "Grandpa Ivan, please keep this here. In the future, anyone wishing to construct a shelter can refer to it. If they have questions, they can come to you or to me." The spark of knowledge had finally been shared in a systematic and pragmatic manner. It no longer relied on a solitary individual's moment of brilliance, but began to transform into a fundamental survival knowledge that the entire community could learn and master. Standing before the now substantial demonstration shelter, Karren observed the faces of the participating clans folk, aglow with a sense of accomplishment and excitement. Yet, he felt no sense of relief within himself. He understood that construction was merely the first step, the subsequent maintenance, the responses to varying weather conditions, and the potential threats of pests and diseases all posed unknown challenges. while sharing the flame of knowledge was simple. Safeguarding it from the chilling winds of reality required sustained effort, collective wisdom, and unwavering patience. His journey remained long, yet at least he was no longer solitary. Behind him began to emerge figures willing to follow him, trudging through the frozen earth together. Chapter 15. The delayed echo. The establishment of the demonstration shelter was akin to casting a stone upon the tranquil, or perhaps numb, surface of Bear Island's lake, sending ripples that continued to expand. The open sharing of knowledge and collective labor significantly enhanced efficiency and birthed numerous experimental plots, although most remained rudimentary, with many failures. The sporadic successes began to accumulate, transforming the notion that perhaps something could indeed be cultivated during winter from a mere figment of hope into a tangible possibility. Karren found himself increasingly occupied, traversing between his nursery, the demonstration shelter, and the various structures that the clan's folk had spontaneously erected, addressing inquiries and managing unexpected situations. One family shelter had partially collapsed under the weight of snow and required reinforcement, while another's seedlings had inexplicably wilted, necessitating an investigation into whether it was due to overwatering or frostbite. He meticulously recorded these newly emerged issues and tentative solutions on a wooden board, gradually expanding the tapestry of knowledge through practical refinement. Amidst this industrious and fulfilling rhythm, an unexpected announcement shattered the customary seclusion of Bear Island. A small speedboat from Winterfell, braving the tumultuous waves, made its way to the dock. It was not there for extensive trade. Only a handful of individuals disembarked, led by a seasoned steward from Winterfell, bearing messages from Lord Ned Stark and a token from Maester Luwin. The entire Bear Island was stirred. An envoy from Winterfell. Such occurrences had only been witnessed in previous years during tax collection or the conveyance of significant commands. The envoy first sought an audience with Lord Gior, relaying Lord Eddard's affirmation of Bear Island's loyalty, and mentioning that the matters concerning the Iron Islands had been duly addressed. These were mere formalities. However, the envoy then requested a private meeting with young Ser Karren, right before the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Young Master Karren Mormont. The steward's demeanor was courteous yet distant, imbued with the meticulousness characteristic of Winterfell. Maester Luwin has entrusted me to convey his regards and present you with this. What he offered was neither gold nor lavish fabrics, but rather a newly transcribed scroll, exquisitely bound in fine vellum, accompanied by a small parcel carefully sealed in oiled paper. Karlen's heart raced. He accepted it with both hands. The stewardess' voice resonated clearly among the ears of every attentive clansman. The maester expressed that your previous record concerning the tracks of game was innovative and detailed, significantly beneficial for the Winterfell hunting party's winter patrols and hunts. This is a revised and supplemented edition of the Northern Winter Hunt Compendium, meticulously compiled based on your observations and certain texts from the Citadel, which we hope will serve as a valuable reference for you. A hushed gasp reverberated through the crowd. Maester Luwin, the esteemed scholar from the Citadel, had taken the initiative to compile a manuscript in response to young Master Karlen's records. What did this signify? It meant that what young Master Karlen had produced was deemed valuable even by the scholars of Winterfell. The steward, seemingly oblivious to the crowd's reaction, continued, additionally, this parcel contains seeds of cold-resistant crops gifted to you by the Maester. It is said that similar attempts have been made on the farther north Skagos Island, and they may adapt to the climate of Bear Island. The Maester hopes that you will feel free to share any new observations you may have. This final remark acted like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly igniting the emotions of all onlookers. Share. The scholar from Winterfell invited young Master Karlen to share his insights. Having fulfilled his mission, the envoy soon departed by boat. Yet the dock remained in a state of turmoil. All gazes were fixed upon the scroll and the parcel of seeds in Karlen's hands, eyes filled with unprecedented awe and eagerness. Old Ivan was the first to approach, trembling hands reaching out, yearning to touch the scroll, yet fearing that his rough hands might tarnish it. Is this the Maester's own handwriting? His voice trembled with incredulous excitement. Karlen nodded, feeling the substantial weight of the items in his grasp. This was not merely knowledge and seeds, but an intangible acknowledgement from the very edge of the power and knowledge core of Westeros. Lord Geo arrived at the dock, the exact moment unknown to him. He stood at a distance, observing silently, yet his profound gaze oscillated between Karren and the parchment, culminating in a barely audible sigh, laden with intricate and ambiguous significance. That evening, the wooden cottage of Karren became unusually lively. No longer were there silent bundles of firewood and cured meats left at the doorstep. Instead, clansfolk visited incessantly. They approached with myriad inquiries about the greenhouse, about hunting, and some even circled around to subtly inquire about Winterfell and the scholar. Their demeanor was marked by a reverence bordering on humility, as though Karren had transcended from the mere boy they had watched grow up. The collateral heir who had tumbled from the cliffs, to a figure of an ineffable nature, illuminated by an unseen halo. Even the typically gruff gloom approached, bearing a cherished, long-dried wild chicken, and after much hesitation, managed to utter, "Young Master Karren, this is for your health. Should the hunting party require anything, do not hesitate to command." Karren navigated through the flurry of attention, yet his mind remained exceptionally clear. He understood that this sudden surge of honor and adulation stemmed from the endorsement of Winterfell and Master Luwin. Bear Island, being so isolated, yearned for connections and recognition from the outside world, and inadvertently, he had become the bridge to that realm. He carefully stored away the tome. Essential insights on northern winter hunts, along with the new seeds. This belated acknowledgement brought not only knowledge and resources, but also an intangible elevation of status and an accompanying weight of responsibility. Now, he bore the duty not merely to his greenhouse or the clan's folk of Bear Island. To a certain extent, he also carried the expectations from Winterfell, or at least from Master Luwin. He knew he must exercise greater caution and exert more effort. In the stillness of the night, he unfurled the pristine parchment, reading intently by the light of an oil lamp. Master Luwin's organization and annotations transformed his previous scattered observations into a more coherent framework, unveiling a plethora of questions worthy of exploration. The parcel of seeds from Skagos represented new possibilities and challenges. The winds of the outside world had finally swept into this forgotten corner of Bear Island, propelling the name of Karren Mormont to an unforeseen prominence. He realized that from this moment forth, his every action on Bear Island would no longer merely pertain to the survival of a few saplings, but would also concern the reputation of House Mormont, potentially drawing the gaze of distant observers. The path ahead seemed to have broadened considerably due to this reverberation, yet it also became enshrouded with greater unknowns and perils. He inhaled deeply, extinguished the oil lamp, and stared into the darkness, contemplating the next steps he ought to take. Chapter 16. The emissary of Icefang. The clamor brought by Winterfell had yet to fully subside, leaving Bear Island still basking in the rare, intoxicating sensation of being seen by the outside world, when a more direct and intricate echo unexpectedly arrived. That afternoon, the hunter responsible for watching the highlands to the north of the island hurried back to the settlement, bearing news that instantly tightened the nerves of all present. A rough, elongated wooden vessel, clearly not hailing from any port of the Seven Kingdoms, was cautiously approaching along the coastline, with several imposing figures clad in heavy, primitive furs standing at the prow. They were wild men. The news swept through the air like a chilling wind, freezing the atmosphere that had momentarily relaxed due to the emissary from Winterfell. The men instinctively gripped their axes and spears, while the women hurriedly pulled their children back inside. The terrifying tales of wild men raiding had been the bedtime stories of every northerner since childhood. Lord Gior immediately summoned all able-bodied clansmen, including hunters like Gloom, to establish a watch at crucial points along the dock and shoreline. Colin was also asked to remain near the Lord's Hall, closely followed by old Ivan, whose murky eyes brimmed with vigilance. The wild men's ship halted at a shallow area some distance from the dock, refusing to draw closer. 3 figures disembarked, led by an exceptionally tall, middle-aged man, his disheveled brown beard crusted with ice, and his face marked with simple, dark paint resembling tusks. They bore no visible weapons. Yet the raw, fierce aura born from years of battling the harsh elements was palpable even from afar. They made no attempt to force a landing. The tall leader spread his arms wide, signaling he meant no harm, and then shouted towards the shore in a rough, yet comprehensible tone. "Bear Island. We are of the Ice-Tooth tribe. We come in peace. We seek someone who can speak." Ice-Tooth tribe. Colin's heart stirred at the mention of this name, which had surfaced in the fragmented memories of the original owner and in the idle chatter of hunters. This was a larger tribe that roamed north of the Frostfangs, renowned for hunting mammoths and aurochs, occasionally engaging in trade with the bravest northern merchants, though more often than not, conflict ensued. Lord Gior stood at the forefront of the crowd, his voice steady as stone. "I am Gior Mormont, Lord of Bear Island. Why have the Ice-Tooth tribe come to my domain?" The wild man leader, introducing himself as Brew, responded loudly. "Lord Mormont, we do not come to fight. The winter is too long. The game on the plains has retreated into the deep mountains, and our provisions are running low. We have heard that Bear Island has found a way to make the land yield during winter." His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Colin, who was subtly shielded by the throng. "We wish to trade. With our furs, we seek your food, or to barter for that method." All eyes suddenly focused on Colin. The wild men were indeed coming for the warmth of Colin's shelter. News traveled swiftly. Lord Gior furrowed his brow, acutely aware that trading with wild men bore significant risks. One misstep could invite danger into their midst. He fell silent, weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Colin stepped forward, positioning himself slightly behind Gior. He understood that he must speak now, as this was not merely about trade, but also about the stance of Bear Island and his own responsibilities. The leader of the Brew tribe, Colin's voice was clear and composed, devoid of fear or fervor, embodying a matter-of-fact coldness. The Bear Island faced its own shortage of provisions. Our supplies are barely sufficient for our kin to endure the winter. We possess no surplus for trade. A flicker of disappointment and barely perceptible agitation crossed Brew's face. However, Colin shifted the conversation, suggesting that if they were merely interested in experimenting with winter cultivation, perhaps a discussion could ensue. Lord Geo cast a sidelong glance at Colin, refraining from interruption and encouraging him to proceed. Such knowledge cannot be given freely, Colin asserted, gazing into Brew's eyes. Moreover, this method necessitates suitable conditions, materials, and meticulous care. Mere knowledge does not guarantee success. Even if we are willing to instruct, you may not find the appropriate environment on the frozen plains. He did not exaggerate the efficacy of the greenhouse, but rather underscored the challenges and limitations, which in turn enhanced Brew's trust in him. What do you wish for? Brew inquired directly. Colin had already contemplated this matter. The Icefang tribe, residing in the far north, possessed certain resources that were likely scarce on Bear Island and throughout the northern realm. First, we require 20 prime snowfox pelts, complete and properly tanned. The snowfox fur is light and warm, making it an excellent insulator, particularly suited for the elderly and children. Second, we need detailed records of the migration routes and habits of large game, such as mammoths and ice cattle, noted during your hunts on the frozen plains. The more detailed, the better. This information is crucial for the future development of Bear Island's hunting teams. Colin paused, presenting a more long-term request. Should this trade be established, the Icefang tribe must pledge that, at least until next spring, your warriors shall not approach any fishing village or hunting ground within 30 miles of the western bay of Bear Island. As Brew listened, a contemplative expression emerged on his face. While snowfox pelts were valuable, they were not beyond the capabilities of adept hunters like them. The hunting routes fell within the realm of knowledge, and sharing this information would not harm their interests. As for the third request, considering the current food scarcity, temporarily avoiding a daunting challenge was not unacceptable. Agreed, Brew replied solemnly after weighing the pros and cons. But how can you assure us that your method is legitimate? We can first provide you with the materials and guidance necessary to construct the simplest greenhouse, along with a small pouch of our successfully cultivated turnip seeds, Colin proposed. You may send no more than 3 individuals to a designated location, where they will learn to build and manage the initial setup under our supervision. Once we confirm that the pelts and migration maps you provide meet our standards, we will grant you further detailed care instructions. As for the success of the cultivation, that will depend on your own efforts and fortune. This phased, secured trading model minimized the risks for Bear Island while offering the counterpart a measure of assurance. Lord Geo nodded slightly upon hearing this. Colin's approach not only safeguarded Bear Island's interests and security, but also kept the door to communication ajar, even sowing the seeds for potentially more stable exchanges of resources in the future. Brew and the clansmen behind him whispered among themselves for a moment before nodding vigorously. Deal. Lord Mormont and this young lord, you people from Bear Island are quite different from the rumors. The transaction was completed in an atmosphere charged with tension and restraint. Karren directed Torlund and the others to fetch the previously categorized scraps and a small bag of seeds, in a sheltered area away from the settlement. He instructed the 3 permitted wild men to construct a miniature demonstration shelter. Throughout the process, Gloom and the other hunters remained vigilant nearby, weapons at the ready. As the ship of the Ice-Tooth tribe departed, carrying with it a glimmer of hope and a pact, the gaze of the Bear Island clansmen towards Karren had fundamentally changed. Not only had he gained the recognition of Winterfell, but now even the fierce wild men sought him out for trade. After the crowd dispersed, Lord Geo spoke privately to Karren. You performed admirably. Cautious, yet not timid. Dealing with wild men is akin to traversing ice. A single misstep could lead to the abyss. Remember how it feels today? Karren bowed in acceptance, understanding that this encounter with the Ice-Tooth tribe was merely the beginning. He had successfully pried open a narrow and perilous door to the frozen north for Bear Island using knowledge and resources. What lay beyond was an unknown realm of opportunities or lurking dangers, yet to be determined. Regardless, Karren Mormont of Bear Island would no longer be solely associated with greenhouses and observation notes. From this day forth, he would also be the young lord of House Mormont, who could negotiate face-to-face with wild tribes. This weight bore heavily upon his youthful shoulders, urging him to mature more swiftly. Chapter 17. Amber's test. The wake left by the ship of the Ice-Tooth tribe had not yet fully dissipated, and Bear Island had not yet settled from the tension and excitement of trading with wild men when another vessel appeared on the horizon. This time, the ship was larger, and the flag flying from its mast was that of House Amber, the broken chain giant. Unlike the formidable presence that accompanied the wild men, the arrival of House Amber's ship evoked a complex blend of wariness intermingled with a subtle anticipation of being acknowledged once more by the mainstream northern powers. After all, House Amber was one of the most powerful vassals in the north, and their stance represented, to some extent, the prevailing winds of the northern noble circles outside Winterfell. The envoy was a distant nephew of House Amber, named Heir Amber, a tall young man with a rugged visage, whose gaze bore an unmistakable scrutiny. He did not bring the formal missive of Ned Stark, but rather seemed to represent a personal visit from Great John Amber. Harris maintained a facade of courtesy towards the old Lord Geo, yet his arrogance was scarcely concealed in his words. My Lord Geo, Bear Island's reputation has recently soared. He sat in the Lord's Hall, holding a tankard of ale while his eyes occasionally darted towards Karren, standing beside Geo. First, he garnered the favor of Maester Luwin in Winterfell, and now even the wild men from beyond the wall sought him out for trade. Great John is quite curious. Has Bear Island discovered a new path to wealth? Lord Geo remained expressionless, his voice low and somber. Bear Island is impoverished. Merely a collection of rudimentary methods for survival, unworthy of Lord John's attention. Rudimentary methods? Harris scoffed, setting down his goblet. Are these the same methods that allow the wildlings to trade fine snowfox pelts? My Lord Geo, that is rather dismissive. His gaze finally fixated intently on Karren. You must be the young Lord Karren Mormont, the mind behind those innovative ideas I have heard whispers of? The pressure instantly fell upon Karren. He was acutely aware that Harris represented not only House Amber, but also the instinctive scrutiny and potential rejection from the old noble families of the North toward any deviation from tradition. Stepping forward slightly, he inclined his body respectfully, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. My Lord Harris, Bear Island's remote location and scarce resources make winter particularly challenging. What I have endeavored is merely to document the experiences of our hunting masters or to seek ways to procure additional food during the winter. These are desperate measures. Hardly novel. He deftly attributed all innovations to necessity and the consolidation of prior knowledge, downplaying his own contributions, which aligned with the northern values that cherished pragmatism and eschewed ostentation. Oh, documenting experiences? Securing additional food? Harris clearly remained skeptical, rising to stride toward the window, gesturing at the scattered makeshift greenhouses constructed by the clansmen outside. Are those mere records of experience as well? Those are the clansmen mimicking the sprouting of a few seedlings in my rather unremarkable greenhouse. Karren continued to diffuse the credit, emphasizing that everyone merely sought to provide a bit more sustenance for the elders and children during the long winter, to stave off hunger for a few more days. He consistently framed his motivations around the fundamental need for survival, making it difficult to cast blame. Harris scrutinized him for a moment before abruptly shifting the topic. I have heard you possess some knowledge of herbs, assisting the clansmen with wounds? Merely a superficial understanding. Far beneath that of Scholar Ruin, Karren replied. I happen to recognize a few common herbs from the illustrations and have been of some minor assistance. Harris paced back and forth, seemingly weighing something in his mind. Finally, he halted, his tone slightly more conciliatory, yet still probing. Young Lord Karren, there is no need for excessive modesty. Uncle John has sent me not only to observe the changes on Bear Island, but also to inquire about your rudimentary method of cultivating crops in winter. Might it be applicable on Last Hearth as well? He paused before adding. Of course, House Amber would not seek your knowledge without compensation. We could offer timber, or perhaps, some robust hunting dog pups in exchange. Karren quickly calculated in his mind. The Amber family possessed extensive lands rich in forest resources, and timber was precisely what Bear Island required. Moreover, hunting dogs would significantly enhance their hunting capabilities. This was an opportunity, one to transform Bear Island's techniques into tangible benefits and forge a closer bond with House Amber. Yet, he did not reply immediately, instead glancing at Lord Geo. Such decisions involving inter-family transactions must be made by the Lord himself. Lord Geo grasped his intent and spoke in a deep voice. The methods can be taught. However, the climate and soil of Last Hearth differ from those of Bear Island. We cannot guarantee success. Moreover, The construction and maintenance require significant investment of manpower and time, which is only natural. Harris nodded, affirming that the Amber family is not afraid of hard work, as long as the methods prove effective. At this juncture, Karren interjected appropriately, addressing both Jiao and Harris. My lord, Harris, the key to the greenhouse technique lies in its adaptability to local conditions. Should the Amber family be interested, we could send one or two of our clan members, who have experience in constructing demonstration greenhouses, to accompany you, Lord Harris, to assess the situation on site, guide them in building a suitable greenhouse for the last hearth, and share some of the maintenance tips we have gathered thus far. In exchange, we hope to receive a batch of dry, straight timber for construction, as well as 2 pairs of fine hunting dog pups. His proposed terms were specific and reasonable, demonstrating a sincere willingness to cooperate while securing tangible benefits for Bear Island. Lord Jiao nodded and turned to Harris. What do you think? Harris Amber pondered for a moment. Sending guidance personnel would convey greater sincerity from Bear Island and ensure better outcomes. Furthermore, the timber and hunting dogs were not an excessive burden for the Amber family. Very well, Harris finally agreed. Let us proceed as Master Karren suggests. I hope your humble methods bear fruit in the last hearth. With the transaction concluded, the atmosphere noticeably lightened. Harris even expressed a keen interest in having Karren show him the renowned demonstration greenhouse and his own nursery. When Harris beheld the sparse, yet genuine greens within the demonstration greenhouse, as well as the noticeably superior seedlings from Skagga's Island in Karren's nursery, the last vestige of disdain vanished from his countenance, replaced by a serious appraisal. Master Karren, he remarked meaningfully upon leaving, you are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Perhaps next time, Uncle John will wish to meet you in person. After bidding farewell to the Amber vessel, Karren let out a long sigh of relief. This negotiation felt akin to performing a silent dance upon the edge of a knife. He had successfully diffused the Amber family's probing, transforming potential skepticism into actual collaboration, and secured essential resources for Bear Island. Old Ivan rarely patted him on the shoulder. Well done, lad. You did not disgrace yourself, nor did you reveal your hand. Lord Jiao regarded him with a profound gaze. The cooperation with the Amber family is merely the beginning. The eyes of other families in the north will gradually turn in our direction. Karren, are you prepared? Karren gazed toward the vast snowy expanse to the south, the territories of other families in the north. He understood that Bear Island and his name could no longer remain concealed behind the mist of this icy sea. The torch he had ignited was drawing an increasing number of gazes, some filled with curiosity, some with greed, some with goodwill, and potentially, some with malice. He needed to grow faster and act more cautiously to secure a stable position for Bear Island and himself in the imminent, more intricate game of chess unfolding in the north. The transaction with the Ambers was the first step. Next, he needed to contemplate how to transform this hard-won influence into a more solid power capable of withstanding future storms. Chapter 18. The ripples of diffusion. The vessels of House Amber carried away not merely timber and the promise of hunting dogs, but also the precise tidings that Bear Island could produce greenery even in the depths of winter. This news, akin to dandelion seeds scattered by the wind, silently drifted to the farthest corners of the north. The name Karren Mormont began to surface within the noble halls that had previously taken no interest in the desolate expanse of Bear Island. The first to respond were the smaller houses, geographically closer to Bear Island and equally tormented by the harsh winter. The demonstration shed of Karren welcomed a few unexpected visitors, the steward from a branch of House Leswell and a young knight from House Flint. Unlike the arrogance displayed by House Amber's emissaries, they approached with humility, their demeanor laden with evident awkwardness and hope. Master Karren, the steward of House Leswell chafed his frostbitten hands, his tone almost pleading. Our winters are scarcely better than those of Bear Island. We have heard that your method requires little in the way of fine timber. Would it be possible for you to teach us? We are willing to trade grain or any other goods you might desire. The knight from House Flint was more forthright. Our lord has stated that should your method prove effective, House Flint will remember the favor shown by House Mormont. Faced with these struggling families clinging to the brink of survival, Karren found it difficult to harden his heart and refuse. Yet, he had gleaned wisdom from his dealings with House Amber and opted not to take on too much. He agreed to share his method, but cautioned that success was not guaranteed. He emphasized the challenges, guiding them through the demonstration shed, explaining the key points, and permitting their accompanying artisans to observe and take notes. Each locale possessed its own unique conditions, necessitating personal exploration. What we can offer are merely the foundational lessons and insights known to Bear Island thus far. He did not demand exorbitant fees, but symbolically accepted a few scarce goods brought by his visitors as a token of gratitude. such as a small quantity of quality iron nails and more durable fishing lines. What he valued most was the goodwill and the potential for future connections. These small acts of kindness might coalesce into unforeseen strength in the north to come. However, not all echoes were benevolent. A few days later, an envoy from House had arrived, displaying an arrogant demeanor. He came not to seek knowledge, but bore an almost commanding tone. Karren Mormont. The envoy did not even employ the courtesy of honorifics. Our lord Hood is quite interested in your shed. Sends several skilled craftsmen along with ample materials and seeds to Hood Castle to assist in its construction. The Earl will not shortchange you of Bear Island. This was an unabashed summons, viewing Karren and his expertise as resources to be commandeered at will. This time, before Karren could respond, Lord Gior stepped forward. The old lord's countenance darkened, his voice as frigid as ice. If the Earl of Hood desires knowledge, he may send individuals to Bear Island to learn, just as House Amber and others have done. If he wishes to command the Mormont folk as mere craftsmen, tell your Earl that although Bear Island is poor, the Mormonts are no one's servants. The envoy, choked by Gior's resolute stance, paled and ultimately departed in a huff. This incident served as a clarion call for Karren. The value of technology not only attracts collaborators, but also draws in marauders. He must tread carefully, showcasing his worth while avoiding any semblance of vulnerability. Simultaneously, a letter arrived from Bachelor Lewin of Winterfell, written in a more rigorous academic tone. In it, the bachelor inquired about specific data regarding the greenhouse under various weather conditions, such as the temperature differential between inside and outside, and a comparison of the translucency of different covering materials. He also included some scattered records from the scholarly city concerning crop hardiness for Karren's reference. This letter, devoid of any political undertones, represented a pure exchange of knowledge, which Karren cherished deeply. He understood that Bachelor Lewin was a vital bridge connecting him to a broader realm of knowledge. Karren's life became increasingly busy, yet more orderly. In the mornings, he guided Torland and Martha, helping them gradually gain the independence needed to manage the demonstration greenhouse and address most common inquiries from the clansmen, thus liberating himself from the tedium of daily management. In the afternoons, he focused on his research, conducting comparative experiments using the thick linen cloth acquired from White Harbor against animal hides, meticulously recording various data mentioned by Bachelor Lewin, and cautiously attempting to sow the mysterious seeds from Skagos Island. Lyanna became his most capable assistant and a small custodian of secrets, tasked with caring for the precious specimens and vigilantly guarding against any overly curious eyes. In the evenings, he would organize his journal by the oil lamp, documenting not only technical details, but also his observations and reflections on interactions with the various families, who could be allies, who required caution, and who was worthy of investment. He was acutely aware that the dissemination of greenhouse technology was merely the first step. This ripple effect was subtly altering Bear Island's position within the northern landscape. He, Karren Mormont, as the epicenter of this ripple, had been thrust into the limelight. No longer merely a provider of technology, he had unwittingly transformed into a distinctive conduit for the Mormont family's external negotiations, a non-traditional negotiator wielding knowledge and practical value as his bargaining chips. Lord Gior seemed to tacitly acknowledge this shift, entrusting him with more initial engagements with external forces, particularly those lured by the promise of technology, while retaining firm control over the final decisions and military boundaries. That night, Karren stood outside his wooden cabin, gazing at the dark sea beyond. In the biting wind, he seemed to hear voices from various directions, mingled with hope, calculation, friendliness, and malice. He understood that the initial, relatively straightforward phase of technology promotion had passed. Ahead lay the necessity of stepping into the more intricate and perilous arena of northern nobility's machinations. The ripple had already spread. Would he become mere seaweed adrift with the tide, or learn to harness the waves, perhaps even guide their direction? He clenched his fist, feeling the intertwining strength of Chen Mo's resilience and the sense of responsibility belonging to Karren Mormont. He turned and returned indoors, unfurling Bachelor Lewin's letter alongside the rough map of the North. Merely possessing technology is insufficient. One also requires wisdom, allies, and a clearer vision to navigate the vast and perilous chessboard known as Westeros. His education has only just embarked upon a new phase. Chapter 19. The weight of accolades. Winter seems to have finally revealed a hint of fatigue. Although the biting winds persist, daylight is gradually extending, almost imperceptibly. The midday sun casts its rays upon the snow, occasionally igniting a faint, crystalline reflection of moisture. The name of Sir Karren Mormont has taken on a near-legendary hue, accompanied by this seemingly milder end of winter, resonating through Bear Island and even beyond. The shelter constructed by young Heir Karren has garnered praise even from the scholars of Winterfell. The wildlings exchange their finest furs for his methods. Nobles of the stature of House Amber have sent their emissaries to learn from him. It is said that the House of Hightower sought to claim his knowledge but was firmly rebuffed by our lord. Accolades flowed towards Karren like a warm tide from all directions. When his kin beheld him, their eyes shimmered with an almost reverent admiration. Aunt Martha and others cared for the demonstration shelter he guided them in building with meticulous attention, as if it were a sacred altar. Even old Ivan, while distributing supplies, would instinctively seek his counsel, his tone imbued with a newfound respect. Lord Gior, though still taciturn, regarded Karren with a gaze that bore less scrutiny and more profound, ineffable reliance. During one dinner, he even pushed a rare, uncut portion of roasted venison from his plate into Karren's bowl. This silent gesture, in the hierarchical north, spoke volumes. Lyanna appeared to be the only one untouched by this wave of acclaim. She continued to shadow Karren daily, learning to tend to seedlings and identify herbs. Yet when he was encircled by admirers, fatigued from their attention, she would gently tug at his sleeve and whisper, "Brother, it is time to water the new seeds." Or, while he pondered over the new correspondence from Maester Luwin, she would quietly sit beside him, fiddling with her collection of colorful stones. Such childlike reminders often grounded Karren, pulling him back from the ephemeral clouds of praise. He understood that this admiration was as fragile as a spider's web upon an icy surface. It was built upon a few fortunate seedlings, several successful transactions, and a few words of endorsement from afar. Any setback, a sudden late frost destroying all the shelters, or a complete failure of the new seeds, could cause this delicate glory to collapse in an instant. More importantly, he perceived the lurking peril beneath the accolades. His kin, buoyed by the success of the warm shelters, harbored overly optimistic expectations for the impending spring, as if winter had truly passed and hunger was no longer a threat. Some began to reduce their daily rations, believing fresh vegetables would soon be at hand. Others poured their energies into constructing more, sometimes haphazardly, warm shelters, neglecting the traditional, more reliable pursuits of hunting and fishing. This blind optimism filled Karren with unease. One evening, he found old Ivan in the warehouse, meticulously counting the dwindling barrels of pickled fish. "Grandfather Ivan," Karren said, observing the noticeably emptier warehouse with a grave tone, "how much longer can our remaining provisions last?" Old Ivan lifted his head, his dim eyes appearing remarkably lucid in the dim light. "If we continue to consume at this rate, coupled with the possibility, mind you, just a possibility, that your greenhouses yield nothing, we might last until 1 month after the snow melts, if the gods are merciful." A heavy weight settled in Karren's heart. The time between the melting of the snow and the spring harvest was substantial, a period fraught with hardship. "We must awaken everyone to the reality," Karren murmured. "The resources in the greenhouses represent hope, but they are not a guarantee. The hunting party must remain vigilant. Not a morsel of our stored food can be squandered." Old Ivan regarded him intently. "You saying this carries more weight than my old bones ever could." Karren understood his implication. He now wielded influence, but also bore the responsibility of guidance. The following day, he unusually refrained from visiting the nursery or demonstration greenhouses and instead made his way to the warehouse square, where the most idle members of the community gathered for idle chatter. Upon his arrival, the people immediately surrounded him, their faces adorned with the habitual smiles of those awaiting good news. Karren did not smile. Standing atop an overturned wooden barrel, he surveyed the expectant faces before him. Everyone. His voice resonated clearly and steadily, yet bore an undeniable seriousness. "Some crops have indeed sprouted in our greenhouses. This is a positive development, the result of the gods' grace and everyone's efforts." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. However, Karren's tone shifted, rising slightly. "Yet, they are still very small and fragile. A heavy snowfall or a gust of cold wind could extinguish them all. We cannot place all our hopes on these immature seedlings." He gestured towards the warehouse. "Our food reserves are dwindling. Winter has not truly passed. The hunting party must work harder. No one can afford to waste even a morsel of food. The greenhouses represent an additional avenue, but they are not the sole path, nor are they guaranteed to bear fruit. If we slacken now, we might find ourselves facing hunger before the crops in the greenhouses mature." His words fell like a bucket of cold water upon the overheated heads of his kin. Silence enveloped the square. The smiles on their faces froze, replaced by contemplation and a flicker of fear awakened by his admonition. Gloom was the first to respond. His voice gruff and booming. "Master Karren is right. The hunting cannot cease. I shall lead a group into the mountains tomorrow to set more traps. Indeed, we must not relax. echoed voices of agreement, tinged with a sense of loss yet infused with a pragmatic return to reality. Watching the crowd become tense and industrious once more, Karren felt a slight sense of relief. He knew that merely awakening their vigilance was insufficient. He needed to prepare for the uncertain period of scarcity that might lie ahead. He returned to his wooden cabin, once again unfolding the letter from Bachelor Reuven and the map of the Northern Territories. His gaze had transcended the confines of greenhouse technology, now directed towards the broader horizons of how to leverage the fragile connections established with the Ice-Tooth tribe to acquire more information about northern prey, particularly the larger specimens. He contemplated how to utilize trade channels with families like the Amblers to procure more non-perishable food reserves for Bear Island. Furthermore, he began to ponder whether the island's coastal location could yield a more stable and abundant source of sustenance beyond fishing. Praise is akin to honey, both sweet and toxic. It bestowed upon him the power to influence others, yet unveiled the stark realities of survival that lay beneath the veneer of hopeful expectations. Taking a deep breath, Karren Mormont dispelled the superficial accolades from his mind. He picked up a charred stick and began to sketch not merely structural diagrams for greenhouses on the new wooden board, but a comprehensive plan for the allocation of survival resources for the coming months, enhancements to hunting strategies, and preliminary ideas for more pragmatic exchanges with the outside world. The weight upon his shoulders had not lessened with the praise. Rather, it grew heavier as he recognized the risks that lay further afield. Yet he was no longer apprehensive. He began to acclimatize to this burden, learning to wield it, striving to carve out more space for survival for himself and those he cared for in this harsh land. The true test, perhaps, was only just beginning. Chapter 20. The spring flood approaches. It seemed as though, overnight, the relentless chill of Bear Island had begun to wane. In the early morning, as Karren pushed open the wooden door, he was greeted not by the howling winds and snow, but by the crisp sound of icicles shattering as they fell from the eaves. Under the sunlight, the thick blanket of snow that had enveloped the winter began to soften and moisten, revealing the dark, water-laden soil beneath. The air was infused with a unique essence, a harbinger of revival, mingling the scents of melting snow, earth, and a faint hint of vitality. The arrival of spring was imminent. These 4 words resonated like a silent trumpet, heralding the conclusion of Karren's first and most arduous winter in Westeros. He approached his nursery, the once ridiculed, rickety greenhouse, which had swayed perilously in the wind and snow, had now become a symbol for Bear Island and beyond. Inside, the initial few turnips had burgeoned into robust, palm-sized leaves, lush and green. Nearby, mysterious seeds from skagos had successfully germinated, displaying a peculiar serrated leaf shape distinct from the crops of the north, though still small. They brimmed with untold potential. The crops in the demonstration greenhouse flourished uniformly, with Aunt Martha and Torlin now adeptly managing daily maintenance, even beginning to impart their knowledge to newly joined tribespeople. In front of the warehouse square, old Ivan directed the tribe in packaging the last batch of exquisite snow fox pelts acquired from the Ice-Tooth tribe, preparing for the next supply ship's trade. Gloom's hunting team busied themselves repairing tools and tanning freshly hunted pelts in preparation for the forthcoming spring hunting season. Throughout Bear Island, as the frost melted away, a bustling and hopeful vitality permeated the air. Lyanna dashed over, her small face flushed from the chill of the melting snow, holding a handful of tender green shoots she had just gathered from the sun-drenched slope. "Look, brother, the grass has truly begun to grow." Karren accepted the fragile green sprouts, feeling the initial resilience of life coursing through his fingertips. He had succeeded. Not only had he survived, but he had also ignited the spark of hope in this frozen land through his acquired knowledge and unwavering efforts, allowing it to thrive and spread. Yet, standing at this modest milestone, Karren was not solely filled with joy and pride. Rather, a profound reflection surged within him. He recalled the despair and confusion that had accompanied his arrival, the derision of old Ivan, and the skepticism of his kin, as well as Lord Geo's icy scrutiny. He reminisced about the clumsiness of constructing the first greenhouse, the caution exercised in earning the first trust with his herbal knowledge, the tension during his dealings with the merchant herald from White Harbor, and the trepidation he felt when confronting the wild men Brew and the envoy from House Amber. Each step he had taken relied not only on fragmented knowledge from another world, but also on the endeavor to integrate that knowledge into the rules of this realm. It was a journey marked by countless adjustments after failures, steadfastness in the face of doubt, practicality that demonstrated value rather than mere words, the unspoken support from Lord Geo during critical moments, and the silent companionship of Lyanna, along with the gradual transformation from skepticism to trust among ordinary tribespeople like Torlund, Marcia, and even Grom. What had he truly changed? He had infused a touch of green into the winter of Bear Island, instilling his people with newfound courage to endure the harsh winter, and had drawn a measure of unexpected attention to the Mormont family among the northern nobility. Yet, it seemed he had altered so little. The north remained vast and unforgiving. The Game of Thrones continued to brew in the south, and the threats beyond the wall loomed, both obscure and deadly. His individual power, in the face of such grand narratives, remained minuscule. "Brother, what are you thinking?" Lyanna gazed up at his contemplative face. Karren snapped back to reality, returning the green shoots to her, and smiling. "I was pondering that winter is finally coming to an end. When spring arrives, can we plant more things? Plant ice flowers? Just like you told Miss Sansa?" Lyanna's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. "Indeed," Karren nodded, though his gaze drifted past her, directed towards the south, towards the vast continent shrouded in mist. "We will plant more." Yet he understood that the arrival of spring did not signify the end of challenges, but rather the commencement of a new phase. As the ice and snow melted, the concealed conflicts and desires would resurface. His connection with the outside world had been established, bringing both accolades and scrutiny. The seeds of technology he had sown were beginning to spread, inevitably stirring the existing balance of interests. His vague awareness of future events loomed like a sword suspended above his head, a reminder that he must hasten his accumulation of strength. He needed to systematically organize and validate the knowledge he had, rather than relying on scattered memories and trial and error. He must delve deeper into the intricate relationships among the prominent families of the North to avoid a passive role in future power struggles. He needs to discover a way to transform the hard-won uniqueness of Bear Island into a more tangible and enduring advantage, whether economically or politically. He even began to contemplate how to leverage the fragile connections established with the Ice-Tooth tribe to glean insights into the unknown icy expanse beyond the wall, where secrets pertaining to the lives and deaths of all lie hidden. As dusk fell, Karren stood on the dock, watching the sunset paint the melting sea in hues of gold and crimson. The warm sea breeze tousled his dark hair. Lord Jeor silently approached him, joining him in gazing into the distance. Spring had arrived. The voice of the old lord remained deep, yet carried less of the winter's chill. "Indeed, my lord. You have done remarkably well this winter." Karren, Jeor affirmed for the first time with such candor, exceeding my expectations. "I merely fulfilled my duties." "Duties," Jeor echoed thoughtfully, his gaze distant. "What do you wish to do next?" After a moment of silence, Karren replied slowly, "I want to improve Bear Island. Not just to cultivate a few more vegetables during winter. I want our people to possess greater confidence when facing any winter." Jeor turned his head, looking deeply at him. After a long pause, he said, "The road ahead is long and fraught with danger. Are you prepared?" Karren met his gaze without flinching. "I will be ready." The first breeze of spring swept over Bear Island, bringing the fragrance of earth and messages from afar. Karren Mormont stood on the threshold of a new era. His first winter had come to an end. He was no longer the bewildered outsider, nor the boy struggling merely for survival. He had established a foundation and clarified his path forward, while also glimpsing the perils that lay ahead. The polar bear had been reborn. His broader and more tumultuous journey was just beginning. Nearly 2 years had passed since that winter when he struggled for survival on the frozen soil of Bear Island. Thanks to the greenhouse technology and systematic resource management introduced by Karren, Bear Island had barely endured the last harsh winter. Though not prosperous, it had at least averted widespread famine. Karren himself had gradually evolved from the injured and awkward scion to an indispensable aide to Lord Jeor in managing internal affairs and some external negotiations. This time, he had come to Winterfell with a clear purpose. On one hand, he represented House Mormont, delivering a portion of Bear Island's fur tribute from the past year, and using this opportunity to report directly to Ned Stark about Bear Island's modest attempts and initial successes in coping with the harsh winter and stabilizing livelihoods, in hopes of gaining a deeper understanding and support from the North's protector. On the other hand, Lord Jeor hoped that he could take this chance to observe more closely the movements within Winterfell and the North, gathering information for Bear Island's future survival strategies. The harvest feast of Winterfell was a rare splash of warmth amid the North's gray tones. In the vast stone hall, the flames in the fireplace danced, casting a warm glow upon the hanging banners and the faces of those gathered, flushed with the joy of feasting and camaraderie. The air was thick with the rich aromas of toasted bread, roasted meats, and spiced mulled wine. Seated in a relatively prominent, yet unassuming position at the Mormont family table, was Catelyn, adorned in the finest attire that Bear Island could offer. Though somewhat antiquated, the dark fur-lined garments were impeccably laundered. No longer the unnoticed messenger boy relegated to the corner 2 years prior, he retained an observant caution. His gaze swept across the dignified figure of Eddard Stark at the head of the table, the stately Lady Catelyn, and the increasingly mature Robb, who was showing the signs of a young lord. Then, his eyes fell upon two figures that overlapped with memories and the images on the screen. Sansa, around 8 years old, resembled a budding flower in her exquisite gown, already exhibiting the grace of a lady, her eyes sparkling with romantic dreams of southern nights and ballads. Whereas Arya, merely 6, appeared as a young wolf awkwardly stuffed into finery, radiating discomfort and impatience with the surrounding formalities. As the banquet progressed, the traditional melodies and carefully orchestrated dances evidently could no longer contain Arya's restless spirit. Seizing a moment when her mother was distracted, she stealthily slipped from her seat, producing a small wooden sword from an unknown source, and chased after Bran, who was only 4 and tottering as he ran between the benches and columns. Laughter bubbling from him as he attempted to evade her grasp. His cheerful giggles, though not out of place in the bustling hall, drew curious glances, prompting Lady Catelyn to furrow her brow slightly. Just as Arya was about to capture Bran by the collar, he stumbled and collided directly into Catelyn, who was lost in her thoughts about how to report to Lord Eddard. Instinctively, Catelyn reached out, steadying the small body that had crashed into her embrace. Bran looked up, his gray eyes, reminiscent of a dire wolf, reflecting a mixture of confusion and fear. Arya halted in front of him, still brandishing her wooden sword, breathless. Her expression a blend of frustration at her interrupted mischief and wariness as she sized up this unfamiliar, yet seemingly benign youth who had caught her brother. Catelyn glanced down at Bran, a child destined for great heights, but at that moment merely a tender young soul, and then at Arya, a spirited wildling filled with life and indomitable spirit. The softest part of his heart was stirred. He recalled her tumultuous fate in the original tale, along with her unwavering desire to wield her own power. Releasing Bran to steady himself, he turned to Arya, still clutching her wooden sword with a fierce glare, and offered her a gentle smile. Instead of admonishing her about propriety as the other adults might, he pointed to the wooden sword and, in a tone meant only for the 3 of them, remarked, "You pursued well, but when you catch him, your movements could be a tad more graceful." Arya paused, a flicker of curiosity sparking in her gray eyes. Graceful? Karren crouched down to meet her gaze, casually picking up a slender wooden spoon from the nearby dining table, using it as a teaching tool. For instance, when you approached him from the front, he could easily see you and evade. However, if you slightly angle your body like this, he demonstrated, moving the spoon with a deliberate rhythm, not too fast, yet imbued with a unique cadence. Maneuvering to a side that was less visible to him, he gently tapped his ankle with his toe or brushed his elbow against the outer side of his knee, exerting minimal force so that he would naturally lose his balance. This method was swifter and required far less effort than charging at him with a wooden sword. The movements he showcased were infused with elementary principles of human biomechanics and blind spots in modern combat, straightforward and unadorned, yet exuding a practicality that starkly contrasted with the traditional knightly swordsmanship of Westeros. Arya's eyes widened in awe, the utterly different approach from Ser Roderick's conventional teachings igniting a fire within her. "Really? Let me try?" Without hesitation, she thrust the wooden sword into Karren's hands and turned to aim at Bran, who was still disoriented from just regaining his balance. Karren quickly grasped her arm gently. "Don't practice on your brother. He's too small. Come, try it on me." Arya hesitated momentarily, but the eagerness within her overcame any reluctance. Mimicking Karren's earlier posture, she crouched low, sidestepped, and reached out with her small hand in an attempt to hook at Karren's outer knee. On her first attempt, her movements were somewhat clumsy, easily evaded by Karren. Rather than mock her, he patiently slowed down and explained the key points again. "Lower your center of gravity, move lightly." As if approaching a rabbit in the snow, the girl possessed remarkable intuition. On her second attempt, her movements were significantly smoother. She seized upon a deliberate opening Karren had created, deftly pressing her hand against his knee while skillfully tripping him with her foot. Karren played along with her force, swaying just enough to stumble back a half step, an expression of surprise crossing his face. "See, just like that." Arya gazed at the off-balance Karren, initially incredulous, but then overwhelmed by a surge of excitement and accomplishment. Her small face lit up, her gray eyes sparkling like stars. As she eagerly grasped Karren's sleeve and bombarded him with questions. "Teach me more. What else? Any other tricks?" This scene unfolded before Ned Stark, who was conversing with a lord from the Vale not far away. He observed Arya's rare, pure, and fervent smile, as well as the patient and gentle guidance from the young man, Karren Mormont, hailing from Bear Island. His brow relaxed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible, warm smile. He recalled Arya's usual resistance to needlework, her yearning for the training grounds, and Ser Roderick's resigned demeanor regarding it. This young Mormont seemed to possess a special ability to calm his wild daughter, bringing her such joy and focus. Karren's methods are far more enjoyable than sword lessons. No need to memorize stances, nor endure the incessant nagging about how a lady should behave. He proclaimed that a useful tactic is a good tactic, and I am determined to master all the peculiar techniques he has taught, leaving not a single one behind. Once I have acquired them all, let us see who dares to say I am of no use. Perhaps I could even safeguard Sansa, preventing her from being ensnared by the tales of southern swindlers as told by Jory. Chapter 21. The winter of Bear Island. The frigid wind howled outside the stone hall of Bear Island, its wail sharper than any winter remembered by Karren Mormont. This marked the second winter he had spent here, having crossed into this realm and assumed the identity of Karren. With over a year having elapsed since he awoke on the frozen ground, merging the memories of two souls. At this moment, the harshness of the winter under King Robert's rule tested not only Bear Island, but also his newly found footing. Within the grand stone fireplace of the hall, the durable fuel, a blend of peat and wood shavings that Karren had previously advised on, crackled vigorously, striving to dispel the winter's chill. This small alteration brought a modicum of warmth, yet it felt as though it could be devoured at any moment by the icy tendrils seeping in from outside. The air was thick with the scents of leather, damp wool, and a more profound essence known as anxiety. The great hall of House Mormont was no longer unfamiliar to Karren. He had once endured the stern scrutiny of Uncle Gior here, and had reported the findings of his journey to Winterfell within these very walls. However, today, the atmosphere was markedly different. The ancient tapestries adorning the walls, depicting ancestors locked in combat with great bears, now seemed to silently interrogate the present predicament. Lady Midge Mormont sat firmly in the seat of power, an oak chair draped with thick bear pelts, a position she had occupied for less than half a year. Her brother, the former Lord of Bear Island, Gior Mormont, had entrusted her with the title and family responsibilities approximately 6 months prior, before journeying north to join the Night's Watch, where he was soon elected as the Lord Commander due to his experience and esteem, residing now at Castle Black. Before Gior departed, he had meaningfully conveyed to Karren that the future of Bear Island required the fresh wisdom of youth. He left Midge the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw. Midge inherited not only the responsibilities of the lordship, but also the disgrace left by her brother's son, Jorah Mormont. Jorah, once honored as a knight for his valor, had engaged in the abhorrent slave trade to satisfy the extravagant lifestyle of his second wife, Lynesse Hightower, and was condemned and exiled by Lord Ned Stark of Winterfell. Rather than face justice, Jorah fled with his wife to the continent of Essos, bringing shame to the honor-bound Mormont family and placing a heavy burden upon Midge, who was now compelled to confront both internal and external challenges. In the short span of 6 months, Midge, a woman of iron will, was forced to rise and shoulder the weight of her family's tribulations. She had cut her hair short, donned leather armor, and wielded the staff of power alongside Longclaw with the hands that once managed household duties and nurtured children. Karren distinctly recalled that during this time, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened considerably, yet the resolve in her gaze increasingly mirrored that of the departed Gior. Only 28 barrels of preserved fish remained. Old Ivan's voice was dry as he managed the storeroom, every figure carrying immense weight, yet his eyes involuntarily flickered towards Karren. It was Karren's prior assistance in verifying the list that yielded this more precise and alarming figure. Should the grain rations be further curtailed, it might just last until the snow melts. However, he refrained from mentioning the children and the elderly, and a palpable silence enveloped the hall. Karren observed Aunt Martha, the woman he had once aided with herbs, instinctively clutching her child closer. The hunter, Gloom, a man as robust as a bear, irritably wiped his face, and when his gaze met Karren's, it bore less of the usual mockery and more of a complex significance. The game in the woods was dwindling, the snow too deep. Young Master Karren had previously warned of the signs of migration, and it was clear he had been right. They had retreated into the deeper woods, rendering traditional methods ineffective. He paused, his voice low, declaring that this winter was far more arduous than when Lord Gior was present. Realizing his indiscretion, he glanced anxiously at Lady McGee. Suppressed sighs and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some cast furtive glances at Karren. Those gazes now held not merely skepticism, but a blend of scrutiny and a habitual expectation for alternative answers. This anticipation stemmed from his resilient greenhouse that thrived amidst the storm, from the healed wounds he had tended for Torlund, from the snow fox pelts successfully traded with the ice-tooth tribe now stacked in the warehouse corner, and from the meticulous reputation he had brought back from Winterfell. Acknowledged even by Maester Luwin. Lady McGee observed Karren's entrance, nodding slightly, her tone deliberately calm, yet heavier than ever. "Karren, take a seat. The winter of Bear Island demands every thoughtful mind, especially those who have undergone change and can instigate further change." Her words were pointed, alluding to both his transformation after the fall and his endeavors over the past 6 months. Karren complied, settling into a seat toward the end, feeling the familiar yet foreign weight of expectation. He was acutely aware that at this moment, he was no longer merely a participant, but one of the pivotal figures anticipated to resolve the impasse. Memories of the past year flashed through his mind, from the despair of gnawing at moldy black bread to the ecstasy brought by the first tender green in the greenhouse. From old Ivan's derision to Gloom's reluctant acknowledgement, from Ned Stark's cautious, meticulous evaluations to the letters and seeds sent by Maester Luwin. As the discussions once again stalled due to the scarcity of game and dwindling supplies, Gloom even began to propose the risk of venturing into the more remote mountains. At that moment, Karren rose to his feet, his movement capturing everyone's attention. Lady McGee, esteemed guests, his voice steady, imbued with the composure honed over the past year. Uncle Gloom is right about the inefficacy of traditional methods amidst heavy snowfall. However, the guiding pit trap I experimented with alongside Torlund and the others in the West Mountain Hollow, combined with sound-driven drives, may yield better results if we expand its application. We have sketched a possible migration route based on the freshness of the game tracks and wind direction. He glanced at Torlund, who promptly nodded in affirmation. Concerning sustenance, he turned to old Ivan and the fishery overseer, old Hark. The damaged grains we accounted for in the warehouse might be salvaged using the method I previously employed with the escargots, by rinsing them repeatedly in seawater to precipitate and potentially eliminate most of the mildew, allowing for a blend with the remaining good grains for safer consumption. Furthermore, old Hark, did we not observe an increase of 20% in our catch with the deep-sea fishing nets reinforced with seaweed that we trialed last time in the sheltered bay? Old Hark paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously. Indeed, there has been an increase. The weaving process is laborious, yet it yields additional sustenance. Karren interjected, casting his gaze back to Lady Maggie, emphasizing the crux of our discussion, the future's hope and the immediate actions we can undertake. In my greenhouse, the first batch of hardiness seeds gifted by Bachelor Ruin have taken root, thriving even better than the local varieties. In the demonstration greenhouse, the local turnips tended by Aunt Martha have also begun to sprout. This confirms that even in winter, there is potential for the land to yield produce. He inhaled deeply and proposed the central suggestion. I beseech the lady to permit the mobilization of more hands, utilizing the assorted materials in the warehouse, to construct small greenhouses behind each household in the sheltered areas, employing the leftover timber and damaged animal hides from the demonstration structure. While we do not expect it to immediately resolve the famine, even if each greenhouse ultimately yields only a few vegetables, collectively, they could provide vital sustenance for the most vulnerable, children, the elderly, and the injured, before the arrival of spring, granting them a greater chance to endure. This approach is far more pragmatic than relying on the whims of hunting or risking ventures into the deep mountains. Upon concluding, Karren stood tall. He eschewed empty rhetoric about hope, instead weaving together all the minor improvements he had introduced over the past year: trap enhancements, food processing, fishing net upgrades, and greenhouse technologies, into a coherent, actionable survival strategy. These proposals were grounded in verified or partially validated principles, each step meticulously laid out in preceding chapters. The hall fell silent. Gloom crossed his arms and eventually grunted in begrudging admiration. You truly have a clever mind. Let us proceed with the traps and drives as per your designs. Old Ivan regarded Karren, a flicker of unspoken satisfaction glimmering in his murky eyes as he quietly remarked to Lady Maggie, "My lady, Master Karren has already sorted through the waste materials in the warehouse, ready for immediate use." Lady Maggie silently observed Karren, reflecting on the boy who a year prior lay bedridden and bewildered, now standing here, articulating a clear path forged from collective effort. She recognized in him a blend of Joffrey's pragmatism and an ineffable wisdom that would undeniably benefit Bear Island. This wisdom was gradually dispelling the shadows left by Jorah. Rising, she approached Karren, firmly patting his shoulder, as if to impart the resilience and responsibility of House Mormont upon him. Karren Mormont. Her voice resonated throughout the hall with the resolve of a newly appointed lord. Your plan is approved. We shall proceed as you have advised. Groom. Coordinate with Karren and Torlund to set new traps. Old Ivan. Hark. Devote your utmost efforts to food processing and the crafting of fishing nets. All those capable of manual labor follow Karren and assist in erecting the warm shelters. Her keen gaze swept across the gathering. Winter on Bear Island is arduous. And while Brother Geo has chosen to guard the kingdom at the Great Wall, we must protect our home. The Mormont family stands tall. From this moment forth, there shall be no more idle talk, only action. Stand tall. The murmured echoes of agreement reverberated through the hall. A burgeoning force began to replace the earlier despair. Karren realized that he not only belonged here, but was beginning to lead here. The path ahead remained frozen. Yet the spark he had ignited and tenderly nurtured was finally poised to blossom into a bonfire, providing warmth and comfort on this coldest winter night. Chapter 22. The miracle of the warm shelters. The cold winds continued to ravage Bear Island, yet a vitality, distinctly different from previous years, was subtly emerging amidst the snow-clad dwellings. The nationwide warm shelter initiative proposed by Karren, with the resolute support of Lady Maggie, swiftly transformed into a collective endeavor among all the clansfolk of Bear Island. The assorted scraps, twisted wooden beams, tattered animal hides, and even remnants of failed fishing nets that Karren had meticulously sorted in the warehouse were maximally repurposed. Under the guidance of the skilled workers like Torlund and Martha, rudimentary warm shelters of varying sizes and shapes sprouted like mushrooms behind homes, shielded from the wind and basking in sunlight. The process was not without its challenges. Some constructed the shelters too tightly, resulting in excessive heat during the afternoon, wilting the seedlings. Others, due to inadequate coverage of animal hides, found the softened soil hardening again after a single night of cold winds. Problems arose incessantly, and complaints and frustrations were inevitable. During such times, Karren's presence would invariably manifest. He no longer engaged in every task personally as he had initially, but rather assumed the role of a mobile technical consultant and problem solver. Accompanied by Lyanna, he navigated through the various corners of the community. Fill the gaps here with damp hay, not snow. Melted snow will only increase the chill. Remember to leave a crack open during the midday sun to allow some heat to escape. Otherwise, the seedlings will suffer. Your soil is still too sticky. Try mixing in some wood ash from the fire at the compost site. His guidance was specific and nuanced, grounded in the experiences gleaned from 2 years of repetitive experimentation and observation. Lyanna, following closely behind, not only assisted in passing tools but also, with her increasingly discerning eyes, learned to observe the humidity within the shelters, the color of the seedlings' leaves, and could even anticipate potential weaknesses in the bindings. Her silent and focused demeanor became a tacit endorsement of Karren's methods. The hunting team led by Groom, following the path laid out by Karren and Torlund, combined sound-driven tactics with innovative traps, achieving unexpected success in previously inaccessible areas, capturing 2 snowblind deer. Although insufficient to fundamentally alter the state of food scarcity, the tangible presence of meat has greatly uplifted spirits, reinforcing the community's faith in Karren's innovative methods. The efforts of Old Ivan and Old Hark in food processing and fishery improvement have begun to yield results. The washed, albeit still coarse, moldy grains have lost much of their unsettling odor, and when mixed with better quality grains, have made the porridge slightly thicker in everyone's bowls. The reinforced deep-sea fishing nets, on calmer days, managed to bring back several baskets of fish, albeit mostly small varieties, which contribute a rare hint of saltiness to the soup on cold winter days. Hope, akin to the gradually rising temperature within the greenhouse, gently permeates the frozen ground. A turning point occurred on an ostensibly ordinary afternoon. The persistent east wind ushered in relatively moist air, slightly raising the temperature, and after days of gloomy skies, a few precious rays of warm sunlight broke through. Aunt Martha nearly tumbled out from behind her house, clutching something tightly in her hand, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent as she dashed toward the direction where Karren was usually found. Master Karren, they've grown. They've truly grown. She rushed to Karren, opening her palm. No longer was there merely a tiny sprout. Instead, there were several robust, vibrant green turnip leaves, each about the size of a child's hand, fully unfurled. The leaves glistened with the unique moisture of the greenhouse, shimmering with life in the sunlight. This seemed to signal a collective awakening. Soon after, the Torlund family, Old Hark's household, and even those who had previously complained the most, all began to express their astonishment. They cautiously retrieved the first leaf or the first small, soil-clad turnip from their once ridiculed makeshift greenhouses. The harvest was meager. Each household might have only a few turnips or merely a handful of leaves. Yet, this seemingly insignificant greenery enveloped the entire Bear Island in an atmosphere akin to a festival. Children curiously gathered around the rare green vegetables, while adults wore expressions of almost sacred joy. That evening, Aunt Martha used those few leaves, mixed with a bit of precious minced pickled meat, to prepare a steaming pot of vegetable soup. She stubbornly filled a bowl to the brim, insisting that Karren and Lyanna taste it first. The soup, imbued with the turnip-esque characteristic mild spiciness and sweetness, was a divine delicacy for those accustomed to dark bread and salted fish. Lyanna sipped the soup slowly, her eyes sparkling, and looked up at Karren, softly yet resolutely stating, "Brother, it's real. We did it." In that moment, as Karren gazed at the genuine smiles on the faces of his kin and felt the faint warmth in his stomach, the sense of accomplishment that surged within him was far more profound than the recognition he had received from Bachelor Ruin in Winterfell. This affirmation did not come from distant accolades, but rather from the very land beneath his feet and the people who depended on it for their survival. The miracle of the greenhouse spread like wildfire. It does not refer to a miraculous emergence of food from thin air, but rather the reality of seizing a glimmer of life from the grasp of ice and snow through human ingenuity, labor, and relentless perseverance during the harshest season in the north. Lady Margaery personally inspected the successful harvests of the greenhouses. She observed the small yet tangible greens and the rekindled light in her kin's eyes, remaining silent for a considerable time. That evening, she summoned Karren to the Lord's Hall, offering no extravagant praise, but instead pushing a preliminary document regarding the exchange of supplies at the border between Bear Island and the Glovers of Deepwood Mott before him. "Look here," Lady Margaery's tone remained stern, yet there seemed to be a faint glimmer of expectation in her gaze reminiscent of the hopes Uncle Jane once held for him. "Come spring, we will require more such miracles. The Glovers have reached out for aid, specifically requesting knowledgeable individuals from Bear Island to assist. Prepare accordingly." Karren accepted the document, understanding its significance. The success of the greenhouses not only addressed the immediate crisis, but also afforded him, and Bear Island, a broader stage and a heavier burden. He gazed at the Glover family seal on the document, aware that the story's second volume was poised to unfold a new chapter. Chapter 23. The choice of Mormont within the Lord's Hall of Bear Island. The atmosphere was more somber than usual. Above the vast bear hide carpet, Lady Margaery Mormont sat regally in the main seat, flanked by the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, a symbol of familial power and legacy. The stone fireplace in the center of the hall blazed fiercely, the flickering flames casting the silhouettes of the core family members and important vassals against the mottled stone walls. A dance of light and shadow. Several days had passed since the joy of the greenhouse harvest, yet the invigorating essence of life still subtly lingered in the air. However, what lay before Lady Margaery and all attendees were more pressing and long-term considerations. Old Ivan was the first to report, his voice tinged with a sense of relief, yet unable to mask the lingering worries. The initial harvests from each family's greenhouse, though limited in quantity, have been prioritized for the frail, elderly, and young children. As per Master Karren's suggestion, the results have exceeded our expectations. The coughs in Old Bill's household have lessened, and a few of the constantly hungry little ones have begun to show some color in their faces. This has allowed us to barely endure the most challenging days. He shifted his tone. However, our food reserves are nearly depleted, and the salted fish is running low. Spring's arrival is still too slow. Groom then stood, not to complain but rather to speak with a pragmatic tone, based on the map devised by Karren and Torland, along with the new traps. Our hunting party's yield this month has increased by 30% compared to the same period last year. Although most of the catch consists of small game, it has at least prevented us from running out of meat. He cast a glance at Karren, nodding in acknowledgement. Nonetheless, the game in the woods has been increasingly depleted over the winter, making future yields uncertain. Old Hark also added insights regarding the fishing industry, noting that the new nets had indeed improved efficiency, yet the spring seas were unpredictable, rendering fishing efforts unstable. The circumstances remain dire, yet all are acutely aware that, without the transformative measures introduced by Karren, enhancements to the greenhouses, improvements to traps, fishing nets, and even food processing methods, the costs borne by Bear Island this winter would have been insurmountable. Lady Margaery listened in silence, her fingers unconsciously caressing the cold hilt of her longsword. Her gaze slowly traversed each individual present, ultimately resting upon Karren, who sat quietly at the end of the table, absorbing the discourse. This youth, who had teetered on the brink of life and death just a year prior, had now emerged as one of the pivotal figures in ensuring Bear Island's survival through the harsh winter. His worth transcended the mere existence of those verdant greenhouses. "We have all heard." Lady Margaery finally spoke, her voice steady and powerful, shattering the silence. "This winter, Bear Island has endured not by mere fortune, but through the collective efforts of every individual present. She paused, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Karren, acknowledging the audacity of innovative thinking that defied convention. Rising to her full height, her imposing figure was accentuated by the flickering firelight. Though winter is not yet fully behind us, we must prepare for spring and the future ahead. My brother, Jane, entrusted Bear Island to my care, and I shall not allow it to wither under my stewardship. Stepping forward, she faced Karren directly. Karren Mormont. At the sound of his name, Karren stood and bowed slightly. You have demonstrated your concern for our kin, as well as the value of your intellect and labor for Bear Island. Lady Margaery's words reverberated through the hall. The greenhouses had alleviated our immediate crisis, and the trade with the Ice-Tooth tribe had yielded pelts, while enhancements to our hunting and fishing operations had increased efficiency. All of this is commendable. However, what Bear Island requires extends beyond mere expedience in overcoming temporary challenges. We need long-term strategies and stable governance. She paused, as if arriving at a decisive conclusion, her voice resolute. I, Margaery Mormont, in my capacity as the Lord of Bear Island, hereby officially appoint you, Karren Mormont, as the Warden of Bear Island. Warden. The term elicited a subtle gasp from those in the hall. This title was no mere formality. It signified that Karren would formally engage in and oversee the core daily operations of Bear Island, managing food reserves, coordinating supplies, overseeing the repair of fortifications, and handling routine communications with other families. This was a position of substantial authority, typically held by the Lord's most trusted and experienced vassal. You will assist old Ivan, taking full responsibility for the management of the warehouses and the allocation of resources, ensuring that every ounce of supply is utilized judiciously, Lady Margaery continued, her gaze shifting to the somewhat astonished old Ivan, who would henceforth focus more on auditing accounts and guiding the succession. This not only reassured the seasoned advisor, but also clarified Karren's authority. Moreover, you are to spearhead the development of plans for the reinforcement and expansion of Bear Island's defenses. We must not forget the lessons learned from the Rock Coast. We must possess the capability to confront threats from both sea and land. Her eyes turned to Grom and the others. Grom, the hunting party must coordinate with Karren, providing intelligence from the borders and participating in our defenses. Grom nodded solemnly. Lastly, you shall be fully responsible for the upcoming exchange of materials with the Glover family. This transaction is not merely an exchange. It marks the beginning of Bear Island's re-establishment of trust and connection with our neighbors. 3 responsibilities encompass the nascent forms of domestic affairs, military, and diplomacy, each laden with significant power and duty. Lady McGee's decision undoubtedly thrust Karren into the forefront of Bear Island's governance, representing a profound acknowledgement and reliance on his abilities. Karren could sense the myriad gazes directed towards him, some filled with interest, others with scrutiny, astonishment, and perhaps a hint of scarcely perceptible envy. He understood that this appointment signified he could no longer solely concentrate on his personal endeavors. He would be more deeply ensnared in the vortex of family affairs, shouldering responsibilities that directly influenced the survival of all his kin. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, a standard gesture for a knight receiving honors or significant appointments. Despite not being a knight himself, he lifted his gaze to meet Lady McGee's scrutinizing eyes, his voice clear and resolute. I shall adhere to your command, Lady McGee. I, Karren Mormont, hereby swear by the name of Mormont that I will do my utmost to safeguard Bear Island, serve our people, and not betray your trust. His pledge lacked grandiloquent promises. It was imbued solely with the weight of responsibility. Lady McGee regarded him, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She sought not merely a clever young man, but a trustworthy aide capable of shouldering burdens under pressure. She extended her hand in a gesture of encouragement. Rise, Chief Karren. The future of Bear Island necessitates your commitment. Following the ceremonial appointment, a more concrete deliberation ensued. Karren instantly embraced his new role, verifying the dwindling stock with old Ivan. Discussing the enhancement sketches for border patrols and early warning systems with Gloom, and beginning to draft a list of personnel and supplies for the journey to Deep Forest Fortress. His thoughts were lucid and well-considered, evidently not a matter of impromptu inspiration, but rather the result of prior contemplation. Initially, old Ivan exhibited some rigidity, but as Karren proactively sought guidance on past practices and logistical details, his demeanor gradually softened, leading him to offer crucial suggestions. This pragmatic collaboration began to dissolve any lingering barriers. As the meeting concluded and the attendees dispersed, the howling wind and snow outside seemed to lessen. Lyanna awaited Karren outside the hall. Upon seeing him emerge, she rushed over, her small face alight with prideful excitement. Karren affectionately ruffled her hair. Yet his gaze drifted toward the distant, misty horizon of the sea. The miracle of the warm greenhouse had granted him a space for survival and earned the trust of his people, while the responsibilities of chief now propelled him onto a broader and more perilous path. He recognized that the true test was only just beginning. The journey to Deep Forest Fortress would mark his inaugural appearance to the external world as the chief of Bear Island. Chapter 24. The plea for aid from Deep Forest Fortress. The cold wind remained biting, yet the atmosphere at Bear Island's dock was unusually vibrant. 3 specially modified, broad, and sturdy sleds stood in a row, laden with supplies tightly bound with waterproof tarpaulin, partly consisting of the pickled fish and furs produced by Bear Island, but predominantly comprising the materials for the warm greenhouse and certain frost-resistant tubers that Karren insisted on bringing for demonstration. Karren stood beside the foremost sled, clad in a neat, thick leather coat, draped with a bearskin cloak symbolizing House Mormont. Now, he has become the overseer of Bear Island, embarking on a journey that bears not only the mission of exchanging supplies, but also the weighty responsibility of showcasing the island's new spirit and rebuilding ties with neighboring realms. His gaze swept over the well-prepared contingent of 10 capable men from the Mormont, led by the seasoned veteran, Keller, alongside Torlund, who eagerly volunteered, wishing to lend further assistance. Lady Meej personally saw them off at the dock. She spoke little, merely handing a parchment sealed with the Lord's emblem to Karlen, and gave a firm pat on his shoulder, conveying unspoken sentiments. Old Ivan stood behind Meej, nodding at Karlen, his eyes reflecting rare trust and entrustment. Little Lyanna, cradled by her nurse, waved vigorously at Karlen, her small face flushed from the biting wind, yet her gaze shone with remarkable brightness. "Let us depart," Karlen proclaimed, with no excess sentimentality, swiftly signaling his men as he climbed onto the sled first. The company departed from the relatively familiar coastline of Bear Island, heading towards the depths of the forest stronghold. The snow-covered King's Road struggled to reveal its path, as the harshness of the winter wilderness unfolded its most brutal visage. The cold wind sliced through even the thickest of cloaks, while the snow rose to knee height, making each step exceedingly arduous. On the first day of the journey, the team progressed less than half of their anticipated distance. The robust northern steeds pulling the sled exhaled thick clouds of mist, appearing utterly fatigued. As evening fell, they set camp beneath a wind-sheltered cliff. Keller, observing the heavy sled and exhausted soldiers, furrowed his brow. "Overseer Karlen, at this pace, the provisions we carry may not last until the forest stronghold." Karlen did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the sled, meticulously examining the tracks left in the deep snow, then lifted his gaze to the sky and the surrounding terrain. He recalled details noted during his prior study of the northern maps, alongside the patterns of winter winds and snow accumulation mentioned in Bachelor Ruins correspondence. "Keller, tomorrow we shall avoid the main road," Karlen declared, sketching a rough route in the snow with a stick. "I remember from the map that if we veer slightly east from here, there lies an abandoned hunter's path that extends along the ridge line. The elevation there is higher, with winds consistently blowing from west to east, which should make the snow on the ridge thinner and firmer, thus facilitating our passage." Keller regarded him with skepticism. "A hunter's path? It has not been traversed in years. What if we lose our way?" "I have a general sense of the direction," Karlen replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. "Moreover, the ridge offers a clearer view, making navigation easier, and it allows us to avoid potential avalanches or being completely buried by snow in the valley below. The risks are lesser than struggling through deep snow." Torlund nodded in agreement. Young Master Karlen, or rather, Overseer, seldom misjudges direction and tracks. He referred to the previous matter of hunting paths. Keller glanced at the weary soldiers and horses, then at Karlen's steady eyes, ultimately conceding. "Very well. We shall proceed as the Overseer suggests." The next day, the company veered from the King's Road, laboriously ascending the ridge. Indeed, as Karlen had anticipated, although the snow on the ridge was biting cold, it was significantly shallower and firmer, making their journey considerably less taxing. The horizon has broadened, with the outlines of distant mountains near the Deep Forest Fortress faintly discernible. The soldiers' spirits were momentarily lifted. Along the way, they stumbled upon several frostbitten branches of a resilient shrub, partially obscured by snow, beneath a wind-sheltered rock. Karren recognized this as a plant documented in the Compendium of Bachelor Ruin, whose roots can store moisture and a small amount of nutrients under certain conditions. He immediately ordered the team to halt for a rest, directing the soldiers to carefully excavate, and indeed, they unearthed some tubers, frozen solid yet not entirely decayed. After processing, these could be mixed with their rations to sustain them for another day or two. Karren's words rekindled a sense of hope among the previously disheartened soldiers. Thanks to Karren's precise navigation and adept utilization of natural resources, although the route had been slightly longer, their pace was unexpectedly swift, conserving both precious energy and supplies. 4 days later, when the imposing silhouette of deep forest fortress, constructed from massive logs and gray stones, nestled deep within the iron woods, finally came into view, the team discovered they still had a modest surplus of provisions. The sentinels of Deep Forest Fortress had long since spotted them, and the sound of a horn echoed across the castle's expanse. Upon the arrival of Karren's contingent at the castle gates, Sir Gilbert Glover awaited at the entrance, accompanied by several attendants. His visage bore the pallor of prolonged anxiety, yet his eyes reflected astonishment. Sir Gilbert hastened to greet them, his gaze first landing on the sleds, where supplies, though weather-beaten, remained neatly tied, before shifting to the leader, Karren, clearly taken aback by the youth of the envoy from Bear Island. Sir Gilbert quickly suppressed any disdain upon observing Karren's composed demeanor and the weary yet orderly appearance of his troops. Lord Glover, Karren stepped forward, placing his right hand over his chest and performing a standard northern salute. By the command of Lady Marjorie Mormont, I, Karren of Bear Island, have come with my team, hoping to offer our humble assistance to endure these trying times together with Deep Forest Fortress. His tone was neither obsequious nor haughty, and his demeanor was fitting, instantly earning a favorable first impression from Sir Gilbert. Chief Karren. Sir Gilbert, clearly aware of Karren's new rank from the messenger, grasped Karren's arm warmly, exclaiming, "You have endured much. I never expected you to arrive in such weather. Please, come in quickly. We have prepared hot soup within the castle." Upon entering Deep Forest Fortress, Karren immediately sensed a more oppressive atmosphere compared to Bear Island. Although the castle was larger in scale, the faces of the soldiers and townsfolk were shrouded in a deeper gloom, the air thick with the palpable anxiety of scarce resources. By the fireplace in the Lord's Hall, Sir Gilbert wasted no time on pleasantries, directly addressing the matter at hand with a grave tone. "To be frank, Chief Karren, the food supplies at Deep Forest Fortress are nearly depleted. This winter has been exceedingly harsh. Bear Island's willingness to extend a helping hand is deeply appreciated by the Glover family," he added, glancing at the provisions on the sled with gratitude, yet tinged with doubt. "However, while these supplies may alleviate our immediate crisis, it is likely that," Karren, not in haste to unveil all that he had brought, calmly interjected, "Lord Glover, the food crisis is not a matter of a single day, nor can it be resolved with one act of assistance. Lady Maggie has sent me, more importantly, to share a potential pathway uncovered by Bear Island this winter that may assist many in their struggle for survival." He gestured for Torlund to uncover one of the sleds draped with oilcloth, revealing a bundle of wooden frames, processed pelts, and bags of goods wrapped in burlap. "What is this?" Sir Gilbert inquired, gazing at the seemingly ordinary materials. "These are the materials for constructing a greenhouse and seeds for cold-resistant crops," Karren explained. "Bear Island has successfully cultivated turnips and other hardy vegetables during the winter using this method. Although the yield is limited, it is sufficient to provide additional sustenance for the elderly and children during the harshest times, offering a glimmer of hope for survival." He succinctly elucidated the principles and feasibility of the greenhouse, also mentioning the endorsement from Bachelor Lewin of Winterfell. Sir Gilbert's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, ultimately igniting a fervent hope. "Growing food in winter? Is this truly possible? Master Karren, do you believe this method can be applied in our Deep Forest Castle as well?" His voice quivered with excitement. "I cannot guarantee it will be identical, but the principles are analogous," Karren pragmatically replied. "We can first identify a suitable location in Deep Forest Castle to construct a demonstration greenhouse. My assistant Torlund has been involved in the entire process of building and maintaining the demonstration greenhouse on Bear Island. He can remain here to guide your castle's people on how to construct and care for it. Once the first batch of seedlings emerges, I trust the adults will discern its value." He did not make empty promises, but instead proposed a practical, immediate demonstration plan, which resonated far more deeply than merely delivering consumables to the despairing Sir Gilbert Glover. Suddenly, Sir Gilbert sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth, his face radiating a long-lost brilliance. "Excellent. Wonderful. Master Karren, if this method proves successful, you will not only be a messenger of food, but also a benefactor of hope. The friendship between the Glover and Mormont families will take root deeper than the trees of this ironwood." He promptly ordered the gathering of the castle's craftsmen and stewards to fully cooperate with Karren and Torlund in selecting the best location within the castle to commence the construction of the demonstration greenhouse immediately. Karren understood that while the exchange of materials had been completed, A deeper level of cooperation and trust was just beginning to take shape. With wisdom and pragmatism, he successfully illuminated the possibility of transcending the immediate challenges faced by Deep Forest Castle, thereby securing Bear Island's first solid and invaluable friendship among the Northern Lords. Chapter 25. The Crisis at Rock Coast. Karren remained at Deep Forest Castle for 5 days. During this time, Torlund displayed remarkable abilities. He was taciturn, yet possessed exceptional practical skills. When explaining the details of greenhouse construction and maintenance, he was clear and unreserved. Under his guidance and Karren's coordination, the craftsmen of Deep Forest Castle swiftly erected a greenhouse in a sheltered, sunny courtyard within the castle, one that was more orderly and structurally sound than the demonstration on Bear Island. The cold-resistant tubers and seeds that Karren had brought were carefully sown and covered with loose soil mixed with wood ash. Sir Gilbert Glover visits almost daily, his gaze filled with focus and anticipation, as if he were not merely observing a modest wooden shed, but rather the very hopes for his family's future. Tales of the green-thumbed inhabitants of Bear Island and their ability to cultivate hope amidst winter have begun to circulate among the populace of Deep Forest Castle. This once dreary fortress has, through the mere possibility of a touch of green, quietly infused a semblance of vitality. The exchange of goods has long been accomplished. The salted fish and furs from Bear Island have been traded for the promised timber and some ironware from Deep Forest Castle. The mission has been successfully completed, even exceeding the objectives of fostering trust and imparting knowledge. Karren has resolved to embark on the journey back. Before his departure, Sir Gilbert firmly grasped Karren's hand. His tone earnest and weighty. Steward Karren, the Glover family owes a significant debt of gratitude to Bear Island, not merely for these supplies, but for this life-saving method. In the future, should you require anything, Deep Forest Castle shall not waver in its commitments. He paused, lowering his voice. The north has grown increasingly turbulent of late. The iron-born skiffs perch like vultures along the rock coast. Exercise utmost caution on your return journey. The mention of the iron-born stirred a memory in Karren. Recalling the concerns voiced by Uncle Geo before his departure, which were also the reasons Lady Maggie had urged him to commence fortifications, he nodded. Thank you for your warning, my lord. We shall proceed with care. The return journey, due to familiarity with the terrain and a lighter load, felt considerably more manageable. Yet, a shadow loomed over Karren's heart, cast by Sir Gilbert's forewarning. He instructed Keller to dispatch scouts ahead, heightening the vigilance of their march. However, crises often strike when least expected, just as the caravan traversed a bay strewn with black rocks. Less than a day's journey from Bear Island, later known to Karren as Weeping Cliff, a soldier on watch suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent call akin to a bird's cry. Alert! The seasoned veteran Keller bellowed, and in an instant, all soldiers dispersed, taking cover behind sleds and rocks, drawing swords and stringing bows. Huddled behind a massive rock, Karren peered in the direction indicated by the sentry. Below, not far off on the shallow beach, two rough, elongated longboats of the iron-born lay half-stranded among the rocks, where approximately 15 or 16 figures clad in tattered leather coats, adorned with horned helmets or caps, clambered over a trove of stolen goods, bundles of furs, bags likely containing grain, and two struggling lambs being transferred from a small fishing vessel, clearly of northern design. The fishing boat lay in ruins, its sail tattered, dark stains visible upon its deck. With no sign of its owner, its fate all too apparent. It was a raiding party of Ironborn. They had evidently just concluded a bloody hunt and were temporarily regrouping to divide their spoils. Damn them, Keller muttered under his breath, his eyes aflame with anger. They are from the nearby fishing village. Those accursed Ironborn. The soldiers, likewise filled with righteous indignation, turned their gazes upon Karren, awaiting orders. The enemy outnumbered them slightly, and were renowned for their ferocity, occupying a position of advantage. A direct confrontation could yield unpredictable outcomes, and even a victory would surely come at a steep cost. Karren's heart raced fiercely, yet he compelled himself to maintain his composure. He swiftly surveyed the surroundings. They were positioned on high ground, overlooking the bay. The iron men below were preoccupied with their plunder. Steep, snow-covered cliffs flanked them on either side, and the exposed rocky area revealed by the receding tide formed a labyrinthine passage. A thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. He recalled the rudimentary early warning system he had devised to enhance Bear Island's defenses, which combined the modern Sentinel system with the realities of the North, including methods of utilizing terrain and sound to convey signals. The rocky area before him was indeed a natural amplifier, capable of bewildering the enemy. He immediately called over Keller and two other astute soldiers. Whispering his instructions with rapid urgency, "We cannot engage directly. Uncle Keller, take 2 men and stealthily approach from the left side of the rocks, getting as close as possible. Await my signal. Huck, your voice is loud. Take 1 person and move behind the high slope on the right. The rest of you stay with me here. Ready your crossbows, but under no circumstances fire without my command. He picked up several stones of varying sizes and explained quickly, when you see me throw this large one. Uncle Keller, you must strike the rocks vigorously to create the sound of many charging from the left. Huck, you will simultaneously shout loudly, as if we have an ambush emerging from the right. Remember, just create the illusion. Do not actually charge down. He then addressed the remaining soldiers. We will remain here, aiming with our crossbows. If they attempt to break through the rocky passage in a panic, shoot to hinder them, but do not aim to kill. Simply drive them back. The orders were clear and decisive. Although Keller was somewhat skeptical of this blusterous tactic, he had never witnessed a misjudgment from Karren before. Given the urgency of the situation, he chose to follow orders unconditionally. The soldiers moved swiftly, like phantoms, into the shadows of the rocks. Karren held his breath, timing the moments until his comrades were in position. Below, the Iron Men continued their raucous chatter, blissfully unaware that they had become trapped. Now was the moment. Karren inhaled deeply and hurled the sizable stone towards a flat rock below. Thud! The stone struck, emitting a sharp sound that echoed jarringly across the tranquil bay. The Iron Men were startled, their heads snapping up in astonishment. Almost simultaneously, a series of heavy, thunderous knocks resonated from the left rocky area, as if heavily armored soldiers were charging forth. Kill! For Bear Island! For Mormont! From behind the right slope, Huck's guttural roar and his companion's shouts erupted, colliding and amplifying against the cliffs, sounding as though dozens were rallying. The sudden onslaught threw the Iron Men into disarray. An ambush! It's the Northerners. Many of them. Get to the boats. Leave this place. They had no time to discern the source or authenticity of the sounds. The instinct honed from a life of piracy to flee at the sight of regular troops overtook them. In a frenzy, they abandoned their recently acquired treasures, scrambling to push their longboats, eager to escape the snare. Fire! Karren seized the opportune moment and issued a command. The soldiers stationed had already taken aim at the primary exit points among the rocks, and arrows, sparse yet precise, whistled through the air. Though no one was struck, they successfully embedded themselves in the paths that the Iron Folk attempted to flee, intensifying their panic and forcing them towards less navigable waters. Amidst the chaos, 2 longboats of the Iron Folk hastily departed the shore. Due to the jostling and confusion, one even collided with the rocks, sustaining visible damage. They paddled frantically, like hounds bereft of their homes, fleeing from the Weeping Sea cliff, neglecting even the spoils they had seized. The bay swiftly returned to silence, leaving behind stranded fishing boats, scattered belongings, and a group of bewildered soldiers from Bear Island, who soon erupted into jubilant cheers of survival. Good heavens! They truly ran away, a young soldier exclaimed excitedly. Keller and Huck also converged from their hiding place, gazing in awe at the retreating Iron Folk boats, their faces filled with disbelief and genuine admiration. Commander Karren! Keller exclaimed, clapping Karren's shoulder with fervor, his voice trembling with excitement. Your strategy is brilliant. Without losing a single man, you scared off those scoundrels and reclaimed our goods. Karren exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He understood that this success was a stroke of luck, capitalizing on the information disparity and the Iron Folk's guilty conscience. Nevertheless, his improved early warning system and adaptive tactics had been validated in real combat for the first time, and they had succeeded. He approached the shallows, observing the goods abandoned by the Iron Folk, and said to Keller, "Take stock and see if we can find any information about the rightful owners. These sheep and provisions may very well save a fishing village." He stood at the edge of the Weeping Sea cliff, gazing towards Bear Island. This expedition to the forest fortress not only solidified their alliances and addressed some of their material needs, but it also unexpectedly validated the effectiveness of their defensive strategies on the return journey. What he brought back to Bear Island would not merely be timber and iron acquired through barter, but also the triumph of thwarting the Iron Folk's plunder and reclaiming goods without bloodshed, alongside a preliminarily tested, effective early warning and response mechanism. This would undoubtedly enhance his authority as commander and provide compelling justification for his next steps in leading Bear Island's defensive construction. The crisis at the Rock Coast had, paradoxically, become an excellent testament to his capabilities. Chapter 26. The call of Winterfell. The biting sea breeze, infused with a briny scent, swept across the docks of Bear Island. As Karren's party escorted sleds laden with supplies and goods reclaimed from the Iron Folk, they slowly approached the shore, where a dense crowd had already gathered. Cheers surged like a tide, instantly dispelling the weariness of their journey. Commander Karren, well done. Look, those are the stolen lambs. Commander Karren has retrieved them. Even the timber from the forest fortress has been brought back. Now we have ample materials to repair the houses. The faces of the clansmen radiated with excitement and gratitude as they gazed upon the treasures that could have been lost forever atop the sled. They looked at Karren and the soldiers behind him, who, despite their weary expressions, held sharp gazes that filled their hearts with indescribable exhilaration. Several fishermen's relatives, having lost loved ones, were moved to tears, repeatedly bowing in Karren's direction. Old Ivan, leaning on his cane, stood at the forefront of the crowd, his weathered face breaking into a rare, genuine smile, the wrinkles appearing to soften. He approached, giving Karren's sturdy arm a hearty pat. His voice tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Well done, lad. You have upheld the honor of Mormont and spared the hearts of our kin in the north. Your lady waits for you in the hall. Go quickly. At that moment, a petite figure burst forth from the crowd like a cannonball, leaping into Karren's embrace. Tightly clutching his leg, it was Lyanna. She tilted her small face upward, her cheeks flushed from the cold, radiating excitement and unabashed admiration, her gray eyes sparkling. Brother, everyone says you are like a hero from ancient times, defeating the villains with your wisdom and bringing back what was taken. Is it true? Karren's heart softened as he bent down to lift the little girl effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. The weight of Lyanna, combined with the scent of childhood and the crispness of winter, offered him a peculiar sense of grounding. He rubbed her cold little nose gently and smiled, saying, "It is not solely my achievement. It is the result of our collective effort and a touch of luck." He humbly attributed the honor to the group, which earned him the admiration of those around him. Holding Lyanna, Karren walked through the path that the crowd willingly opened, amidst the continuous cheers, into the familiar Lord's Hall. The fireplace within blazed brightly, dispelling the chill that seeped in from outside. Lady Maggie did not occupy the main seat. Instead, she stood before the hearth, her posture as upright as a pine. She turned, her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fell upon Karren, her eyes reflecting approval and a palpable sense of relief. Far more powerful than words. "Welcome back, Steward Karren." Lady Maggie's voice remained steady, yet it bore a warmth absent in previous encounters. "You have forged a strong friendship with Glover at Deepwood Keep, and on your return, you upheld the dignity of the North, reclaiming the property of our people. You have proven your worth, exceeding all expectations." She gestured for Karren to take a seat, and Lyanna obediently slid down from her brother's arms to settle on a nearby stool, her hands cradling her chin as she prepared to listen intently. Karren detailed the intricacies of his journey to Deepwood Keep, the successful construction of the warm shelter, Sir Gilbert Glover's transition from skepticism to full support, and the specific inventory of exchanged goods. As he recounted the encounter with the Ironmen raiding party at Weeping Cliffs, the hearts of everyone in the hall tightened with apprehension. Karren spoke steadily, narrating how he utilized the rocky terrain and sound to create the illusion of ambush, how he accurately assessed the bandit psychology, ultimately driving back the formidable foes without losing a single soldier, reclaiming the treasures. The soldiers fought valiantly, and Torlin's quick thinking in the heat of the moment proved invaluable. Without their united efforts, such a plan would have been impossible. In conclusion, Karren dispersed the credit once more. Lady Maggie listened intently, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cold hilt of her long sword. Perceptive of the enemy's intentions and adept at utilizing the terrain, she recognized that psychological warfare was paramount. "You have performed beyond my expectations." A glimmer of brilliance shone in her eyes, as this strategy of early warning and deception must be swiftly integrated into the defense system of Bear Island. The lessons learned from Crying Sea Cliff must be disseminated across all coastal outposts. "Yes, my lady. I shall commence drafting the specifics shortly," Karren affirmed with a nod, poised to elaborate further on her comprehensive defense strategy. Suddenly, a deep and resonant horn echoed from the direction of the coast, penetrating the stone walls and reverberating in the hall. This was a signal indicating the approach of foreign vessels. An immediate hush fell over the chamber, all eyes turning to the entrance. The sound of hurried footsteps grew louder as a guard rushed in, exclaiming, "My lady, a swift ship from Winterfell. The messenger has landed and is making his way to the Lord's Hall." A messenger from Winterfell? At this time of year? An invisible tension gripped everyone. Lady Maggie's expression hardened as she waved her hand, dismissing the guard. She straightened her robes and returned to her rightful position, regaining the dignified demeanor befitting her station. Soon, a messenger clad in the distinctive gray-brown cloak of Winterfell, his face weathered by the elements, strode into the hall, flanked by two members of House Mormont. He knelt on one knee, raising a parchment sealed with the roaring direwolf insignia, his voice resonant and clear. "Lady Maggie, On behalf of Lord Eddard Stark, I bring tidings to you and the lords of the north. The silence in the hall was palpable. The dropping of a pin could be heard. The formal dispatch of a messenger by Lord Eddard to summon all lords indicated that significant matters were at hand. Lady Meiji rose, stepped forward, and took the letter, deftly breaking the seal. Her gaze swiftly traversed the text, and as she read, her brow furrowed increasingly, her lips pressed into a determined line, the gravity of her expression deepening. After a moment, she gradually lifted her head, her eyes blazing as they swept across every core member in the hall. Finally resting on Karren, she raised the letter, her voice solemn and deliberate, announcing, Lord Eddard summons all lords of the north to Winterfell for a council without delay. She paused, allowing the weight of this news to settle in the hearts of those present. This winter, the pressure on the wall was mounting. The wildlings beyond were unusually active, repeatedly attempting large-scale incursions southward, their numbers and ferocity surpassing previous norms. The Night's Watch had been long under strength. Several key strongholds were in dire need of supplies, weaponry was in disrepair, and medicinal herbs were nearly exhausted, with provisions for the winter in a precarious state. Commander Gior had repeatedly sent urgent requests for aid to Winterfell. She surveyed the assembly. Her tone resolute. Lord Eddard believes that the fortification of the wall is crucial to the survival of the north, and it must not falter. This assembly is called to deliberate on matters of support, to clarify the responsibilities of each house, to coordinate resources and manpower, and to ensure the supply lines remain open, thereby aiding the Night's Watch in maintaining the defense. The wall is in peril. The Night's Watch seeks assistance. This announcement struck like a heavy stone cast into still waters, stirring tremendous waves within the hearts of all present. The northern folk have lived for generations at the foot of the wall, acutely aware of the significance of this icy barrier. The large-scale movements of the free folk and the Night's Watch's predicaments all foretell an even harsher winter than anticipated. Lady Mormont clutched the letter tightly in her hand, her resolve unwavering. The safety of the wall is fundamental to the north, and it is one of the responsibilities that my family, the Mormonts, has borne for generations. Brother Jorah also stands steadfast there. I must personally journey to Winterfell to discuss our plans. Her gaze sharpened once more upon Karren, imbued with an undeniable trust. Karren, prepare yourself. You shall accompany me on this journey. This decision underscored Karren's increasingly prominent status within the family. You have had dealings with Winterfell, and Maester Luwin holds you in high regard. Your recent endeavors at Deepwood Motte and the matters at Last Hearth have further demonstrated your capability and commitment, proving you worthy to represent Bear Island in the core affairs of the North. Lady Mormont's tone was grave, carrying the weight of her charge. Supporting the wall is not mere rhetoric. It necessitates tangible resources and personnel. Though Bear Island may not be affluent, we must exert every effort. Before we depart, you must immediately plan, inventory the storeroom, and ascertain what supplies we can offer and how to organize their transport. Upon reaching Winterfell, you must also take on the coordination with the other houses. Time is of the essence. We shall set forth in 3 days. The command was clear, and the responsibility immense. Karren inhaled deeply, feeling the heavy weight upon his shoulders. He met Lady Mormont's trusting gaze, straightened his posture, bowed, and responded with unwavering conviction, Yes, my lady, I shall not fail in this duty. He understood that this journey to Winterfell was marked by a clear objective and significant responsibility. He would no longer be a mere observer or learner. He would step forth as the actual representative of Bear Island, engaging in the decisions and actions that would shape the fate of the entire North. Preparing the supplies to support the wall thrust him directly into the forefront of the northern defense system. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet it also harbored a pivotal opportunity for both Bear Island and himself to advance further. Chapter 27. Lessons from the King's Road at dawn 3 days hence. The Bear Island contingent set forth amid the still biting morning winds. Lady Mormont was clad in armor, her bear fur cloak concealing polished chainmail. With long claws hanging at her waist, her demeanor solemn, embodying the majesty and duty of the Mormont lordship. She rode a tall northern warhorse, flanked by 10 of the most elite Mormont guards, their knightly armor and spears glinting with a cold sheen in the dim morning light. Karren too was attired in a neat travel ensemble, draped in the bear fur cloak emblematic of his family. He sat astride a more docile pack horse, accompanied by his attendant and aide, Torland. Unlike the previous supply convoy to Deepwood Motte, this expedition to Winterfell was leaner and more representative, reflecting the stature of House Mormont. The party departed the fog-enshrouded Bear Island and once more traversed the snow-laden King's Road. As they journeyed southward, the snow appeared to show slight signs of melting, yet the harshness of winter still reigned over the land. Flanking the road were endless stretches of winter woods, the bare branches resembling countless gnarled hands reaching toward the gray-white sky, while the wind whistled through the trees, carrying an echo reminiscent of lamentation. Lady Maggie rode at the forefront, seldom uttering a word, her keen eyes scanning the roadside for any lurking danger. Karren followed closely behind, equally vigilant. Acutely aware that with the king heading north and the lords gathering in the northern territories, this chaotic situation was a fertile ground for bandits and outlaws. The king's road was by no means entirely safe. On the afternoon of the second day of their journey, as the party traversed a perilous stretch known as Widow's Watch, flanked by hills, Lady Maggie suddenly reined in her horse and raised a fist. The entire procession came to an abrupt halt, the only sound being the restless snorts of the horses. There was movement. In a low voice, Lady Maggie fixed her gaze on a dense thicket of withered trees around a bend ahead. Almost simultaneously with her words, a group of over 20 ragged figures burst forth from the thicket, armed with an assortment of crude weapons, rusty swords, axes, and even sharpened sticks. They howled, their eyes glinting with hunger and greed, revealing themselves as bandits who had taken to preying upon passers-by. Form up, Lady Maggie commanded with composure. 10 guards swiftly spurred their horses forward, arranging themselves into a semicircular defensive formation, shielding Lady Maggie and Karren within their midst, their spears pointed outward like a forest. The bandits, outnumbering them and taking advantage of the terrain, shrieked as they rushed down the hillside, attempting to overwhelm the guards with sheer brute force. "Protect the lady and the steward," roared Captain Keller, a seasoned officer accompanying them, as he swung his sword to deflect a descending axe. In an instant, battle erupted. The clash of metal, cries of war, and screams shattered the tranquility of the mountain path. The Mormont guards were well trained, their individual combat prowess far surpassing that of the bandits. Yet the sheer number of assailants and the ferocity of their desperate assault made it difficult to achieve a decisive victory. Karren's heart raced, his grip tightening around the brass dagger left by the original owner and later honed by him. However, he understood that such self-defense capabilities were trivial in the midst of such a chaotic melee. Compelled to remain calm, he observed intently. He noted that while the bandits were fierce, they lacked any semblance of strategy, relying solely on instinct and their numerical advantage in their reckless charge. Their leader, a brawny man wielding a massive sword, was positioned at the back of the group, shouting commands that only added to the confusion, rendering the bandits' assault all the more disordered. A thought rapidly crystallized in Karren's mind. He urged his horse closer to Lady Maggie, speaking swiftly, "My lady, the bandit leader's commands are chaotic, their formation is disarrayed. We can employ a strategy of diversion and separation." Lady Maggie, fully engrossed in the unfolding battle, turned sharply to look at him, her gaze piercing. "Speak. Let Captain Keller take half the men and concentrate their force against the burly man on the left with the axe, breaking through their lines. That is their weak point. The other half should use crossbows to suppress the bandits on the right hillside, who are hurling stones." Karren pointed out 2 critical areas on the battlefield. Once the left flank was breached, the bandits' formation would inevitably fall into disarray, instinctively compressing towards the center and right, where their leader stood. Seizing the opportunity, though he had not finished speaking, Lady Maggie had already grasped his intent. This was not a complex tactic, yet it precisely targeted the Achilles heel of this disorganized rabble, an absence of coherent leadership and effective command. "Act as instructed by Chief Karren," Lady Maggie commanded without hesitation, her voice resonating with the clarity of shattering ice. Although Keller was somewhat taken aback that the orders originated from Karren, his absolute obedience to Lady Maggie compelled him to act immediately. "First and second squads, follow me to the left, charge," he bellowed, leading 5 guards like a wedge into the left flank indicated by Karren. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 guards swiftly unslung their longbows and crossbows, unleashing a hail of arrows that accurately struck the bandits on the right slope who were attempting to disrupt their advance, instantly quelling their aggression. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The fierce bandit wielding a lumberjack's axe was swiftly felled to the ground by Keller and 2 guards in a single encounter. Witnessing the sudden demise of their strongest comrade, the bandits on the left were immediately filled with dread, resulting in a conspicuous gap and chaos within their formation. As Karren had anticipated, the bandits in the center, affected by the collapse of the left flank, instinctively retreated toward the right side, where their leader was located, attempting to regroup. This, however, only served to crowd them together, plunging them into even greater disorder. "Now is the moment. Charge the entire army. Target the bandit leader." Lady Maggie seized the opportunity, drawing her long claw and pointing the blade at the panicked leader. The remaining Mormont guards surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, launching a decisive assault amidst the bandits' confusion. The leader attempted to resist, but under the onslaught of Lady Maggie's fierce swordplay and the encirclement of the guards, he could barely withstand 3 exchanges before Keller pierced his chest with a swift strike. With the leader's demise, the remaining bandits completely lost their will to fight. With a cry, they discarded their weapons and scattered into the forest like frightened rabbits, abandoning their fallen comrades and the meager spoils they had seized. The battle concluded swiftly. The air was thick with the scent of blood. Several guards had sustained minor injuries, yet none had perished. The soldiers began to proficiently clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Lady Maggie sheathed her sword, her gaze fixed on Karren, her expression imbued with a complex mix of astonishment, approval, and a subtle hint of relief. Approaching Karren's horse, she looked up at him and inquired, "How did you discern that the left flank was the weak point, and how could you predict their instinct to press towards the center?" Karren took a deep breath to steady his racing heart before responding, "Observation." Though the one with the axe was fierce, his footing was unsteady. After each swing, he exhibited a notable pause, revealing significant openings. Moreover, the bandits surrounding him displayed flickering eyes, unwilling to stand alongside him, clearly afraid. As for their instinct to compress towards the center, in moments of panic, individuals tend to gravitate towards what they perceive as safe or strong. The leader's shouts from the rear would have subconsciously led them to believe that direction was safer. His analysis, grounded in meticulous observation and a simple understanding of group psychology, was devoid of intricate military theories, yet remarkably pragmatic. Lady Margaery fell into a momentary silence before slowly nodding her head. "You possess keen insight, and what is even rarer is your calmness in the face of battle," she remarked. "Brother Gior is correct. Bear Island requires new wisdom." She paused, turning to Keller, who was tending to his arm wound, and said, "Keller, have you been paying attention? In future formations and marches, be sure to heed the counsel of Lord Commander Karren." At that moment, Keller had fully acknowledged Karlen's expertise. Nodding earnestly, "Yes, my lady. Lord Commander Karren, we owe you our gratitude." Torrent observed Karlen from the side, his eyes filled with admiration. After a brief respite, the company resumed their journey. Following the battle at Widow's Watch, the atmosphere within the group subtly transformed. Lady Margaery's reliance on Karlen became increasingly evident. She often rode alongside him, engaging in hushed discussions regarding territory and itinerary. The guards' glances toward Karlen shifted from mere deference to one of recognition for a true strategist and companion. Sitting astride his horse, Karlen felt the distant echoes of the battlefield fading behind him and the long road to Winterfell stretching ahead. The lesson imparted on the King's Road, taught through blood and peril, revealed that in this world, wisdom transcends mere agriculture and trade. It encompasses the ability to perceive pivotal moments and wield the power to alter outcomes while treading the razor's edge. He had proven his worth, not solely in matters of livelihood, but also in military affairs. As Winterfell drew ever closer, the weight carried by the name Karren Mormont grew heavier in the aftermath of this unforeseen skirmish. Chapter 28. Bran's climbing lesson. After days of arduous travel across the increasingly open, yet still winter-bound fields and hills, the imposing silhouette of Winterfell, constructed from massive gray stone and resembling a mountain, finally emerged on the horizon. The nearer they approached, the more they could sense the grandeur and majesty of this ancient seat of power belonging to House Stark. The double-layered walls soared into the clouds, while the enormous circular towers stood sentinel like silent giants guarding the city, the sigil of the direwolf fluttering fiercely in the biting cold wind. At the city gates, the clatter of carts and horses filled the air, and the throng of people was noticeably greater than during Karlen's previous visit. The atmosphere charged with a restless energy akin to the calm before a storm. Upon verifying their identities, Lady Margaery's party was respectfully ushered into the city. Navigating through the bustling outer city and the inner bailey, the sights within left Karlen astounded. In the expansive training grounds, soldiers from across the north were engaged in drills, their shouts and the clash of weapons echoing incessantly. Stables teemed with a variety of warhorses, and the air was thick with the scents of leather, steel, equine musk, and cooking smoke. Knights and attendants clad in the livery of various houses moved about, exchanging greetings and low conversations, their glances imbued with a shared understanding as vassals of the north, yet also harboring an unspoken scrutiny and comparison. Karlen even spotted the sunburst banner of House Karstark of Karhold, as well as the chain-wielding giant of House Umber, indicating that Lord Harry Umber had likely reported their voyage to Bear Island to Lord Jon. They were escorted to the lodging arranged for House Mormont, a relatively tranquil stone keep. Lady Margaery promptly made her way to the great hall of the keep to formally pay her respects to Duke Eddard Stark, a customary gesture and a necessary step to obtain first-hand information. Karren settled in with Torland. He stood before the narrow window of the inn, gazing out at the bustling yet austere scene of Winterfell. This place was starkly different from the secluded and struggling Bear Island. The air was thick with the palpable chill of power. He knew he must quickly acclimate to this environment. In the ensuing 2 days, Lady Marys busied herself with meetings with other lords, participating in the council summoned by Lord Eddard, while Karren remained circumspect, spending most of his time at the inn or familiarizing himself with the surroundings alongside Torland, within permissible bounds. He observed the various individuals around him, listening intently to snippets of conversation, attempting to piece together a more comprehensive understanding of the situation. He noted the haughty Lannister guards. The King's vanguard had arrived, and sensed the subtle currents of tension among the northern lords. That afternoon, the sun, a rare visitor, pierced through the persistent gray clouds, bestowing a fleeting warmth upon the cold, gray castle. Karren strolled towards the nearby sacred grove, a relatively secluded spot, where the ancient heart tree opened its blood-red eyes and quietly watched the passage of time. Just as he was about to return, a tense argument erupted from a nearby abandoned tower. "I can definitely climb up. Robb climbed higher than this at my age," came the defiant and aggrieved voice of a boy. "Bran, please, come down. It's too dangerous," implored a more anxious voice, seemingly that of a young servant. "Bran." A spark ignited within Karren as he turned toward the sound. There, on the weathered stone facade of the old tower, was a slight figure, typical of House Stark, with brown hair, skillfully clambering like a squirrel through the crumbling crevices and protruding bricks, already several stories above the ground. Below, a young servant paced anxiously, fearful of raising his voice lest he startle the boy above. Karren recognized the climbing figure, Brandon Stark, the second son of Lord Eddard, the boy destined to suffer a life-altering injury from a fall while climbing. A chill coursed down Karren's spine. He understood he could not prevent a child with an innate love for climbing, just as one could not halt the arrival of winter. Yet perhaps he could intervene to alter the course of that inevitable tragedy. Without alarming them, he swiftly circled to the opposite side of the tower, where a cluttered corner provided a better vantage point. He meticulously observed Bran's climbing route and movements. The boy indeed possessed remarkable talent and balance. Yet his judgment of risks remained in the reckless realm of childhood. Some of the footholds he chose appeared secure, but were actually loose beneath him. Others that seemed like shortcuts could not bear sudden exertion. After a moment of contemplation, Karren departed from the sacred grove. He found Torland and whispered a few instructions. Shortly thereafter, Torland returned with a bundle of sturdy, yet not overly thick, hemp rope. When Karren reappeared beneath the tower, Bran had ascended even higher, while the servant below was on the verge of tears. Ignoring the attendant, Karren raised his head and called out in a voice that was not loud but sufficiently clear. "The lad above, from House Stark?" Bran paused momentarily, looking down to see a stranger clad in a bearskin cloak, his demeanor tinged with caution but predominantly curiosity. "Who are you?" "I am Karren Mormont, hailing from Bear Island," he declared, simultaneously securing one end of a rope around his waist while crafting an intricate, highly resilient knot at the other end. "You seem adept at climbing. You resemble our Bear Island hunters when they scale cliffs to raid nests. However, a true hunter would not place all their weight upon a vine that appears on the brink of decay." As he spoke, he began to ascend along the route Bran had just taken, employing a more stable and skillful technique. His movements were unhurried yet remarkably solid, each step deliberate, his hands and feet in perfect harmony as he maximized every reliable foothold while deliberately avoiding the precarious spots Bran had previously utilized. Intrigued by his words, Bran found himself observing Karren's climbing methods, momentarily forgetting his fear. "How should one climb?" he inquired. "Your eyes must be swifter than your hands and feet," Karren replied in a calm tone, as if imparting the most common lesson. "First, identify your next foothold and handhold. Test their sturdiness with your fingers rather than merely relying on sight. Keep your center of gravity stable. 3 points remain fixed while one moves. Do you understand? Ensure that at least 3 points are secure before shifting your fourth." He employed simple terminology, yet with the accompanying actions, Bran seemed to grasp the concepts. Moreover, "Always leave yourself an escape route," Karren added, patting the rope at his waist. "Not every venture offers someone below to secure your line, so while climbing, consider where you can retreat if this stone gives way. Which path allows for the quickest and safest descent?" Watching Karren's steady movements and listening to his pragmatic, experienced guidance, Bran's curiosity gradually supplanted his recklessness. No longer fixated solely on height, he began to scrutinize his chosen path with greater care, emulating Karren's approach. When Karren reached a height comparable to Bran's, he opted not to ascend further, but rather settled on a relatively spacious ledge with solid support, signaling Bran to join him. Bran hesitated briefly but then complied, climbing over to sit beside Karren, his youthful face flushed from exertion and excitement. Tinged with a hint of the trepidation he felt from merely misstepping a few moments ago. Climbing is a good endeavor, Karren remarked, surveying the sprawling rooftops of Winterfell and the distant snow-covered fields. It grants you a perspective that others cannot see, instilling a sense of boundless capability. Yet true courage lies not in forgetting danger, but in recognizing where it resides, and still daring to ascend, equipped with the means to descend safely. From his pocket, he produced a small leather pouch and offered it to Bran. Try this, a specialty from Bear Island, preserved with snowberries and honey. When weariness sets in, pop one in your mouth. It will restore some energy. However, do not let your mother discover this. She may perceive it as unclean. Bran, filled with curiosity, took a vibrant red dried fruit and placed it in his mouth, the sweet and sour taste causing him to squint his eyes in delight. Thank you, Karren, he mumbled, omitting the usual titles of adult or lord, which rendered his tone significantly more intimate. You climb remarkably well, even more steadily than my brother Robb. Practice makes perfect. But more importantly, one must remain alive to continue climbing, Karren replied with a smile. Next time you wish to ascend, consider practicing at a lower spot using the techniques I shared, or seek a trustworthy friend to watch over you. At that moment, a voice resonated from below, calling for Bran. It seemed to belong to Ser Roderick. Bran stuck out his tongue, feeling a bit flustered. Hurry down, using the method I just taught you. Take it slow and move only when you are certain, Karren encouraged, patting his shoulder. Bran nodded and began to descend cautiously, his movements now imbued with greater thoughtfulness and care. Karren watched him reach the ground safely, where Ser Roderick, having arrived in response to the commotion, took him away with a hint of reproach. Karren felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could not suppress Bran's innate climbing instinct, as that might provoke a stronger backlash. Yet, perhaps he could plant the seeds of safety and the importance of having an escape route in Bran's mind. This could not entirely eliminate risk, but it might afford him a fraction more time to react when fate inevitably arrived, or perhaps a different angle from which to fall. He untied the rope from his waist and slowly descended the tower. Torrhen took the rope from below and whispered, "Master, isn't this a bit too risky? What if the Stark family finds out?" "We merely encountered each other by chance and discussed climbing techniques," Karren replied calmly. "A hunter from Bear Island and a Stark boy with a penchant for climbing, nothing more." He glanced up in the direction where Bran had vanished. Some foreshadowing must be planted quietly. This visit to Winterfell seemed to present unforeseen possibilities beyond his initial expectations. Chapter 29. Arya's water dance. The climbing lesson with Bran at the Old Tower appeared as an inconsequential interlude, soon submerged in the thickening political atmosphere of Winterfell. Karren maintained a low profile, spending most of his time in the Mormont family's guest quarters or accompanying Lady Maya to various necessary, yet non-essential gatherings. Observing and listening like a silent sponge, absorbing fragments of information regarding the Lords of the North, the royal entourage, and the diverse members of House Lannister. That morning, before dawn had broken, Karren rose early as was his custom, wishing to stretch his limbs and clear his thoughts before Winterfell fully awakened. He strolled to a relatively secluded inner courtyard within the castle, near the entrance to the ancient crypts, a place seldom frequented, where only a few hardy thorns grew resiliently at the base of the walls. Yet, today, this tranquil courtyard already hosted a figure. It was a slight girl, clad in an ill-fitting brown leather coat clearly designed for a boy, her dark brown hair haphazardly cut short, presenting a somewhat uneven appearance. In her hand, she grasped a slender wooden stick, relentlessly thrusting and slashing at a rudimentary scarecrow fashioned from straw and old cloth in the yard. Her movements, though clumsy and unrefined, were imbued with an indomitable spirit and an intensity that belied her tender years. Beads of sweat coalesced at her brow, glimmering in the faint light of dawn. Arya Stark. Karren instantly recognized her, the wolf cub whose fate was fraught with tribulation in the original narrative, ultimately evolving into a faceless assassin. At this moment, she was merely a tomboy constrained by the traditional norms of femininity, yet her heart burned with an unquenchable fire. He did not approach her immediately, but instead leaned against the shadow of an archway, observing quietly. Each of Arya's strikes was executed with fervor, though her footing was unsteady, her balance precarious, and her breath erratic with impatience. It appeared she was attempting to mimic the actions of a knight from her memories. Yet she only captured the form without grasping the essence. Her wrists were too rigid. A calm voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the yard, startling Arya. She spun around, her makeshift weapon instinctively pointing toward the source of the sound, like a startled yet unyielding creature. Karren stepped out from the shadows, a gentle, non-threatening smile adorning his face. Relax, like this, he urged, empty-handed, casually demonstrating a thrusting motion. His wrist moved with fluidity, conjuring an imaginary sword that traced a subtle and precise arc. With power emanating from his feet, traveling through his torso, into his arms, and finally coalescing in his wrist and fingertips, rather than relying solely on brute force. Your opponent is not a scarecrow, it will move and evade. Arya scrutinized him with suspicion, her gaze lingering on the family crest emblazoned on his bear fur cloak. Are you from Bear Island? I have not seen you before. Karren Mormont. He introduced himself, identifying as the nephew of Lady Meech. He positioned himself a few paces from the scarecrow, standing casually yet with a solid stance, feet shoulder-width apart, his center of gravity grounded. You see, posture is crucial. When you are stable, you can generate power and withstand attacks without easily toppling over. Arya observed his seemingly casual yet remarkably stable stance and compared it to her earlier unsteady footing. She pressed her lips together and instinctively adjusted her posture. Do you understand swordsmanship? She couldn't help but inquire, her eyes sparkling with hope. In Winterfell, aside from her brother Jon, few would engage her seriously on this topic. Most conversations were dominated by her mother and the maid's incessant chatter about needlework and decorum. A little, Karren replied ambiguously. He blended the rudimentary combat skills from the original persona with modern combat principles from Chen Mo's memories, forming a methodology distinct from the traditional knightly training of Westeros. Focusing more on efficiency, balance, and the application of core strength, particularly suitable for a slender learner like Arya. Can you teach me? Arya blurted out almost impulsively, then lowered her gaze in mild embarrassment, recalling Sansa's admonition that such pursuits were unbecoming of a lady. What a lady should learn is for her to decide, Karren interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. In the north, especially on Bear Island, women must wield weapons just as men do to protect their homes. The essence lies in whether you have discovered a fighting style that suits you. He picked up another, slightly shorter stick from the ground and weighed it in his hands. Your advantage does not lie in strength, but in speed, agility, and the element of surprise. Rather than learning powerful cleaving strikes, it would be wiser to focus on thrusting techniques and footwork. For the next half hour, in this secluded courtyard, Kaelin became Arya's clandestine mentor. He imparted no ostentatious swordplay, but concentrated on the fundamentals of how to move effectively, maintain balance, how to utilize pivoting and sidestepping to deflect force and counterattack, how to thrust the stick's tip precisely at the dummy's throat and heart with minimal effort. Imagine yourself as a wolf, Kaelin guided her. A wolf does not foolishly collide with its prey, but weaves and searches for vulnerabilities, striking decisively. Your sewing needle. He glanced at the stick Arya gripped tightly. Should be like the wolf's fangs, swift, precise, and lethal. The name sewing needle was bestowed by Arya upon her envisioned sword. And upon hearing Kaelin mention it, her eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, driving her to practice with fervor. Kaelin's teaching method was unique. He seldom corrected directly, instead guiding Arya to discover and internalize through demonstration and inquiry. Why did that last strike feel ineffective? If I were to attack from the left, how would you evade while simultaneously countering? Arya, astute and perceptive, though her movements remained awkward, began to consciously control her strength and rhythm, rather than merely charging forward recklessly. Sweat dampened her short hair, and her cheeks flushed from exertion, yet her gray eyes burned with an unprecedented brilliance. As the distant chimes of the castle signaled its awakening and faint voices emerged, Kaelin paused. That will suffice for today. Remember the sensations. Practice your footwork and balance. These are far more crucial than blindly swinging a sword. Arya, slightly breathless, felt a yearning for more. She looked at Kaelin and nodded earnestly. Thank you, Kaelin. May I return here tomorrow? If the morning is free of other obligations. Kaelin did not offer a definitive promise. Yet he understood that this door had been ajar. Remember, true learning occurs when no one is watching. Also, he hesitated, lowering his voice slightly. This shall be our little secret, shall it not? There is no need to inform your dance instructor, nor anyone else, unless you choose to do so. Arya immediately grasped the implication, nodding vigorously, a glint of cleverness and understanding in her eyes, reminiscent of a wolf cub. I understand. A secret. Watching Arya dart away like a cat that has caught a fish, slipping into another alley and vanishing from sight, Kaelin stood still, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He could not alter the tumultuous trajectory of Arya's destined fate, but perhaps he could equip her with essential survival skills along this path, planting the seeds of a more scientific combat philosophy within her heart. This seed may one day yield unexpected benefits in a moment of life and death. He turned away from the courtyard, and the morning light finally dispelled the remnants of night, illuminating the ancient gray walls of Winterfell. Karren knew that the marks he had left in this castle, aside from his correspondence with Maester Luwin and the trust of Lady Maya, now included a secret yet solid connection with the next generation of House Stark. Chapter 30. The scholars' discourse days in Winterfell passed amid a facade of clamor and an undercurrent of tension. Lady Maya was preoccupied daily with military meetings presided over by Duke Eddard, discussing the intricate details of support for the wall with various lords such as House Karstark, House Amber, and House Glover, often returning late into the night. Karren, adhering to his duties, mostly remained in the guest quarters or ventured within the castle's limits under the company of Torrhen, like a tranquil reef, observing the machinations of the North-Est power core during these extraordinary times. He had glimpsed the imposing figure of Lord John Amber several times from a distance. His resonant voice and formidable stature commanded a palpable presence in the hall, and his demeanor while conversing with Lady Maya was markedly more solemn than when he was with his nephew, Harris, on Bear Island. He had also caught sight of Lord Rickard Karstark, his countenance stern and his gaze sharp as ice, maintaining a reserved distance from the other houses. These observations further convinced Karren that the threats beyond the wall were, in an intangible manner, binding the lords of the north more closely, and perhaps more tensely, together. That afternoon, a servant clad in the gray robes of a scholar arrived at the Mormont guest quarters, respectfully conveying an invitation from Maester Luwin. Hoping that Karren would visit the Maester's tower for a discussion, Karren felt a stir of anticipation in his heart. Recognizing this as the culmination of his previous visit to Winterfell and the recent developments, he adjusted his robe and followed the servant through the layered courtyards towards the tower that housed knowledge and history. Inside the Maester's tower, the air was imbued with the mingled scents of aged parchment, herbs, and faint ink, a stark contrast to the metallic scent of swords and blood found elsewhere in the castle. Maester Luwin was bent over a long table cluttered with scrolls. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his head, adjusting his glasses, and greeted Karren with a warm smile. "Lord Karren, welcome. I hope I have not disturbed you." Maester Luwin's voice was as kind and wise as ever. "Maester Luwin, you are too gracious. It is my honor to receive your guidance once again," Karren replied respectfully, maintaining a demeanor of modesty and poise. Luwin gestured for him to take a seat opposite him as the servant brought forth 2 cups of warm mint tea. "Lady Maya is currently engaged in important discussions with the Duke and other lords. I thought this would be an opportune moment to speak with you. The records you brought last time regarding the traces of prey, along with your insights on greenhouse cultivation and herbal applications, were quite enlightening." He picked up a stack of notes that bore the unmistakable marks of frequent perusal, the very content Karren had submitted and later communicated through a messenger. "Merely superficial observations and experiments. I hope they may assist Bear Island, or perhaps the North," Karren humbly replied. "Superficial?" Maester Luwin shook his head, his scholarly seriousness evident in his eyes. "No, Karren, your perspective is remarkably unique, and your method of documentation is exceedingly systematic. Particularly noteworthy is your habit of connecting various events through contemplation. For instance, you previously mentioned in your correspondence that the frequent movements of the wild men might be linked to more profound climatic changes occurring north of the Great Wall. This phenomenon not only affects the lands beyond, but may also influence the winter hunts and the growth cycles of crops." A slight shiver ran through Karren at this realization. Recognizing that this inference, drawn from modern ecological knowledge and a vague intuition, had been astutely captured by Bachelor Reuven. "I simply believe that all things are interconnected," he mused. "The Great Wall not only obstructs the wild men, but may also alter certain unseen elements, such as the wind and the instincts of animals." Bachelor Reuven savored the phrase. Nodding in approval, it encapsulates one of the fundamental principles of higher mysticism. Unfortunately, too many nowadays are fixated solely on the swords and intrigues of the present. "Your insight is indeed rare," he continued, shifting the focus to his notes on herbal remedies. "Your suggestion of using mugwort to cleanse wounds and alleviate itching, as well as the attempt to improve soil with a mixture of plant ashes, though seemingly simple, has proven effective and has benefited many citizens of Winterfell. Such practicality is far more valuable than many ostentatious theories." The old scholar's gaze, calm yet inquisitive, peered through his spectacles at Karren, devoid of malice, embodying a pure curiosity for knowledge. Karren recognized this as a pivotal moment. He could not reveal any advanced information, but could indeed encapsulate this knowledge within a more systematic framework. Following his fall, many matters appeared clearer. He once again invoked this universal rationale, speaking sincerely of how, while recuperating in bed, he found himself pondering the fragmented observations he had gathered throughout his days, questioning the reasons behind them. Why does the snow melt faster on the sunlit slopes? Why do animal pelts provide warmth? Why do certain herbs, when brewed, halt bleeding? As he contemplated these questions, he endeavored to document his thoughts, seeking patterns. The notions of greenhouses and herbal remedies were pieced together in much the same manner. He attributed his knowledge to reflections and deductions born from a near-death experience, which not only elucidated the source, but also resonated with the conceivable journey of a youth. Imbued with a hint of fatalism, Bachelor Reuven regarded him thoughtfully for a long moment before exhaling gently. Sometimes, fate bestows upon us gifts in the most unexpected manners, even if the process is exceedingly painful. Your reflections, Karren, are a treasure far more precious than gold or silver. He seemed to accept this explanation, choosing not to probe further. I have discussed your proposal regarding systematically organizing the phenology across the north and establishing more effective communication lines to coordinate support for the Great Wall with Lord Ed. Although he did not explicitly express his stance, he appeared to be contemplating it. Bachelor Reuven's voice lowered slightly. The North requires pragmatic and visionary individuals, especially in times such as these. This statement carried profound implications, and Karren discerned the recognition and expectation embedded within it. Subsequently, the two engaged in a deeper discussion based on the notes, with Bachelor Reuven sharing ancient records from the Academy concerning the cultivation of cold-resistant crops. Although incomplete, these records provided Karren with newfound inspiration. Karren proposed several ideas for preparing a more easily stored ointment from common herbs and sought advice on remedies to prevent winter coughs and asthma. The atmosphere of their exchange was harmonious and productive. This meeting transcended a mere elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. It resembled an equal dialogue between two explorers from distinct realms of knowledge. As Karren departed from the Bachelor's Tower, he not only acquired new knowledge but also felt a profound recognition of having established a wise, pragmatic, and significant image in the mind of Lord Reuven, the guardian of northern knowledge. This acknowledgement would undoubtedly bear immeasurable weight in the future. He gazed towards the direction of the main castle, knowing that the meeting between Lady Meryn and Duke Eddard was likely nearing its conclusion. The final plan for supporting the wall and the specific responsibilities that Bear Island would assume were on the verge of revelation. Karren understood that, regardless of the outcome, he and Bear Island had already left their mark in this endeavor concerning the fate of the North. Chapter 31. A midnight encounter with Jon. The echoes of his conversation with Lord Reuven had not yet faded when Karren faced his second challenge, or perhaps opportunity, in Winterfell. Arriving quietly on a still night, the clamor of the day had finally settled, and the moonlight, like frost, spilled across the castle's vast courtyard, casting the stone steps in a cool silvery hue. Preoccupied with thoughts of the rare herbs mentioned by Lord Reuven, Karren found it difficult to sleep and wandered to a relatively secluded corridor near the main fortress. There, under the moonlight and the distant flicker of torches, he unfurled a small roll of coarse parchment, attempting to sketch the forms imprinted in his memory. As he pondered, he heard the faintest sound of hesitant footsteps approaching from behind. Karren instinctively tucked away the parchment and turned to find a slender figure clad in dark, coarse clothing standing in the shadow of a column. It was Jon Snow. He had grown taller since Karren last saw him in Winterfell. Yet the gloom of his status as a bastard and his sense of alienation seemed to have deepened. In his hand, he unconsciously gripped a sheathed practice sword, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Jon," Karren exclaimed in mild surprise, greeting him softly. "You're still awake at this hour?" Jon stepped partially out of the shadows, moonlight illuminating half of his face, which bore the unique worries of youth and a deeper struggle. "Karren, brother," he addressed him with a slightly awkward yet more intimate title. His voice low. "I saw you here. There are things I cannot comprehend." Karren immediately understood. The Lords of the North had gathered to discuss support for the wall, and the Night's Watch commander, Karren Mormont, was his uncle. At that moment, this identity acted as an invisible barrier, isolating him from the fervent discussions of the Stark family members around him. He felt both concern for the wall and a sense of helplessness due to his awkward position. "Is it about the wall?" Karren asked directly, cutting through Jon's turmoil. He moved to the stone railing at the corridor's edge, beckoning Jon to come closer. Jon silently approached him, his gaze directed northward, as if he could pierce through the heavy stone walls and dense forests to behold the immense ice wall. It was said that the wildlings were becoming increasingly active, their numbers unprecedented. The Night's Watch was insufficiently manned, their equipment in tatters. There was a gravity in his voice that belied his years. Commander Jor must be grappling with immense difficulties. Such trials were inevitable. Karren's tone was calm and pragmatic, devoid of hollow reassurances. The walls safeguarded the entire kingdom, yet it was often forgotten by the realm. However, it was precisely for this reason that the North must not forget. Lord Eddard had summoned everyone. Was it not to confront these hardships? "I understand." Jon lowered his head, grinding a small stone beneath his boot. Robb could attend the council with their father, engaging in discussions of tactics and honor with heirs from other houses. Yet he left his thought unspoken, the bitterness of being a mere observer nearly overflowing. He yearned to contribute to the protection of the kingdom, but could not find his place. Karren regarded him, as though envisioning an alternate timeline where Jon, through arduous training at the Wall, ultimately discovered his sense of belonging as a member of the Night's Watch. But for now, he remained a bewildered youth ensnared by the shackles of his identity. Jon, Karren's voice, though low, struck the youth's heart like a hammer. What do you believe is the foundation of guarding the kingdom? Is it the grandiloquent discussions in the council chamber or the title of heir? Jon lifted his head, confusion evident in his gray eyes. It is responsibility, Karren answered his unvoiced question. It is the determination and action to stand for something, regardless of one's location or surname. Robb has his responsibilities, as does he have his battlefield. And you, too, have your battlefield. My battlefield? Jon murmured. Your battlefield is not in the council chamber, but rather in the sword you wield. In your will, Karren gestured towards the practice sword clutched tightly in Jon's hand. Lord Eddard is just and resolute. He would never belittle anyone willing to wield a sword for the North due to their status as a bastard. Instead of lamenting an unchangeable identity here, consider whether you are prepared to grasp your sword when the time truly demands it. Is your sword swift enough? Is your resolve steadfast enough? Can you, like a true member of the Night's Watch, cast aside the distractions of your origins and focus solely on the singular mission of protection? He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Honor does not solely stem from one's surname, Jon. It arises from what you have contributed for that name, for the ideals you hold dear. The Stark family motto is "Winter is coming," which signifies that every man of the North, regardless of surname, bears the responsibility to grow stronger. Every practice you undertake, every question you ponder, is a preparation for the winter that lies ahead. This preparation itself is a form of battle, a responsibility no less significant than any other. Jon listened in silence, gradually loosening his grip on the sword's hilt as a burgeoning clarity replaced his previous confusion. Karren's words did not offer him empty consolation. Rather, they provided him with a clear path, focus on oneself, hone his skills, and await the moment to fulfill his duty. I understand. Jon took a deep breath of the frigid night air, and when he lifted his gaze once more, his eyes were imbued with newfound determination. Thank you, Brother Karren. I always glean unique perspectives from you, for we both stand on the periphery, observing the world. Karren offered a slight smile, patting his shoulder. Sometimes, the view from the edge is clearer. Remember, a pack of wolves does not abandon its brethren due to the color of their fur. What truly matters is whether you possess the teeth and claws of a wolf, along with a heart that belongs to the pack. This phrase, once spoken to Jon years ago beyond Winterfell, now bore a different significance. Jon nodded emphatically. I will strive even harder in my training. He tightened his grip on his sword, his tone resolute. No matter where the future leads, I shall not betray the Stark bloodline or the hopes of the North. As Jon turned to depart, his posture more upright than when he had arrived, Karren realized he had subtly struck a chord in this pivotal figure's heart once again. He could not alter Jon's status as a bastard, nor could he prevent his destined journey to the Wall. But he could instill within him a more resolute and mature mindset to confront it all. The cold night wind swept through the corridor. Yet Karren felt a flicker of warmth. His web of influence in Winterfell was silently unfurling. Having forged strong and unique connections with several key members of House Stark's next generation, this web would wield unforeseen power amidst the coming winter. He gazed toward the highest point of the keep, where the light in Lord Eddard Stark's study still burned brightly. The fate of the North was being deliberated and decided there, and he had secured an indispensable position for himself and for Bear Island. Chapter 32. Eddard's approval. The following morning, the atmosphere in Winterfell's great hall was solemn and grave. The tall stone walls were adorned with the banners and trophies of generations of Stark ancestors, and the massive stone hearth blazed with flames. Yet it could not entirely dispel the seriousness etched upon the faces of the northern lords. Duke Eddard Stark sat serenely upon the high seat crafted from black oak and forged steel, his countenance calm, his gaze as cool and profound as the sigil of the dire wolf behind him. Flanking him on either side were his core vassals, Lady Mormont, Great John Umber, Lord Rickard Stark, Lord Glover, and Sir Roderick Castle, the master-at-arms of Winterfell. Karren, representing Bear Island, was seated slightly behind Lady Mormont. This marked his inaugural formal participation in such a high-level northern military assembly. Though merely an observer, it underscored Lady Mormont's trust in him and Duke Eddard's tacit approval. He could feel the scrutinizing gazes from various quarters, particularly the discerning eyes of Lord Rickard Stark and the unabashed curiosity from Great John. The central topic of the meeting remained the support for the wall. The Duke of Eddard spoke with a steady voice, imbued with an undeniable authority. As he meticulously confirmed the obligations each family was to fulfill, the number of soldiers to be mobilized by House Amber, the weapons and iron supplies from House Stark, and the timber and some grain transportation responsibilities assigned to House Glover. As the discussion shifted to Bear Island, Lady Margaery straightened her back and spoke with clarity. My Lord Eddard, esteemed lords, while the manpower of Bear Island is limited, our resolve to safeguard the wall is no less than that of any family. In addition to the previously promised troops, we shall provide an additional batch of specially formulated windproof and frostproof grease, improved by Maester Karren and tested by the Night's Watch, yielding superior results. Furthermore, we can offer 50 sets of spears, reforged from damaged weapons with reinforced key points, along with a supply of storable salted fish, ready for immediate shipment from Bear Island. These contributions were pragmatic and specific, particularly the windproof and frostproof grease and the spearheads forged from scrap materials, directly addressing the Night's Watch's most pressing needs, demonstrating Bear Island's ingenuity and sincerity amid limited resources. Duke Eddard nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Maester Karren, who stood behind Lady Margaery. Lady Margaery, you mentioned the grease formula and weapon reinforcement. Are they indeed related to Maester Karren? Lady Margaery stepped aside, gesturing to Karren. He inhaled deeply, rising to bow slightly towards the Lord and the assembled lords. My lord and esteemed lords, the grease formula is based on traditional recipes from Bear Island's hunters, adjusted in the ratio of grease to herbs, with a small amount of beeswax added to enhance adhesion. The weapon reinforcement draws from experiences in repairing iron components of fishing boats, strengthening the junction between the spearhead and the shaft. These are merely minor improvements, but I hope they can contribute in some small way. His explanation was succinct and unembellished, attributing all innovations to the optimization and integration of existing knowledge and resources, aligning perfectly with the North's practical ethos. Earl Rickard Stark scoffed lightly, his voice not loud but sufficient for all to hear. Clever indeed. However, what the Night's Watch requires are warriors to face the enemy directly and superior equipment, not these trifles. A slight tension enveloped the hall. Karren sensed Lady Margaery's spine tense instantly. At that moment, the renowned warrior Jon Amber interjected with a booming voice. Hey, Rickard, that is not fair. I have heard that this lad from Bear Island can do more than just this. The other day at Deepwood Motte, he grew green vegetables in the winter using a pile of broken wood and rotten skins. Right, Gilbert? He turned to Sir Gilbert Glover. Sir Gilbert nodded immediately, his tone filled with gratitude and affirmation. Indeed, the method of warm shelters brought by Maester Karren has been successfully trialed at my Deepwood Motte. Though the yield is still modest, it is undoubtedly a lifesaver during times of scarcity. Such benefits to the common folk cannot be dismissed as mere tricks. Sir Roderick Castle stroked his beard and spoke steadily. As far as I know, young Master Karren possesses unique insights into combat as well. The other day, while exchanging climbing techniques with young Bran, he emphasized safety and observation, which align closely with practical combat principles. It is not solely the wielding of a great sword that defines valor. A clear mind and practical skills are equally invaluable on the battlefield. The affirmations from two esteemed lords and the Master of Winterfell effectively quelled the doubts posed by Karren Stark. Duke Eddard listened intently, his gray eyes fixed upon Carlin, as if weighing something profound. Carlin, the Duke finally addressed him, bypassing his surname and title, a gesture imbued with a sense of recognition. Lady Margaery has informed me of your distinct perspectives regarding resource allocation, information dissemination, and border vigilance. I am unworthy of such praise, Your Grace, Carlin humbly replied, believing that limited resources should be directed towards the most pressing needs, and that clear communication could avert unnecessary losses. For instance, establishing fixed messenger routes and agreeing upon simple signal markers might enhance the efficiency of connections between the wall and the rear, as well as among the various houses. He refrained from elaborating on complex systems, instead presenting the most fundamental and easily implementable principles. The Duke remained silent for a moment, that silence weighing heavily upon the hall. Ultimately, he spoke. A pragmatic approach is far more beneficial to the Night's Watch and the North than mere talk of glory. His gaze swept over each lord present, acknowledging the practicality and innovation demonstrated by House Mormont in this support effort. Carlin, your ideas have been discussed with me by Maester Luwin, and they hold merit. You may assist Lady Margaery in coordinating the specifics of resource transfer and communication with the Night's Watch, liaising with Yoren, the Watch's quartermaster. This was not a grand appointment, but rather an immensely significant signal. It signified that Ned Stark, the protector of the North, had formally recognized Karren Mormont's capabilities and granted him substantial agency. He was no longer merely a representative of Bear Island. To a certain extent, he had become a pivotal technical and coordinating node in the North's support of the wall. "As you command, Your Grace," Karren steadied himself and responded with composure, suppressing the tumult within. Lady Margaery cast a glance at Karren, her eyes briefly betraying a hint of approval and relief. The meeting continued, delving into details. Yet, as Karren resumed his seat, he distinctly felt the gaze upon him shift, less scrutiny and doubt, more calm recognition akin to that of kin. Even Great John cracked a smile in his direction, and Count Rickard no longer voiced dissent. He had successfully passed this test, not only in the eyes of Lady Margaery and Duke Eddard, but also within the core circle of Northern lords, establishing himself as a valuable pragmatist. This acknowledgement from Ned Stark was akin to prying open a solid crevice within the frigid power structure of the North. Light had begun to seep in. The road ahead remained long, yet the path was now clear. Chapter 33. The mission of Black Castle. The decisions made in Winterfell echoed like a boulder cast into a frozen lake, sending ripples throughout the Northern lords, which had yet to settle as specific missions and responsibilities were disseminated. The list of supplies required from Bear Island was swiftly ratified, and after being signed and sealed by Lady Margaery, it was entrusted to Karren, who was given full responsibility for the transport arrangements. This time, the objective is directly aimed at the Great Wall, the Black Castle, and the esteemed uncle, Joe Mormont, who has ascended to the position of the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. The brief sojourn in Winterfell has afforded Karren a profound understanding of the intricate workings of the power core in the North, leaving a pragmatic and insightful impression of the name Karren Mormont in the hearts of Ned Stark and several key lords. Now, bearing this weighty acknowledgement, along with an even greater responsibility, he embarks on his journey once more. The escorting party, though modest in size, is remarkably efficient. In addition to Karren and his deputy Torland, there are 20 of the most trustworthy Mormont soldiers personally selected by Lady Mormont, all under the command of the seasoned veteran Keller. The sleds are laden with the promised supplies from the Winterfell meeting: frost-resistant oils, reinforced spearheads, pickled fish, and several thick bear skins, generously provided by Bear Island as personal items for his elder brother, Heir. As they depart the relatively warm heart of Winterfell and venture further north, the majesty of winter manifests with increasing ferocity. The cold wind slices through the air like countless icy blades, attempting to penetrate the thickest layers of the traveler's winter attire. The sky remains perpetually overcast, with leaden clouds hanging low, as if poised to descend and entomb the entire world beneath a shroud of ice and snow. Here, the King's Road has become indistinct. Often, the party must rely on Karren's interpretation of the map and the hunter's intuition regarding the wild terrain to navigate through the knee-deep snow. The landscape grows ever more desolate. Abandoned cottages stand like frozen tombstones, scattered across the snowfields, bearing witness to the harsh laws of survival. Occasionally, small bands of wildlings migrating southward are encountered. Their tattered clothing and gaunt faces reveal their plight. Upon spotting Karren's well-equipped party, most choose to keep their distance, their eyes betraying a mixture of wariness, fear, and a subtle hint of despair. These scenes silently affirm the assessment made at the Winterfell meeting regarding the heightened activity of the wildlings. The survival conditions beyond the wall are deteriorating to a critical juncture. After a more arduous journey than anticipated, when the colossal ice wall, seemingly crafted by divine hands, finally comes into view, even Karren, who had mentally prepared himself, is overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. It towers so high, dizzying in its elevation, the white ice reflecting a bleak luminescence under the gloomy sky, resembling the edge of the world, separating known civilization from the unknown wilderness. The Black Castle lies nestled at the foot of this magnificent ice wall, appearing diminutive, akin to pebbles at the feet of a giant. The low stone and timber structures are blanketed in a thick layer of snow, giving off an air of desolation and lifelessness. Only a few wisps of feeble gray smoke struggling from the chimneys attest to the presence of human life within. The arrival of the party catches the attention of the Night's Watch sentinels. The sound of horns echoes, not in welcome, but laced with scrutiny and vigilance. The formidable, frost-covered wooden doors of the castle slowly creak open, revealing a few figures clad in black coarse robes and worn leather armor. At the forefront stands an elderly steward with a weathered visage and piercing eyes like those of a hawk. Karren recalls his name is Bowen Marsh. Is this the contingent from Bear Island? The voice of Officer Marcy was as dry and hard as the frozen earth beneath foot. His gaze swept over the supplies on the sled before finally resting on Karren, his assessment entirely unmasked. Commander Geo was in the hall. You may enter. The supplies require inventory. There was no warm exchange, only the coldness of official business. This was the way of the Night's Watch. They had discarded all remnants of the past, including superfluous niceties. Karren was not surprised by this. He dismounted with agility and bowed. Introducing himself as Karren Mormont of Bear Island, bearing the command of Lady Ned Mormont and Duke Ned Stark to deliver supplies. Thank you, officer. Upon hearing the surname Mormont, Marcy's eyes flickered slightly, yet he remained reticent, merely gesturing for them to enter. The interior of the Black Castle appeared even more austere and oppressive than its exterior. The air was thick with a strange odor, a mixture of firewood, wet wool, sweat, and an almost palpable sense of despair. The brothers of the Night's Watch, patrolling or laboring, mostly bore haggard expressions, clad in thin, tattered attire. Many had vacant gazes, as if they had long since acclimated to this unending hardship and solitude. Only a few, seemingly fresh recruits, retained a hint of the outside world's vibrancy, yet this too was swiftly consumed by the prevailing atmosphere. Karren instructed Keller and Torland to assist the Night's Watch in inventorying the supplies, while he followed Officer Marcy towards the main keep. The largest yet equally dilapidated stone and wood structure. The hall of the commander of the Night's Watch could more accurately be described as a slightly larger council chamber, featuring a grand stone fireplace. Geo Mormont stood before the fire, his back turned to the entrance, his tall figure illuminated by the flickering flames, resembling a dormant giant bear. He still wore the familiar black bear skin cloak, but Karren keenly observed that the edges were now somewhat frayed, a stark contrast to its pristine state when he had departed Bear Island. Commander, I present Karren Mormont of Bear Island, Officer Marcy announced before silently stepping aside. Geo slowly turned around. After more than a year apart, the lines of age and hardship had deepened on his face, resembling the cracked bed of a parched river. Yet his gaze, those eyes akin to a frozen lake, had grown sharper and more profound, as if he had seen through all the cold and darkness both inside and beyond the wall. His eyes fell upon Karren, devoid of the excitement typical of a long-lost reunion, replaced instead by a weighty calm, mingled with scrutiny and a barely perceptible weariness. Karren, he spoke, his voice low and hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. You have come. Uncle Geo, Karren stepped forward, using the familial term, and bowed solemnly. By the command of Aunt Meej, I have brought supplies. Duke Ned Stark and the Lords of the North have resolved to lend their full support to the wall. Geo nodded, his gaze sweeping over Karren's youthful yet resolute countenance. Meej mentioned you in her letter, he said. She said you have accomplished much that took me by surprise. His tone revealed no discernible judgment, merely stating facts. The warm shed, the improved traps, the management of the Iron Men, and his remarks in Winterfell. You have matured, Karren. Karren did not seek accolades, but responded calmly. Bear Island needs to survive, and the North requires unity. I have merely done what I believe is necessary and within my capacity. What is necessary and what can be done, Geo repeated, stepping closer to Karren and extending his rough, large hand to firmly pat his shoulder, a gesture so forceful that it nearly unbalanced Karren. What we lack in the Night's Watch are individuals who can envision what must be done and possess the capability to execute it. He approached the table, where a vast map lay sprawled, detailing the locations and statuses of the Night's Watch fortresses, with many areas marked in glaring red chalk. Supplies, Castle Black, and the Shadow Tower, as well as White Harbor, were in urgent need, particularly for winter provisions and warm clothing. Your timely deliveries are appreciated, yet they remain insufficient. He gestured towards several areas on the map nearly engulfed in red, where the wildlings incessantly attempted to breach the defenses, their assaults growing in magnitude. They are not merely raiding. It appears they are fleeing from something. Gior raised his gaze, his gray eyes fixated on Karren, as if seeking to penetrate his thoughts. Karren, tell me, apart from these supplies, what else can Bear Island, or you, offer to the wall? Ed mentioned in his letter that you have some ideas regarding intelligence and warning systems. Karren understood that this was the true test. Faced with this seasoned commander, whose insights into worldly affairs were profound, any empty rhetoric would be futile. He inhaled deeply and approached the map, indicating the regions between several key fortresses. Uncle, I believe that beyond the tangible supplies, what the Night's Watch truly lacks are efficient eyes and ears. He spoke gravely. The communication between fortresses is sluggish, and the relay of warning information relies on manpower. Once we encounter a storm or an attack, the flow of information is easily disrupted. We could endeavor to establish a simpler signaling system that does not depend on complex scripts. For instance, We could set up flags or torch combinations of different colors at varying heights on the towers, representing safety, sightings of small groups of wildlings, large-scale assaults, urgent requests for support, and other fundamental situations. Observing the flags by day and the fires by night. As long as visibility permits, information can be disseminated swiftly. He paused for a moment before adding, furthermore, regarding the wildlings, we perhaps should not regard them solely as pure adversaries. They too are evading a more significant threat. We might consider dispatching the most astute and adept scouts, not merely for patrolling but for deep reconnaissance to comprehend why they are migrating southward with such fervor. Knowing ourselves and our enemy is essential for devising the most effective defenses. Gior listened intently, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the tabletop, his expression inscrutable. The steward, Maester Aemon, stood nearby, hesitating to voice his disagreement with Karren's perspective on understanding the wildlings. After a prolonged silence, Gior's fingers ceased their rhythmic tapping. He regarded Karren with a profound gaze, as if penetrating the fabric of time to glimpse something long forgotten, something named hope. The signaling system is worth a try. Let us commence with Castle Black and the Shadow Tower. He finally spoke, making a decisive resolution. I shall have Bachelor Aemon assist you in formulating specific signal protocols, simple, easily recognizable, and memorable. As for reconnaissance, Giaton paused, his voice deepening. You are correct. We cannot merely huddle behind the walls and endure the blows. This matter, I shall personally oversee. He did not pursue the topic further, yet Karren understood that his counsel had been acknowledged. The antifreeze ointment you brought, Giaton shifted the conversation, his tone softening slightly, has already been distributed by Bowen to the brothers on duty tonight. Its efficacy surpasses the sticky concoctions from the Bachelor Tower. Lady Maggie has shown thoughtfulness. This seemingly casual mention was, in fact, a direct affirmation of Karren's contributions. That night, Karren stood atop the walls of the Black Castle, gazing up at the magnificent yet solitary ice wall that almost reached the night sky. The cold wind cut like a blade, stinging his face. Below the walls lay an endless expanse of forest and snowfield, engulfed by darkness, harboring countless dangers and uncertainties. He had successfully fulfilled his escort mission, met with Uncle Giaton, and through his observations and reflections, earned the initial yet invaluable recognition and attention of the Night's Watch commander. He knew he had stepped into the narrative of the Great Wall. The challenges here far exceeded imagination. The perils were a matter of survival. Yet at this moment, Karren felt no fear, only a serene determination. He brought not merely supplies, but also the wisdom of Bear Island, seeking life amidst despair, along with an ever clearer sense of responsibility connecting the North and the Great Wall. The shadow of the Great Wall had already descended, and he, Karren Mormont, must find the light that illuminates the path ahead within that shadow, whether it be from the flickering flames or the faint glow of dragon crystals. Chapter 34. The Night Watchman's Dilemma. The nights at Black Castle were a bizarre amalgamation of sound and silence. The relentless cold wind howled, sweeping through the crevices of the wooden and stone structure, producing various wails and shrieks, as if countless vengeful spirits wandered outside the walls. Within the castle, apart from the rhythmic yet heavy footfalls of patrolling soldiers and the faint murmurs of the Night's Watch brethren in the Great Hall, there remained an almost stagnant silence, steeped in profound loneliness and cold. Karren was assigned to a cramped stone chamber near the main keep, which had likely once served as a storage room, now barely accommodating a wooden bed covered with thin straw and a rickety wooden table. A fireplace, that was a luxury reserved for the commander and high-ranking officials. The only source of warmth was a small charcoal brazier, with a few pitiful pieces of charcoal barely smoldering, providing insufficient heat to dispel the white vapor that escaped from Karren's mouth and nose. He lay on the hard wooden slab, wrapped tightly in the thick bear pelt that Lady Maggie had generously provided, yet still felt the cold infiltrating like fine needles, seeping in from the stone walls, the floor, and all around, gradually robbing his body of warmth. This cold was different from that of Bear Island. The chill of Bear Island carried the dampness of the sea breeze, a cold that could be resisted by the warmth of a fire pit and snug wooden cabins. The chill here is pure and arid, as if it could freeze one's very soul. It emanates from the Great Wall at the edge of despair, a chill that belongs to the desolate silence of the world's end. The following morning, before dawn broke, Karren was roused from slumber by the sound of the castle's wake-up horn. He joined the Night's Watch brothers, lining up in the frigid courtyard, observing their simple yet meticulous morning exercises. The number of men was even fewer than he had anticipated, and the age distribution was starkly uneven, predominantly consisting of wrinkled old veterans with murky eyes or youthful lads like Jon Snow, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth, while those in the prime of life were alarmingly scarce. Breakfast was served in the vast, echoing mess hall. The food was alarmingly sparse. A slab of black bread as hard as stone. A bowl of watery porridge made from scant oats and dried beans that could barely reflect a shadow, and a small cup of diluted sour beer. Karren noticed that many of the old soldiers would carefully tear the black bread into pieces, soaking it in the porridge, patiently awaiting it to soften to a swallowable consistency, as if they were treating a rare delicacy. No one complained. Everyone ate in silence and haste, as if this were merely a tedious task to sustain life. Commander Jor did not afford Karren much time to acclimate. Following breakfast, he summoned Karren to the armory, rather than a mere storeroom. It resembled a vast shed filled with the scent of rust, grease, and mildew. Inside lay an assortment of weapons and armor in dire need of repair: broken spears, dulled swords, and dented or even holed helmets and chainmail piled high. Only a handful of blacksmiths, accompanied by apprentices, busied themselves by the forge, their faces marked with fatigue and resignation. "Have you seen?" Gior's voice emerged behind Karren, who was unaware of his presence in the armory. His gaze swept over the tattered equipment, his tone calm, yet carrying a weight more impactful than any furious roar. "This is the Night's Watch's teeth and claws. Much of the leather armor worn by our brothers cannot withstand even the wildling's bone arrows." Karren picked up a severely rusted short sword, its wooden handle rotting away. With a gentle twist, the connection between blade and hilt emitted a disconcerting creak. "There is a lack of sufficient iron and skilled blacksmiths," he stated the obvious. "Not only that," Gior replied, moving to a pile of arrows and casually seizing a handful. The shafts were exceedingly rough, many lacking even straightness. The arrowheads were a patchwork of makeshift designs, some clearly reshaped from broken tools, while others were crudely sharpened animal bones or hard stones bound together. The materials, wood, glue, feathers, were all in short supply. The king and the lords of the south have long forgotten that the wall still requires sustenance, that it needs weapons for protection. He led Karren out of the armory and onto the castle walls. The biting wind instantly filled their cloaks. Gior pointed towards the distant ice wall shimmering with a ghostly blue light in the morning glow, and the vast, dark pine forest below, known as the Haunted Woods. "What we guard is the greatest man-made marvel in the world, and also the longest graveyard. Each ranger who ventures out may never return. It is not death by the ambush of wild men, nor by the biting cold, nor by the phantoms that dwell solely within the realms of ancient lore and drunken ramblings." His gaze penetrated the forest's depths, where secrets lay concealed, impenetrable even to sunlight. A chill gripped Karren's heart as he understood that the threat to be brought forth was none other than the White Walkers, which Gio alluded to. Yet, he could not articulate it directly. Instead, he inquired, "Have the Rangers suffered significant losses?" "Indeed, they have," Gio replied, retracting his gaze. Each wrinkle upon his countenance etched with gravity. "Experienced Rangers constitute the Night's Watch's most invaluable asset. However, we are now compelled to rely upon inadequately trained recruits to fill the void. Our reconnaissance has been forced into a constricted perimeter, and many traditional patrol routes have been abandoned due to the lack of personnel. We are peering through an ever-narrowing keyhole into a vast, hostile world beyond the door. This is why the wild men have so frequently infiltrated the base of the wall, while we often remain oblivious." At that moment, Karren beheld the new recruits engaged in combat training on the far side of the yard. The instructor, hoarse from exertion, seemed to struggle to instill proficiency, while the recruits' movements remained clumsy and frantic. The wooden swords they wielded appeared coarser than those toys played with by the children of Bear Island. More critically, in the eyes of many, he discerned confusion and fear rather than resolve and honor. "The source of our manpower," Karren murmured, "is primarily drawn from those who volunteered, with the majority hailing from prison dungeons. Criminals, debtors, bastards, and vagrants." Gio's tone carried a profound weariness. "This is the conscription bestowed upon the Night's Watch by the Seven Kingdoms. Most of them arrive without even the knowledge of how to properly wield a sword. We must invest countless hours and considerable effort to mold them into barely competent brothers of the Night's Watch. Unfortunately, many will perish, be maimed, or flee in the process." Karren fell into silence. His previous understanding of the Night's Watch's plight had been largely derived from books and hearsay. Now, through first-hand experience, he felt the weight of this despairing cycle. A scarcity of resources and manpower leading to diminished combat effectiveness, which in turn results in vulnerabilities along the front lines and increased casualties, further exacerbating the shortages of both resources and troops. The Night's Watch, the shield that has guarded the realm for millennia, was rusting away, disintegrating in a slow yet irrevocable manner. "Lord Eddard has done all that he can." Gio seemed to read Karren's thoughts and continued, "The North has never forgotten the wall, but it is impoverished. Each noble family faces its own tribulations. This support is indeed timely, yet it cannot fundamentally alter our circumstances. He turned, his weathered eyes locking onto Karren's with an intensity that suggested a momentous decision was at hand. Karren, you have witnessed the Night's Watch's plight. The scarcity of supplies is merely a surface issue. Deeper still is the lack of hope and knowledge. The ideas swirling in your mind. Those perspectives that diverge from antiquated conventions may prove far more valuable than 100 carts of grain or 1,000 steel swords. I require you to be more than a mere messenger or escort. I need you to observe with your eyes and think with your mind. Look at this black castle. Behold these brothers, and gaze upon this accursed wall. Then tell me, aside from delivering items that will soon be consumed, what else can we do to alter this wretched predicament? The biting cold wind swirled the snowflakes on the ground, striking against Karren's face with a chilling intensity. He met the gaze of General Geo, a mixture of hope, fatigue, and a final glimmer of indomitable spirit, and nodded gravely. He perceived the dilemma, more severe than he had envisioned. Yet, simultaneously, an unprecedented sense of responsibility and a subtle thrill began to stir within him. Here, at the Great Wall, was where his knowledge and foresight from another world could truly manifest. The dragon crystal, the early warning system, the strategies against the savages, and the ultimate preparations for the true winter, all began in this forsaken, deeply troubled place. Chapter 35. The discovery of the dragon crystal. The weighty charge bestowed by General Geo bore down on Karren's heart like a searing brand. He was no longer merely an observer or a supporter. He had been entrusted with the mission of seeking life for this fortress on the brink of despair. This mission compelled him to offer something far more fundamental than mere supplies. In the ensuing days, Karren's figure became increasingly frequent in the shadowy corners of the Black Castle. He engaged in discussions with blacksmiths about the fatigue limits of metals, calculated the rate of arrow depletion with the quartermaster, and listened to the stirrings of the forest alongside rangers. However, what captivated his attention most was the ancient underground library known as the Wormway. Excavated beneath the icy wall of the Great Wall, this place was colder than any other within the Black Castle. The air seemed to have solidified, filled with the scent of aged dust, old parchment, and a more profound decay belonging to the passage of time. The custodian of this realm was Scholar Iman, an elderly blind man whose wisdom ran as deep as the ocean. When Karren expressed his desire to consult records regarding the geography of the North, minerals, and especially the ancient legends of Bear Island, the milky haze in Iman's eyes seemed to gaze upon him, and a faint, knowing smile graced his face. Knowledge is another wall against the long, cold night. My child, Iman's voice was aged and tranquil. Alas, the number of those willing to build this wall is dwindling. Seek it out yourself. Perhaps what you seek is also waiting to be discovered. This appeared to be an unintentional lament. Karren thanked the scholar, lit an oil lamp, and began his arduous journey through this labyrinth of knowledge. The search was slow and frustrating. Until the afternoon of the third day, in a particularly remote corner of the Wormway, he discovered an ancient tome, bound in thick sheepskin and secured with bronze clasps. The cover bore no title, and the edges had been eroded by worms and moisture. He carefully brushed away the thick dust and opened the first page. The text was not in the common tongue of Westeros, but in an even older script, interspersed with numerous symbols and illustrations. Many pages were stuck together due to dampness, and he had to exercise extreme caution in attempting to separate them. The glow of the oil lamp flickered upon the fragile, yellowed pages. Karren held her breath, employing the meager knowledge of the original owner alongside Chen Mo's formidable logical reasoning to decipher the contents. It appeared to contain a route across the frost and snow teeth, along with some rudimentary topographical sketches. His heart began to race. Near the end of the booklet, he discovered a relatively clear record and a sketch depicting the specific terrain and cave locations along the western coastline of Bear Island. The ancient text nearby, after careful scrutiny, could be roughly interpreted as, on the western side of Bear Island, 10 miles north of the rocky coast, beneath the coastal cliff, a hidden sea-eroded cave becomes visible at low tide. The cave walls, neither stone nor earth, are composed of a vein of jet-black obsidian, cold to the touch, as dark as night, and as sharp as glass, with edges that rival iron. The ancestors referred to it as the dragon's breath, a material too brittle for forging. Clan members occasionally used it to craft ornaments or ritual vessels, but most discarded it. Bear Island. The dragon crystal vein lies on Bear Island. Karren suppressed the tumultuous waves of exhilaration within. He had found it, but how could he convince Uncle Geo of the value of this seemingly worthless, discarded stone? After much contemplation, he closed the booklet and did not immediately seek out Geo. Instead, he first approached the Black Castle's master blacksmith. He inquired about the requirements for crafting arrowheads and daggers, particularly concerning hardness and sharpness, casually mentioning that he had heard of certain special obsidians whose fractured edges were sharper than the finest steel. Only then did he carry the booklet to the Lord's Keep to meet Commander Geo. Geo was busy verifying a disheartening supply shortage list with Bowen Marksey. Upon seeing Karren enter, he merely lifted his eyelids. "Uncle, Officer Marksey." Karren saluted and placed the booklet on the table, flipping to the crucial page. "I found some ancient records about Bear Island in the wormhole. It mentions a special black or within a sea-eroded cave on our western coastline." Geo's gaze swept over the ancient text and sketch, his brow furrowing slightly. "Dragon's breath? Sounds like a tale to frighten children." The records also stated it was unfit for forging and discarded. "What do you seek it for?" "Precisely because it is deemed unfit for forging," Karren was well prepared, explaining in a steady tone, "its edges are sharper than iron. Uncle, the Night Watchers are in need of iron, especially for crafting quality arrowheads and close combat daggers. Although this obsidian is brittle and unsuitable for long swords or spearheads, if meticulously polished." He picked up a regular arrow from the table, pointing to its iron tip. "Could we attempt to make arrowheads from this sharp black stone? Or small daggers for close combat? It does not require forging, merely polishing. If the vein is abundant, this could significantly alleviate our shortage of ranged weapons and close-quarter armaments, especially during times of iron scarcity." Bowen Marksey's murky eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest. "Using stone for arrowheads? That is indeed an ancient method. If it is as sharp as the records suggest, it might suffice against the skin armor of the savages. At least it would be superior to the bone and stone arrows some of our brothers are using." Geo's fingers tapped on the table, clearly weighing the options. Karren's proposal is remarkably pragmatic, entirely grounded in addressing tangible difficulties, devoid of any mention of elusive entities such as White Walkers or magic. This presents a viable approach for the Night's Watch amidst their current predicament. The material's brittle texture implies a susceptibility to damage. Geo highlights the pivotal issue. Indeed, Karren concedes that it may not be suitable for direct confrontation with shields or hardened armor. However, it could prove remarkably effective for reconnaissance, ambush, or engaging unarmored targets. Furthermore, it is located on Bear Island, and if we can surreptitiously extract it, the cost would be virtually negligible. This notion of minimal expense resonated with the Officer Marksey. Geo paused momentarily, his gaze once again fixating on the coarse sketch. "I am familiar with that location on the western coast of Bear Island. It is treacherous and seldom visited by humans." He raised his head to meet Karren's sharp gaze. "Karren, are you certain this record is credible? Is it not intended for other purposes?" Karren met his gaze unwaveringly, replying, "I cannot guarantee it 100%, Uncle. However, it merits an exploration. I am willing to personally lead a group back to Bear Island to verify the existence of this vein and collect samples for testing. If feasible, this could serve as a new source of weaponry for the Night's Watch, independent of southern iron supplies." Geo exchanged a glance with Marksey. Ultimately, he made a decisive choice. "Very well. This matter should remain undisclosed. Karren, you will take Torland with you, and I will assign Addison Tollet, a ranger renowned for his silence and reliability, to accompany you. You are to depart immediately for Bear Island, locate that cave, and return with samples. Remember, do not attract unnecessary attention until the actual efficacy is verified." "Yes, Uncle," Karren responded, suppressing the excitement within. He had succeeded partially. Rather than attempting to persuade Geo of the dragon crystal's capacity to slay White Walkers, he had framed it as a practical alternative material capable of alleviating the Night's Watch's immediate concerns. This rationale was sufficiently pragmatic and persuasive. As he departed from the main fortress, Karren cast a final glance at the towering ice wall. He understood that once the dragon crystal samples were confirmed to be sufficiently sharp, extraction would commence discreetly. And when the true winter arrives, accompanied by the White Walkers, these obsidian shards, initially deemed as inexpensive arrowheads, would illuminate the path to survival as the first and most crucial ray of dawn. Now, he needed to return to Bear Island swiftly, to firmly grasp this glimmer of hope. Chapter 36. The Trail of the Savages upon leaving the Black Castle. Karren's mindset was markedly transformed from when he had arrived. The discovery of the dragon crystal vein burned like a fervent ember within his chest, dispelling the frigid chill of the north. He bore with him the secret directive from Commander Geo, accompanied by the silent and reliable Ranger Addison Tollet and the loyal Torland. The three of them rode sturdy Northman horses, journeying eastward along the foot of the wall, preparing to chart their way back to Bear Island. Addison was a quintessential ranger of the Night's Watch, his visage etched with the lines of hardship from the elements, speaking little, Yet his eyes were sharp as those of a hawk, constantly surveying their surroundings. He chose a route that was neither the most recent nor the most obvious, winding along the fringe of the ghost shadow forest, utilizing the gnarled trees and undulating terrain to conceal his movements. The wind carried an unusual sound. On the afternoon of the second day after their departure, Addison, leading the way, suddenly reined in his horse, raising a clenched fist, his voice a mere whisper. He listened intently, his gaze fixed on a dense grove of spruce, heavy with ice, to the left front. Karren and Torlund immediately held their breath, fully alert. Besides the incessant whisper of the wind, Karren seemed to catch an anomalous sound, subtle and unlike anything natural, akin to hard objects scraping against tree trunks, occasionally interspersed with fragmented, indistinct guttural utterances shredded by the wind. Addison gestured for silence, and the three swiftly dismounted, guiding their horses to a concealed spot behind a snow-covered boulder. Like a phantom, Addison crawled forward, disappearing beyond the snowbank. Moments later, he returned silently, his expression grave. It was a band of wild men, about 7 or 8. He reported softly, swiftly sketching a rudimentary map of the enemy's distribution in the snow. Their attire and weapons were not those of ordinary marauders, but more akin to scouts. They had taken a brief respite in the clearing, yet remained vigilant. Torlund tightened his grip on his hunting knife, glancing at Karren. Karren's heart raced. This was the first time he had confronted the genuine threat of wild men at such close quarters. He forced himself to remain composed and inquired, "Can we circumvent them?" Addison shook his head, pointing to the other side. The terrain was unfavorable, and detouring would expose them to greater risk in the open ground. They seemed disinclined to linger. Waiting for them to depart would be safer. Karren nodded in agreement. Concealment and patience were undoubtedly the wisest choices at this moment. They huddled in the shadow behind the boulder, the icy water of the snow gradually soaking through their leather boots and trousers, the chill penetrating to the bone. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching interminably. Through a crevice in the stone, Karren cautiously observed the clearing. He saw the wild men, clad in thick, untanned primal hides. Their faces adorned with simple white or gray-black stripes, blending almost seamlessly with the snow and the dead trees. Their weapons varied widely, including bone spears, stone axes, and a few poorly maintained steel knives and swords they had pilfered. They encircled a meagerly lit campfire, silently gnawing on jerky, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Communicating in low, abrupt tones, these wild men were starkly different from the emaciated vagrants he had encountered near the deep forest fortress. They were more robust, exhibiting a greater degree of organization, embodying a resilience honed through prolonged survival in harsh conditions, coupled with a feral ferocity born of desperation. Karren noted that they occasionally cast involuntary glances toward the north, their expressions betraying not only vigilance, but also a hint of indescribable anxiety, even fear. This corroborated Geo and Banyan's assessment that the wild men were not merely aggressors. They appeared to be fleeing from something, just as Karren observed in silence. One wild man leaning against a tree unintentionally parted the front of his hide coat to adjust his posture. In that fleeting moment, a peculiar glimmer of black caught the light, drawing Karren's attention. It appeared to be an ornament hanging from the neck, crafted from a deep black material that bore a glass-like sheen. Dragon crystal? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Karren's heart. How could such a thing be possessed by a savage? Had it been stumbled upon by chance? Or did they possess knowledge of this substance, perhaps even utilize it? This revelation sent a chill down his spine. If the savages had begun to use dragon crystal, what did that imply? Were they aware of its true purpose? Countless questions flooded his mind in an instant. At that moment, the leader of the savage scouts seemed to issue a command. They swiftly and silently extinguished the campfire, erased their traces, and then, like shadows merging with the snow, split into two groups, agilely vanishing into the depths of the forest, heading towards a vulnerable area of the Great Wall's defenses. Only once he was certain the savages had completely departed did Addison signal to lower the alert. He approached the spot where the savages had rested, meticulously examining the remnants they left behind. Quite professional, Addison's expression grew serious. These were no rabble. They were mapping routes, observing the shifts of the watchtowers. He kicked at the buried ashes, sensing they were fearful of something that compelled them to continuously probe southward. Karren approached the tree beneath which the savage adorned with the black ornament had leaned, searching diligently, but to no avail. Yet, the clouds of doubt in his mind thickened. "Addison, have you ever seen a savage adorned with black, glass-like stone ornaments?" Karren inquired, turning to the ranger. Addison furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. "Rarely. Resources are scarce beyond the wall. They prefer bones, beast fangs, or stolen metal trinkets. That kind of black stone is too brittle, easily shatters, and is not particularly practical. Not practical? Karren fell silent. If it were merely an ornament, why specifically dragon crystal? Was this merely a coincidence, or did it represent some cultural symbol he did not comprehend, or worse yet, something more ominous? As they continued their journey, the trio remained increasingly vigilant. The thrill brought by the discovery of dragon crystal was overshadowed by the appearance of the savage scouts and their mysterious ornament. Karren realized that the situation beyond the Great Wall was far more intricate than he had imagined. The unusual movements of the savages seemed to conceal deeper secrets related to the impending ultimate winter. He needed to return to Bear Island swiftly, to verify the vein and commence clandestine extraction and experimentation. Time, it seemed, was more pressing than he had anticipated. The traces left by the savages were like distinct claw marks in the snow, pointing towards an approaching, cold, and dark future. Chapter 37. The provocation of Castle Stark. Having departed from the territory of the Great Wall, the journey south should have been somewhat easier. However, an inescapable shadow loomed over Karren's heart due to the presence of the savages and the enigmatic dragon crystal ornament. After ensuring their safe arrival at King S Road, Addison Torlet returned to Black Castle to report on the situation regarding the savage scouts, while Karren and Torlund hastened along the snow-covered avenue towards Bear Island. Yet, just as they were about to enter the borders of the Mormont family's traditional hunting grounds, the silence of the winter forest was abruptly shattered by the sound of urgent hoofbeats and indistinct sounds of argument. Karren tightened the reins, signaling Torlund to remain vigilant. The two rode their horses up a small incline and looked down to see a clearing in the woods, where 5 or 6 cavalry clad in the Stark family's sigil were locked in a tense standoff with 3 Bear Island hunters. The hunters wielded pitchforks and short bows, taking cover in front of several freshly hunted carcasses of deer. Meanwhile, the Stark soldiers sat proudly atop their steeds, with one knight at the forefront brandishing his whip and vociferously admonishing an elder Bear Island hunter. "You filthy poachers! How dare you trespass into the lands of House Stark? Leave behind these deer and the pelts on your backs, then return to your wretched Rock Island." "Lord Hoster," the elder hunter retorted, suppressing his fury, "this has always been disputed territory. The boundary stone established by the old lord still stands on that hill. We have not crossed any line. These deer were hunted on our Bear Island." "A stone?" The Stark knight named Hoster snickered, snapping his whip through the air, buried in snow? "Or perhaps moved by you Bear Islanders. I declare you have trespassed. Seize their prey. Those who resist shall be treated as brigands." At his command, the soldiers surged forward, attempting to seize the deer from the ground. "Hold!" Karren's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the commotion. He and Torlund galloped down the slope, positioning themselves between the Bear Island hunters and the Stark cavalry. Upon noticing Karren's bearskin cloak and the Mormont sigil, Hoster's contempt lessened slightly, yet his arrogance remained. "You are of House Mormont? Just in time to rein in these unruly hunters." Karren disregarded the accusation, first scanning his own hunters, relieved to see that though they were angry, none were injured. He then turned his gaze back to Hoster, his tone calm, yet unwavering. "Hoster, I am Karren Mormont, the steward of Bear Island. What transpired here?" "What transpired?" Hoster pointed his whip at the deer on the ground. "Your people have trespassed and poached. They are caught red-handed. By the laws of the North, I am entitled to confiscate their spoils and weapons." "We have not trespassed." The elder hunter interjected urgently, "Steward Karren, the boundary stone is over there. The snow is deep, but we have not crossed." Karren followed the elder hunter's gaze and examined the surrounding terrain. With an excellent memory and knowledge of the border area between Bear Island and House Stark, he quickly deduced the truth. "Hoster," Karren pivoted to address him, his voice steady yet carrying a hint of frost, "as I understand it, based on the terrain and traditional delineations, this clearing and the gentle slope extending eastward have always been regarded as disputed territory, leaning more in our favor. Duke Eddard Stark, in his arbitration 5 years ago, tacitly accepted this stream as the boundary, and that stream lies behind us. Your men, at this very moment, are the ones standing in the disputed zone." Hording's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the young lord of Bear Island's intimate knowledge of the border. He retorted, "A stream? It has long since frozen solid. How can it be a boundary? I say the marker is here, and thus it is." "Oh." Karren raised an eyebrow, suddenly pointing to a slightly elevated area, partially obscured by snow, just behind Hording's steed. "My lord, does that stone, with its exposed black edges beside your horse's hoof, not resemble a fragment of the boundary marker? Shall I have my men excavate it to determine whether it bears the sigil of the sunburst, or the paw print of the ice wolf. The emblem of House Stark representing arbitration? Hoarding instinctively turned to look, his countenance darkening. He was indeed aware of the marker's presence, though he had not anticipated it being so buried beneath the snow, nor had he expected Karren's keen perception. Without affording his opponent a moment to devise a counter-strategy, Karren continued, "Of course, boundary issues, especially in winter, can be somewhat nebulous. To incite conflict between House Stark and House Mormont over a few deer is likely not the desire of Lord Rickard, nor one that Lord Eddard would welcome. The North requires unity now, rather than internal strife." He shifted his tone slightly, adopting a more conciliatory approach. "These deer were hunted in a disputed area. By the rules, perhaps neither of us has the right to claim them exclusively. However, my kin has indeed invested labor and faced risks. Thus, let us propose this. We shall take the game, but in the name of the Lord of Bear Island. I shall present one of the finest deer as a token of appreciation for House Stark's diligent border patrols, a gesture of goodwill from us. What say you?" This statement first subdued his opponent's arrogance with irrefutable evidence and Stark's authority, then emphasized the broader implications, ultimately presenting a seemingly generous offer that preserved the majority of the game and his own dignity. It effectively safeguarded Bear Island's interests without escalating the conflict. Hoarding's expression fluctuated. Aware of his own shortcomings, he recognized that persisting in his obstinacy would only further diminish his standing and could potentially instigate an even greater dispute, something the Earl would certainly not desire. Although Karren's proposal left him feeling somewhat aggrieved, it nonetheless spared him some dignity and offered him a deer for free. He huffed heavily, as if conceding to the arrangement. "Humph, the lad of House Mormont is quite sharp-tongued. For the sake of Lord Eddard and the unity of the North, I shall let this slide. We depart." Irritated, he turned his horse, signaling his men to accept the deer reluctantly pushed forward by the hunters of Bear Island, and swiftly left with his entourage. Only after the Stark party vanished into the woods did the hunters of Bear Island exhale in relief. The elder hunter gratefully addressed Karren. "Thank you, my lord. Had you not arrived in time, we might have." Karren waved his hand, his demeanor still tense. "Enhance patrols in this region, but avoid direct conflict. The Stark clan seems to be in a rather volatile mood of late." He recalled Lord Rickard's discerning gaze during the meeting in Winterfell. Understanding that this was likely not merely a simple border dispute, but rather an attempt by House Stark to test and suppress Bear Island's recent rise in prominence. "Pack your belongings and return swiftly," Karren instructed, casting his gaze once more towards the direction where the Karstark cavalry had vanished. The undercurrents within the north appeared to pose a more immediate threat than that which lay beyond the wall. He needed to return to Bear Island promptly, not only to initiate the secret extraction of dragonglass, but also to ensure that Bear Island possessed sufficient means for self-preservation and a robust response to forthcoming provocations in the increasingly intricate political landscape of the North. The provocation from the Karstarks served as a clarion call, reminding him that the road ahead was fraught not only with White Walkers and wildlings, but also with the cold blades from within the ranks of allies. Chapter 38. The friendship of Amber having resolved the unpleasant border incident with House Karstark, Karren and Torland continued their journey homeward, burdened with fatigue, yet heightened vigilance. The sting of the Karstark's provocation lingered in Karren's mind, a reminder that Bear Island was not beyond peril in the north. Yet, fate seemed to cast a glimmer of light during the darkest of times. As they traveled along the King's Road, nearing the turnoff towards Last Hearth, a sizable contingent galloped towards them from the direction of the Amber family lands. The banner of the flapping giant, embroidered with the image of a broken chain, heralded the identity of the approaching party. At the forefront rode a figure as imposing as a mountain, his beard thick and wild. With a voice that boomed like thunder, none other than Great John Amber himself. "Huh, look who it is. The little fox of Bear Island," Great John bellowed, spotting Karren from afar, his hearty laughter causing the snow to tumble from the branches of the pine trees lining the roadside. He urged his horse closer, his massive form casting a shadow over both Karren and his steed, yet his expression radiated an unmistakable warmth, or perhaps a characteristic bluntness unique to House Amber. "Lord Amber." Karren offered a slight bow from his mount, his mind racing to decipher the implications of this unexpected encounter. Following Great John were dozens of elite Amber cavalrymen, accompanied by sleds laden with supplies, evidently returning from patrol or official duties. With a grand gesture, Great John scrutinized Karren with keen eyes. "Just back from the north? Did you visit your old uncle at the Black Castle?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I've heard you managed well in Winterfell. Even Ed has given you his nod of approval. That old ice block, Rickard Karstark, didn't give you too much trouble, did he?" He seemed well informed, perhaps even aware of the recent border friction. Karren felt a stir within, but maintained his calm demeanor. I am grateful for the esteem shown by Lord Ed and the other lords. The Count of Karstark merely held a differing opinion regarding the border delineation, which has been amicably resolved. Differing opinion? Humph. Great John scoffed, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. That old coot can't stand to see anyone prosper, especially with the commotion you bears have been making lately. He's envious, I assure you. He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice enough for a few nearby to overhear. My good-for-nothing nephew Harris returned from your lands, singing your praises. He said that warm shelter of yours is a marvelous invention. This winter in Last Hearth, thanks to your methods and the seeds you left us, we've managed to grow some green leaves in the corners of our home. Though scarce, they certainly lift the spirits. The candid praise took Karren by surprise. He humbly replied, it is the diligent members of the Amber family. We merely share our experiences. Experience? That is a lifeline. Big John clapped Karren's shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled from his horse. We Amber family cherish our bonds. Unlike some, who only focus on the meager hunting grounds and minerals before them. He shifted his tone, gesturing towards several sleds in the rear of the procession. Look, we are about to deliver some supplies to the coastal outpost. Since we've crossed paths, let us not waste the trip. I've heard that Bear Island is in need of quality timber and hunting dogs. This time, I brought some fine pine lumber, originally intended for repairing the outpost. I'll give you 2 sleds worth. Additionally, I'll send you a pair of recently weaned wolf pups from the tundra. Their lineage is outstanding, once grown. They will be excellent guardians and skilled hunters. This gift was indeed substantial. The Amber family's territory was rich in timber resources, yet high-quality construction would remain quite valuable. The tundra wolf dogs were renowned in the north, fierce and loyal, and exceptionally difficult to breed, typically exchanged only as precious gifts among close allies. Karren immediately recognized that this was not merely a gesture of reciprocity, but a clear signal from the Amber family, hoping to further solidify their connection. Big John expressed his acknowledgement and friendship towards Bear Island, or rather, towards Karren himself, in such a direct and generous manner. My Lord Amber, this is too precious. Karren began to decline. Precious my foot. Big John's eyes widened. Take it. We Amber folk do not indulge in circumlocution. I believe you, Karren Mormont, to be a man of substance, and thus, the gifts are yours. If Bear Island encounters any troubles, or if any fool dares to trouble you again, send word to Last Hearth. He patted the hilt of his massive 2-handed sword. As for me, Big John, I may not boast of much, but I assure you, my weapon and my men are dependable. This near-allied declaration filled Karren with warmth. After enduring the cold provocations from House Stark, the fiery friendship from the Amber family felt particularly precious. He understood that this camaraderie was built on pragmatic foundations. The warm shelter technology he had introduced genuinely aided the Amber family. His prowess displayed in Winterfell earned him respect, and his adept handling of the Stark provocations proved he was not to be trifled with. Thus, Karren graciously accepted. The friendship of House Amber and the Mormont family of Bear Island would be etched in his heart. No longer hesitant, Karren solemnly bowed in gratitude. He motioned for Torlund to step forward and hand over the timber and the 2 fluffy, though already keen-eyed, wolf pups. Big John, witnessing this, laughed heartily. Good. That's the spirit. Well then, I shan't delay your return to the island. Remember my words. He turned his horse, ready to depart, but as if recalling something. He looked back and added, his tone lowered with a rare seriousness, the north is not at peace. The wall is under great pressure, the wildlings are maddened. You at Bear Island, keep your wits about you. Karren's expression sobered, and he nodded. Thank you for your warning, my lord. We shall. As he watched Big John Amber and his retinue rumble away into the distance, Karren was filled with myriad emotions. The provocation by Karstark and the friendship with Amber, akin to ice and fire, distinctly delineates the current position of Bear Island within the intricate dynamics of the north. He glanced down at the 2 wolfhound pups sniffing around his feet, then turned his gaze to the 2 sturdy carts laden with pine timber. These were not merely resources. They represented the profound trust and support of the Amber family. This bond forged in the depths of winter would serve as a vital cornerstone for Bear Island's future resilience against the storms to come. Let us depart, Torlund. Karren murmured softly, we are heading home. Armed with the secrets uncovered from the dragon glass, burdened by concerns regarding the wildlings' movements, weighed down by Karstark's enmity, yet bolstered by the friendship of the Amber family, Karren Mormont embarked on the final leg of his journey back to Bear Island. The challenges ahead remained formidable, yet it seemed he possessed additional leverage. Chapter 39. News from King's Landing bearing the weight of the secrets discovered regarding Dragonglass, the Amber family's steadfast friendship. and a watchful eye on Karl Stark's provocations, Carlin and Torland finally set foot upon the land of Bear Island. The sea breeze, thick with the familiar scent of salt and brine, enveloped them, contrasting sharply with the bustling dock and the oppressive silence of Black Castle. Allowing Carlin's taut nerves to relax slightly, rather than immediately returning to the Lord's Hall, he instructed Torland to deliver the precious ice wolf pups and the timber list gifted by Amber to old Ivan, while he made his way directly to the sheltered clearing. Upon witnessing that the demonstration shed remained intact, and even appeared to have expanded, with greenery flourishing more vibrantly than when he had left, he felt a true sense of tranquility settle within him. Bear Island, his foundation, continued to steadfastly pursue life amidst the harsh winter, adhering to the trajectory he had set. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. On the afternoon following Carlin's return, a merchant ship from White Harbor, having completed its routine supply exchange, was met by the ship's owner, Harold, who had previously dealt with Carlin and now approached with a markedly more respectful demeanor. He requested a private audience with Lady Margaery and Chief Steward Carlin. Within the Lord's Hall, the flames in the hearth crackled audibly. Lady Margaery sat at the head of the table, with Carlin standing beside her. Harold rubbed his hands together, his expression reflecting the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant, tinged with a barely perceptible anxiety. "My lady, Chief Steward Carlin," Harold lowered his voice, as if fearing the chilling winds outside might overhear. "I've come from White Harbor with some news from the south that I feel compelled to share with you both." "Speak," Lady Margaery commanded succinctly. "It concerns King's Landing." Harold swallowed hard. "The news is somewhat chaotic, but the crux of the matter is this. The hand of the king, Lord Jon Arryn, has died. Jon Arryn is dead." Although he had mentally prepared for such tidings, the stark reality of Harold's words caused Carlin's heart to plummet. The wheels of history had inevitably rolled forth, mercilessly treading upon the established course. King Robert's court had lost its most crucial stabilizing pillar. Lady Margaery's brow furrowed instantly, her body leaning slightly forward. "How did he die? When did this occur?" "It is said to have been a sudden illness, just recently," Harold replied swiftly, "yet there are many rumors circulating among the populace. Some attribute it to aging, while others suggest it was due to poisoning. Now, King's Landing is in disarray, with King Robert consumed by grief, reportedly drowning his sorrows in drink. Various factions are stirring, vying for the position of Prime Minister." He paused, casting a furtive glance at Lady McGee and Karen's expressions. Before continuing, there is worse news. With the death of Duke Jon Arryn, the Vale has also become unstable. Furthermore, it is said that the Queen and her allies from House Lannister are making frequent moves. Merchants from White Harbor are anxious about the potential impact on southern trade routes and the possibility of increased taxes. This issue likely extends beyond just King's Landing. The news brought by Harold struck like a massive stone thrown into the relatively calm waters of the lake. Lady McGee waved him away and instructed him to keep this information confidential for the time being. Only she and Karren remained in the hall. The atmosphere, so tense it felt as if it could condense into droplets of water. "Jon Arryn," Lady McGee murmured, her countenance dark, "was King Robert's most trusted advisor and a linchpin in maintaining the court's balance. With his death, the lion's fangs can no longer be concealed." She turned her sharp gaze to Karren. "What is your perspective, Karren? What does this news signify for our north, for Bear Island?" Karren inhaled deeply, forcing himself to view the situation not from the prophetic lens of history, but as a member of the north in the present. He understood that the true storm had not yet fully arrived, but the thunder was approaching. "My lady," Karren spoke in a low, clear tone. "The death of Duke Jon Arryn signifies that the power equilibrium in the south has been disrupted. The Lannister family is immensely powerful, and without a counterbalance, they will undoubtedly become more overbearing. Given King Robert's temperament, it will be challenging for him to effectively manage the situation." He approached the window, gazing at the somber sky over Bear Island, as if he could penetrate the distance and perceive the red keep of King's Landing, rife with intrigue and desire. This implies that the heart of the kingdom will descend into chaos. Such turmoil will not be confined to King's Landing alone. The Vale will be the first to feel the repercussions, followed by the Riverlands and Stormlands, as all lords will reassess their positions. He turned to face Lady McGee, his tone growing exceedingly grave. "For us in the north, the most immediate impact may be a reduction in attention from King's Landing, or even malicious scrutiny. Lord Eddard Stark is like a brother to King Robert and shares a mentor-student bond with Jon Arryn. It is highly probable that the king will summon Lord Eddard South to take charge of this calamity." Lady McGee's expression sharpened. "Are you suggesting that Lord Eddard might leave Winterfell?" "Very likely," Karren nodded. "Should Lord Eddard journey south, the defensive focus of the north may be compelled to shift. The needed support for the wall, as well as coordination among the families, may face uncertainties due to the departure of such a pivotal figure. Moreover, he paused, articulating the most critical judgment: the instability in the south will give rise to ambition. I mean, should there be significant upheaval in the south, the flames of war could very well spread. Though our north resides in relative peace, it will be difficult to remain entirely uninvolved. When that time comes, we will face threats not just from the wildlings and the bitter cold, but potentially from the south and even the west. Lannister. Lady McGee remained silent for a long while, the flickering light from the fireplace casting shadows across her resolute face. She slowly rose to her feet and approached Karren, her eyes, reminiscent of Jiao's, filled with an unprecedented gravity and resolve. Karren, your judgment aligns perfectly with mine. Her voice was deep and resonant, as if to say that while the trees may wish for stillness, the wind does not cease. Bear Island cannot wait for the storm to arrive before thinking of repairing the roof. Taking a deep breath, she made her decision. The matter of the dragon crystal must be addressed immediately and conducted in secrecy. You are entrusted with full authority. Mobilize any personnel or resources you require without the need to report every detail to me. Furthermore, her gaze was as steadfast as rock. From this day forth, the command of all soldiers on Bear Island is officially conferred upon you. Old Ivan will assist you in coordinating supplies, and Grum and his hunting party will heed your orders. I expect you to consolidate Bear Island's defensive forces in the shortest possible time, reinforcing all coastal outposts and potential landing points, and enhancing the early warning systems. Simultaneously, strengthen ties with friendly families such as the Amber and Glover clans. She solemnly handed Karren an ancient bear-headed dagger, a symbol of military command on Bear Island. The news from King's Landing is a clarion call. Lady McGee concluded with unwavering certainty. Regardless of the tumultuous changes in the south, and regardless of the future direction of the north, Bear Island must possess the strength to protect itself and stand tall. Karren Mormont, I entrust this mission to you. Karren grasped the weighty dagger, feeling its cold touch and the searing weight of responsibility. The upheaval in King's Landing was akin to the first domino falling, setting off an unstoppable chain reaction spreading towards the north. He was no longer merely the steward of farming, trade, and small inventions. From this moment onward, he would officially serve as one of the actual helmsmen of Bear Island, a vessel soon to navigate through turbulent seas. I shall not fail in this charge, my lady, Karren declared, his voice resolute as iron. On the eve of the storm, Bear Island had already entered a state of readiness. He understood that all of his prior efforts, winning the hearts of the people through the warm shelters, the resources accumulated through trade, the friendships forged with various families, and even the recently discovered dragon crystal, would undergo the harshest scrutiny in the impending chaos. Chapter 40. The Oath of Bear Island. The news from King's Landing struck like an unexpected thunderclap on a winter-esque day, though it was 1,000 miles away. Its heavy echoes weighed upon the hearts of every informed citizen of Bear Island. The curtain of the power struggle had already been drawn, and the turbulence in the south was no longer a distant rumor, but a tangible threat that could engulf the north at any moment. Lady McGee's decision to transfer military command did not cause significant upheaval within Bear Island. Karren's actions over the past year had already established a solid reputation among the clansmen. From the resilient greenery sprouting from the warm shelters to the bloodless retreat of enemies at Crying Sea Cliff. From the steadfast friendships in Deepwood Fort to the generous gifts from the Amber family, and to his composed response in the face of House Stark's provocations, all could see that this once reckless youth, transformed after his fall, had matured into an indispensable pillar of Bear Island. He brought not only the hope of survival, but also the confidence to stand tall. On the afternoon of the day the command was issued, the open space before the Lord's Hall of Bear Island was suffused with a solemn and austere atmosphere. All the mobilizable Mormont soldiers, alongside the most elite hunters under Gloom's command, totaling approximately 120, stood in orderly formation, clad in worn yet meticulously maintained leather armor. They gripped their spears, hunting forks, and bows tightly, their gazes devoid of the usual lethargy or distraction, now imbued with the sharpness and resolve that had been awakened. The cold wind swept across the ground, stirring the fur collars of their bearskin cloaks, yet it could not disperse the ironclad aura that had coalesced among them. Lady Meej stood upon the stone steps of the hall, adorned in battle attire, with a long clawed dagger hanging at her waist. Her piercing gaze swept across every familiar and less familiar face. Karren stood slightly ahead of her, equally clad in practical combat leather. With the bare-headed dagger, symbolizing command at his side, his youthful visage bore a maturity and determination beyond his years. Warriors of Bear Island. Lady Meej's voice resonated like the clash of stone, clearly reaching every ear. You may have heard the news from the south. The hand of the king is dead, and King S Landing is engulfed in chaos. The balance of the Seven Kingdoms has been shattered. A subtle stir rippled through the crowd, quickly subsiding as all eyes focused on the Lord. We of the North, we of Bear Island, may be distant from the centers of power, yet we never shy away from responsibility, nor shall we entrust our fate to the mercy of others. Lady Meage's voice rose sharply. Commander Gior struggles valiantly at the wall, while the wildlings lurk menacingly beyond. The storm from the south may advance upon us at any moment. Bear Island has arrived at a moment where we must tighten our fists and sharpen our claws. She turned, fully presenting Karren to the assembly, her arm powerfully gesturing towards him. From this day forth, Karren Mormont shall command the military forces of Bear Island. His orders shall be my orders. His will shall be the will of Bear Island. There was no dissent, no clamor. Gloom was the first to step forward. This robust hunter struck his left chest heavily with his right hand, producing a dull thud, and bowed slightly to Karren. Gloom and his hunters shall heed the command of Commander Karren. Following him, the veteran Keller, responsible for the standing soldiers, also saluted with gravity. Mormont soldiers, I swear to follow Commander Karren unto death. Unto death. Over 100 voices merged into a deep roar, reverberating through the frigid air like the undercurrents beneath an icy expanse. Karren stepped forward, his gaze slowly sweeping across each individual willing to entrust their lives to him. He refrained from delivering an elaborate oration. Instead, he issued his first command as military commander with clarity and conviction. Keller, effective immediately, double the patrols, and all coastal watchtowers must maintain a dual guard at all times. Extend the lookout range outwards by 10 miles. Any suspicious vessels approaching must be signaled with beacons. Yes. Keller responded loudly. Gloom, your hunting party's mission will change starting tomorrow. Half shall continue the hunt, while the other half, led by Torrent, will familiarize themselves with the terrain 10 miles north of the rocky coast of the West Sea. I want to know every rock and every cave there intimately. This matter is strictly confidential and must not be disclosed. This command pertains to the clandestine exploration of the Dragon Crystal Vein and the future of our defense. Although Gloom may not grasp its full significance, he responds without hesitation. Understood. Old Ivan. Colin turns to the old butler, who stands behind Lady Maggie, his expression a complex tapestry of support. Please coordinate all resources from the storerooms, prioritizing the reinforcement of our defenses, the maintenance of weapons, and the crafting of arrows. The timber gifted by the Amber family should be immediately utilized for the repair of the watchtowers and the construction of chevaux de frise. Leave it to me, Master Steward. Old Ivan replies with a firm nod. Orders are issued one by one, clear, swift, and incisive. In this moment, no one dares to question Colin's youth. His decisiveness and organization command respect. As the final command is given, Colin takes a deep breath, drawing forth the bare-headed dagger from his waist and raising it high. The cold steel glimmers faintly under the somber light of the sky. I, Karren Mormont, hereby swear. His voice pierces through the frigid wind, resonating throughout the gathering. Invoking the surname Mormont and every inch of the land of Bear Island, I shall exert all my efforts, employing my wisdom and shedding my blood to protect our homeland, to safeguard each individual present and all that we hold dear. His gaze burns with intensity, his tone solemn as if in solemn oath. Regardless of the turmoil in the south, regardless of the dangers beyond the wall, Bear Island shall stand tall. Stand tall. Stand tall. Stand tall. The deafening cries rise again, each time more fervent and resolute. Soldiers and hunters pound their chests vigorously or thrust their weapons into the ground, producing a rhythmic thunder. This sound coalesces into an invisible force, dispelling the gloom brought by distant ill tidings and banishing the bitter chill of winter. Lady Maggie observes the scene before her, watching the young figure, seemingly aglow under the adoration of the crowd. Her tightly pressed lips soften slightly, revealing a barely perceptible blend of pride, hope, and determination. Unbeknownst to her, Lyanna has also arrived, hiding behind a column, her small hands gripping the cold stone tightly as she gazes up at her brother standing before the assembly, her gray eyes sparkling with brilliance and her small face alight with pride. Colin lowers the dagger, feeling the solidity of the ground beneath him, sensing the fervent trust and anticipation of his kin behind him. The Dragon Crystal Vein requires clandestine exploration and extraction. The defense system necessitates a comprehensive upgrade and fortification. Relationships with allied families such as the Ambers and the Glovers must be deepened, and the potential threat from House Stark must be approached with vigilance. While the shifting dynamics of the South loom like a sword suspended overhead, ready to fall at any moment. The path ahead is fraught with thorns, and darkness and storms brew in the distance. Yet, at this moment, on the frost-laden soil of Bear Island, the spark of hope has been sown. A loyal vow has been made, and the silent call to arms has been sounded. End of Volume 2, Bear Claw and Solid Ice. Chapter 41. The king approaches. Winterfell buzzed like a pot of water on the verge of boiling, as the news of King Robert's imminent arrival ignited a fervent and anxious excitement in every corner. The sounds of craftsmen hammering away at repairs, the synchronized footsteps of soldiers drilling, the hurried scurrying of servants, and the increasingly rich aromas of freshly baked bread and stewed meat, all intertwined to create a symphony of power and commotion. Catelyn stood by the window of the quarters assigned to House Mormont, gazing down at the bustling courtyard below. Having just returned from Lady Margaery, she learned that Duke Eddard had officially received a raven, confirming that the royal entourage had crossed the neck and would soon arrive at Winterfell. The entire North was focused on this momentous occasion. After conferring with Lady Margaery, Catelyn realized she must take action. She could not directly state that Bran would fall from the tower. Any warning that transcended the understanding of this era would be dismissed as the ramblings of a madman and could even provoke unnecessary suspicion. She needed a reasonable approach, one that aligned with her current role as the steward of Bear Island and a pragmatist. Her objective was to consult Sir Roderick Castle, the castle's master-at-arms. She found the loyal and steadfast old knight in the ancient armory, overseeing apprentices who were polishing a batch of ceremonial spears intended for the welcoming ceremony. The rasping of files against metal a somewhat jarring sound. Sir Roderick, Catelyn approached and offered a respectful bow. "Ah, Steward Catelyn," Sir Roderick turned, weariness from the forthcoming event evident on his face, yet his gaze remained sharp. "What brings you to seek this old man? Is it the weapons of Bear Island that require maintenance?" "Not quite, my lord," Catelyn replied earnestly. "It pertains to the security arrangements for His Majesty's visit. I seek your counsel on some concerns." "Security?" Sir Roderick raised an eyebrow and motioned for Catelyn to follow him to a quieter corner. "Winterfell is as solid as a fortress, and the Stark family guards are unwaveringly loyal. What do you fear?" The strength of Winterfell and the loyalty of House Stark were beyond question. Catelyn acknowledged this before shifting her focus. "However, His Majesty travels with a grand retinue, including several nobles and knights from the south, who may not be familiar with the northern climate and architecture. I worry about potential non-hostile accidents." "Accidents?" he inquired. "Yes." Catelyn nodded, her gaze sweeping over the towering yet slightly worn beams of the armory. "For instance, the neglected railings, the icy, slippery stone steps, or the loosened battlements eroded by wind and snow. His Majesty, with his bold nature, may wish to ascend for a better view, and the accompanying princes and princesses might be curious about this ancient castle. Any minor oversight could lead to regrettable consequences, especially at such a moment when all eyes are upon us." She paused, observing Sir Roderick's expression. Noticing he did not show impatience, but rather contemplation, she continued. "Bear Island is barren. We are accustomed to cherishing every piece of timber and stone, routinely inspecting and maintaining them to avert potential disasters. The grandeur of Winterfell is truly magnificent, yet its maintenance undoubtedly demands considerable time and effort. I believe it would be prudent to assemble a small team to conduct a thorough safety inspection of the main keep, particularly in the areas where guests will be accommodated and the elevated viewing platforms, prior to His Majesty's arrival. The focus should be on the stability of the railings, the anti-slip measures on the steps, and the potential looseness of the tiles and stones at height. The rationale presented by Carlin is impeccable, grounded in the practicality of the Northmen and their concern for the king's safety. He deftly conceals the true intent of preventing Bran's fall within a reasonable concern for royal security. He does not point fingers or prophesy doom, but rather offers a meticulous suggestion befitting a responsible vassal. Sir Roderick stroked his grizzled beard, pondering for a moment. He recalled Carlin's calm observation during the widow's efforts to deal with bandits, as well as his sagacious guidance regarding Bran's climbing skills. This young man possesses a keen attention to detail, and his apprehensions are certainly justified. Delicate individuals from the south may indeed encounter difficulties within the rugged confines of the North's ancient stronghold. "You are correct, Carlin," Sir Roderick eventually nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. "I have been remiss, focusing solely on the spectacle and pageantry while neglecting these critical details. The king's safety is paramount, and no potential hazard can be overlooked." He immediately summoned a subordinate, instructing, "Go, gather a few meticulous craftsmen, and assemble a reliable guard contingent to heed Lord Carlin's directives. Conduct a comprehensive inspection of the main keep, especially the king's tower and the observation deck. Reinforce all loose railings at once. Lay down anti-slip grass mats or coarse burlap on the stone steps, and either temporarily remove or secure any decorative elements at risk of falling from heights. Yes, my lord. The subordinate responded and set off to carry out the commands. Sir Roderick turned to Karlen, his tone solemn. Karlen, I entrust this matter to your leadership. Your sensitivity to these details assures me. I shall not betray your trust, my lord, Karlen replied earnestly, a weight lifting from his heart. For the next half-day, Karlen, accompanied by a team of craftsmen and guards, traversed the heights of the Winterfell main keep. He conducted his inspections with exceptional diligence, particularly in areas where Bran had previously shown an affinity for climbing or where accidents could potentially occur. He directed the craftsmen to reinforce several seemingly sturdy wooden railings that harbored subtle signs of internal decay, using iron bands. Instructed the guards to clear away the frost-laden stone steps leading to the elevated platforms, immediately laying down anti-slip materials. And even identified a loose massive stone ornament on the outer wall of a watchtower, promptly securing it with ropes and scaffolding to mitigate the risk of it falling. His actions were both efficient and discreet, perfectly embodying the image of a dutiful vassal dedicated to ensuring the safety preparations of Winterfell. No one was aware of the true anxiety and objectives that simmered within him, as he stood beneath the abandoned tower where he had once conversed with Bran. Observing the craftsmen secure several weathered footholds he had long noted, he gazed upwards towards the tower's pinnacle. This was all he could do. He could not prohibit Bran's climbing. It was in his very nature, and to forcibly restrain him would only yield counterproductive results. He could only do his utmost to eliminate some concealed traps for the boy who adored the sky, thereby increasing his slim chances of survival. May the gods protect him, Karren silently prayed, unsure whether he was beseeching the ancient and new deities of this world or imploring the capricious hand of fate, hoping that this seemingly insignificant effort might yield a glimmer of hope. In the distance, the long, sonorous sound of a horn echoed, one note following another, growing ever closer. It signaled the arrival of the king's vanguard. A storm was approaching, and he had established, within the limits of his capability, the first and only fragile line of defense. Chapter 42. The gift of the old gods. The king's vanguard brought more precise news. His Majesty, King Robert Baratheon, would arrive at Winterfell around noon the following day. The atmosphere within the castle reached a crescendo of excitement as the final preparations unfolded, with nearly every corner bustling with activity. Karren recognized that the time had come for him to undertake a second task for Bran. This could not be a blunt obstruction. It had to be a gift in accordance with the traditions of the North, one that a curious 9-year-old boy would readily embrace. He veered away from the crowd and returned to the tranquil grove of sacred trees. The ancient heart tree stood silently, its carved face adorned with blood-red eyes that seemed to perceive all, watching the passage of time as well as the actions of Karren, this unusual one. Karren stood before the tree for a moment, absorbing the unique tranquility of the grove, infused with the scents of earth, decaying leaves, and some enigmatic essence. Then, he withdrew from his pocket a well-prepared talisman. It was an amulet meticulously carved from the offcuts of fishbone wood. The wood was warm to the touch, its grain natural and polished to a smooth finish. On the front, he had the most skilled craftsman from Bear Island, under his guidance. Lightly etched the contours of the heart tree's visage, the lines both ancient and lifelike. On the reverse, the bear-shaped sigil of House Mormont was engraved. He strung it together with leather cord, giving it the appearance of an ordinary gift imbued with the blessings of the old gods and familial bonds. When he found Bran, the energetic boy was at a relatively secluded training ground behind the keep, watching Robb and Jon practice their swordsmanship, his eyes filled with admiration. Arya was nowhere to be seen, likely off in some corner secretly honing her water dancer's footwork. Bran, Karren called softly. Bran turned, and upon seeing Karren, his face lit up with a smile. Karren, were you inspecting those railings and steps yesterday to prepare for the king? Partially, Karren replied as he sat beside him, extending the amulet. This is for you. Bran curiously accepted it, examining it closely in his palm. Is this fishbone wood? It has the heart tree on it. And a bear. His gray eyes sparkled with delight. It's beautiful. Is it a talisman from Bear Island? Indeed, Karren nodded, his tone natural and gentle. In our Bear Island, hunters sometimes wear such talismans before venturing out, praying for the old god's protection, ensuring their steps are steady and their sight keen while navigating steep cliffs or perilous woods. He deftly steered the conversation toward climbing, devoid of any didactic tone. Really? Bran tightened his grip on the talisman, clearly intrigued by the terms hunter and climbing. Certainly. Karren continued, seasoned hunters rely not solely on talismans. They possess certain techniques as well. For instance, they know how to protect themselves when falling from great heights. He rose and performed a simple demonstration in the adjacent clearing. Observe, should you happen, let us say, should you inadvertently slip from a height, do not rigidly extend your body. He curled into a protective position, shielding his head and neck with his arms, akin to a squirrel tumbling from a tree, landing on his shoulders and back rather than his legs or head. This technique disperses the impact. Sometimes, a mere flicker of skill can save your life. His movements were straightforward and resembled an engaging game rather than solemn instruction. Bran watched intently, instinctively mimicking the curled posture. Is this useful? Bran inquired with curiosity. The old hunters all say so, Karren replied, withholding absolute assurance, attributing it to traditional wisdom. Remember it, Bran. Consider it a small secret among hunters. The old gods granted us the fish-leaping wood and also bestowed upon us wisdom to navigate the forests and cliffs of his creation. He refrained from forbidding further climbing, knowing such restrictions would only incite the boy's rebellious spirit. Instead, he offered a contingency plan, intertwining it with the faith of the North and the wisdom of hunters, rendering it palatable, even imbued with a touch of mystique. Bran solemnly hung the talisman around his neck, tucking it into his clothing for safekeeping. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling the contours of the wooden charm, his expression a blend of novelty and seriousness. I shall remember, Karren. Thank you for your gift and the secrets of the hunt. Observing Bran quickly captivated by Robb and Jon's training, Karren felt a slight sense of reassurance. He had sown a second seed, a talisman that might provide faint psychological solace in critical moments, along with a technique that could alter one's falling posture in an instant. He could not alter Bran's innate love for climbing, nor could he fully foresee or prevent the impending conspiracy. All he could do was lay down soft earth beside the track, cushioning as much as possible before the wheel of fate rolled over. May the old gods truly look kindly upon this innocent and brave child. He turned away from the training ground, leaving behind the boys' laughter and the sound of swords clashing. Tomorrow, the king would arrive, and with him, a true tempest would descend upon Winterfell. As for him, a foreign soul from Bear Island, he had quietly tied a seemingly insignificant, yet heartfelt safety line amid the storm for those he cherished. Chapter 43. The secret talks of lions and bears. The king's retinue had yet to arrive, but the vanguard of House Lannister, particularly the vividly armored and blood-red cloaked Kingsguard, had already made their presence indelibly felt against the gray walls of Winterfell. The golden lion emblem is omnipresent, signifying the absolute power of authority and wealth. Karren understood that he must confront these individuals, particularly the regicide. This endeavor was not solely for observation. It was also to subtly introduce variables, so minuscule they could almost be overlooked. He chose a setting that was relatively open within the castle, yet conducive to brief exchanges at the edge of the training yard. Ser Jaime Lannister, as the legends foretold, was strikingly handsome, arrogant, and exuded an effortless elegance intertwined with a latent danger in his every movement. He had just concluded a near-performative swordsmanship exercise with a southern knight, his golden hair shimmering in the pale northern sunlight, an iconic smirk gracing his features. A few attendants surrounded him, presenting a water flask and towel. Karren approached and halted a few paces away, placing his right hand upon his chest and executing a flawless bow. Ser Lannister. Jaime turned, his emerald eyes, reminiscent of jade, scrutinizing Karren with an unabashed curiosity, pausing momentarily on the family crest emblazoned upon his bearskin cloak. Ah, a little bear. From House Mormont, I presume? I have heard that Bear Island is a rather harsh place. Harshness breeds resilience, my lord, Karren replied with measured composure, akin to a worthy opponent sharpening a blade in the lists. Jaime raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Karren's calm demeanor. His interest piqued. It sounds as though you possess some knowledge of swordplay. Care for a spar, little bear? Show me what the North's resilience looks like. He waved his exquisite long sword nonchalantly, his tone frivolous, more akin to a pastime than a genuine challenge. In your presence, my swordsmanship is far too rudimentary to warrant mention, Karren wisely declined. To challenge Ser Jaime Lannister in his most esteemed domain would be folly. I am far more intrigued by tales. Bear Island is rich with ancient legends, some concerning knights. Oh, Jaime dabbed at non-existent sweat with his towel, gesturing for his attendants to step back, appearing genuinely interested. Legends of the North? Concerning knights? I thought you only worshipped those faceless old gods. Legends are always interconnected, Karren replied calmly, beginning to weave a meticulously crafted tale that resonated with the wild backdrop of the North. On Bear Island, there exists the story of an ancient knight. He hailed from a distinguished lineage, possessed remarkable prowess in combat, and was revered as a hero. Jaime listened with casual disinterest, his fingers lightly tapping the hilt of his sword. However, this knight, in a bid to protect a terrible secret, one that could bring shame upon his family and shatter all he held dear, took the life of an innocent child during a confrontation. Karren maintained a steady tone, yet his gaze remained intensely fixed on Jaime, believing this to be the sole choice, a necessary act to uphold family honor and stability. The languor on Jaime's face slightly diminished, and a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple of emotion passed through his green eyes. He remained silent, merely observing Karren. In the legends, Karren continued, lowering his voice as if recounting an ancient curse. From that day forth, the curse was unleashed. The knight did not attain the peace he sought. Instead, he bore the eternal shackles of having slain the innocent within his heart. His once glorious reputation was tarnished, stained with an indelible mark. More ominously, his family did not flourish as a result. Rather, in the ensuing years, they gradually descended into decay and division due to a series of chain reactions triggered by that very secret. Ultimately, the knight perished in solitude and guilt, and it is said that his soul still wanders the icy plains, seeking redemption, yet forever unable to attain it. Karren paused and concluded, thus, the elders of Bear Island often say, some secrets, like a double-edged sword, may wound oneself even as they are wielded against others. True honor, perhaps, lies not in concealing blemishes, but in confronting them. The silence that follows a silencing never brings eternal peace, but rather a deeper nightmare that entangles the fate of the family. As the tale concluded, the winds in the training ground seemed to grow clearer. The smile on Jaime Lannister's face had completely vanished. He did not look at Karren, but instead cast his gaze towards the towering battlements of Winterfell, his handsome profile taking on a rather stern demeanor. Karren's story, though devoid of specific individuals or events, served as a blurred mirror, subtly reflecting certain corners of Jaime's inner self that he was reluctant to confront. King Aerys, the Mad King's flames, the sword behind him, and the crown of regicide that would henceforth be his constant companion. Furthermore, there were the actions he had to take to preserve the secrets shared with his sister, Cersei. Silence lingered for a dozen seconds, an unusually protracted span between two nobles meeting for the first time. Finally, Jaime turned his head back to Karren, a smirk returning to his face, though it seemed tinged with a newfound scrutiny and chill. An intriguing tale, lad of House Mormont. The legends of the North indeed mirror the weather here, cold and hard. He offered no commentary on the story itself, nor did he affirm or deny anything. However, he ceased to refer to Karren as Little Bear, instead adopting the more formal lad of House Mormont. Merely an ancient legend, my lord, Karren replied with a slight bow. Perhaps it might add a touch of color to your leisure time in Winterfell. He did not await Jaime's response. After a final bow, he turned and departed the training ground. He could feel the sharp gaze of the regicide lingering upon him, following him until he vanished around the corner of the castle. Karren understood that he could not alter Jaime Lannister, nor could he prevent the impending tragedy. The man was ensnared too tightly by pride, love, and familial interests. All he could do was gently tap upon that heart, as hard as diamond, with such an obscure legend. Perhaps it would be of no consequence. Or perhaps it would be akin to a stone cast into a deep pond, stirring only a trivial ripple that swiftly faded from sight. Yet perhaps, at some pivotal moment in the future, when Jon finds himself confronted with a similar choice, the northern legend of curses, honor, and the decline of family will flit through his mind like a specter. That alone shall suffice. Entangled in the web of fate, he can only, with utmost caution, tug at an almost invisible thread. Chapter 44. The shadow of the feast. The hall of Winterfell had never been so brilliantly illuminated and filled with voices as it was on this night. The enormous stone hearth flickered with joyous flames, casting warmth and shadows into every corner. The long table was adorned with the whitest linen, laden with a sumptuous array of dishes symbolizing the alliance between House Stark and the Baratheon royal family. A whole roasted pig glistening with fat, salmon drizzled with creamy sauce, steaming bowls of stew, mounds of dark bread, and mead and wine swirling in silver goblets, their aromas mingling with the scent of burning pine, creating an almost ethereal ambience of prosperity and revelry. King Robert Baratheon's hearty laughter resonated like thunder, occasionally drowning out the clamor in the hall. He sat alongside Eddard Stark at the high table, reminiscing about the wars and friendships of their youth, at times joyous, at times wistful. Queen Cersei sat beside Robert, her beauty reminiscent of finely sculpted jade, with golden tresses, emerald eyes, and an impeccable, yet seemingly frozen, smile upon her lips. Her gaze occasionally swept across the hall, imbued with a detached scrutiny and an icy demeanor. Colin occupied a seat beside Lady Margaery, positioned midway along the long table. He ate quietly, yet his eyes, akin to the most vigilant hunter, meticulously observed every detail of this feast of power. He noted Prince Joffrey's arrogance and cruelty, unbecoming of his years. He saw Sansa lost in a fairy tale reverie. He witnessed Arya squirming in her forced finery, and he noticed Tyrion Lannister seated somewhat distanced, pouring his own drink. An incongruity amidst the boisterous northern nobility, yet his mismatched eyes sparkled with the wisdom of keen insight. The opportunity arose midway through the banquet, at the zenith of merriment. Duke Eddard temporarily vacated the high table, seemingly to attend to some matters. Colin recognized this as his singular chance to converse privately with Eddard. He grasped a small box, elegantly wrapped in fine leather, and hastened to follow, catching up with Eddard in the corridor leading to the inner hall. "Lord Duke," Colin called softly. Eddard halted, turning with a hint of excitement at reuniting with an old friend, though his expression quickly regained its customary composure. "Colin, what is it?" "My lord." Colin presented the small box with both hands. "This is a token from Bear Island. Inside are specially crafted hemostatic powders, assisted by Maester Luwin. Modified from ancient recipes of Bear Island's hunters, effective for treating deeper wounds. We frequently contend with beasts and harsh environments. This has saved the lives of many of our kin. As your majesty and you prepare to journey south, with the complexities of King's Landing, it may prove useful." His reasoning was both sound and reasonable, expressing the vassal's concern while aligning with his pragmatic, herbalist persona, devoid of any impropriety. Eddard gazed at the small box, then turned his attention to the earnest and composed face of Carlin. He recalled the young man's previous warnings regarding Bran's perilous ascent, his steady demeanor during discussions, and the commendation bestowed upon him by Maester Luwin. Silently, he accepted the box, feeling the fine powder within. "You are thoughtful, Carlin." Eddard's voice was low, tinged with a subtle complexity. He refrained from probing further, solemnly tucking the box into his cloak, a simple gesture signifying an acceptance of trust. The loyalty of Bear Island was never forgotten by House Stark. "May it never be needed, my lord," Carlin said, slightly bowing as he watched Eddard turn away, his silhouette appearing particularly weighty in the flickering torchlight. There was little more he could do. This pouch of medicinal powder might, in a future moment of bloodshed, offer this honor-bound guardian of the North a glimmer of hope. On his way back to the hall, Carlin unexpectedly encountered Tyrion, who leaned against a column with a cup of wine in hand, observing the bustling scene within the hall with great interest. "Ah, our learned lad from Bear Island." Tyrion raised his goblet in salute, a playful smile gracing his features. "I saw you hastening earlier. Were you presenting some Bear Island treasure to Lord Stark?" "Just some practical healing salves, my Lord Lannister," Carlin replied calmly, feeling no need to veil his pragmatism in Tyrion's presence. "Practicality is commendable." Tyrion took a sip of his wine, nodding appreciatively, far more valuable than empty flattery. "I couldn't help but notice your apparent interest in scholarship. I hear you and Maester Luwin engage in lively discourse." "Maester Luwin is profoundly knowledgeable and deserving of respect," Carlin responded. "We are delving into matters concerning the climate of the North and records from even further reaches." "Further reaches, you say? Beyond the wall? Those wildlings and the legends that accompany them?" A flicker of interest ignited in Tyrion's eyes. "Knowledge knows no bounds, my lord." Carlin cleverly sidestepped a direct answer, understanding why the wildling stir may be more crucial than merely defending against them. Moreover, some ancient accounts, such as the tales of the Eastern dragon dreams, though seemingly fantastical, can sometimes unveil neglected truths. In this, he subtly sowed the seeds for a potential future influence on Daenerys. Disseminating academic perspectives through the intellect of Tyrion and Maester Luwin was far safer than standing alone to prophesy. Tyrion regarded him thoughtfully. "You are an unusual Mormont, Carlin. Your contemplations extend far beyond those of most northern nobles who only wield axes. This is intriguing." He swirled his wine, hopeful for an opportunity to engage in deeper conversations about wildlings, dragons, and the myriad madness of this world. "It would be my honor, my lord." Carlin recognized that he had successfully piqued the interest and initial goodwill of this future pivotal figure. As the dinner approached its conclusion, Carlin sought out Maester Luwin, who was taking a moment's respite, and once again broached the topics he had discussed with Tyrion. "Bachelor, regarding our previous discussion on the movements of the wildlings, I believe it is imperative to continuously monitor and document their migratory patterns and fluctuations in scale. This may assist us in anticipating the pressures on the Great Wall. Moreover," he paused, lowering his voice slightly, "I recently perused some miscellaneous notes and stumbled upon sporadic accounts of the resurgence of the Eastern Dragon Dream. Although absurd, in light of the current circumstances, it may warrant a modicum of attention in our correspondence from the Academy as an intriguing anomaly." The tapestry of knowledge often begins with seemingly inconspicuous fragments. Bachelor Reuven adjusted his glasses, his discerning gaze fixed upon Karren, appearing to grasp the deeper implications of his words. Yet uncertain, he ultimately nodded. Cautious observation and broad exploration are the cornerstones of truth-seeking. I shall consider your suggestion, Karren. When Karren returned to his seat, the clamor of the banquet had gradually subsided, yet the shadows lingering in the air seemed to have thickened. The medicinal powder he had gifted, the friendships he had forged, the seeds of knowledge he had sown, were akin to pebbles cast into the abyss of fate, sending ripples that would ultimately converge in unknown directions. He glanced toward the head of the table. King Robert was thoroughly intoxicated. Duke Eddard wore a furrowed brow, and Queen Cersei's smile appeared increasingly frigid under the flickering firelight. Beneath the shadows of the banquet lay countless subtly altered trajectories, and an inevitable storm was hastening its approach. Chapter 45. The Final Council. Winterfell, cloaked in a deep blue silence before dawn, was punctuated solely by the rhythmic footsteps of the Night's Watch patrolling the stone walls. The revelry of the previous night had dissipated, its cacophony and lights now seeming but a fleeting illusion, leaving behind a profound, taut anticipation for the king's final decree. For the formal turning of the wheels of fate, Karren had not slept a wink. He understood that this was the last opportunity, and the most perilous of attempts. He must convey the most critical information he possessed in a manner that would be palatable to Eddard Stark. It could not be a prophecy, nor baseless accusations. It must be grounded in that which the Northerners hold dear: honor, duty, and a pragmatic assessment of potential threats. The location he chose was Duke Eddard's study. The timing was before breakfast, the most serene moment of the day when minds were clearest. He requested Bachelor Reuven to relay that there were urgent matters concerning the North's defenses and potential risks that required an in-person briefing. Inside the study, the flickering candlelight dispelled the morning chill of the North. Duke Eddard stood before an unfolded map, his brow furrowed, evidently troubled by the decision to march south and the myriad concerns that accompanied it. He appeared even more fatigued than the night before, the shadows beneath his eyes starkly visible. Karren, Eddard's voice was tinged with a slight rasp. Reuven mentioned you have critical matters regarding the North's defenses? Speak. Karren did not respond immediately. He approached the map, his gaze fixed upon the position of King's Landing, then slowly lifted his eyes to meet Eddard's, which resembled the gray eyes of a dire wolf. He knew that any circumlocution could lead to a missed opportunity. My Lord Duke, Carlin's voice resonated, deep and clear, each word seeming to carry a weight of its own. As we venture southward, the complexities of King's Landing far exceed those of the North. You uphold honor, yet not all regard it as a guiding principle. Eddard's gaze sharpened, though he refrained from interrupting. What I am about to convey is not founded on concrete evidence, but rather on keen observations and an instinctive concern inherent to the people of the North. Karlin deliberately emphasized this intuition, as it was more readily accepted by Eddard than any mystical assertions. In King's Landing, there is one whom you must regard with utmost caution. Who? Eddard inquired. The Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, Karlin revealed, and Eddard's brows furrowed deeper. Littlefinger? His tone held a note of confusion and scrutiny. He had once been a ward of House Stark. Precisely because of that, my lord, he is all the more perilous, Karlin interjected. A bold move intended to capture Eddard's attention. With all due respect, it is my understanding that Lord Baelish harbors feelings for Lady Catelyn that transcend the ordinary. And you? In the end, with Lady Catelyn. The atmosphere in the study seemed to freeze instantaneously. A flicker of shock crossed Eddard's face, quickly followed by disbelief, ultimately settling into a profound gravity. This touched upon the core privacy of his family, yet Karlin's words bore no gossip or levity, only a cold, almost cruel pragmatism. I believe, Eddard's voice nearly a whisper, that a man driven by love turned to resentment, who is skilled in manipulation and devoid of any honorable boundaries, is not to be trusted in word or deed. Karlin's tone was resolute. He may present himself as affable and helpful, yet any information he offers, particularly regarding House Lannister or any intelligence that could sway your judgment, must undergo the strictest scrutiny. His counsel may very well be a poison wrapped in honey, designed to exploit your sense of honor, steering you toward a path advantageous to him, or at the very least, satisfying some twisted sense of retribution. Karlin refrained from alluding to Jon Arryn's death in connection with Peter, as that lay beyond the realm of reasonable conjecture. He concentrated all warnings on the themes of vengeful emotional turmoil and the exploitation of honorable men, points Eddard could most readily comprehend and guard against. Eddard lapsed into silence. With his back to Karlin, he gazed out at the gradually brightening horizon, his broad shoulders seemingly burdened by an invisible weight. The names Catelyn and Littlefinger stirred within him a trove of long-buried memories and complex emotions. He recalled the glint in Littlefinger's eyes at the Winterfell feast, that elusive quality hidden beneath a veneer of humility and fervor. Carlin's words acted as a frigid key, unlocking a dark, neglected compartment of his heart. After a long pause, Eddard slowly turned around. His gaze no longer reflected the previous weariness and confusion, but was instead imbued with the steadfastness and composure befitting the protector of the North. He did not comment on the accuracy of Carlin's claims, nor did he inquire about the source of the information. He simply regarded Carlin intently, his eyes seeming to penetrate the very soul of the man, seeking to discern the true intent behind his counsel. I heard it. Karren's voice regained its usual steadiness, yet it resonated with a deeper timbre than before. I shall keep your observations and concerns in mind. He did not utter the words I believe you, nor did he make any promises. But Karren understood that this was sufficient. For a man of Eddard Stark's character, a logical warning rooted in honor and potential threat carried far greater weight than any prophetic utterance. The seed of doubt had been sown. It would not alter Eddard's determination to journey south in pursuit of the truth, an endeavor driven by his sense of honor, but perhaps it would instill in him a moment of hesitation, a desire for verification when faced with Peter Baelish. This could change everything. May the old gods and the new bless your path ahead, my lord. Karren bowed and exited the study. As he traversed the awakening corridors of the castle, the rising sun streamed through the high windows, casting long, bright beams upon the floor. His final counsel had been delivered. He had done all that he could. From here on, the torrent of history would sweep everyone along towards the known and unknown conclusion. And he, Karren Maher, could only clutch the power he held from Bear Island, bracing himself for the surging tides to come. Chapter 46. The buffered fall. King Robert's retinue had not departed, and Winterfell remained enveloped in the clamor and tumult of the royal visit. Beneath this facade of merriment, undercurrents of unease persisted. That afternoon, Karren was at the training grounds, discussing the distribution of a new shipment of furs from Bear Island with Ser Roderick, when a piercing scream, distorted in its intensity, abruptly shattered the air above Winterfell. Bran. Karren's heart lurched, and he exchanged a grave glance with Ser Roderick before they both sprinted toward the abandoned tower from whence the sound emanated. An ominous premonition washed over him like icy tidewater. The king had not yet departed, yet they dared to. Upon reaching the base of the tower, they found a gathering of servants and guards, all gazing upwards, their faces etched with terror and confusion. Karren's heart sank to the depths. What was meant to happen had indeed transpired. But in the next moment, he noticed something amiss. Bran had not plummeted straight down from the tower's peak. His body had seemingly experienced a brief, unnatural suspension in midair, as if hindered by some unseen force, which had tempered his descent. More importantly, in the final moments, the small figure appeared to curl into itself, rather than flailing helplessly. Thud. The sound of impact was not the sharp, terrifying crack of flesh against stone, but rather a dull thud with a relatively softer quality. Bran had landed at the base of the tower, amidst a pile of soft earth and hay left from recent fortifications, still uncleaned. Karren pushed through the crowd to the forefront. There lay Bran, motionless, his face as pale as parchment, eyes tightly shut, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The earth beneath him had yielded to create a shallow crater. Bran. The anguished cries of Lady Catelyn approached from afar, laden with heart-wrenching despair. Trailing behind her was the grave-faced Duke of Eddard, alongside King Robert and several members of the royal family, who had come in response to the commotion. Ser Roderick, quicker than the rest, crouched beside Bran without hastily moving him, swiftly assessing his condition. His breathing was faint but present, and the pulse in his carotid arteries still throbbed. His keen gaze swept over Bran's limbs and torso, finally resting upon his back. Do not move him. Ser Roderick's voice rang out sharply, halting Lady Catelyn, who was poised to rush forward to embrace her son, as well as the anxious Duke of Eddard. His spine may be injured. Any reckless movement could result in irreversible harm. His calm demeanor and authoritative tone proved pivotal amidst the chaos. Duke Eddard snapped to attention, immediately signaling Ser Roderick to instruct the guards to maintain order and clear space. Maester Luwin, carrying his medical kit, hurriedly arrived, breathless. Upon witnessing the sight and position of Bran's fall, a flicker of astonishment crossed the old maester's eyes. Yet he refrained from asking further questions and promptly knelt to conduct a professional examination. Time slipped away in a suffocating silence, punctuated only by Lady Catelyn's stifled sobs, King Robert's heavy breaths, and Maester Luwin's steady directives. Queen Cersei and Ser Jaime stood at the forefront of the crowd, their expressions obscured in the interplay of shadow and light, eluding clear interpretation. After what felt like an eternity, Maester Luwin slowly raised his head. His face etched with profound gravity, though deep within his gaze lingered a glimmer of incredulous, faint relief. The gods have truly favored him, he murmured, his voice trembling. It was nothing short of a miracle that he survived such a fall from that height. He turned his attention to the anxious Duke Eddard and Lady Catelyn, inhaled deeply, and delivered his diagnosis. Young Bran has sustained a blow to the head, resulting in a mild concussion. His internal organs may have experienced some trauma, necessitating an extended period of rest. There are fractures in his ribs, but he paused, his tone growing exceedingly solemn. His spine has not, as we most feared, suffered a complete break. A subdued gasp rippled through the crowd. The Duke of Eddard's clenched fists relaxed slightly, while Lady Catelyn nearly crumpled to the ground. Supported by her maid. Thanks to Ser Roderick's prior fortifications, Maester Luwin pointed to a section of the tower's outer wall that had been visibly reinforced with new timber, where the railing, which might have otherwise shattered completely, had partially cushioned Bran's fall. He then cast a glance at Ser Roderick, his eyes filled with curiosity and understanding, as if he subconsciously adopted an instinctive protective posture, curling his body to avoid a direct, violent impact upon the ground. Could this be a hunter's instinct? He pondered, recalling Bran's earlier trepidation upon overhearing a secret conversation in the tower, which was linked to his subsequent discovery and fall. Ser Roderick nodded silently, a weight lifting from his heart. Yet another remained suspended. He had altered the outcome, but Bran was still gravely injured, and the threat posed by the Lannisters loomed ominously close. What does this mean, Maester? Lady Catelyn grasped at the final thread of hope, her voice urgent with desperation. This signifies that Maester Luwin, with meticulous care, has offered a conclusion that is both hopeful and cautiously optimistic. The future of young Bran is not shrouded in darkness. He requires the finest care, an extended period of time, and a stroke of fortune. However, in my estimation, there exists a glimmer of hope for his recovery. The phrase "a glimmer of hope" illuminated Lady Catelyn's eyes like a torch igniting the darkness, simultaneously easing the breaths of all those who had been engulfed in worry. There is no paralysis, and there remains hope. This is 1,000 times better than the most dire of expectations. Lady Catelyn turned abruptly to look at Catelyn, her gaze laden with intricate emotions, gratitude, trepidation, and an indescribable tremor. It was he who insisted on inspecting and reinforcing those seemingly inconsequential railings. It was he who inadvertently imparted to Bran some peculiar hunting skills. All these coincidences converged at this moment, salvaging her son's future. Catelyn's voice choked with emotion. I do not know how to. Catelyn interrupted her, speaking with a calm and humble demeanor, though his eyes inadvertently drifted towards the nearby figures of Jaime and Cersei. It is the blessing of the old gods, it is Bran's own fortune, and it is also the remarkable skill of Maester Luwin. I have done nothing. He downplayed his contributions, attributing everything to divine intervention and happenstance. Yet all understood that without his seemingly superfluous actions prior, the diagnosis before them would have been starkly different and utterly despairing. Duke Eddard Stark cast a profound glance at Catelyn, a look imbued with myriad sentiments. As Bran was cautiously secured with wooden planks and transported to the Great Keep for convalescence, Catelyn stood rooted in place, gazing at the tower and then at the royal members who feigned concern while their thoughts remained inscrutable. Jaime and Cersei remained active in their machinations. The malice of fate had not dissipated. However, he had successfully inserted a small yet crucial wedge beneath the gears of that malevolence. Bran's tragedy was significantly alleviated, and the core of House Stark had not suffered a blow of such devastating proportions. The buffered descent altered not merely the fate of a boy, but also the foundation of hope for the North's future, perhaps subtly shaking the confidence of those who believed they held dominion over all. He recognized that the true contest had only just commenced. The descent south of Duke Eddard, the vortex of King's Landing, and the genuine threats beyond the wall would soon follow. Moreover, he had demonstrated that he possessed, to a certain extent, the power to avert tragedy. This power, though minuscule, was undeniably real. Chapter 47. The charge of Winterfell. Bran's unforeseen incident was akin to a boulder cast into the placid surface of a lake, stirring tumultuous waves upon the already turbulent waters of Winterfell. Despite Maester Luwin's diagnosis of a potential recovery, the weight within Eddard Stark's heart remained unabated. One son lay gravely injured and unconscious, the truth cloaked in a shroud of obscurity, while the king's summons and the duties of the South bound him like iron chains, leaving no room for retreat. On the evening after Bran's condition stabilized and his life was deemed secure, Duke Eddard summoned Catelyn to his study. In that moment, the study was graced by only their presence. as the flickering candlelight cast Eddard's towering silhouette upon the wall, rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate and weighty. Catelyn. Eddard's voice bore an unmistakable weariness, yet his gray eyes remained as sharp as ever, fixating intently upon him. Maester Luwin has informed me of Bran's situation. Regarding the fortifications you insisted upon and the cushioning techniques you imparted to him. Catelyn slightly inclined his body, remaining silent, awaiting further discourse. Was it mere coincidence? Fortune? The blessings of the old gods? Eddard gradually strolled to the window, gazing into the somber twilight beyond, contemplating that perhaps it was a blend of all. However, I would prefer to believe that it was the foresight of a meticulous mind, one who, even before the crisis emerged, had laid down a defensive strategy. He turned to face Catelyn, his gaze piercing. You foresaw the dangers of climbing. You discerned the treacherous heart of King's Landing, referring to Peter. Now, your prescience is once again validated. While others are lost in the clamor of the king's arrival, you alone have perceived those subtle, yet potentially fatal threats. Catelyn remained silent, acutely aware that any display of modesty or justification at this juncture would be superfluous. Eddard Stark was reassessing him through the lens of his experience and intuition as the protector of the North. I am soon to journey south, Catelyn. Eddard's tone shifted to one of utmost gravity. King's Landing is a quagmire. Robert requires my presence, and perhaps the realm does as well. Yet the North is my foundation. My responsibility. Robb is brave, yet too young. Catelyn is astute, yet engulfed in sorrow and rage. Maester Luwin is wise, yet lacks command of the army. He approached Catelyn, solemnly placing a bronze seal, embossed with the image of a roaring dire wolf, alongside a parchment bearing the wax seal of House Stark upon the table. I, Eddard Stark, in my capacity as the protector of the North and Duke of Winterfell, hereby formally appoint you, Karren Mormont, as the Northern advisor during my absence. This title is not a mere formality. It signifies that during the Duke's departure, Catelyn possesses the authority to partake in the decision-making processes concerning the core affairs of the North, particularly those involving security, defense, and resource coordination. In my absence, you are empowered to assist Robb and Maester Luwin in managing the daily governance of the North. More critically, Eddard's finger pressed heavily upon the parchment. I grant you the authority to make timely decisions. Should an unexpected crisis arise, be it from the Ironborn of the Sea, bandits of the hills, or any other unforeseen threat, in the event that I cannot be consulted in a timely manner, you may act according to the circumstances, mobilizing a portion of the forces and resources of Winterfell and its vassal lands to address the situation, subsequently reporting back to me. This was an unprecedented trust, elevating a young scion of a house not of his blood to such a significant position and bestowing upon him the power to command troops reflected not only in absolute recognition of Catelyn's capabilities, but also Eddard's profound apprehension regarding the latent perils of his southern venture and his foresight of the potential turmoil that might beset the North. My Lord Duke, Catelyn inhaled deeply, feeling the substantial weight of the seal and the commission. What merit do I possess to bear such a grave responsibility? Your merit and capability have become abundantly clear to me over this past period, Eddard replied. Eddard's gaze was profound. Your perspective on issues diverges from that of the common man, being both pragmatic and far-reaching. The North requires such vision. I do not wish for you to supplant Robb. He is the future Duke of Winterfell. I desire you to be his right hand, to serve as a complement to Maester Luwin in matters of state and military affairs, to become a new, vigilant sentinel for the North. He placed a heavy hand upon Carlin's shoulder, imbued with a sense of responsibility. Protect my family, Karren. Safeguard the North. Maintain its stability and security until my return. This is my charge to you. Karren met Eddard's trusting gaze, no longer hesitating. He knelt on one knee, in the manner befitting a knight, and solemnly declared, I shall obey your command, my Lord Eddard. I, Karren Mormont, hereby swear upon my life and honor to do my utmost to support young Lord Robb, uphold the peace of the North, and safeguard House Stark until the day of your return. His words were not delivered with fervor, yet each syllable resonated with weight. Eddard nodded, a rare expression of near relief gracing his features. Rise. He pushed the seal and the letter of appointment before Karren. Go forth and fulfill your duty. The North, as well as Bear Island, are entrusted to your care. As Karren departed the study with the cold bronze wolf's head seal and the heavy parchment in hand, he felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. This was not merely power, it was responsibility. The most cautious yet audacious arrangement that Eddard Stark could devise for his family and domain before embarking into the unknown. He understood that from this moment forth, he was no longer merely a bystander attempting to alter the narrative. He was deeply entwined, becoming a pivotal node within the power structure of the North. The shadow of Winterfell loomed large, and he must ignite and safeguard more flames in preparation for the impending long winter. Eddard's charge was both a fulcrum for future greater events and a burden he must bear. The path ahead remained uncertain. Chapter 48. The fire kiss beyond the wall. Eddard's charge was like a brand, deeply imprinted upon Carlin's shoulder. The oppressive atmosphere enveloping Winterfell due to the Duke's southern journey and Bran's grievous injuries did not allow him to succumb to the dizziness or anxiety brought on by power. He was acutely aware that the stability of the North and the strength required to confront the true winter ahead could not rely solely on the political machinations of the South or the fortifications of Winterfell. His gaze must be directed further north, towards the land governed by ice and wind, separated by the wall. Under the pretense of inspecting the recently supplied materials along the wall's defense line and personally reporting Eddard's appointment and the aftermath of the Bran incident to Commander Jor, Carlin assembled a small, adept party of Mormont soldiers and seasoned rangers familiar with the terrain beyond the wall and set forth once more into the north. His true intent lay hidden in his heart. He sought to make contact with the free folk, or more precisely, to engage with the fire-kissed Ygritte, whose fate would intertwine with Jon Snow's in the future. They traversed past the Black Castle, following the wall eastward, entering the vast, desolate expanse known as the Gift. Once a fertile expanse belonging to the Night Watch's legion, this land now lies in desolation, largely abandoned and seldom trodden, having transformed into a gray zone where wild bands infiltrate and roam. Karren commanded his team to proceed with caution, dispatching scouts and resisting the urge to rush forward, akin to an exercise in patient hunting. On the third evening, a fortuitous opportunity presented itself. As they set up camp at the sheltered edge of a rocky gorge, the scout reported having detected the solitary tracks of a wildling, who appeared to be observing them in turn. Given the description of a petite figure with russet hair, Karren was nearly certain of the identity. He refrained from making any noise. As night fell and the campfire crackled to life, he quietly ventured away from the camp, armed only with a small pouch of salt and a jar of thick honey sourced from Bear Island, moving toward the direction indicated by the scout. Without any weaponry, clad merely in a thick leather coat, he exposed himself to the biting cold of the night sky. He paused behind a rock that afforded a view of their camp, placing the salt pouch and honey jar on a conspicuous, flat stone, then stepped back a few paces, raising his hands to signal his lack of hostility. The chilling wind howled around him, and the moonlight cast a stark glow upon the snow. After a moment, a lithe figure darted forth like a specter from behind another rock. She was diminutive, swathed in coarse animal hides. Her russet hair braided messily at the back of her head. Her face bore the weariness of long travel and the ravages of the elements. Yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, brimming with wildness and vigilance. Gripping a bone spear tightly, she directed its point toward Karren. It was Yegarite. She did not immediately glance at the offerings upon the stone, but fixed her gaze firmly on Karren, growling in a rough version of the common tongue, "Crow, what trickery do you intend?" Crow being a derogatory term the wildlings used for the Night Watch. Karren maintained his open-handed stance, his tone calm as he utilized the ancient vocabulary he had painstakingly rehearsed numerous times, speaking slowly and clearly. Those who share salt and honey are not foes. This phrase, culled from the most ancient of records within the Worm Paths, was deemed a ceremonial language among the free folk, signifying intentions of peace and a temporary truce. Yegarite visibly faltered. The ferocity and wariness etched upon her face froze for an instant, a flicker of incredulity passing through her green eyes. A figure clad in the black garb of the Night Watch, a crow, was conversant in their nearly forgotten ancient tongue and had presented a token of goodwill. Her gaze finally settled upon the pouch of salt and the jar of honey. In the resource-scarce expanse beyond the wall, both were exceedingly precious commodities. Salt was essential for survival, while honey represented an unimaginable luxury. Though she did not lower her guard, the grip on her bone spear relaxed slightly. She stepped forward, swiftly seizing the salt pouch and honey jar for inspection before retreating to a safe distance. Upon opening the honey jar and inhaling its sweet, cloying aroma, she instinctively swallowed hard. "You are no ordinary crow," she remarked, re-evaluating Karren, her hostility diminishing, replaced by a profound curiosity and inquiry. "You comprehend the ancient tongue. Why do you do this?" Karren did not respond directly. Instead, he reverted to a more universal tongue, understanding that his proficiency in the ancient language was limited to a few pivotal phrases. "Within and beyond the Great Wall, we all struggle this winter. We may not be friends, yet there is no immediate need to become sworn enemies. Salt and honey are gifts from Bear Island, not offerings from the Night Watch." "Bear Island?" Yegarite furrowed her brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name, yet she comprehended the significance of the word gift. She regarded Karren, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. You crows capture us, slay us. Why should I trust you? Because I came alone, unarmed. Karren gestured to his empty waist. And because I understand that phrase which signifies non-hostility. I am merely one who hopes to see more survive through this harsh winter, whether within the walls or beyond. Yegarite fell silent for a moment, carefully stowing the salt and honey into her satchel. When she looked at Karren again, her expression was complex. You are a peculiar crow, she finally said, her tone less aggressive than at first. But thank you for the honey. It is quite sweet. She said no more, deftly turning as she had arrived. Vanishing into the shadows of rocks and darkness with a few agile strides, her coppery hair shimmering briefly in the moonlight. Karren stood still, only lowering his somewhat stiff arms once he confirmed her departure. The biting cold wind stung, yet his heart felt a warmth. He had succeeded. There was no conflict. No bloodshed, only a brief, tense yet successful encounter. He had left a gift, spoken the crucial ancient words, and more importantly, he had planted within Yegarite, who might influence the wildling's future, a peculiar image of a crow, one that diverged from her preconceived notions of all-night watchmen. Embodying a being that respected ancient traditions and was willing to share. This tiny spark, akin to Yegarite's fiery hair, quietly ignited in the frigid night beyond the walls. It was exceedingly faint, yet it could potentially illuminate a path leading to collaboration rather than endless slaughter in the future. Upon returning to the camp, Karren refrained from mentioning his encounter that night. This was merely the first step, a long and arduous initial stride. Yet with this first step, subsequent plans became conceivable. The fire-esque kiss from beyond the walls had already intertwined subtly with him, Bear Island, and the future of the North. Chapter 49. Bear Claw and Ice Plain. Upon returning from beyond the walls, Karren did not linger long at Black Castle. He succinctly reported the transfer of supplies and inspection results to Commander Geos, subtly alluding to the significant pressures seemingly faced by the wildlings, suggesting their actions were not entirely driven by aggression. Geos listened, his gray eyes deep and inscrutable, neither affirming nor denying, merely advising him to exercise caution. Karren understood that his interaction with Yegarite was but an insignificant step. To confront the storms of the future, he required a more solid foundation and direct power. The root of all this still resided in Bear Island. As he hastened back to Bear Island, Lady Maggie's orders had already arrived before him. The messenger bore not only greetings, but also a weighty appointment. In light of Karren's remarkable performance in Winterfell, particularly his foresight and adeptness demonstrated during the Bran incident, as well as the extraordinary trust bestowed upon him by Duke Ed before his southward journey, Lady Maggie made a momentous decision. She formally appointed Karren to remain stationed along the wall, serving as the plenipotentiary liaison and coordinator between Bear Island and the Night's Watch. This role signifies that all subsequent support from Bear Island to the wall, including personnel exchanges and information dissemination, will be under Karren's purview. This does not exclude him from the core of power in Bear Island. Rather, it entrusts him with the family's most vital strategic foothold in external affairs. Within the Lord's Hall, Lady Maggie dismissed all but Karren. The flickering firelight cast shadows upon her resolute visage. Karren, Lord Ed has entrusted you with the significant responsibility of serving as the Northern Garrison's advisor. This reflects his confidence in you and the esteem for the Mormont family. Bear Island must not lag behind. The wall is our first line of defense and simultaneously its most vulnerable point. With Brother Gior stationed there, we require someone to ensure Bear Island's strength can most effectively uphold that wall. She gestured toward the rough map of the north on the wall, her finger resting on the location of the wall. You are there, and thus better positioned than I am here to discern what the wall needs and what we can provide. I need you firmly anchored there, not only for the Night's Watch, but for Bear Island and the north. Do you understand? I understand, my lady, replied Karren solemnly. This suited him perfectly. Being stationed at the wall would afford him deeper insights into the true circumstances beyond, facilitating the advancement of his secret endeavors. What do you require? Lady Maggie inquired directly. Personnel and authority, Karren responded, having contemplated this thoroughly. I need to mobilize my own personal guard. They must be utterly reliable and familiar with the terrain of Bear Island's west coast, particularly north of the Stony Shore. He was preparing for the exploration and clandestine extraction of dragon crystal veins. Granted, Lady Maggie responded without hesitation. I also require authorization for Torlund to take full responsibility for the covert exploration and initial transportation of a certain special, or, Karren carefully selected his words. This, or possessed unique qualities that could potentially alleviate the Night's Watch's shortage of arrows. However, The extraction and testing must remain confidential to avoid unnecessary scrutiny or covetousness. He refrained from naming Dragon Crystal and its true purpose. The time was not yet ripe. Lady McGee gazed deeply at him, seemingly perceiving his reticence. Yet she did not press for details. Trust is sometimes built upon outcomes rather than complete transparency. Each of Karren's previous reservations had ultimately yielded favorable results. Very well. I shall provide Torlund with the necessary orders. She nodded in agreement. Is there anything else? Intelligence, Karren continued. I need to leverage the Night's Watch's relatively well-connected network and integrate our intelligence relay with Winterfell, White Harbor, and even Last Hearth. A more efficient system of ravens will enable Bear Island, Winterfell, and the Wall to respond more swiftly to potential threats. Proceed, Lady McGee replied succinctly. I will notify Old Ivan and the various outposts to coordinate with your intelligence consolidation. The future of Bear Island cannot solely focus on the ground beneath our feet. Our ears must also be attuned to the voices of the entire North. With the full authority and heavy trust bestowed by Lady McGee, Karren immediately set his plans in motion. He first selected 10 soldiers from the island's garrison, each possessing a clean background, with their families residing on Bear Island, and known for their discretion, to form his personal guard, directly commanded by Torrent. Subsequently, he summoned Torrent and handed him the sketch transcribed from the worm tunnels, which marked the location of the Dragon Crystal Vein, along with Lady McGee's orders. Torrent, this task is of greater significance and peril than any we have undertaken before, Karren stated with unprecedented seriousness. You are to take 2 of your most trustworthy guards and personally verify the existence of the vein at this location. If it exists, discreetly collect a sample to bring back. Exercise utmost caution. That coastline is fraught with danger. The entirety of this process must remain confidential. To others, say you are in search of a suitable hardstone for honing. Torrent accepted the sketch and the old lord's orders without a single question, nodding resolutely. Rest assured, Karren. I shall depart like a shadow and return as one. Watching Torrent retreat, Karren understood that the path to acquiring the ultimate weapon against the protracted cold night had quietly commenced. The tendrils of Bear Island were extending, under his orchestration, towards the icy plains imbued with both hope and peril. He himself would return to the Wall, bearing his new identity and mission, to place new pieces on a much broader and more intricate chessboard. The clash between the Bear's Claw and the icy expanse was merely beginning. Chapter 50. The Web of the North. The appointment of Ned Stark and the authorization from Lady McGee served as 2 keys, unlocking the previously elusive gates to power and resources in the North for Karren. He was acutely aware that in an era where information relied on swift horses and ravens, often delayed by days or even weeks, an efficient and precise intelligence network was worth more than 1,000 armies. He aimed not only to protect Bear Island, but also to leverage this identity to weave a more astute web of eyes and ears for the entire North, especially for the Wall, which was soon to face a true test. His first destination was to return to Winterfell. Now, wielding the sigil of Duke Eddard, his status had changed significantly. He approached his work with humility and pragmatism, operating under the guise of assisting Robb Stark with administrative matters and familiarizing himself with the northern defenses. In the study of Maester Luwin, amidst the towering piles of scrolls and letters, Karren presented his vision. Maester Luwin, with Lord Eddard journeying south, the correspondence from various regions of the North will inevitably increase. If we do not promptly compile and analyze reports, pleas for aid, and border developments, we will be navigating the precipice blindfolded. Karren pushed a drafted proposal across the table to the old scholar. What do you propose? Maester Luwin adjusted his glasses, his wise gaze reflecting curiosity, integration, and acceleration. Karren indicated several key points on the map. We need to establish a more standardized information relay process. For instance, the intelligence from White Harbor regarding merchant vessels, the dynamics of the forest surrounding Deepwood Fort, the troop movements in Castle Caho, and the sporadic reports of wildlings infiltrating Last Hearth all possessed varying degrees of significance, necessitating a corresponding hierarchy in their urgency. He proposed the introduction of a straightforward information grading system, utilizing distinct wax seal colors or messenger tubes to enable both the managers and recipients of messages to immediately discern the urgency of the information. Concurrently, he suggested establishing fixed, high-priority Raven routes between Winterfell, White Harbor, Last Hearth, and the soon-to-be-residing Black Castle on the Wall, ensuring that crucial military intelligence and unusual occurrences reach the decision-making center in the shortest possible time. Standardizing the grading, murmured Maester Luwin, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. Although the Citadel brimmed with knowledge, it undeniably lacked systematic innovation in the efficiency of information transmission. Karren's proposal struck at the heart of the issue. This would require cooperation from the great houses, particularly the Manderleys of White Harbor, whose fleet and trade routes serve as vital sources of information. This is precisely where I seek your support, Maester, Karren implored, advocating on behalf of Winterfell and the Citadel to rally the lords and provide standardized messenger tubes and wax seal samples. The Bear Island was willing to furnish the initial resources for this endeavor, astutely leveraging the surplus materials recently accumulated from warmhouses and trade. Maester Luwin pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. This initiative would benefit the North. If Lord Eddard were here, he would undoubtedly endorse it. I shall initiate the arrangements. Upon leaving the Maester's tower, Karren sought out Robb. The young Wolf Lord was navigating the transitional phase of power following his father's departure, experiencing both the exhilaration of newfound responsibility and a subtle undercurrent of uncertainty. Karren refrained from interfering with his decisions, instead offering another piece of advice in his capacity as a military advisor to the North. My Lord Robb, Karren stated during the military council, the loyalty and capabilities of vassals are the bedrock of the North. I believe it is essential to establish a more comprehensive archive, documenting not only the promised troop strengths and resources of each house, but also understanding the specific circumstances of their territories, which families excel in mountainous warfare, which lands are susceptible to pirate raids, and which houses have long-standing grievances with neighboring clans that require reconciliation. Such knowledge serves as a reference for governance in times of peace and is crucial for troop deployment and stabilizing the rear during tumultuous times. He proposed that Winterfell periodically, for example, quarterly, send standardized inquiry letters to the principal vassals to ascertain the basic conditions within their domains concerning security, harvests, displaced persons, and border disturbances. This was not an act of surveillance, but rather a more systematic approach to gathering governance-related information. Robb displayed keen interest in this proposal. Recognizing it would expedite his understanding of the land, he would eventually rule. Very well, Karren. You shall take charge of this matter alongside Maester Luwin. He conferred upon Karren the necessary authority. With the support of Winterfell, Karren commenced his networking initiative through the trading channels of Bear Island. He established a closer correspondence with the Manderley family in White Harbor, focusing on the movements across the Narrow Sea and any potential developments that might arise from King's Landing. He leveraged his friendship with the Glover family to acquire detailed intelligence about the surroundings of Deepwood Motte and the depths of the Wolfswood. He even sought to glean information through the Amber family regarding rumors of large-scale gatherings of wildlings further north, particularly around Frostfangs. All this information, like a gentle stream, began to converge upon him, prompting preliminary organization and analysis in both Winterfell and Bear Island. A nascent network of the North, centered around Winterfell and connecting White Harbor, Last Hearth, Deepwood Motte, Carhold, despite its delicate nature, and the Night's Watch Castle at the Wall, was gradually unfolding. Although this network was still in its rudimentary stages, lacking in density and speed of transmission, it had been established, breaking the previous isolation of the families and their solitary struggles. Standing atop the walls of Winterfell, Karren watched as a raven, its leg bound with a green-marked message tube, indicative of general trade information, flapped its wings toward White Harbor. He understood that this was merely the beginning. When true crises emerged, the ability of this network to swiftly detect danger and relay it to those in need would determine the fates of countless lives. He tightened his grip on the bronze wolf-head sigil in his hand. The network of the North had been cast, and he was the one holding the net tightly in the wind, ever vigilant for any ominous tremor, whether from afar or nearby. Chapter 51. Advisor and brother. The winds of Castle Black seemed eternally infused with the scent of frost, biting sharply against the skin. Yet, upon Karren's return to this Night's Watch stronghold, his experience was markedly different from his initial visit. No longer merely a supply officer or a transient guest, his identity now bore the titles of Steward of Bear Island, North's liaison officer, and the honorary title of Night's Watch advisor, personally bestowed by Commander Karren Mormont. Though lacking actual command authority, this title represented the Night's Watch's recognition and welcome of him, granting him the privilege to participate in core meetings and gain insight into military affairs. Commander Karren Mormont personally received him in the command tower. The weathered lines on his old uncle's face remained, yet upon seeing Karren, his frozen gaze seemed to thaw for a moment. You have arrived, Karren. Gior's voice was deep. Eddard sent a letter before heading south, informing me of your appointment. He has entrusted a part of the North's safety to your shoulders. He paused, his sharp gaze conveying the weight of responsibility that also rested upon the wall. The wall is the shield of the North, uncle. To protect it is to safeguard the North, Karren replied succinctly yet powerfully. Gior nodded, refraining from further pleasantries. Your role as an advisor does not grant you the liberty to dictate from here. I require your vision, your unique perspectives. The Night's Watch is deeply entrenched in its ways. Mere adherence to past customs will not suffice to survive this winter. He waved his hand dismissively. Go now. Meet your people. Familiarize yourself with everything here. Should you uncover anything, any thoughts, come directly to me. Karren understood that this signified the utmost trust. His first visit was to Jon Snow, whom he found near the training yard. After a few months of absence, Jon seemed to have gained some sturdiness. The gloom that once lingered on his face in Winterfell had lessened, replaced by the resilience forged in harsh conditions. Yet, his gray eyes still concealed profound thoughts. He was intently watching the new recruits train, his brow slightly furrowed. Jon's attention was drawn back when Carlin approached him, and upon seeing Carlin, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Brother Carlin," he exclaimed almost involuntarily, then quickly tempered his emotions upon realizing their surroundings, though his tone remained fervent. "You have returned. I've heard about Bran. Maester Luwin mentioned in his letter that it is thanks to you that the gods have smiled upon us." Carlin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, interrupting him to shift the conversation. "So, how are you finding it here?" Jon's expression dimmed for a moment before he steeled himself. "The training is arduous, but I can endure it. It's just that some believe I owe my standing to the Stark name, and that is why Lord Donnell pays me heed." He referred to the chief craftsman at the wall, who held Jon in high regard. "Jealousy is the weapon of the weak, Jon," Carlin remarked, his tone calm. "The Night's Watch has forsaken all past affiliations, yet the disparities in human hearts are not so easily erased. What matters is how you perceive yourself and what you ultimately prove." His words straightened Jon's posture. While others only saw his status as a bastard or his Stark lineage, Carlin recognized his intrinsic worth. "I will prove myself," Jon murmured, his voice resolute. "I believe in you," Carlin nodded. "Lead me to meet Samwell Tarly. I have heard he is quite a remarkable brother." At Jon's introduction, Carlin met the stout boy Samwell Tarly in the library tower, where he appeared somewhat anxious while clutching a hefty tome. Upon seeing Carlin, especially in his noble attire adorned with insignia, Samwell nearly dropped the book in fright. "My lord," he stammered, bowing awkwardly. "Just call me Carlin, Sam," he replied with a gentle smile, striving to alleviate the boy's nervousness. "Jon told me you are the most learned person here, having read many books." Mention of books brightened Sam's eyes, easing his tension slightly. I just enjoy reading. The things from the Citadel are fascinating, but unfortunately," he trailed off, a flicker of fear and shame crossing his face. "Knowledge is power, wherever it may be." "Sam," Carlin said earnestly, especially at the wall, "I have heard you have a keen interest in ancient artifacts and history. I happen to have some inquiries regarding the old legends beyond the wall and certain minerals. Perhaps I could consult you in the future." Sam, taken aback, nodded vigorously. "As long as I know, I will certainly do my best, Lord Carlin." Thus, Carlin seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the Night's Watch as an advisor. He not only maintained direct communication with Gior, but also forged strong personal friendships with Jon and Sam. Jon perceives him as an elder brother to confide in and seek guidance from, while Sam regards him as a noble exemplar of esteemed knowledge. However, Karren's true intentions began to unfold gradually after settling in. A few days later, during a discussion with Donal Noy regarding the Night's Watch's shortage of equipment, Karren casually mentioned a type of hard obsidian he had encountered in ancient texts from Bear Island. "Master Noy, I have heard whispers of a jet-black stone found in some regions beyond the wall, known for its remarkable hardness and exceptionally sharp edges, even surpassing ordinary iron. While it may not be suitable for forging large weapons, could it perhaps be fashioned into arrows or short daggers to address our current predicament of insufficient iron? At the very least, it might prove more effective against unarmored savages than bone or stone arrows." Donal Noy, the seasoned blacksmith, initially met Karren's proposal with skepticism. "Obsidian? That material is far too brittle. It shatters upon impact. How could it serve as arrowheads? Why not give it a try?" Karren gently persuaded, emphasizing that it was far better than sending brothers into patrols armed with nearly useless weapons. If successful, even a fraction of our archers equipped with this could significantly bolster our ranged deterrence. Moreover, this stone is reportedly found near Bear Island, making it quite affordable to procure. The notion of low-cost solutions resonated with Donal Noy. In the resource-scarce environment of the wall, any proposal that promised to conserve both money and materials was worth exploring. "Very well," the blacksmith finally conceded. "If you can procure a sample, I can have a few of my apprentices attempt to work on it. But temper your expectations." "That will suffice," Karren assured himself. Beneath the guise of addressing the Night's Watch's practical difficulties, the secret experiment with dragon glass weaponry quietly commenced. His role as an advisor provided him a platform to propose suggestions, while his camaraderie with Jon and Sam paved the way for deeper strategic maneuvers in the future. Amidst the shadows and icy winds of Black Castle, the Ember of Hope was secretly gestating in a different form. Chapter 52. Silent exchange days at Black Castle flowed in a rhythm of routine and toil. In his capacity as an advisor, Karren methodically advanced his plans. The polishing tests of dragon glass samples were quietly conducted in Donal Noy's workshop, with preliminary results revealing astonishing sharpness. Although brittleness remained a concern, the potential value for crafting specific arrowheads or close combat blades was becoming increasingly apparent. This further solidified Karren's resolve to secure a stable source of the mineral. Simultaneously, he did not forget the icy expanse beyond the wall, nor the fiery-haired freefolk girl. He chose a rendezvous point located a day's ride east of the wall, at a patrol hut partially abandoned by the Night's Watch. This location, near the forest's edge, offered relative concealment, neither deeply entrenched within the Night's Watch's territory nor at the heart of the wildlings' frequent activities. It represented a gray area where both parties could potentially meet without inciting direct conflict. On a gloomy afternoon, with biting winds howling, Karren arrived at this hut accompanied by a small cadre of utterly trustworthy guards. He did not enter, but instead left his letter beneath a conspicuous, wind-eroded boulder that resembled a platform near the cabin. It was a small parcel meticulously wrapped in waterproof tarpaulin. Inside lay several obsidian arrows, their edges gleaming with a sharp, chilling glimmer, and a piece of soft, tan sheepskin. The sheepskin bore no words. He could leave no evidence that might be interpreted as collusion between the Night Watchman and the savages. Instead, he had sketched a simple yet unequivocal image with a charred charcoal stick. On the left side of the drawing was a crude outline of a white figure, resembling a walking skeleton, representing the cold hands, or something even more terrifying from legend or rumor. The right side featured a striking, blackened dragon crystal arrow, precisely piercing the chest of the white figure. There was no background, no annotations, only the most direct visual information. This black stone could harm those white monsters. He placed the tarpaulin-wrapped package in a natural crevice of the rock, using a few small stones to obscure it slightly, ensuring it would not be blown away by the wind, yet could be easily discovered by someone who sought it. Having completed this task, he departed without hesitation, taking his men with him, leaving no scouts to monitor the area. The establishment of trust began with a unilateral act of giving, seeking no immediate return. 3 days later, Colin returned to the exchange point. The cold wind persisted, but the tarpaulin package beneath the rock had vanished. In its place rested a rough little wooden jar, quietly positioned where the tarpaulin had been. Colin picked up the jar and opened the lid, a potent and peculiar herbal scent wafting forth. Inside was a viscous, dark green ointment. He discerned the scent carefully, recalling the accounts of foreign plants mentioned by Sam Beltari, and surmised that this was likely a special ointment used by the savages to treat severe frostbite and promote wound healing. Its formula markedly different from that employed by the scholars within the walls, and perhaps even more effective in certain respects. Beside the ointment, there were no words. Yet, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Colin's mouth. He carefully secured the wooden jar. The silent exchange was complete. He had offered the dragon crystal arrow and the informative drawing, symbols of warning and the potential for collaboration, while she had reciprocated with the practical savage ointment, a token of acceptance and initial trust. This was a fragile understanding that transcended the Great Wall and racial enmity. It was founded on the most primitive form of barter and pragmatism, devoid of oaths, promises, or even a meeting. Yet it had occurred in truth. Yeagerite had taken the dragon crystal arrow and the drawing, signifying that she had seen the message, regardless of whether she fully understood or believed it at that moment. The seed regarding a true common enemy had been sown. Her return gift of the ointment was a clear signal. She had received the gift and was willing to engage in this perilous, silent dialogue. Colin understood that this path was long and fraught with danger. Any whisper of betrayal could lead to the collapse of their efforts and potentially invite death. Yet he understood more profoundly that when the white tide of the others truly surged forth, any potential alliance, even if it originated beyond the wall, was worth pursuing. This silent exchange was yet another covert maneuver he had orchestrated amidst the perilous confines of the wall. At the other end of this chess piece lay the fervently passionate freefolk maiden, intertwined with the faintest glimmer of hope that could perhaps alter the tides of battle. He turned, braving the biting cold winds, and returned to the Black Castle. Behind him, the icy expanse remained desolate and stark, yet in his eyes, the invisible thread connecting the realms within and beyond the wall had silently tightened. Chapter 53. The predicament of the Tower of the Hand. The tidings from King's Landing akin to a raven steeped in blood and fire, finally traversed countless mountains and rivers, reaching the north, arriving at Winterfell, and also echoing to the Black Castle at the foot of the wall. However, the content of this news diverged decisively from the trajectory that Catelyn had long remembered. The messenger was not a victor from King's Landing, but rather a loyal knight under Ned Stark, bearing numerous wounds, who had fought desperately alongside a few remaining brethren to deliver the message. What he brought was not the grim tidings of Eddard's public trial and execution, but an urgent report of a brutal battle with an uncertain future. The Duke had uncovered the truth regarding Prince Joffrey and his siblings, and the messenger's voice trembled with exhaustion and pain, yet everyone present grasped the gravity of his words as he prepared to unveil them at court. As per the plan, several commanders of the city guard had been swayed, and the Stark household's knights were ready. Catelyn's heart leaped into her throat. The inertia of history was immense. Eddard had ultimately arrived at this juncture. However, the messenger's tone shifted, bringing a crucial alteration. Prior to the final action, the Duke appeared particularly vigilant. He meticulously scrutinized the backgrounds of those promising support from the city guard, especially the captains closely associated with Lord Baelish. On the eve of the operation, he discerned some inconsistencies. Certain pledged reinforcements seemed unlikely to arrive on time. Catelyn's forewarning acted like a stone cast into Eddard's heart, sending ripples of realization into motion. Eddard did not wholly trust the web woven by Peter Baelish. The Duke decisively altered the plan. He did not place complete reliance on the city guard, but instead secretly assembled most of our loyal knights, along with verified soldiers from the guard, to bolster the defenses of the Tower of the Hand and its surrounding areas. He positioned Miss Sansa and Miss Arya, who was currently playing outside and thus evaded peril, in relatively secure inner chambers. When betrayal truly descended upon them, the messenger's voice, laced with trepidation and a hint of pride, revealed that the Lannister soldiers did not breach their defenses as easily as anticipated, nor did they capture the Duke directly. They withstood the initial wave of assault. The Duke himself commanded the defense, leveraging the Tower of the Hand's advantageous terrain to confront the Lannister forces. The hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin drop resonating within. Everyone was left astonished by this revelation. Eddard Stark did not surrender. Instead, he stood resolute in King's Landing, casting his vigilant gaze under the shadow of the Iron Throne, forming an armed standoff against the formidable Lannister clan with the loyalty of his soldiers. What is the current situation? Robb's voice was hoarse with excitement as he sprang to his feet, flames igniting in his gray eyes. We are trapped within the confines of the Hand's tower and several adjacent structures. The messenger gasped. The Lannister forces vastly outnumber us. They have encircled us, severing most of our contact with the outside world. Yet, the tower holds a supply of provisions and weaponry, and our water source remains secure. We can hold our ground. The Duke urged me to break through at all costs and convey the message back to the North. He insists that the North must know the truth and understand that the Starks have not yet yielded. Eddard Stark is still alive. This news struck like thunder, resonating through the Black Castle, Winterfell, and the impending storm across the north. He did not foolishly seek death. Rather, he acted as a seasoned northern warrior, seizing precious time and initiative for himself and the North in dire straits. He was no longer the passive prisoner awaiting the judgment of fate. He became a steadfast nail driven into the power chessboard of King's Landing, a thorn in the sides of Tywin Lannister and Queen Cersei. The political and public implications of killing a captured, defenseless Northern Guardian starkly contrasted with the assault on a defiant stronghold, one that vowed to resist to the death. Karren exhaled slowly, feeling the taut nerves within him finally relax. He had succeeded. While he could not deter Eddard from pursuing honor and truth, he had managed to instill a dose of warrior-like caution and pragmatism in the Stark's quest for honor. A significant transformation had indeed occurred. The confinement in the Hand's tower supplanted the anguish of the guillotine. Eddard Stark's fate, along with the ensuing dynamics of Westeros, was gently yet resolutely nudged by Karren, a butterfly from another world, towards an uncharted path fraught with uncertainty and smoke. How would the wrath of the North be unleashed next? How would the lions of King's Landing respond to this bone lodged in their throats? The storm had only just begun to gather. Chapter 54. The North roars. The news of Eddard Stark's entrapment in the Hand's tower ignited the fury of the North like wildfire, swiftly kindling a long-suppressed outrage against the Lannisters' treachery and a profound sense of honor towards their rightful lord. In the Hall of Winterfell, the atmosphere transformed from the confusion and oppression that marked Eddard's initial descent, now replaced by a ferocious battle spirit that could nearly lift the roof. Messengers bearing the raven sigils of various vassals almost trampled the threshold, followed closely by lords who had donned their armor in person. The roar of great John Umber reverberated, shaking dust from the beams. Damn the lions! How dare they imprison Lord Eddard? We shall lay waste to King's Landing and rescue Ned. Let us depart at once. He brandished his massive fist, as if Tywin Lannister stood before him. Count Rickard Stark's countenance was ashen, his voice slicing through the air like the frigid winds of the tundra. The blood of the Starks shall not be shed in vain. The Lannisters must pay the price. The swords of the North must be drawn. His declaration was both succinct and lethal, embodying the resolute spirit of Castle Carhold. Sir Gerald Hightower, Lady Marjorie Mormont, who had personally journeyed from Bear Island, and other vassals, despite their varied expressions, echoed a singular sentiment: march south to rescue Lord Eddard, allowing the Lannisters to witness the might of the North. Robb Stark stood before the assembly, his youthful visage taut with anger and responsibility. He had inherited his father's eyes, which now blazed with an unprecedented fire. As he listened to the fervent calls for battle from his bannermen, his chest heaved with intensity. His father was alive, fighting valiantly in King's Landing, and every moment was fraught with peril. He longed to take flight southward without delay. Just as the fervor reached its zenith, poised to resolve upon an immediate march southward, a calm voice pierced through the clamor. "My lords, young Lord Robb," spoke Sir Jorah Mormont, stepping forward. His voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. His position as the acting counsel for the North, along with the respect he had garnered, momentarily quelled the fervent crowd, redirecting their gaze towards him. Rescue for Lord Eddard is indisputable. The dignity of the North must be cleansed with the blood of our enemies. Sir Jorah affirmed the consensus, stabilizing the tumultuous emotions. However, how shall we accomplish this? Shall we simply march our entire army south, traversing the thousands of leagues along the King's Road, to assault the heavily fortified and lofty King's Landing? He approached the grand map of Westeros that adorned the hall, his finger pressing heavily on the position of the neck. "Behold, my lords, our army's advance southward necessitates passage through the neck. It is a treacherous terrain, easily defensible, serving as a natural barrier. Should we commit our forces entirely, our supply lines would become exceedingly lengthy and vulnerable. If we find ourselves trapped south of the neck, with scant provisions, facing the impregnable fortress of King's Landing to the front and the looming threat of Casterly Rock to the west, and our rear compromised, what dire straits would we, the valiant sons of the North, find ourselves in?" He surveyed the assembly, his gaze piercing. At that juncture, we would not only fail to rescue Lord Eddard, but could inadvertently become the catalyst for the Lannisters to act in desperation, putting Lord Eddard's life at further risk. We would place the entire North in a perilous position, ripe for slaughter. Sir Jorah wished to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Recognizing the undeniable peril Sir Jorah had articulated, Count Rickard furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. "What then do you propose, Sir Jorah?" Robb inquired eagerly, perceiving the traps hidden behind a direct assault, yet yearning for a feasible path to save his father. Sir Jorah inhaled deeply and articulated his long-considered strategic proposal. "I suggest we position our forces at the neck, compelling the enemy to negotiate through the threat of battle, while simultaneously dispatching an elite team for a covert rescue operation." He pointed at the map. "Firstly, young Lord Robb shall personally lead the main force of the North swiftly southward to the neck. There is no need to rush into an offensive. Rather, we must project a formidable presence, securing the critical passage. The purpose of this initiative is to demonstrate the North's unwavering resolve and strength to the Iron Throne, compelling Duke Tywin to engage in negotiations. It is imperative that he understands that the murder or prolonged imprisonment of Lord Eddard will precipitate an unrelenting war with the entirety of the North. Under the dual pressures of political and military might, he may be inclined to tread cautiously, thereby creating opportunities for Lord Eddard's survival and facilitating the conditions for dialogue. Secondly, with a lowered yet resolute voice, Karren asserted that we must prepare for the worst. We must promptly select the most elite warriors from each family, those adept in stealth and assault, to form a small but utterly dependable strike force. Leveraging our knowledge of King's Landing's terrain, some of which stems from Karren's prior security assessments, and possibly enlisting internal support hinted at by previous connections that Lord Eddard had established with certain members of the garrison, we shall seek opportunities to infiltrate King's Landing stealthily, aiming to breach or disrupt the encirclement of the Prime Minister's tower from within, thus facilitating the rescue of Lord Eddard. This plan embodies both overt military deterrence and covert special operations, showcasing the North's tenacity while retaining flexibility and pragmatism. It circumvents the North's forces from becoming mired in the southern conflict, focusing its primary strength on applying strategic pressure. while placing the critical juncture upon a precise and audacious special rescue mission. A profound silence enveloped the hall as the vassals absorbed the proposal. It starkly contrasted with their initial expectations of a fervent charge, revealing a more seasoned and cunning approach. Lady Margaery was the first to voice her support. Bear Island concurs with this plan. Reckless bravery will only lead to needless sacrifice. Karren's strategy not only demonstrates strength, but also preserves options, while directly facilitating the potential rescue of Lord Eddard. Gayberth Glover nodded in agreement, stating, Deepwood Mott seconded. This is far more prudent and effective than a direct assault on King's Landing. Rickard Stark, after a moment of silence, coldly remarked, The sword of House Stark thirsts for blood, but it shall not strike into the air. As long as we can rescue Lord Eddard, I am in accord. Great John surveyed the map, then glanced at Robb, finally exhaling heavily. Very well. We shall proceed as the lad suggests. However, my men shall lead the charge. Furthermore, that elite squad must include members of House Umber. Robb looked at Karren, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. Karren's plan provided him with a clear direction, one that could save his father without dragging the North into the abyss. He straightened his spine, his voice resonating throughout the hall. Agreed. We shall adhere to Commander Karren's strategy. Assemble the troops immediately and march to the neck. Simultaneously, summon the bravest and most agile warriors of the North to form a rescue team. The wrath of the North did not erupt into blind flames. Rather, under Karren's guidance, it coalesced into a blade poised to unsheathe, possessing both the might of a thunderous storm and the deadly sharpness of a frigid sword. The roar has already begun, and the manner in which the sword is wielded will ultimately determine the outcome. Chapter 55. The eastern gaze. The storm clouds over the neck and the stalemate at King's Landing tugged at the very nerves of power throughout Westeros. Yet, within the cold stone walls of the Black Castle, Karren's gaze transcended the narrow sea, reaching towards the far-off east. He was aware that another tempest, potent enough to upend the global order, was quietly brewing in the crimson wasteland of Essos. Daenerys Targaryen, along with the unborn child known as the prophesied prince, was at the heart of this impending upheaval. Through the sporadic trade and exchange of information between the Night's Watch and the port cities across the narrow sea, such as Pintos and Bravos, fragmented whispers about the exiled Targaryen princess drifted like sea breezes to the wall. Karren endeavored to piece together the scattered fragments. She had wed the Dothraki horse lord Khal Drogo, gaining a formidable tribe as her support, and she was with child. The moment had arrived. While he could not directly intervene in the affairs of the East, he could attempt to plant a seed of caution, one that might influence decisions at a critical juncture. The most suitable conduit for this seed was at hand, Maester Aemon. He chose a tranquil evening to pay a visit to the venerable, blind scholar, whose wisdom ran deep. Aemon's abode was perpetually suffused with the scent of parchment, herbs, and the weight of time. Maester Aemon, Karren greeted respectfully as he settled across from the elder. I have recently been gathering fragmented tidings from eastern caravans regarding the Targaryen princess. Aemon's clouded eyes seemed to gaze in Karren's direction, his expression devoid of any tumult. Simply listening in silence. It is said she has married Khal Drogo, her power steadily growing, and she is with child, Karren continued, his tone serene, as if merely recounting facts. This brings to mind some vague records I encountered previously in the archives regarding ancient Valyria and Eastern sorcery. He paused, allowing Aemon to absorb his words, before introducing the core of his warning. These records are ambiguous, perhaps mere fanciful tales. Yet they suggest that certain ambitious sorcerers or tribal leaders might exploit pregnant women, particularly those of noble lineage, attempting to exchange the life of the mother or the child for some formidable power or to mend seemingly irreparable wounds. The price often exacted is the mother's life or the innate vitality of the child. Karren refrained from mentioning any specific names, such as Mirri Maz Duur, nor did he foretell Drogo's injury. Instead, he presented a scholarly inquiry regarding the potential dangers of Dothraki sorcery in a tone of exploration and consultation before Aemon. Esteemed Maester, your vast knowledge encompasses a multitude of texts. I wonder if the canonical records in the Citadel have ever alluded to similar accounts? I merely feel that should the princess be surrounded by an excess of foreign sorcerers and tribal customs, the risks we cannot foresee may be considerable. He concluded by framing his concerns as an exploration of academic possibilities and a neutral scholarly interest in the safety of a potential royal lineage, albeit one in exile. Maester Aemon remained silent for a considerable time, his aged fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee. Aemon was blind, yet his mind was as clear as crystal. He was not merely a scholar, he was a Targaryen. His devotion to family bloodlines and his reverence for knowledge and truth provided a leverage that Karren could exploit. Eventually, Maester Aemon spoke slowly, his voice aged yet calm. Knowledge, regardless of its origins or how absurd it may seem, is worthy of being recorded and examined. The customs of the Dothraki are vastly different from ours, their beliefs and sorcery indeed brimming with powers and dangers that we cannot fathom. He paused, as if recalling something. The cost of life in the pursuit of power, a recurrent theme in some ancient traditions. He offered no direct commentary on Karren's words. Yet it was evident that he had absorbed them and was contemplating their implications. In my next routine correspondence to the Citadel, Maester Aemon ultimately stated, I shall mention these rumors gleaned from the merchant caravans, along with the notes you have observed, under the guise of discussing the origins of Eastern sorcery. The old fellows at the Citadel may scoff, yet curious eyes will inevitably discern it. As for whether it reaches the ears of those who need to hear it. He gently shook his head. That lies beyond our control, my child. That is sufficient. Karren felt assured. He did not need to directly warn Daenerys, as that would be impractical and could engender unpredictable consequences. Instead, he intended to subtly embed an academic warning regarding the potential risks of Dothraki sorcery into the vast ocean of information at the Citadel through the reliable and neutral channel of Maester Aemon. This information might vanish without a trace, or it might be dismissed as nonsense. However, perhaps at some critical juncture in the future, when Mira Martell stands forth to offer her life for Drogo's recovery, this seemingly inconsequential academic reminder from the distant wall might flicker in the mind of an informed individual, such as Lyanna Mormont, who possesses knowledge of magic, or Varys, who may one day access information from the Citadel, provoking an unexpected sense of caution. This is strategy, devoid of swords and armies. Merely casting a small stone into the river of time, hoping it stirs a ripple that might alter the course at a distant estuary. Karren rose, solemnly thanking Maester Aemon before quietly departing. The fate of the East remained shrouded in fog. Yet he had done all he could to gently tug at an almost imperceptible thread on the spindle of destiny. The die had been cast. All that remained was to wait and confront the looming crisis from the north. Chapter 56. The lion scheme. The northern army stood poised at neck, akin to a cold, glimmering sword pressed against the throat of the kingdom, its blade aimed directly at King's Landing. However, Karren was acutely aware that while military deterrence held significant weight, the true game often unfolded in the shadows beneath the Iron Throne, far from the battlefield. Lord Eddard Stark was ensnared within the Prime Minister's tower. The longer he remained there, the greater the uncertainties and risks multiplied. He had to endeavor to forge a second front, a clandestine channel for dialogue with the ruler of King's Landing, that old lion himself. This channel had long been foreshadowed by none other than Tyrion Lannister. Beneath the relatively secluded crow's nest of Black Castle, Karren dismissed all others, lit candles, and unfurled a fine piece of parchment. He had to exercise utmost caution. Should the contents of this letter be revealed, it would amount to treason. Yet he had faith in Tyrion's sagacity and in the fragile friendship they had cultivated on a foundation of mutual respect and pragmatism. He refrained from employing any formal seal representing the North or Bear Island. The signature bore only a simple kind of faint, almost imperceptible scratch resembling a bear's claw. He chose the most succinct and incisive language, fully aware of Tyrion's disdain for verbose drivel. To Tyrion of House Lannister, the army at Neck's End is the North's roar, not mere bluster. However, if the flames of anger are allowed to rage unchecked, they will consume all, including any potential common interests. Please convey the following words to Duke Tywin. To kill Eddard Stark is to gain an unassailable, eternally vengeful North. Stark's blood will saturate every inch of the frozen ground of the North, kindling an everlasting fire of hatred. The Northerners may not breach Casterly Rock, but we can render the cost of any attempt to govern the North so steep that the Iron Throne will forever lament today's decisions. Yet alive, he is the bargaining chip. A living Eddard Stark is the key to quelling the North's fury, a buffer against plunging the realm into full-blown civil war, and an opportunity for House Lannister to display magnanimity and wisdom rather than merely instilling fear. His life holds far greater value than his death, both for the North and for the West, which yearns for stability and continuity. The choice lies with you, my Lord Duke. Will you opt for a war that cannot truly be won, leaving a legacy of strife for generations? Or will you choose a path of negotiation that can yield tangible benefits and long-term stability for the family? An observer who does not wish to see Westeros bleed its last drop of blood, Karren did not plead nor show weakness. He stood as an almost equal strategic analyst, laying out the stakes to Tywin Lannister. He clearly articulated the dire consequences of killing Eddard, a north engulfed in eternal turmoil. Ungovernable, which was hardly the outcome that Tywin, who prioritized profit, would desire. Simultaneously, he underscored the value of sparing Eddard's life, not merely as a hostage, but as the linchpin for a political resolution to the northern predicament and an opportunity for House Lannister to enhance its reputation, though Tywin might dismiss it. He cared for the family's legacy. He meticulously sealed the letter and entrusted it to the captain of a Braavosi merchant ship with reliable ties to Bear Island, dispatching it as a private correspondence destined for King's Landing, specifically to be delivered to Tyrion Lannister. He firmly believes that with Tyrion's intellect, he will undoubtedly recognize the significance of this letter and choose to present it to his father at the most opportune moment. This is a perilous gamble. Tywin Lannister is renowned for his ruthlessness and his penchant for vengeance. This letter could incite his wrath. Yet, Karren is wagering on Tywin's capacity to transcend personal emotions, relying instead on a meticulous calculation of familial interests and political realities. He bets that Tywin will discern that. With the Northern Army advancing and Eddard Stark vowing to resist to the death, eliminating Eddard is a fool's errand. Rather, leveraging Eddard to seek a political resolution is the choice that bears the least cost and the greatest reward. When playing with a lion, it is crucial to make the beast feel that preserving its skin will yield more abundant and delectable prey than tearing it apart. The messenger departed silently with this potentially tumultuous missive. Karren stood atop the walls of Black Castle, gazing southward. He had done all he could. A dual approach of military pressure and political probing was in play. The ball was now in Tywin Lannister's court. The fate of the North, the life and death of Eddard Stark, and even the trajectory of the entire realm would hinge upon the Old Lion's forthcoming decision. Karren, this anomaly from Bear Island, had already thrust his hand into the grand game for the highest power among the Seven Kingdoms, albeit unnoticed. Chapter 57. Seeds of Truth. The stalemate at Neck and the undercurrents in King's Landing had not dulled Karren's vigilance regarding the lands beyond the Wall. He was acutely aware that regardless of how the power dynamics among the Seven Kingdoms unfolded, the genuine threat emanating from the far north, capable of annihilating all, loomed like the sword of Damocles, suspended over all heads. The fragile connection established with Ygritte served as a vital conduit for conveying his warnings beyond the Wall. He returned once more to the weathered stone platform at the forest's edge, eroded by the relentless winds. The chill in the air was even more biting than before, and the sky hung heavy, as if brewing a greater tempest. He arrived alone, unarmed, and with a demeanor of calm assurance. This time, the letter he left behind was more direct and perilous. Wrapped in oiled cloth were 5 meticulously crafted dragon glass arrowheads, glimmering with a deadly sheen. Unlike the previous arrows, which served merely as a sample and a symbol, these were genuine weapons, ready to be affixed to shafts, their sharp edges glinting ominously in the dim light. Alongside the arrowheads lay the tanned sheepskin, but the illustration had transformed. The central figure remained a terrifying silhouette, crudely outlined in stark white lines, resembling a walking skeleton to symbolize the White Walkers. However, this time, the figure was rendered with greater detail, surrounded by trembling short lines representing ice and death, enhancing its oppressive aura. At the heart of the image was a pitch-black dragon glass arrowhead, piercing the chest of the white figure with precision. At the point of impact, Karren had added several radiating cracks with charcoal, symbolizing the target's disintegration. Below the image, he had even sketched a simple figure collapsed on the ground, similarly white, surrounded by shards resembling ice crystals. The message conveyed by the entire illustration is stark, unrefined, and direct. This black stone can annihilate those white demons. There are no words, no explanations. He is convinced that anyone living beyond the Great Wall, who has heard whispers of ancient legends and may have sensed a chilling presence in motion, upon viewing this painting, alongside the sharp black arrows, would grasp its significance. He carefully returned the oilcloth bundle to its familiar crevice in the rock, covering it with small stones. This time, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he stood still, awaiting in silence for a moment. The cold wind stirred the snowflakes at his feet, striking against his leather coat. He longed to see that flash of red hair once more. But all that surrounded him was the lament of the wind. He understood the peril of his actions. Should this painting and these arrows fall into the hands of those with ill intentions or an inability to comprehend, trouble would surely ensue. Yet, he was more acutely aware that it was imperative to instill within the hearts of the free folk the concept of resistance and the true nature of their adversary before the wildling society was utterly obliterated by the others or consumed by panic. Jaeger Height, as a relatively significant young raider under Mance Rayder, was the most likely candidate to comprehend and disseminate this message. Ultimately, he turned and departed, placing his trust once again in the expanse of ice and that resolute girl. Days later, upon his return to the exchange point, the oilcloth bundle had vanished. In its stead was a larger wooden jar than before, along with a small bundle of deep purple, dried rootstocks tied with leather cord. Karren lifted the jar, opened it, and found the same miraculous salve for frostbite, now in greater quantity. He stored it away with care. Then, he picked up the bundle of rootstocks, bringing it closer to his nose, detecting a faint, spicy scent reminiscent of mint and earth. He recalled Sam Waltali mentioning a purple root that thrived in frigid regions, used by the wildlings to maintain core body temperature and withstand lethal cold, known as warm blood root. This was a survival resource more valuable than frostbite ointment in the lands beyond. Jaegerheit's reciprocation grew increasingly substantial, drawing nearer to the essence of survival. She not only accepted his truth and grasped, at least partially, his warning, but also expressed a deeper acknowledgement and a willingness to ally through this silent gesture. What she offered was no longer a mere healing salve, but something that could preserve life amidst the bitter cold. Karren gripped the bundle of warm blood roots, feeling the rough texture of the stalks. He understood that the seed regarding their common enemy and methods of resistance had been successfully and quietly sown into the frozen soil of the lands beyond. Whether it would germinate, spread within the wildling tribes, and play a role in the future war against the others remained uncertain. However, this seed of truth, imbued with the brilliance of dragon glass and Karren's hopes, had traversed the Great Wall, landing in the hands of a key figure who might alter the course of future battles. The strategy had taken yet another step forward. Now, he finds himself in urgent need of more dragon crystals, and even more so, time. Time to allow the seeds he has sown to break ground at the opportune moment. Yet, for everyone, time is becoming increasingly precious. Chapter 58, The Commander's Authorization. Karren's Raven, laden with the latest news from the front line at Neck's End and the stalemate in King's Landing, flew back to the Black Castle. Simultaneously, he sent a more comprehensive report to Commander JL through a special channel from Bear Island, which not only analyzed the current situation but also formally presented a bold request: permission to intervene in this matter as an honorary advisor of the Night's Watch. Attempting to mediate, he understood that this request bordered on the audacious. The Night's Watch's oath forbids them from participating in the disputes of the Seven Kingdoms. However, he also recognized that J.L. Mormont was not a man of rigid principles. He possessed a broader vision than most. A full-scale civil war in the north would spell disaster for the Wall, which relied on the support of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, a living, stabilizing presence like Ned Stark in the north was crucial for the long-term interests of the Wall. Days later, the summons from Commander JL arrived. Upon entering the command tower, Karren found the ever-serious Bowen Malsey present, his expression tinged with disapproval. "Karren," JL's voice was low and direct. "I have received your request." Bowen interjected. "This grossly violates our oath." He shot a glance at the officer. "Commander, the Night's Watch does not involve itself in the disputes of the realm. This is an unbreakable rule." Malsey emphasized, "To send advisors south to mediate? This is unprecedented. It would destroy the millennia-old tradition of neutrality upheld by the Wall." Karren refrained from directly rebuffing Malsey. Instead, he turned to JL, his tone steady. "Commander, Officer Malsey is correct. The neutrality of the Night's Watch is indeed foundational. However, allow me to articulate that my mission is not to engage in the conflicts of the realm, but to safeguard the very foundation of the Night's Watch's existence." He approached the vast map of Westeros on the wall. Should Lord Ned Stark be slain, the North will undoubtedly engage in a relentless vendetta against the Iron Throne. A comprehensive civil war sweeping through the Riverlands, Vale, and even Stormlands looms ominously. I ask you, who will remember to supply the Wall with food, weapons, and reinforcements then? With the kingdom engulfed in flames, our supply lines will be utterly severed. What awaits the Night's Watch is a grim fate, ensnared by hunger and besieged by wildlings, leading to our demise. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to resonate. Conversely, if we can facilitate negotiations, rescue Lord Eddard, and quell the North's fury, we may maintain a relative stability in the kingdom, ensuring that the Wall continues to receive the support it needs to survive. My proposal for mediation is not to favor either side, but rather to break the deadlock and avert the worst-case scenario, a situation from which the Night's Watch could never recover. Turning to JL, his gaze earnest and resolute, he stated, "Commander, I do not request to go south as a vassal of House Stark, but as an honorary advisor of the Night's Watch, to strive for a glimmer of hope for the Wall. We shall not pass judgment on right or wrong, nor show bias towards any royal family. We shall simply act in the best interest of the survival of the Night's Watch. Is this not, after all, Another manifestation of our oath to protect the realm? To safeguard the kingdom, it is paramount to prevent it from fracturing under internal strife. Jo listened in silence, his fingers unconsciously tapping the hilt of the sword on the table. His gray eyes were profound, as if weighing the literal meaning of the oath against its underlying spirit, balancing the harsh realities of tradition and existence. Bowen Marsick opened his mouth, intending to speak further, but upon observing Jo's contemplative expression, he ultimately remained silent. After a long pause, Commander Jo slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Karren like a hawk. "You have persuaded me, Karren." His voice bore a weight of determination. The traditions of the Night's Watch must be upheld, yet their survival transcends rigid dogmas. We cannot stand idly by as support dwindles. Watching the wall crumble due to the folly of the South, he rose from his seat, approached the desk, and picked up a prepared parchment bearing the seal of the Night's Watch Commander. "I, Jo Mormont, in the name of the Night's Watch Commander, hereby authorize. Night's Watch Honorary Advisor Karren Mormont is permitted, under the guise of a Night's Watch envoy, to journey southward in attempts to mediate the situation in King's Landing and Dragonstone. His primary objective is to facilitate negotiations, avert total war, and maintain the stability of the kingdom, ensuring the logistical integrity of the wall." He handed the parchment to Karren, his tone exceedingly grave. "Remember your role, Karren. You are not a general of Stark. You are an envoy of the wall. Every action you take impacts the honor and survival of the Night's Watch. Do not instigate disputes, but strive with all your might to carve out a space for the wall's existence. This is both a command and a trust." "Yes, Commander." Karren accepted the weighty authorization with a sense of relief. He had acquired the means to publicly assert his position, a banner of considerable significance. Additionally, Jo added, casting a glance at Marsick, "Since this is in the name of the Night's Watch, you cannot undertake this alone. I will send Addison Tollett along with several willing brothers, discreet and reliable, to accompany you. They will represent the will of the Night's Watch and can provide assistance when necessary." Addison Tollett was the silent and dependable ranger who had previously accompanied Karren to Bear Island to confirm the Dragon Crystal Vein. He was the perfect choice to lead this endeavor. "Thank you for your support, Commander." Karren bowed solemnly. Armed with this formal authorization from the wall, he knew that his actions southward would no longer solely represent Bear Island or himself. He bore the hopes and future of the Night's Watch upon his shoulders. The commander's authorization was akin to placing a double-edged sword in his hands, capable of cutting through the obstacles of his journey south, while demanding that he navigate this chaotic game with precision and lethality for the existence of the wall. Chapter 59. The Alliance of the Flowing Stream. With the authorization bearing the seal of the Night's Watch Commander in hand, Karren's identity had transformed. He was no longer merely a vassal of the North or a representative of Bear Island. His actions now partially represented the stance of the wall. This banner, in many respects, was more effective than a mere northern identity in opening the doors of neutral or indecisive powers. His initial destination was the heart of the Riverlands, the bustling city of Riverrun. The Tully family stands as the closest kin to House Stark. Edmure Tully is the brother of Lady Catelyn, while the renowned and battle-hardened Brynden Tully, known as the Blackfish, commands great respect as a seasoned general. Securing their support not only paves the way for a southern rescue, but significantly bolsters the strength and influence of the Northern Alliance. However, the atmosphere in Riverrun was far from relaxed. Although Edmure Tully harbored righteous indignation over his brother-in-law's plight as the Duke of the Riverlands, he was compelled to weigh the consequences. The Lannister forces loomed ominously in the Westerlands, and with the king, in name only, residing in King's Landing, openly supporting the rebellious North could plunge the Riverlands into chaos. In the Great Hall of Riverrun, Lord Carlin encountered Duke Edmure. The young Duke wore an expression of anxiety and hesitation. "Lord Carlin," Edmure remarked, scrutinizing the Night's Watch's letter of authorization with a furrowed brow. "Is the Night's Watch now meddling in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms?" "My lord," Carlin respectfully yet resolutely corrected him. "The Night's Watch has no intention of intervening in the matter of the Iron Throne. We journey south solely to avert a civil war that would drain the realm's vitality and jeopardize the wall's defenses. Lord Eddard Stark is the protector of the North, and his fate is intertwined with the stability of the North, which directly impacts our capacity to support the wall. What we seek is an opportunity for dialogue among all parties, rather than inciting further conflict." He deftly avoided the term rebellion, framing the Northern actions as a legitimate pursuit of maintaining the stability of their liege and territories, thereby aligning the interests of the wall with the stability of the North, making it more palatable for Edmure. Dialogue. Would Lord Tywin be amenable to negotiations? Edmure expressed skepticism. Perhaps the swords of the North alone may not suffice. However, If we combine the strength of the Riverlands and the Night's Watch's neutral mediation, the scales would tip. Karren met Edmure's gaze, understanding that the Tully family and the Stark family were bound by blood, sharing both honor and disgrace. The Lannisters could imprison the protector of the North today, yet tomorrow they might turn their sights upon the Riverlands. Demonstrating strength is not a prelude to war, but a means to secure the right to negotiate for peace. If Riverrun firmly aligned with Winterfell at this juncture, it would send a clear message to the entire realm that certain boundaries are not to be crossed, which would serve as the best protection for the Riverlands. Karren's words elucidated the stakes while offering Edmure a pathway to honor family ties without appearing excessively rash in supporting negotiations rather than declaring war. After a prolonged contemplation, Edmure ultimately allowed familial honor and concern for his sister to prevail. You are correct, Lord Karren. The Tully family will not abandon the Starks. Riverrun shall open its passage to the north and provide assistance within our means. However, I require time to muster the troops and to persuade certain individuals. He alluded meaningfully to one side of the hall. Karren understood he referred to the more obstinate Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. During an informal meeting arranged by Duke Edmure, Karren met the Blackfish beside the training grounds of Riverrun. He stood like a weathered rock, tall and resolute, with eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding an aura of seasoned valor from countless battles. His arrival was met with scrutiny and skepticism. A messenger from the Night's Watch? Since when did the Night's Watch take on the role of a diplomat? Blackfish's voice dripped with unrestrained mockery. Has Heir Mormont lost his wits? Yet, in the face of Blackfish's directness, Karren did not falter. Instead, he responded with utmost sincerity. Sir Brynden, Commander Gior understands better than anyone what the wall requires. It demands a stable 7 kingdoms, untouched by the ravages of war, as its support. Rather than a diplomat, I am but a man striving for survival. Survival? Blackfish scoffed. The survival of the 7 kingdoms, or that of your Night's Watch. Essentially, they were one and the same. Karren met his gaze resolutely. When the true winter descends and the wall crumbles, none of the 7 kingdoms will be spared. Winter? You speak of this. Blackfish gestured towards the ominous sky. Which winter does not claim lives? I do not refer to this winter, sire. Karren lowered his voice, his tone laden with gravity. I speak of the winter that brings an endless night. I refer to those entities beyond the wall that can extinguish life with cold and summon the dead. He chose his words carefully, yet the weathered features of Blackfish twitched slightly. As an experienced commander, he could not be oblivious to the bizarre legends and recent abnormal occurrences beyond the wall. Seizing the moment, Karren shifted the conversation to more tangible matters. Lord Eddard is one of the few in the realm who truly values the wall and comprehends the threats from the north. By rescuing him, we can stabilize the north and focus on the genuine peril that looms from the far north. The support from the Riverlands is not solely born of kinship, but is vital for securing a steadfast ally in the future struggle for survival. The Lannisters fixate solely on the Iron Throne, while the true enemy emerges from the lands of eternal winter. He did not demand Blackfish to instantly believe in all he said regarding the others. Rather, he planted a seed of caution and connected the rescue of Eddard with the stabilization of the north and the confrontation of greater crises ahead. This aligned with Blackfish's strategic mindset. Blackfish remained silent, his piercing gaze lingering on Karren's face, as though seeking to penetrate his soul and discern the truth of his words. The shouts of soldiers in the training yard faded into the distance. After a prolonged silence, Blackfish finally spoke, his tone devoid of mockery, now imbued with profound seriousness. Young man, some of what you say is madness. Yet, regarding Ned and the significance of the North, you are correct. He paused. I shall urge Eddard to promptly muster his forces. Riverrun will not stand idle. He offered no further promises, yet Karren understood that he had succeeded. He had garnered Blackfish's initial approval, which was far more significant than securing Lord Eddard's official endorsement. Blackfish's endorsement meant that the military might of the Riverlands would be mobilized more effectively and resolutely in this contest. As Karren departed from Riverrun, he not only held the authorization of the Night's Watch, but had also won the pledge of alliance from House Tully of the Riverlands, albeit Eddard required time to consolidate his internal affairs. Along with the most crucial recognition and support from Blackfish Brynden Tully, the alliance of the flowing river has been forged. The path southward has been cleared, and the forces to rescue Lord Eddard Stark have been bolstered by a formidable new contingent. Karren is acutely aware that his forthcoming journey to King's Landing will not be a solitary endeavor. Behind him lies the fury of the North, the hopes of the Wall, and the unceasing support from the Riverlands. The game is becoming increasingly intricate and fierce. Chapter 60. The player enters the game. The atmosphere of King's Landing is starkly distinct from that of the North and the flowing river. It is heavy, viscous, infused with the briny scent of the sea, the miasma of the slums, and a peculiar blend of decadent luxury and palpable tension that is emblematic of the power center. When Karren and his companions arrive at the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, it is akin to a drop of ice water plunging into boiling oil, provoking an immediate yet silent upheaval. He does not conceal his presence, nor does he move stealthily like an assassin. On the contrary, he deliberately makes a grand entrance. He is clad in the black leather of the Night's Watch, draped in a thick cloak embroidered with the bare sigil of House Mormont, and adorned with the bronze wolf head seal bestowed by Winterfell. Behind him, his brethren of the Night's Watch, including Addison Tollet, along with a small detachment of elite warriors from Bear Island, march with solemnity, exuding the biting aura characteristic of the North. They traverse the muddy, thronged streets, disregarding the curious, fearful, or disdainful glances cast their way, and proceed directly to the massive, imposing gates of the Red Keep. The Lannister guards intercept them, their spears crossed, bearing an air of arrogance. State your name and purpose. Karren reins in his horse, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crimson armor and golden lion sigil. His voice resonant and steady, ensuring all within earshot can hear. I am Karren Mormont, honorary advisor of the Night's Watch, steward of Bear Island, and liaison of the North. By the command of Lord Commander Karren Mormont, I come as an envoy of the Night's Watch, requesting an audience with Her Grace, Regent Cersei Lannister. He deliberately enumerates an extensive list of titles, particularly emphasizing his roles as envoy of the Night's Watch and liaison of the North, the former granting him a position of transcendent neutrality, while the latter underscores his direct connection to the current impasse. He refrains from requesting an audience with the king. Everyone is acutely aware of Joffrey's condition, but instead identifies the true power holder. The guards are evidently taken aback by the weight of his titles and intentions, particularly the notion of a Night's Watch envoy, an unprecedented occurrence in King's Landing. They dare not be dismissive and promptly dispatch a messenger into the keep. The news ripples through the Red Keep like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. A Night's Watch envoy? At such a sensitive juncture? What could he possibly desire? Karren waits quietly outside the gates, acutely aware of the myriad gazes scrutinizing him from the walls and behind the windows, evaluating and speculating. He understands that from the moment he uttered his name, he has stepped onto the vast and perilous chessboard of King's Landing. He is no longer a mere observer attempting to exert influence from the outside. He has become a formal player in the game, a strategist wielding the multiple stakes of the North, the Night's Watch, and the Riverlands, through the favor of Blackfish. A moment later, a resplendently attired and composed court steward emerged. Her Majesty the Queen Mother grants you an audience, but only you, and you must relinquish your weapon. Calmly, Karren unfastened his sword and handed it to his companion, Torlund, gesturing for the Night's Watch brothers and the guards of Bear Island to wait outside. He adjusted his robe, inhaling the uncomfortable air of King's Landing, his gaze steady and resolute. He followed the steward, stepping into the red castle that epitomized the highest power of the Seven Kingdoms. Sunlight was sliced by the towering spires, casting a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to foretell the treachery and uncertainty that lay ahead. Within the hall, the vaulted ceiling of the throne room loomed, shrouded in shadows. The ominous silhouette of the Iron Throne, forged from countless swords, stood at the far end, exuding an aura of coldness and bloodshed. Cersei Lannister did not occupy the unsettling throne, but was seated instead upon an ornate golden chair beneath it. Draped in a deep crimson velvet gown, her golden hair was fashioned into an exquisite updo, and her emerald green eyes sparkled like the finest jade, beautiful yet devoid of warmth. The king's guard stood beside her, resembling golden statues. Her gaze fell upon Karren's entrance, unabashedly scrutinizing him with disdain and a hint of offended ire. A noble from a borderland, a so-called envoy of the Night's Watch, dared to audaciously demand an audience. Karren Mormont, Cersei's voice echoed through the hall, imbued with the distinct haughtiness and detachment of royalty. Since when did the Night's Watch assume the role of messengers for the northern rebels? What of your oaths? To remain neutral in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms? Faced with this blunt interrogation, Karren remained unperturbed. He bowed slightly in accordance with etiquette, his voice steady and resonant throughout the hall. Your Majesty, the Night's Watch vows to protect the realm, and the stability of the realm is the cornerstone of the Wall's endurance. I come not as a messenger for any faction, but as the eyes and ears of the Night's Watch, to comprehend the situation and convey a message. The ongoing standoff and imminent full-scale war are draining the kingdom's support for the Wall. A long winter approaches. Should the Wall falter due to turmoil from behind, what safety remains for any of us? He intertwined the interests of the Wall with the stability of the kingdom, framing the Night's Watch's involvement as a concern for their own survival rather than partiality to either side. I bring the winds from the wall, the pleas of the north, and the formidable power that a father's worry for his endangered son can muster. He raised his gaze, meeting Cersei's icy stare with calm resolve. Your Majesty, bloodshed and stalemate are not the only paths available. Perhaps it is time to consider whether there exists a way for all parties to retain their dignity and interests. He refrained from directly demanding the release of Eddard, instead proposing the possibility of an alternative resolution. He positioned himself as a harbinger of information and potential, rather than an aggressive challenger. Cersei's lips curled into a faint, frigid arc, her smile devoid of warmth. An alternative? Pray, enlighten us, envoy of the Night's Watch. Where lies this supposed path? Karren understood that the true game was only just beginning. He had already entered the fray, seated at a table constructed of conspiracy, blood, and power, engaged in a life-and-death chess match with one of the most dangerous women among the Seven Kingdoms. He stepped forcefully into the shadow of the Iron Throne, bringing with him the winds from the Great Wall and beyond, casting a new variable into the murky depths of King's Landing. The player had entered the arena. Volume 3, The Dark Undercurrents of the Wall, Chapter 61, The Queen's Price. In the throne room of the Red Keep, the lofty dome loomed, shadows pressing in from all sides, constricting the limited flicker of candlelight. The twisted, menacing silhouette of the Iron Throne loomed at the far end. A multitude of rusted swords seemed to silently scream of past betrayals and bloodshed. Cersei Lannister chose not to sit upon that uncomfortable throne. Instead, she opted for a high-backed chair draped in deep crimson velvet, akin to a lioness perched at the edge of her lair, exuding authority while retaining the capacity for scrutiny and attack. Karren stood 10 paces before her, pausing to bow slightly in accordance with protocol. He could feel the eyes of the Kingsguard piercing into his back like tangible needles. The air was thick with the scents of incense, aged stone, and a deeper, more profound aroma belonging to power and intrigue. Thus, Cersei began, her voice smooth as polished ice, melodious yet chilling. Has the Night's Watch finally decided to descend from their icy walls to behold the real world? And they have sent a Mormont. The disdain in her tone was subtle yet discernible, as if she spoke of some provincial delicacy. Your Majesty, Karren raised his gaze, meeting her striking green eyes, reminiscent of wild emeralds. The Night's Watch has never forgotten the real world. It is precisely because we remember that we must ensure the world supporting the wall does not collapse into flames. A faint, humorless curve appeared at the corners of Cersei's lips. Silver-tongued, are we? Your commander, Karren Mormont. I have encountered him a few times. A rigid old soldier. Not one given to wordplay. Is it your own idea, or the plea of that Stark girl, referring to Catelyn, that brought you here? She was probing, attempting to categorize his actions as personal ambition or the lament of the North. My actions are grounded in the overarching interests of the Night's Watch. Sanctioned by Commander Karren Mormont, Karren reiterated, emphasizing his official capacity, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Your Majesty, the forces at the neck are not mere posturing. The wrath of the North must be quelled, not exacerbated. A continued standoff will bleed the entire realm, and ultimately, the wall will weep for lack of sustenance. The wrath of the North? Cersei leaned slightly forward, candlelight dancing upon her flawless golden hair. They should direct their fury at their treasonous duke. Eddard Stark attempted to usurp my son's throne. This is an indisputable fact. Facts require evidence and trial, Your Majesty, not clandestine imprisonment and the impending specter of war. Karren responded with measured composure, expressing his desire to uncover a resolution that would spare the blood of the Seven Kingdoms in clarifying these truths. Cersei fixed her gaze upon him, remaining silent for a moment, her enchanting eyes glimmering with calculated intent. Abruptly, she shifted the subject, her tone softening slightly, yet laced with deeper traps. Karren Mormont, I have come to know of you, a barren land known for producing loyal warriors. Yet you are still quite young and remarkably capable. Lady Margaery places her trust in you, and it seems Lord Eddard Stark held you in esteem before he made his grave errors. However, loyalty ought to be bestowed upon more worthy causes. She waved her hand gently, as if brushing away the dust suspended in the air. What do the Night's Watch offer you? A lifetime of frigid winds and tattered black garb? With your intellect, remaining in such a place is a sheer waste. The Lannister family understands the importance of repaying debts and recognizes true talent. Leaning slightly forward, her voice brimmed with allure and pressure. As your post in the North's advisory role, write to your Robb Stark. Inform him that his father has received just treatment and demand his immediate withdrawal of troops, urging him to come to King's Landing to seek forgiveness from his king. In return, she paused, her crimson lips parting, gold, honor, and even a more prosperous domain. These are offerings the Lannisters can provide. far exceeding what you might attain in that frozen wasteland. A blatant act of bribery and intimidation. Internally, Karren smirked coldly, though externally he displayed a calculated contemplation, as if genuinely weighing the lucrative offer. He could not provoke her immediately. He needed her to feel that there was room for maneuver. Your Majesty's regard leaves me quite flattered, he deliberated, slowing his speech. While gold and land are indeed enticing, I must candidly assert that any correspondence from me at this juncture, if merely a hollow demand for troop withdrawal, would likely be perceived by Robb Stark as a coerced fabrication, potentially exacerbating his resolve. He noticed Cersei's brow furrowing slightly, indicating she had absorbed some of his words. He continued to guide the conversation. To quell the North's fury, the key lies with Lord Eddard Stark himself. A living Eddard, capable of publicly clarifying the facts, holds far greater value than a corpse or a mere piece of parchment. He revealed his true intentions, cloaked beneath a guise of concern for her interests. Oh. Cersei reclined back into her chair, regaining her aloof arrogance. And how do you propose to deal with this pivotal guardian of the North? Your Majesty, Karren articulated clearly. Being confined within the Prime Minister's tower serves neither the kingdom's reputation nor the stabilization of the situation. Why not seize this opportunity to showcase the crown's magnanimity and wisdom? We could explore a proposal wherein Lord Eddard Stark returns to the North, pledging not to pursue this matter further, in exchange for the dissolution of the Northern Army and the restoration of peace within the realm. This could very well present a more advantageous route for all parties involved. He refrained from directly suggesting release, instead framing it as a return to the North under complex conditions, establishing a starting point for negotiation and prompting Cersei to contemplate the political value of a living Eddard, rather than merely viewing him as a troublesome obstacle to be eliminated. Cersei's gaze sharpened instantaneously, slicing through the air like a dagger across Catelyn's face. To send him back? To await the Stark family as they amass strength for another insurrection? Your Majesty, Eddard Stark, who has publicly acknowledged his faults, whether willingly or not, has seen his stature diminished. Should he betray his oath, the North would inevitably fracture from within. Catelyn assessed the situation with calm precision. On the contrary, should you choose to eliminate him, what you would gain is a united North, aflame with the desire for vengeance. A land that could never truly be subjugated. Lord Tywin, no doubt, can discern the nuances of this predicament. He aptly invoked Tywin's name, steering the complexity of the decision toward the true master of the Westerlands, the Old Lion. Cersei fell silent. Her slender fingers unconsciously tapped against the armrest of her chair, her emerald eyes revealing a fierce clash between calculated ambition and obsessive concern for her son's throne. Catelyn's words, akin to a stone cast into the lake of her heart, did not immediately alter her resolution, but created a subtle fissure in the logic she had steadfastly believed in, rooting out all threats. I shall consider your words. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke, her tone regaining its icy composure. You may remain in King's Landing, but remember your station. You are the Night's Watch envoy. Do not overstep your bounds. Depart. There was no immediate acquiescence, nor was there a hasty dismissal. This was a temporary stalemate. Yet Catelyn recognized that he had successfully sown the seeds of negotiation and the value of Eddard's survival deep within Cersei's heart. He bowed once more and withdrew steadily from the oppressive throne room. The first step had been taken. Although the path ahead remained fraught with thorns, he had at least pried open a narrow fissure for himself and Ned upon this chessboard of iron and blood. The light was still far from arrival. Yet the darkness no longer felt impenetrable. Chapter 62. The prisoner in the hand of the king under the cold, unyielding gaze of the Kingsguard, Mandon Moore and Malin Trant. Catelyn was led through the labyrinthine corridors and staircases of the Red Keep, ultimately arriving at the Hand's Tower. Unlike the usual solemn bustle, the Hand's Tower now lay shrouded in an atmosphere of grim foreboding. The crimson garb of the Lannisters replaced the Stark's gray. Soldiers stood vigilant with their spears, akin to sentinels guarding a caged lion. They did not enter the tower, but rather circled to a relatively isolated stone chamber at the rear of the tower, which had likely served as an office for a scribe. The windows were narrow and barred, and the entrance was heavily guarded, transforming it into a well-equipped place of confinement. Upon the opening of the door, Catelyn stepped inside. The interior was simply furnished yet immaculate, featuring a bed, a table, and chairs, even a few scrolls of parchment and a bottle of ink. Eddard Stark sat in a chair by the window, his back to the doorway, gazing out at the segmented sky beyond the iron bars. He wore a plain gray robe, unarmed, and his once meticulously groomed brown hair appeared somewhat disheveled. His broad shoulders slightly hunched as though burdened by an invisible weight. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. Catelyn's heart tightened. In just a short span of time, Ned seemed to have aged considerably. The fresh scars adorning his face had already formed scabs, yet the tranquility between his brows was supplanted by a profound weariness and concern. Nevertheless, upon seeing Karren, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his gray eyes, reminiscent of a wolf traversing the icy plains. Akin to a cold star piercing through a rift in dark clouds. Ned's voice, somewhat hoarse yet still resolute, broke the silence as he gestured for a nearby servant, who was, in truth, a watchful overseer, to retreat to a corner of the room, ensuring their whispered exchange remained unheard. "My Lord Eddard," Karren approached, bowing earnestly. He noted the bruises and abrasions on Ned's left hand resting upon his knee, a testament to the resistance faced during that fateful escape. "I did not anticipate encountering you here." Ned's gaze swept over Karren's Black Knight's watch attire and the Bear Island sigil, a question lingering in his eyes. "Is it Robb or Commander Jane?" "It is the fate of the North and the future of the Wall that compel me to come, my lord," Karren replied, his voice lowered to ensure privacy. "In my capacity as a Night's Watch envoy, I sought audience with the Queen and obtained permission to visit you." Ned nodded slightly, refraining from probing further, aware that such permission was fraught with challenges and would inevitably be shadowed by vigilant oversight. "What of Robb and Bran?" Catelyn's mention of family revealed a hint of uncontainable concern and anguish within his otherwise steady tone. "Lord Robb has summoned his bannermen, amassing forces at the neck. He is well, exhibiting greater resilience and courage than we had anticipated, already embodying the spirit of a protector of the North," Karren assured, observing a minute relaxation in Ned's taut jawline. "Young Bran remains in a deep coma, yet Maester Luwin maintains there is a glimmer of hope for him to stand again. Lady Catelyn is holding Winterfell steadfastly, and Arya and Sansa." He hesitated. "Lady Sansa is still in King's Landing. I shall do my utmost to keep her safe. Arya's whereabouts are unknown, but we believe she yet lives." He artfully cloaked the grim news in a veneer of hope, neither plunging Ned into despair nor obscuring the harsh reality. Ned closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as if to digest this information while grappling with the torment of feeling powerless as a father and husband. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, regaining his earlier composure. "Tell me the unvarnished truth, Karren. What is the situation outside? What does the Queen desire?" "The Queen seeks to bribe me, attempting to persuade Robb to withdraw his forces by offering me a position as a military advisor," Karren stated candidly. "I feigned compliance, proposing a deal for your safe return in exchange for peace in the North. She is weighing her options." Ned offered a bitter smile, a reflection of his understanding of the world's harsh realities. "She will not acquiesce, nor will Tywin Lannister. I have touched upon their most sacred secrets. They will not allow me to return to the North alive." He was acutely aware of the treacherous game of power, knowing that some lines, once crossed, leave no room for retreat. "It is precisely because they believe you will perish that we have a chance." Karren's voice dropped to an almost conspiratorial whisper. "My lord, please remember, no matter what transpires, regardless of their demands, hold steadfast and survive. Robb's army serves as your most steadfast support, and rescue is not solely reliant on direct assault. He cannot divulge Varys and the plans concerning the underground passages. He can only convey his conviction in this manner." Ned's gray eyes bored deeply into Catelyn's, as if assessing the determination and potential inherent in her words. He perceived the resolute wisdom reflected in the young man's gaze, not mere consolation, but rather the articulation of a plan in motion. "I understand," Ned finally spoke slowly, his posture seeming to straighten, the resilient essence of the North's guardianship returning to him. "Tell Robb not to act recklessly on my behalf, nor let hatred cloud his vision. The North is entrusted to him." His voice carried the weight of this solemn charge, imbued with a hint of relief. Though he might not witness the growth of his children, as long as the embers of the North remain alight and House Stark endures, his sacrifice may take on a different significance. "I shall convey your message," Catelyn solemnly promised. Stepping closer, he feigned examining Ned's injury, and in a hushed tone, he quickly added, "Winter is coming, but we are not unprepared. The ravens are always flying." This served as a subtle reminder, indicating that both the North and the Wall were in motion, not merely awaiting fate. Ned's gaze flickered sharply. He understood. He gently grasped Catelyn's wrist with considerable strength, conveying unspoken gratitude and trust. "Be cautious, Catelyn. King's Landing is colder than Winterfell." The visitation period soon elapsed. At the urging of the guards, Catelyn bowed once more and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the cell and into the comparatively free air, he realized that he had brought not only information and hope, but, more crucially, he had reignited within Eddard Stark the flickering flame of survival, nearly extinguished by despair. This flame would be paramount in the forthcoming endeavors. The prisoner and the prime minister, in that moment, became comrades in arms once more for a shared purpose, despite the formidable stone walls and countless blades that lay between them. Chapter 63. Peter Baelish's Theatre. The day following the visit with Eddard, an unsigned invitation arrived at Catelyn's temporary lodgings, a relatively quiet inn run by Braavosi that valued guest privacy. The invitation simply stated the time and location. Accompanied by a small wax seal resembling a mockingbird, Catelyn understood that the anticipated meeting had finally arrived. Peter Baelish, the master of coin in King's Landing, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to scrutinize any new entrants to the game. The meeting place was neither the Red Keep nor a brothel, which surprised Catelyn, but rather the uppermost level of an inconspicuous building on Silk Street, a private club. There was no raucous music or overpowering scents, only the soft, plush carpets, walls adorned with priceless landscapes, and the faint aroma of aged wine and finely bound tomes permeating the air. It was quiet, luxurious, and exceedingly exclusive. This was Peter Baelish's theater, and he was the sole director and star. Catelyn was ushered into the inner chamber by a silent attendant. Peter stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the streets of King's Landing, which sprawled beneath him like an intricate chessboard. He turned to face his guest, a signature smile gracing his features, one that bore a hint of both shyness and shrewdness, reminiscent of an affable young nobleman rather than a formidable tycoon wielding control over the economic lifeblood of the Seven Kingdoms. "Lord Karren, welcome," he exclaimed, extending his arms as if to embrace an old friend, yet halting at the perfect distance. "I trust the clamor of King's Landing has not unsettled you. Esteemed guest from the tranquil north." "Lord Baelish," Karren replied with a slight nod, embodying the characteristic, somewhat distant courtesy of the northerners. "Your humble abode could easily overshadow the grandest of Duke's halls." "Ah, merely the trifles of daily life." Peter humbly waved his hand, inviting Karren to sit, and personally pouring him a glass of fine amber wine from the reach. "It pales in comparison to the magnificent vistas of Bear Island, and well, that admirable resilience." He deftly shifted the conversation, akin to a graceful dancer changing steps. "I have heard you visited Lord Eddard. How fares he?" "It is truly a dreadful misunderstanding." His green eyes sparkled with sincere concern, and had Karren not been well aware of Peter's true nature, he might have been deceived by this performance. "Lord Eddard remains in good spirits, though he is troubled by the current misunderstanding," Karren replied, taking the wine glass without drinking, merely swirling it delicately, watching the liquid cling to the sides of the cup. "He is a man of honor, one who believes that the truth will ultimately prevail." "Honor," Peter mused, savoring the word as if it were a complex confection. "Indeed, honor. Ned Stark is a titan of honor, yet alas, King's Landing is not a realm suited for giants. The streets are too narrow, and the traps too numerous." He cast a meaningful glance at Karren, implying that sometimes an overly rigid spine is prone to breaking. He hinted at Ned's precarious situation while probing Karren's stance. "The trees of the north grow resilient in the snow and wind, their roots deep in the frozen earth. They may yet establish themselves upon this southern soil." Karren responded with subtlety, suggesting that the north was not entirely without recourse. "Well said." Peter chuckled, as though he had just heard an exquisite jest. "The strength of the north is not to be underestimated, especially now, with young Robb Stark showcasing his prowess in the neck. Truly remarkable. Young, brave, and vibrant. Reminiscent of Robert in his prime, perhaps even surpassing him." He offered praise at the opportune moment, while subtly planting seeds of comparison. Leaning slightly forward, his voice lowered and imbued with heartfelt sincerity, he continued, "Lord Karren, permit me to speak candidly. You are an astute man, capable of discerning the present situation. The Queen Regent, she is a woman of resolute will, yet at times overly stubborn. Lord Tywin is far afield in the west, his reach limited. And while Lord Eddard's steadfastness is admirable, the outcome seems all but predetermined. Do you truly wish to tether yourself and the interests of the north and the wall to a vessel destined to sink?" He began to extend an olive branch, or rather, sought to draw Karren into his fold. "The Night's Watch remains neutral in the affairs of the Seven Kingdoms, my Lord Baelish. Our sole concern is the stability of the realm, to ensure the safety of the wall." Once again, Karren invoked the banner of the Night's Watch as a shield for his own interests. "Neutrality? Indeed, indeed." Peter feigned understanding, yet his gaze revealed a mutual awareness of the complexities of stability. There exist various forms of stability. 1. A stifling order dominated by the Iron Throne and certain excessively powerful houses. The other, a more dynamic equilibrium brimming with opportunities. He resembled a beguiling devil, painting visions of new possibilities. The North, rich in resources and fierce in spirit, is fully capable of attaining greater autonomy. In this process, my friend, the importance of alliances cannot be overstated. He hinted at northern independence and expressed a willingness to assist in such a venture. Karren scoffed inwardly. Littlefinger's aid always bore an exorbitant price. The future of the North should be determined by the Northerners themselves. Karren offered a non-committal response, neither accepting nor rejecting, maintaining an appearance of being swayed yet cautious. For now, Lord Eddard's safety remained the paramount concern. Eddard Peter sighed, his face etched with the right amount of regret. He was a good man, a true friend. Seeing him ensnared brought Karren great sorrow. Regrettably, there was little he could do in this matter. His unspoken words left much to the imagination, as if he had been striving in the shadows, yet was hindered by his limitations. This conversation unfolded like a meticulously choreographed dance. Peter incessantly probed, tempted, casting a haze of possibilities, while Karren, steadfast in his northern demeanor, navigated with caution, revealing no cards but occasionally betraying concern for the present and contemplation for the future, leading Peter to believe he might be swayed, yet never easy to manipulate. Ultimately, amidst the seemingly harmonious yet subtly charged atmosphere, the meeting concluded. Peter personally escorted Karren to the door, grasping his hand with earnestness. My Lord Karren, remember, in King's Landing, information is power and friends are wealth. Should you reconsider or require assistance with information, my door shall always remain open to you. Karren nodded in acknowledgement and turned into the night of King's Landing. He was aware that Peter Baelish would never take his surface position at face value, and he himself would not trust this schemer in the slightest. Yet tonight, he had successfully imprinted a notion of potential, one that warranted observation and might be exploited, within Peter's mind. That was sufficient. In this theater of power, everyone wore masks and played their parts. Karren's task was to perform his role adeptly while, behind the curtain, preparing to wield the blade that would shatter all scripts. Chapter 64. The Beggar King's Testament. The meeting with Peter Baelish, filled with subtlety and wit, felt akin to dancing upon the edge of a knife. Upon returning to the inn, Karren's mind remained taut. He understood that in this city, another pair, or perhaps countless pairs, of eyes were also watching him. He anticipated a second meeting, though he did not foresee its swift arrival, nor from an entirely different direction. On the night following his meeting with Littlefinger, a faint sound reminiscent of stones scraping against each other emanated from behind the fireplace in the hotel room. Had it not been for Karren's unwavering vigilance, he might have mistaken it for the scurrying of a mouse or the groans of an aging structure. With a composed demeanor, he approached the fireplace. Pressing his fingers against several seemingly ordinary bricks in a specific sequence, a subtle technique inadvertently revealed by the Bravo's innkeeper upon his arrival. A hidden door slid open silently, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Behind the door was not a passage but a cramped space that could barely accommodate two, filled with the characteristic musty chill of an underground tunnel. A figure cloaked in dark fabric, plump in stature and wearing a gentle, almost benevolent smile, emerged. It was Varys, the spider. Good evening, Lord Karren. Varys's voice, as soft and elusive as his presence, greeted him. I hope I have not disturbed your rest. I bring news from afar that I believe may be of significance to you and the broader tapestry of events you are concerned with. Lord Varys, Karren displayed little surprise, merely shifting slightly to grant him space. He understood that such important news was never an intrusion. He recognized that Varys's choice of a clandestine meeting indicated that their forthcoming conversation would bypass all ears, delving straight to the heart of matters. Varys stepped lightly into the cramped space, the hidden door closing behind him. He retrieved a small scroll of parchment from within his cloak, not a letter, but rather a summary of intelligence. There has been an unfortunate incident upon the seas of Dorne, Varys intoned with just the right measure of regret. Our dear Viserys Targaryen, the self-proclaimed true dragon, in his eagerness to reclaim his ancestor's throne, has encountered some, shall we say, unpleasantness with his brother-in-law, Khal Drogo. Consequently, a melted golden crown has prematurely concluded his life of exile. Karren's heart sank slightly, although he had long anticipated this outcome. Hearing it confirmed brought a chilling sense of the relentless march of history crashing down upon him. Viserys was dead, that mad and pitiful beggar king, his role now concluded. And what of Princess Daenerys? Karren inquired, this being his true concern. Her Highness is safe. Varys observed Karren's expression, slowly continuing. And she has displayed resilience and wisdom far surpassing that of her brother. Not only has she won Khal Drogo's favor, but, more importantly, she is with child. The Dothraki are singing that the child she carries is the prophesied prince, the stallion who mounts the world, destined to lead them across the globe. The key information had arrived. Daenerys's pregnancy, Drogo's fate, and the stirring of dragons had quietly been unveiled. Karren fell silent for a moment, a gravity settling upon his features. A prince with Targaryen blood, revered by the warrior nomads as the embodiment of prophecy, would surely instill far more unease in the Iron Throne than 10 Viseryses ever could. Indeed, Varys confirmed. Varys nodded gently. Although the lion's gaze was temporarily captivated by the wolf pack of the north, it would inevitably turn its attention to the newly rising star in the east. The flames of war may spread more widely and fiercely than we anticipate. He shifted the topic with the finesse of a master tailor changing threads. For the Night's Watch, steadfast in their neutrality, this may merely be the distant clamor. After all, the wall wards off a different kind of cold. He paused slightly on the word cold, a glint of sharpness flashing in his seemingly gentle eyes, as if he could pierce through walls and reach the far-off ice wall of the north. Karren understood this was Varys's probe, a reminder of their shared, greater threat. He responded in kind, his tone imbued with scholarly contemplation. Clamor often heralds a storm. In the ancient records of Black Castle, I have read fragments regarding Eastern sorcery. It mentions that certain tribes by the Dothraki worship ancient blood magic, believing that life and power can be exchanged or transferred at great cost, particularly during the gestation of new life, where the vitality of both mother and child becomes the most coveted offering in the eyes of ambitious sorcerers. He refrained from mentioning specific names or events, merely presenting a knowledge point based on academic research regarding potential risks. Varys's smile faded slightly, and he scrutinized Karren as if reassessing this young northerner. Ancient wisdom is always worthy of reverence, he said slowly, neither affirming nor denying. Some costs are indeed heavier than one can imagine. Your erudition is impressive. He carefully rolled up the parchment detailing the news of Viserys' death and Daenerys' pregnancy, extending it to Karren. This testament may aid your future judgments. After all, understanding all the pieces on the board is the first step to playing the game well. Karren accepted the scroll, its touch cool against his fingers. He recognized that this was not merely intelligence, but an intangible cooperative agreement from Varys. The spider acknowledged his qualifications as a player and began to share information. Thank you for your intelligence, Lord Varys, Karren said, tucking the scroll into his bosom. The Night's Watch does not forget its friends. Regarding the records on Eastern sorcery, I shall request Maester Aemon to mention them in the correspondence sent to the Citadel under the guise of academic exploration. Perhaps it will capture the attention of certain scholars interested in ancient knowledge. He offered his reciprocation, a means to indirectly convey warnings about the risks of blood magic through seemingly neutral scholarly networks, potentially reaching those who could influence Daenerys' circle of decision-makers, such as Lyanna Mormont. Varys' enigmatic smile returned, as knowledge is always worth disseminating. He bowed slightly. Then, good night, Lord Karren. May your sojourn in this city be smooth. The hidden door slid open silently once more, and Varys' figure melted into the shadows, vanishing quietly. Karren stood alone in the room, his fingertips still tinged with the parchment's chill. Viserys' testament had been established, and the dragon dream of the East began to stir. In the shadowy depths of King's Landing, he once again spun a nearly imperceptible, yet potentially pivotal thread into the distant tapestry of fate. The wheel of destiny was accelerating in its relentless motion. Chapter 65. The Dungeons of the Red Keep. The news from the East, brought by Varys, fell like a deep-water bomb upon the seemingly placid surface of a lake, sending ripples that heightened the urgency within Catelyn's heart. The sands of time were slipping away at an ever-quickening pace. He must make the most of the dwindling advantages and privileges afforded to him as an envoy of the Night's Watch. His next objective was aimed directly at the innermost recesses of the Red Keep, into the dungeons where sunlight scarcely penetrated. The request to inspect the Red Keep's defensive structures, particularly to assess the feasibility of its dungeons as potential sanctuaries or temporary command posts during times of turmoil, was articulated with a facade of grandeur, even bearing a touch of the Night's Watch's characteristic, unfeeling pragmatism. At a juncture where the Duke of Tywin's stance remained ambiguous and Queen Cersei was still weighing her options, this seemingly innocuous request did not meet with outright rejection. Instead, a fully armed contingent of Lannister guards was dispatched under the guise of protection, effectively serving as a constant watchful eye. As he descended the spiraling stone steps, it felt as though he were stepping deeper into the belly of a great beast. The light above rapidly dimmed, replaced by the flickering, uncertain glow cast by torches upon the walls. The cold, metallic scent of stone grew more pronounced, gradually supplanted by the pungent odors of rust, age-old mildew, filth, and something more profound, an essence of despair and decay. Footfalls echoed within the narrow corridor, mingling with the distant sound of dripping water and the faint clinking of iron chains, creating a haunting symphony that quickened the pulse. Catelyn's countenance remained as tranquil as still water, embodying the demeanor of a dutiful officer of the Night's Watch. His keen gaze swept over the cells behind the coarse iron bars on either side. He occasionally paused to scrutinize the locks and hinges of the doors, or to knock against the stone walls, assessing their thickness and structure. He inquired of the jailer about the locations of ventilation shafts, the cleanliness of the underground water source, and the routes for evacuation or suppression in emergencies. His inquiries were professional, monotonous, and even somewhat devoid of empathy, perfectly aligning with the archetype of a Night's Watchman who prioritized military utility over the suffering of prisoners. Initially, the Lannister soldiers' taut nerves began to relax during this routine inspection, their expressions revealing hints of impatience and boredom. As they traversed a particularly dark side passage housing seemingly inconsequential prisoners, a rhythmic, dull, and stubborn metallic clanging pierced through the dungeon's inherent clamor, clearly reaching Catelyn's ears. The sound was not a chaotic cacophony of madness, but rather resonated with a suppressed anger and indomitable resilience. The source of the sound came from a cramped cell, illuminated by the torchlight in the corridor. Catelyn glimpsed a young figure, their back turned to the bars, obscuring their features. All he could discern was the coarse, sweat-soaked garb and unkempt hair matted with grime. The figure was persistently striking the heavy iron shackles fixed to their ankles with a stone, which they had seemingly procured from unknown origins, sparks occasionally flying in the dimness of the cell. The warden, noticing Karren's lingering gaze, displayed a look of disgust and impatience. He stepped forward and struck the iron bars violently with the scabbard of his sword, producing a jarring sound. "Hey, you stubborn mule, quiet down. Do you wish to deafen us all?" The clamor ceased. The young man slowly turned around. The flickering flames illuminated his still youthful, yet distinctly contoured face, with sweat trickling down his brow, leaving clear traces. Yet, what struck Karren most was the wild fury in those eyes, an indomitable stubbornness, and a deep, bright blue reminiscent of a storm, which he had previously seen on another's face. That gaze was eerily similar to that of a contemplative Robert Baratheon after a bout of drunkenness. Gendry, the hidden heir to the royal bloodline, a potential force against the Long Night, now resembled a trapped cub, struggling futilely in this lightless dungeon. Crime? Gendry's voice was hoarse from thirst and anger. He sprang to his feet, despite the shackles, his robust frame and the solid muscles honed as an apprentice blacksmith exuded formidable strength. "My crime is being a blacksmith apprentice. My crime is being inexplicably captured by you red-robed fools. Tell me, what have I done?" His roar echoed through the dungeon, brimming with unjust grievance and vibrant vitality, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. Karren raised a hand in a gesture of restraint, and the warden grudgingly fell silent, stepping aside. Approaching the cell, Karren regarded Gendry through the cold iron bars, his gaze devoid of pity or disdain, embodying a near clinical calmness. "Young man," Karren began, his voice ringing clear in the dungeon, "wasting your strength against unbreakable steel is folly. Preserve it. Perhaps you will need it later." Gendry panted heavily, glaring at Karren and the soldiers clad in crimson behind him, as if to etch their likenesses into his memory. Need it later? Like a slaughtered beast waiting for an unknown blade to fall? Or, as they say, being sent to that cursed place beyond the wall? Karren did not directly respond to his inquiry, but shifted his gaze to the warden, his tone casual, as if commenting on an inconsequential tool. "The Night's Watch is perpetually short-handed, particularly for capable blacksmiths. Master Donal Noy at the wall constantly laments the rapid wear of tools and the lack of maintenance. This young man appears to have a sturdy frame. It would be a pity for him to rot away here." The warden furrowed his brow, revealing a look of discomfort. "My lord, these prisoners are unidentified, yet all are recorded. Without explicit orders from above, especially from the Queen or Lord Varys, we cannot dispose of them at will, particularly by sending them to the wall." He lowered his voice deliberately, mentioning Varys with a hint of unease. "I merely mentioned it in passing," Karren replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely a fleeting whim. He redirected his gaze towards Jandelli, his voice low yet imbued with a peculiar strength that pierced through the clamor, resonating clearly in the other's ears. "Remember, anger is like a furnace. It has the power to forge steel but can also consume itself. To craft a sharp sword, one requires more than mere fire. Patience and the right moment are equally essential." Having spoken, he did not linger, as if the preceding exchange were merely a fleeting interlude in his patrol, turning to signal the jailer to proceed. However, in that moment of turning, his left hand discreetly fell to his side, executing a subtle gesture, a sign passed down among the hunters of Bear Island, denoting the need to remain concealed and await a signal. He was uncertain whether this blacksmith apprentice from the Stormlands would comprehend it, yet he felt compelled to sow this seed of risk. Jandelli stood frozen, watching the young noble clad in a black cloak as he departed amidst a throng of crimson-clad soldiers. The final words and the strange gesture were like a sudden chill, momentarily dispelling the tumultuous flames within him, leaving behind an ineffable confusion and a faint, barely perceptible flutter that even he did not fully recognize. That individual and the Lannisters appeared to be markedly different. Colin's own thoughts were similarly tumultuous. Discovering Jandelli was an unexpected boon. Yet extricating this crucial piece from such perilous depths posed a daunting challenge. A direct approach would undoubtedly reveal intentions, especially in the current atmosphere thick with suspicion. He needed to bide his time, awaiting an opportune moment or a sufficient disruption to unsettle the order of the Red Keep. As Colin once more set foot on solid ground, inhaling the air of King's Landing, tinged with the brine of the sea and the smoke of cooking fires, he felt the lingering chill and despair of the dungeon, as if it clung to him like a malignant shadow. His list had now grown to include another name that must be rescued. Beneath the grandeur of the Red Keep lay too many secrets, suffering, and the flickering flame of hope for the future. He felt akin to a solitary hunter traversing a dark forest, relying on the faint starlight and the guidance of his inner compass to quietly sow seeds of hope across the desolate frozen ground. Each step required utmost caution, for every move could alter the course of fate. Chapter 66. The wings of the raven. The chill of the dungeon seemed to seep into his very bones, entwined with despair and corruption, lingering stubbornly. Colin returned to his lodging, securing the doors and windows as if to isolate himself from the tumult and malice of King's Landing. Standing before the window, he observed the bustling crowd below, the common folk toiling for their livelihoods, the haughty knights, and the hidden eyes lurking in the shadows like venomous serpents. Every corner of this city was steeped in deceit and calculation. Yet, he had no time to indulge in nostalgia. The discovery of Jandelli's existence in the dungeon, coupled with fragmented information gleaned earlier from Varys and Littlefinger, began to coalesce in his mind like scattered pieces of a puzzle, gradually forming a clear picture of the realities of King's Landing. This vision must be conveyed immediately and accurately. The fury of the North requires guidance. Robb's blade must be directed towards the softest of underbellies, and Blackfish's guerrilla tactics need a well-defined target. He seated himself at the table, unfurling the resilient parchment, and ignited the solitary candle. The flickering flame elongated his shadow, casting it upon the wall like a contemplative giant. He needed to transmute the information swirling in his mind into two distinctly different ciphers. The first employed a cryptographic system, adapted from the format of Border Patrol reports, utilized internally by the Night's Watch. He wrote with a steady hand. His script resembled a tedious inventory list and fortification maintenance records. The Arrow Tower of Black Castle requires reinforcement at the southeastern base, with a recommendation for greystone masonry, corresponding to the old timber numbered 7 to 10 in District 1. This pointed to the southeastern section of the city walls near the Mud Gate, where the structure was dilapidated and patrols exhibited gaps of 7 to 11 minutes. The winter-stored salted meats are kept in the lower ice cellar, requiring vigilance against rodents and ensuring ventilation, particularly in the 3rd and 5th chambers. This hinted at the primary granary located at the foot of the Rennies Hills, where potential weak points in defenses might exist in chambers 3 and 5. Recent hunts revealed that wild boar herds frequently migrate along the Weeping Vale path, leaving clear tracks. This distinctly marked the concealed side route often taken by Lannister supply caravans to evade the North's cavalry, traversing the Weeping Marsh. He would seal this intelligence with the Night's Watch's distinctive black wax, entrusting it to the utterly reliable Addison Tollett. It would be conveyed through the Night's Watch to a ship bound for Eastwatch to recruit new men, in reality, to relay messages, circumventing all possible surveillance in King's Landing, navigating northward along the narrow sea, ultimately reaching the hands of Blackfish Brynden Tully in Riverrun. Carlin believed that the seasoned veteran could piece together these seemingly disparate bits of information into a lethal tactical map, transforming them into a sharp blade capable of severing the lion's veins. Next, he retrieved another, more meticulously crafted piece of parchment. This time, he employed a more complex cipher, blending ancient hunting marks from Bear Island, select archaic vocabulary, and specific symbols agreed upon with Robb and Lady Marjorie. This intelligence would carry more core strategic judgments. Although the gold mine is vast, the hoard is ravaged by greedy rodents, and the lion guarding it is worn thin, while the young lion roars, disoriented. This pointed directly to the potential depletion of the Lannister treasury due to war and Petyr Baelish's avarice. With defensive forces spread thin from multiple pressures, Blackfish's incursions, conflicts in the Westerlands, Joffrey's madness and short-sightedness present a significant variable. The southern roses are yet to bloom. The winds remain uncertain, awaiting the spring thunder. It underscores House Tyrell's ambiguous stance, still observing and waiting for the situation to clarify further. The bear's claw has detected a fissure in the cliffs of the Westerlands, into which a wedge could be driven. Yet, it is crucial to remember that a cunning fox lurks at the mouth of the twins, to be lured but not forced. It clearly informs that there exists an exploitable weakness at the Westerlands, Castle Rock, yet reaffirms that a conciliatory approach must be taken towards House Frye. The core recommendation: the Wolf King should position his forces at the neck, displaying dominance, dispatch elite cavalry to harass their rear, tugging at the lion's hide, rendering it unable to safeguard both its front and rear. At the end of this cipher, he carefully inscribed a unique, twisted flame symbol, representing the dragon. And beside it, in smaller symbols, a warning is inscribed. Eastern fire clouds gather, the fledgling dragon begins to cry. Its voice may be faint, yet its light and shadow are captivating. Beware of the smoke of the fire ritual that may cloud one's resolve. He could not articulate his thoughts more clearly, and could only remind the North that the true long-term threat emanates from the others. While the Mother of Dragons in the East has begun to reveal her miracles, her path to growth will inevitably be fraught with sacrifices and the snares of sorcery, warranting vigilance. Carefully rolling up this missive, which bore the weight of countless efforts, he placed it into a lightweight metal tube designated for falcon messages. Then gently tapped the wall. Like a shadow, Torland entered silently through the door. "Deliver this to old Ivan's cousin in King's Landing," Colin whispered as he passed the tube, their eyes meeting, conveying a trust and commitment that required no words. Old Ivan's cousin was, in truth, a long-established covert line operating a modest fishing supply shop on Bear Island, with deep ties and clandestine cooperation with the captains of Bravo's trading ships that traversed the narrow sea. This route was swifter and more direct than the official channels of the Night's Watch, leading straight to Bear Island and Winterfell. Torland accepted the cold metal tube without question, merely nodding emphatically before slipping it into a specially designed hidden pouch within his leather armor, disappearing once again from the room as silently as a droplet merging with the ocean. With these tasks completed, the deepest indigo of dawn began to seep through the window. Colin extinguished the candle, rubbing his bloodshot eyes and the aching fingers that had clutched the charcoal for too long. The strain of his mind and the fatigue of his body struck him simultaneously. The transmission of information felt akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss. Any misstep would not only render all efforts futile, but plunge him into irretrievable chaos. Yet, he knew he must proceed. Robb bore immense pressure in the neck. While Blackfish navigated perilous paths behind enemy lines, they were extensions of his will, and he must be the vigilant eye at the heart of power, perceiving all. He had done all he could. The remainder lay in waiting, and in that waiting, he would continue to seek the next breakthrough within this vast crucible of power, striving to add even the slightest leverage to rescue Ned Stark for the pivotal plan. He approached the window, parting it slightly. The crisp morning breeze rushed in, somewhat dispelling the room's stuffiness and the lingering scent of candle wax. On the distant horizon, a glimmer of light struggled to pierce the darkness. Amidst that hazy light, a gray-feathered raven soared, steadfastly heading northward, toward the neck, toward Winterfell. The messenger, imbued with wisdom, warning, and hope, had set forth. They were like invisible wings, sweeping across mountains and rivers, carrying the secrets from beneath the shadow of King's Landing to the places that yearned for illumination. Now, it was the turn of the southern lions and the northern direwolves to make their choices based on the information emerging from the eye of the storm. And Colin, the sower of seeds, would remain hidden within this shadow, awaiting the moment of germination, anticipating the arrival of the tempest. Chapter 67. The victory of Castle Rock in the camp at the neck. The fog and chill had yet to fully dissipate, but heavier than the weather was the anxiety weighing upon the hearts of the northern commanders. The thunderous roar of Great John Umber nearly caused the frost flowers atop the tent to tremble. "We should strike like a warhammer, smashing through the gates of Casterly Rock. Let that old thief Tywin hear the taste of our northern battle cries." His massive frame quivered with excitement, as if ready to bear the banner of the direwolf into the fray. Meanwhile, Lord Rickard Karstark resembled a shard of ice, his voice cold and unyielding. "A frontal assault will only drench our son's blood upon the Lannister walls. We must identify a weakness, a place where a dagger can wield more might than a hammer." His gaze swept over the densely marked castles on the map of the Westerlands. Bearing the scrutiny of a hunter, Robb Stark stood before the map, his youthful visage sharply illuminated by the flickering torchlight. He listened intently to the arguments of his vassals, his gray eyes reflecting a burden far beyond his years. The fate of his father, the survival of the North, and the lives of tens of thousands rested upon his decisions. He understood the cost of a brute force assault and recognized the arduous task of finding a vulnerability. Under Tywin's rule, the Westerlands were as solid as iron. Amidst this stifling impasse, a frantic, near-stumbling sound of hooves echoed from outside the tent. A scout, drenched in sweat, mud, and even a trace of blood, nearly fell from his horse, assisted into the tent by his guards. His lips were cracked, his eyes sunken. Yet he clutched tightly a small, inconspicuous falconer's message tube. "Your Majesty," the scout's voice rasped like a worn bell, from King's Landing. Instantly, a hush fell over the tent, all eyes fixating on the diminutive tube. Robb hastened forward, taking the tube, his fingertips still warm from the messenger's swift ride. He forcefully unscrewed the sealed cap and withdrew a letter, as delicate as gossamer. As his gaze fell upon the symbols and codes inscribed by Karren's own hand, which only a select few could fully decipher, it was as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the shadows in his mind. The intelligence was startlingly clear. King's Landing's forces were depleted, the gold cloaks burdened with the disturbances caused by the Blackfish and internal unrest. The Westerlands were not as impenetrable as once believed. Certain nobles, such as the Westerlings of Craighall, harbored discontent with Tywin's harsh rule and heavy taxation. Most crucially, Karren had provided several discrete paths that could bypass the primary Lannister outposts, leading directly into the heart of Craighall, complete with markings of potential supply points and danger zones. At the end of the letter, Karren subtly indicated that he had communicated vague signals of post-war benefits to those discontented nobles through neutral merchant channels, suggesting that as long as they maintained neutrality or limited cooperation, the king in the north would not seek retribution and might even offer rewards. A bold, intricate, and somewhat audacious plan took shape in Robb's mind, rapidly clarifying and solidifying. He lifted his head sharply, his gaze ablaze, sweeping across the uncertain faces of his bannermen. Lord Umber was right. An offensive was imperative. His voice was resolute, quelling the discussions that had just arisen within the tent. Yet, Lord Karstark was not mistaken. We must not confront Iron head-on. With a decisive thump, his finger pressed down on a location on the map, Castle Rock. Our objective lies here. He articulated his plans swiftly and clearly. The main force would still be commanded by the likes of Great John, poised to display a show of strength at the neck, effectively drawing Tywin and his troops' attention. Meanwhile, he would personally lead a rapid strike force comprised of the finest northern cavalry and clansmen adept in mountain warfare, forsaking cumbersome supplies and carrying only minimal provisions. Utilizing the path information provided by Karren, they would penetrate the soft underbelly of the Westerlands like a poisoned dagger, silently and with precision. "This is far too perilous, Your Grace," an officer exclaimed. "Staying put and exhausting our resources against Tywin is the greater risk." Robb's tone remained unwavering. Castle Rock was a crucial granary and fortress of the Westerlands. Capturing it would not only yield substantial supplies and deliver a devastating blow to Lannister morale, but would also compel Tywin to divide his forces for a counter, alleviating the pressure on the Riverlands and the Neck. This opportunity was bought with Karren's life. We cannot squander it. His determination inspired all present. Although Great John regretted the lack of a frontal assault, he was exhilarated by this audacious plan. Count Ricard pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement, recognizing its tactical merit. In the ensuing days, the Northern Coalition's activity in the Neck intensified, projecting an image of readiness to advance south at any moment. Simultaneously, thousands of elite troops, handpicked by Robb, slipped away under the cover of night, blending into the darkness like a pack of wolves, stealthily departing the main camp. They ventured along the meandering paths through the wooded valleys marked on Karren's map, routes even local hunters might not fully know, advancing deep into the heart of the Westerlands. The journey was arduous. They traversed rugged mountain trails, navigated shadowy forests, and forded icy streams. Often, the horses could barely proceed, forcing soldiers to dismount and even shoulder supplies to continue onward. Yet, with a clear direction and accurate intelligence, this solitary force maintained high morale and astonishing marching speed. They evaded Lannister patrols and watchtowers like phantoms, heading straight for their target. When this seemingly divine force suddenly appeared at Castle Rock, the garrison within was utterly bewildered. They could scarcely fathom that the Northern Army would emerge from that direction in such a manner. The hastily assembled Lannister troops quickly faltered under the fierce charge of the northern cavalry and the precise strikes of mountain hunters. Within the walls, some nobles, already discontented with Tywin and having received subtle hints, chose to cooperate to a limited extent. Some neglected certain segments of the wall's defenses. Others mismanaged commands during the street fighting, and some even quietly opened a side door leading to the inner city. The battle tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the northern forces. In just a day, the banner symbolizing House Westerling was cut down, replaced by the flapping sigil of House Stark, the dire wolf, proudly flying atop Castle Rock. Robb not only seized the strategically significant castle of the west at a minimal cost, confiscating mountains of provisions, weapons, and siege equipment, but also captured several noble figures from the west, including the esteemed Miss Jane Westerling, thus acquiring invaluable hostages and bargaining chips. The news spread like wildfire across the Seven Kingdoms. In the west, a rare crack appeared on the otherwise unflappable visage of Tywin Lannister. His fingers, gripping the battle report, turned white from tension as the air within the tent thickened with palpable unease. He had lost not merely a castle and resources, but the inviolable myth of the West, the very prestige of Tywin Lannister's meticulous strategies. How could they have taken the crag? A commander murmured in disbelief. Tywin slowly lifted his gaze, his cold, pale green eyes ablaze with suppressed fury. Meanwhile, among the Northern Alliance, Robb's renown soared to unprecedented heights. Greatjon vigorously slapped Robb on the shoulder, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Well done, lad. That was a splendid battle. More cunning than your father was in his day. Ha! Even the usually stern Lord Rickard cast a genuine look of recognition and a hint of reverence towards Robb. Standing atop the soot-stained walls of the crag, Robb gazed at the rolling hills of the west and the distant silhouette of Casterly Rock, his heart brimming with an ineffable gratitude towards Catelyn. Far away in King's Landing, this victory was not merely military, it was political and psychological as well. It proclaimed to all of Westeros the power and wisdom of the king in the north, shattering the invincible myth of the Lannisters, and bestowing upon Robb an invaluable advantage and leverage for future negotiations or the rescue of his father. The triumph at the crag struck like a precise and ferocious uppercut, leaving the lion dazed and altering the balance of power in the early stages of the War of the Five Kings. The genesis of this shift lay beneath the shadow of King's Landing, in the vigilant eyes that dared to transform fatal intelligence into wings soaring towards the north. Chapter 68. The envoy of Renly. The news of the great victory at the crag spread faster than the raven's flight, rippling through the Seven Kingdoms like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. It not only unsettled Tywin and Casterly Rock, but also swiftly reached the ears of King Renly Baratheon, who, ensconced in Storm's End, reveled in extravagant tournaments and endless feasts. The youngest brother of King Robert possessed the largest, at least on paper, army and ample provisions in the realm, and his inaction was, in itself, a formidable political stance. However, the swift strike of the lone wolf from the north prompted Renly and his advisors to take notice. They recognized that this young direwolf was no mere brute. He must have a sage guiding him, having already demonstrated the capacity to alter the course of the conflict. Rather than waiting for him to grow stronger, it would be prudent to engage him early and incorporate him into their strategic framework. On this day, Catelyn was poring over the latest intelligence regarding the movements of the capital's garrison, quietly delivered by Varys, when an unusual commotion erupted in the street outside her tavern room. He approached the window, and there before him appeared a procession of knights, resplendent in their ornate armor, nearly dazzling in their splendor, as they rode through the once muddy, bustling Silk Street. Their polished armor gleamed in the pale sunlight, reflecting a blinding radiance, while their silk capes shimmered like a vibrant rainbow. At the forefront rode the exceptionally handsome Ser Loras Tyrell, with his striking golden hair and a confident, radiant smile, renowned as the Knight of Flowers. The arrival of this retinue was akin to a swan intruding upon a flock of ducks, drawing the attention of passers-by, who instinctively made way. They did not head towards the Red Keep to pay their respects to the Queen Regent. Rather, their destination was clear as they proceeded directly to the inn where Ser Kevin was staying. Clearly, Lord Renly's network of intelligence had accurately pinpointed this pivotal figure who could navigate the realm of King's Landing, bridging the north with the outside world. With several equally gallant knights, as if emerging from a lyrical poem, Loras elegantly entered the inn. His presence seemed to transform the modest, even somewhat shabby establishment into a place of brilliance. Upon encountering Ser Kevin, he greeted him with impeccable southern grace, his voice clear and melodious. "My Lord Kevin Lannister, I come on behalf of my liege, His Grace King Renly Baratheon, to extend the most sincere greetings and congratulations to you and to the king in the north, Robb Stark, whom you represent. The victory at the Battle of Stonehenge was indeed remarkable. Kevan responded with composed courtesy, instantly discerning the purpose of Loras's visit. Renly's influence was substantial, particularly through the alliance with the wealthy House Tyrell, a force capable of disrupting the current fragile balance. His involvement could usher in powerful allies, but it might also prematurely entangle the North in the internal strife of House Baratheon. The arrival of the Knight of Flowers illuminated the humble room. What counsel does His Grace wish to impart? Kevan inquired, leading Loras into the chamber, maintaining a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, embodying the Night's Watch's characteristic aloofness and the Northman's pragmatism. Loras's face radiated a sunny confidence, as if the laurels of victory had already been prepared for him and his king. I would not presume to offer counsel, he replied. King Renly is a man of remarkable vision and wisdom, the most legitimate and fitting heir to King Robert, beloved by the people of the Stormlands and the Reach. He expresses deep sympathy for the misfortunes that have befallen Lord Eddard Stark and harbors a profound disdain for the Lannisters' atrocities. He deftly aligned his position with that of the North. He paused, gauging Kevan's response, then unveiled his core intent. We share a common enemy. King Renly is acutely aware of the difficulties facing the North at this moment. He is willing to forge a steadfast alliance with the North, to apply pressure from both East and West, to jointly overthrow the usurper Joffrey and the Lannisters' tyrannical rule. His voice was laced with allure, akin to a troubadour singing of a promising future. Once their objectives were achieved, Loras leaned slightly forward, his tone more earnest. The North could retain its ancient traditions, laws, and rights in their entirety. King Robb could forever hold the title of king in the North, merely acknowledging Renly as the sole sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms in name. This would be a mutually beneficial partnership, worthy of immortalization in the annals of history. The terms sounded exceedingly generous, tantamount to a de facto recognition of the North's independence. In ordinary times, this would be an irresistible temptation for any ruler of the North. Karren pondered for a moment, his expression devoid of the joy or excitement that Loras had anticipated. He was acutely aware of the fatal weaknesses within Renly's camp, although numerous. The army was predominantly composed of inexperienced knights and conscripts, rife with internal factions. Renly himself resembled a nobleman engrossed in the role of king, lacking the ruthless warlike spirit and battlefield experience that his brother Stannis possessed. More crucially, he understood that another shadow, the stern and law-abiding Stannis Baratheon, a fervent devotee of the Red God, would never tolerate his brother's transgressions, and the tragedy of fraternal discord loomed ominously. Thank you for your generous proposal, Your Grace. Karren began slowly, his tone earnest and sincere, revealing no traces of being swayed. The North values friendship and yearns for strong allies to confront our common foe, the Lannisters. Your willingness to acknowledge the North's traditions and King Robb's crown is commendable. He first offered his affirmation, then deftly shifted the conversation back to Renly, stating, however, such a monumental decision concerning the fate of the North cannot rest solely upon my shoulders or this singular meeting. I must convey your complete proposal and sincerity to His Grace King Robb Stark without delay, allowing him and his northern vassals to deliberate and reach a resolution collectively. The future of the North must be determined by Winterfell itself. He neither rejected nor committed, behaving like a dutiful and loyal subject, thereby perfectly upholding Robb's authority while avoiding premature entanglement with Renly's ambitions. Loras, understanding Karren's caution, nodded gracefully, his smile still radiant. Indeed, such significant decisions warrant careful consideration. We eagerly await good news from Winterfell and trust that King Robb will make the wisest choice. He rose, preparing to take his leave, and before departing, added with a tone befitting a warrior, tinged with pride as if victory were assured. Please convey to King Robb that when the Starks' direwolf and the Tyrells' golden rose bloom side by side upon the battlefield, the Lannisters' lion shall be ground to dust amidst this torrent of steel and blossoms. As he bid farewell to Loras and his splendid entourage, akin to a moving rainbow, the calm on Karren's face swiftly evaporated, replaced by profound contemplation. He returned to his desk, needing to relay Renly's proposal and Loras's visit, along with his own analysis, to Robb post-haste. In his missive, he not only recounted Renly's terms in detail, but also appended his calm and incisive analysis. Renly's might is considerable, his forces well supplied. However, his power rests precariously upon the grandeur of Highgarden's feasts and festivities. Though numerous, his troops have not been tempered by the crucible of war. Much like a jeweled sword yet unsharpened, his brother Stannis, adhering strictly to the law, commands a formidable navy and harbors fervent beliefs, and will not tolerate any encroachment. The specter of fraternal conflict is imminent, perhaps even more perilous than the struggle between lions and wolves. Recommendations: offer verbal assent, maintain communication, exhibit goodwill. Yet refrain from any substantial mobilization or reliance on his forces. Delay proceedings to await further developments. The strategic focus of the North lies in solidifying its own position. Rescuing Lord Eddard. This must remain confidential, and eliminating the threats from the West. It is prudent to allow the squabbling between the Baratheons to unfold, while we, in the North, reap the benefits from their conflict. One must not become ensnared too prematurely in the quagmire of southern succession, exhausting our strength and becoming pawns for others. He entrusted the missive once more to Tormund, to be swiftly dispatched through the clandestine channels of Bear Island. Having completed these tasks, Karren gazed southward, his eyes seemingly piercing through the layered roofs and plains, beholding the windswept keep, where an everlasting banquet was underway. The envoy from Bailey brought forth an enticing vision of alliance and a dazzling promise of crowns, yet also heralded a more intricate and perilous situation. On the chessboard of King's Landing, yet another player had emerged, one who wielded the royal banner with formidable might, but whose future remained uncertain. Karren's task was to ensure that the newly emerging Ice Wolf of the North did not become blinded by the glitz of the Grand Ball, nor transform into a mere pawn, consumed first in another's ascent to the Iron Throne. The actors had already taken the stage, offering flowers and songs of praise. However, the true director must discern the thorns hidden beneath the bloom, and the potential tolling of funeral bells that could follow the chorus. Chapter 69. A misguided message. The victory at Castle Rock and the arrival of the envoy from Bailey cast two starkly contrasting beams of light over the otherwise somber encampment of the Northern Coalition. One, a searing flame of triumph. The other, a seductive yet potentially disorienting glow. Robb Stark, the youthful Wolf Lord, had achieved remarkable military success, yet found himself thrust into a labyrinth of complex diplomacy. He was compelled not only to confront the stubborn foes to the west, but also to remain vigilant against potential betrayal from behind, particularly from the treacherous Lord Walder Frey, who loomed as the most unstable and dangerous variable, entrenched in the Twins and controlling the lifeline of the Green Fork. In the original tale, the hasty and somewhat arrogant promise made in his eagerness to rush south to rescue his father, along with Lady Catelyn's fatal misstep in releasing Jaime Lannister out of desperate maternal love, entwined like poisonous vines, ultimately dragged the king in the north into the abyss of the Red Wedding. Yet, this time, the pen of history was gently nudged by a hand from the future. Upon receiving Bailey's alluring proposal for an alliance and reflecting upon the crucial phrase sent back from King's Landing, Karren recognized that Frey, like a cunning old fox, must be fed sweet words and tangible benefits, convincing him that the advantages of cooperation far outweighed those of treachery, while ensuring that the bowstring remained taut. Under the flickering candlelight of the camp at Neck, Robb fell into deep contemplation. He was no longer merely a youth charging forth fueled by passion and military prowess. He began to grasp the weight of the title of king, which encompassed not just glory and swordplay, but also endless calculations and compromises. He dismissed most of the commanders from the tent, retaining only the most essential few. He articulated the message himself, with the meticulous Maester Luwin refining the words beside him, before finally affixing the newly minted sigil of the Ice Wolf, emblematic of the king in the north. The letter destined for Riverrun stands in stark contrast to the nearly ultimatum-like plea for assistance found in the original text. The opening salutation and tone are notably different. It begins with the esteemed title of Lord Walder Frey, ruler of the Crossing and guardian of the Green Fork, a wise and prudent ally once mentioned by my father, Eddard Stark. This expression of utmost respect places the recipient on an equal footing, even suggesting a reliance upon him. The narrative intertwines reason and emotion. Rather than merely emphasizing the plight of the North, it skillfully intertwines the interests of the Starks and the Freys. The letter articulates the noble cause of rescuing the North and upholding justice within the realm, while subtly yet precisely indicating the Duke of Tywin's relentless ambition for the Riverlands and the potential devastating consequences that may ensue. It suggests that the Frey and Stark families stand together on the front lines against the tyranny of the Westerlands. Rich and specific promises are made. Robb's proposal of marriage is far from hollow. He solemnly vows to wed a daughter of House Frey after the war, ensuring her position as the future queen of the North. Furthermore, he offers to include Frey's younger son or designated grandson in his personal guard, signifying closeness and trust, and to bestow upon him corresponding lands of honor post-conflict. However, What truly stirs the greedy heart of Old Walder is Robb's commitment to fund the repair and expansion of the King's Road leading to Riverrun, granting House Frye the right to collect a portion of tolls along this route for the next 50 years. This represents an inexhaustible, tangible source of wealth. Pragmatic and low-risk requests are articulated. The letter does not demand that House Frye immediately commit all its forces to a direct confrontation with the Lannisters. Instead, it requests that he, as Lord of the Crossing, ensures the smooth logistics of the army's supply lines and provides necessary deterrents and warnings should the Lannisters attempt to threaten their flanks. This greatly diminishes the risk for Frye, satisfying his desire to conserve strength while observing the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, in the distant Winterfell, another storm quietly simmers. Lady Catelyn Stark is ensnared in a relentless cycle of sorrow and anxiety. With Bran in a coma, her husband imprisoned, and her 2 daughters missing, unbeknownst to her that Arya is in flight and Sansa in King's Landing. Each breath brings searing pain. Her hatred for the Lannisters burns like a toxic fire, consuming her reason day and night. The thought of releasing Jaime Lannister, the most vital of captives, in exchange for her daughters becomes increasingly seductive, akin to a devil's whisper in her moment of vulnerability. She has approached the entrance to Jaime's dungeon multiple times, her fingers whitening from the intensity of her grip. Just as she is on the brink of being engulfed by maternal despair, Ser Roderick Castle finds her and presents her with a note from the mysterious Lord Karstark, containing but a single line, "My lady." Jaime Lannister is the sharpest blade poised above Tywin's heart, and the heaviest weight sustaining Lord Eddard's life. A blade must not be cast aside lightly, nor a weight moved recklessly. Endure this moment of pain, and you may yet secure a glimmer of hope for Eddard, for Robb, for all your children. This message acts as a deluge of icy water, extinguishing her perilous impulse in an instant. She staggered backward, leaning against the cold stone wall, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet this time, it was not merely sorrow that overwhelmed her, but a profound sense of dread and awakening. She came to the realization that releasing Jaime not only failed to guarantee the return of her daughter, but could also lead to the immediate demise of her husband, utterly obliterating the fragile legacy her son had painstakingly built, and plunging the North into a deeper abyss. She forcefully suppressed the bone-deep hatred and anxiety, trembling as she brought the note closer to the candlelight, watching it turn to ash. Jaime Lannister remained firmly imprisoned in the deepest recesses of Winterfell's dungeons, guarded by the most loyal sentinels. As Lord Walder Frye, with his age-spotted fingers, caressed the humble and unexpectedly generous letter from Robb in the Hall of the Twins, his face, akin to dried orange peel, first displayed incredulous astonishment, followed by a prolonged and shrewd contemplation. The Stark whelps proved to be far more sensible and astute than he had imagined. This letter bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of respect, along with tangible benefits substantial enough to bless his family for generations. Although his inherently suspicious nature prevented him from placing his full trust in the Northerners immediately, the scales in his mind had begun to tilt noticeably. He responded with a letter that, while still echoing the characteristic tone of House Frye, acquiesced to Robb's request, promising to open the crossing and provide the agreed-upon supplies, and with due respect for the king in the north, expressed his eagerness to discuss the particulars of the proposed union in person at the Twins, aiming to forge a lasting alliance. One letter, imbued with wisdom and compromise. One decision, replete with restraint and foresight. The insights and precise counsel from Catelyn, as if the most intricate of keys, were embedded within the crucial juncture of the historical tide. While it did not wholly alter the greedy and suspicious nature of House Frye, it significantly eased relations with the Lord of the Crossing, securing vital passage and precious time for Robb's southern campaign, while averting potential discord and internal strife among families like Karstark due to Catelyn's release of Jaime. The deadly crisis was not eradicated. The phrase remained a lurking serpent in the shadows. Yet this time, the reins held by the king in the north were steadier, and the road ahead appeared somewhat broader. As the wheels of history thundered toward the fateful blood-red crossroads, they were subtly nudged by a firm yet gentle force toward an unknown path that was undeniably different. Chapter 70. The Blade of the Blackfish. The seemingly mundane letter from the Night's Watch, akin to the most precise hunting map, was delivered to Riverrun, placed in the hands of Blackfish Brynden Tully. This seasoned warrior, unfazed by the ornate language favored by the young nobility, quickly gleaned vital military information from the pile of fortification maintenance records and supply lists with his keen, hawk-like gaze. The southeastern section of the castle walls near the mud gate, eroded by the sea winds over the years, bore fine cracks, and the intervals between patrols were lengthy. The primary granary was located at the foot of the Rains Hills, although it was guarded. There existed a 15-minute gap during the night shift change. The Lannisters dispatched a supply convoy to the Riverlands, often opting for a concealed route adjacent to the King's Road to evade the cavalry of the north, which passed through a region known as the Weeping Marshes. A cold and satisfied smile graced the weathered face of Blackfish. He did not muster a grand army for a costly and direct siege. Such endeavors were the pursuits of the youthful glory seekers, while he merely sought victory. His most elite scouts from the Riverlands and the assassins of House Tully were fragmented, like droplets merging into the earth, silently infiltrating the vicinity of King's Landing and the King's Road. The first strike aimed at the very nerves of King's Landing. On a moonless night, dozens of warriors clad in black and faces smeared with ash, like phantoms, ascended the southeastern wall through a fissure marked by Catelyn. Their intention was not to lay siege, but to incite chaos. They assaulted nearby guard towers, ignited barracks, and spread rumors within the city that Stannis' fleet had arrived at Blackwater Bay. Although swiftly quelled, the lights of the Red Keep burned throughout the night, igniting Cersei's fury and fear, and delivering an initial intangible blow to the morale of the city's defenders. The second strike pierced the very belly of King's Landing. A few nights later, another small team seized upon the opportunity presented by a change in the guard at the granary, infiltrating the food storage area of the Rainey's Hills. They did not attempt to steal the grain. That would have been impossible. Instead, they planted specially designed incendiary devices within several key grain stacks. The following midday, when the sun blazed its fiercest, a mysterious fire erupted within the granary. Though it did not entirely consume the supplies, the thick smoke billowed into the air, inflicting severe losses and sowing seeds of panic among the citizens. Could even the king's provisions be so easily lost? Yet, the most vicious and enduring blow dealt by Blackfish cut deep into the veins of the Lannister supply line. His main guerrilla force, like a pack of wolves scenting blood, relentlessly clung to the supply route traversing the Weeping Marshes. They never confronted the escort directly, instead exploiting the marsh's intricate terrain for constant harassment. They set traps, shot down scouts, and burned vehicles, either incinerating or distributing valuable grain, weapons, and wines to the impoverished along the way. On one occasion, a Lannister convoy led by Sir Adam Marbrand, transporting crucial armaments, fell victim to a devastating ambush as they were about to emerge from the marsh and sight the King's Road. Arrows rained down from the reeds, and the vehicles laden with siege crossbow components and fine steel ingots became ensnared in the mire, ignited by fire arrows. Sir Adam, valiant as ever, found himself powerless, forced to watch his supplies destroyed and his men suffer heavy casualties as they retreated in disarray. News of the disaster reached the Westerlands, and the atmosphere within Tywin Lannister's tent grew tense enough to freeze. How could they be so familiar with that route through the Weeping Marshes? One commander could not help but roar. Tywin, seated at the head of the table, tapped his fingers slowly and forcefully upon the surface. A layer of frost shrouded his ever-unchanging visage. He had lost not only supplies, but also precious time and the strategic initiative. Robb Stark loomed ominously over the rock, while Blackfish Brynden felt the pressure mounting from behind. He was compelled to once again allocate a portion of his already strained forces to eliminate that cursed supply line, fortifying King's Landing, which suddenly appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Tywin's voice resonated low and chilling, as though it emerged from the depths of the earth, as if someone had placed a knife into Blackfish's hands. Though he did not name names, all present understood he referred to a certain special envoy of the Night's Watch, currently active in King's Landing. Blackfish's blade was not forged of steel, but rather tempered by information and timing. It did not herald a cataclysmic battle. Yet each strike drew blood, causing the mighty lion to experience unprecedented restraint and pain. This silent hunt, occurring amidst shadows and marshes, resonated with the resounding victory at the Rock, tightening the noose around the Lannister family's neck while granting Catelyn the invaluable assets of chaos and time for her perilous plans in King's Landing. Chapter 71. The Night's Watch defector. The disturbances wrought by Blackfish were akin to incessant droplets, gradually wearing down the Lannisters' patience and resources. The triumph at the Rock struck like a powerful blow, leaving the Westerlands reeling. Yet, Catelyn understood that the ultimate stage determining Eddard Stark's fate still lay within King's Landing, within the formidable Red Keep crafted of stone and intrigue. Open confrontations and distant victories could create opportunities, but they could not directly secure the freedom of the man in the tower. He required a force utterly loyal and capable of tearing apart the encirclement from within at his signal. This force could not originate from outside the city, as distant waters could not quench nearby fires. nor could it be linked to anyone from the north or the Riverlands, lest it invite catastrophic purges. He contemplated the night's watch, reflecting on the ancient and stringent rules. On a drizzly night, Catelyn clandestinely met with Varys once more. This meeting took place in even greater secrecy, within a derelict granary controlled by spiders, reeking of moldy grain, nestled deep within the flea bottom. I require certain individuals. My Lord Varys. Individuals who do not exist, Catelyn stated plainly, as rain dripped from his dark cloak onto the dusty ground. Varys, hands clasped, wore his customary knowing smile. In King's Landing, many vanish daily, and many also appear from thin air. It all depends on the cost and the purpose. The purpose is to introduce a modicum of regrettable chaos into an impending trial, Catelyn whispered. The Night's Watch sees its share of deserters each year. They forsake their oaths, journey south in search of sustenance and freedom, ultimately vanishing into the shadows of King's Landing, becoming bandits, beggars, or unclaimed corpses. Varys's green eyes flickered with understanding. A group of recorded deserters, yet no one cares about their whereabouts. They could hail from anywhere, the north, the Riverlands, even Storm's End, as long as they wear black. Or have once donned the black. Precisely, Catelyn affirmed with a nod. I need approximately 20 such individuals. They must be utterly dependable, agile, well-versed in urban warfare, and possess an utter disdain for the Lannisters. Disguised as deserters, they will be arranged by your associates to infiltrate the flea bottom in batches, merging seamlessly like droplets in the ocean. In their daily guise, they are but the most destitute of the populace. Yet, upon receiving a specific signal, they shall transform into a pack of wolves, gnawing at the ankles of lions. Varys, having absorbed his words, gently applauded, as if admiring a sophisticated trick, utilizing the Night's Watch's own blemishes to enact their plan. Truly poetic, my Lord Carlin. It will be costly and exceedingly perilous. To save the North and avert civil war in the realm, this price is worth paying. Carlin's tone remained unwavering. After all, is not every endeavor we undertake at this moment a dance upon the edge of a blade? Varys regarded him for a moment, and ultimately, the smile upon his round face took on a hint of authenticity. For the stability of the kingdom, I shall manage this expense. The operatives will infiltrate the city like phantoms within a week. I shall inform you separately on how to make contact and identify them. The arrangement was finalized. Carlin knew he had dispatched a group of brave souls to the most dangerous gamble, their fates intertwined with his own and that of Ned Stark. Days later, in the shadows of Flea Bottom, a few silent yet formidable new faces appeared. They were ragged in attire, yet their eyes, unlike those of ordinary beggars, glimmered with a sharpness that revealed they were not mere down-and-outs. Scattered among various shanties and subterranean hideouts, they seemed disconnected, quietly biding their time like coiled serpents. One group, while attempting to seize a moldy loaf of bread, encountered a patrolling Night's Watch officer, actually disguised as Edison Tollet, resulting in a brief, casualty-free skirmish, after which the deserters scattered in a panic. This inconsequential altercation was witnessed by several soldiers of the city garrison, becoming one of the official records of Night's Watch deserters operating in King's Landing, solidifying their identities perfectly. Simultaneously, in the shadows of the Red Keep, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, engaged briefly with two of the deserters during a routine sweep of Flea Bottom. His ferocious assault was met with an unexpected cohesion and street-fighting skill from the adversaries, allowing them to escape. Upon returning to the Red Keep, he downed a large cup of wine and gruffly complained to his fellow Kingsguard. Damn it, even the Night's Watch rats have become this hard to catch. This seemingly careless complaint found its way to Carlin's ears through Varys' channels. He smiled faintly. The Hound's endorsement was more potent than any disguise. The pieces were now in place. They lurked in the dirtiest corners of King's Landing, breathing in the foul air, awaiting the signal that could alter the fate of the Seven Kingdoms. This band of insurgents, known as the Deserters, represented Carlin's darkest and most lethal maneuver in King's Landing. When the bells of judgment toll, they will deliver an unforeseen blow to the Iron Throne from the most unexpected of quarters. Chapter 72. Arya's lesson. The flea-ridden den of King's Landing resembled a vast and filthy maw, devouring the city's refuse and despair. Here, a diminutive boy with a disheveled, shorn head deftly navigated through the crowded stalls and dilapidated shanties. His grimy little face was illuminated solely by his vigilant and feral gray eyes. Arya Stark. Since her father's capture and her subsequent escape from the Red Keep, she had been living in obscurity, struggling for survival. She held fast to the teachings of Syrio Farrell. See, hear, be silent, like a frightened yet resilient little beast, learning the harsh rules of this merciless city. Clutching a sewing needle, a gift from Jon. It represented her only connection to the past and Winterfell, as well as one of the beliefs that sustained her existence. On this day, while attempting to procure some food from a fruit stall, she was discovered by the vendor and roughly shoved to the ground. As the vendor cursed and raised his hand to chastise the little thief, a deep and raspy voice interjected, "What is there to argue with a child? I shall cover his share." Arya looked up to see a tall, weathered man clad in the Night's Watch's coarse black cloak. He tossed a few copper coins to the vendor. Then his gaze fell upon Arya, his perceptive eyes seeming to linger for a moment on her dirt-streaked face. It was Yoren, the recruiter for the Night's Watch, tasked with enlisting new recruits from the prisons and slums of King's Landing. Yoren spoke little, merely gesturing for Arya to follow him to a relatively quiet corner. He crouched down and produced a hard piece of black bread from his cloak, offering it to her. "Eat, lad," he said, his voice gruff yet devoid of malice. Arya hesitated briefly, but hunger ultimately triumphed over caution. She accepted the bread and devoured it ravenously. Yoren observed her and slowly remarked, "The world is a harsh place, lad. But thievery is not a sustainable solution. It will eventually cost you your life." He shifted his tone, resembling a soliloquy or perhaps a lesson. "I have seen many children like you struggling in the streets. To survive, merely hiding and running is insufficient." Arya paused her chewing, her gray eyes fixed on him. Yoren unstrapped an old water skin from his waist and handed it to Arya, simultaneously lowering his voice to a barely audible whisper, laced with a strange, guttural intonation reminiscent of northern hunters. The gray mist creeps over the weirwood. The roots of the fishbone tree entwined with the bear's claw mark. Arya jolted, though the tone was deliberately altered. The distinctive rhythm instantly reminded her of the secret games her brother Robb would occasionally play with her and Bran back in Winterfell. And the bear's claw mark. Did it not refer to House Mormont? She suppressed the tumult within her, accepted the water skin, pretended to drink, and inquired with her gaze. Yoren subtly nodded and continued in a normal tone. "Remember, lad, in this city, ears are more crucial than eyes. Remember every face you see, every word you hear. But conceal them in your heart, like a squirrel hiding its winter nuts." He paused momentarily, adding with profound significance that one must live to await the arrival of spring. Once he finished speaking, he rose, as if he had accomplished a task, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Very well, young one, take care of yourself. The Night's Watch is perpetually in need of recruits. Should you seek an escape, you may venture to the Black Castle." His words appeared casual, and then he turned, shouldering his tattered flag of recruitment, and staggered into the crowd. Arya stood rooted to the spot, tightly clutching the water pouch, her heart tumultuous with emotion. Yoren was a member of the Night's Watch. He had brought news of her brother, Robb. Robb knew she was still alive. He was in King's Landing. What did that phrase about the gray mist sweeping over the weirwood forest imply? Did it hint at the situation in Winterfell? Were the roots of the weirwood intertwined with the bear claw mark, indicating that the North and Bear Island, Robb, remained closely connected? She sensed the water pouch felt heavier than usual. Finding a more concealed corner, she cautiously removed the stopper, discovering not only clear water, but also a small roll tightly wrapped in waterproof oilcloth. She swiftly concealed it. That evening, in the corner of the dilapidated shelter where she took refuge, she opened the oilcloth beneath the moonlight filtering through a crevice, revealing several silver stags circulating in King's Landing and a small, folded piece of coarse parchment. The parchment bore no writing, only simple charcoal sketches. In the upper left corner, the outline of a diminutive castle with multiple towers, Winterfell. In the lower right corner, a distinct bear claw mark. A winding line connected the two. Below the design, there was a slender dagger, the sewing needle, accompanied by an arrow pointing towards a symbol representing concealment. The message was simple yet clear. The North, Winterfell, and Bear Island, Robb, still maintained their ties. Safeguard the sewing needle, conceal yourself well. Arya clenched the parchment tightly in her palm, her gray eyes shimmering with an unprecedented light. Loneliness and fear seemed to dissipate somewhat. She was not fighting alone. Robb was out there. He was taking action. She carefully hid the silver stags, studied the parchment once more, and finally memorized the design, chewing it into fragments before swallowing, leaving no trace behind. To see, to hear, to remain silent, and to live. She whispered Yoren's words, or rather, Robb's words conveyed through Yoren, softly to herself. This lesson from the streets, devoid of swordsmanship instruction or conspiracy analysis, provided the lost little wolf with the most essential gifts, hope and direction. She was no longer aimlessly fleeing. She had a secret mission, to survive, to hide well, and to await the signal from spring, connected to the bear claw mark. Robb's web had quietly enveloped the little wolf running in the darkness, guiding her toward the path ahead, and, for himself, placing a piece on the chessboard of King's Landing that would significantly influence the future, filled with warmth and purpose.